Introduction asterisk. It is a common occurrence for anyone, especially for such a petite foreign girl. Sure Wei Yong extended his arms, watching as the delightful foreign girl trotted toward him with her little legs. He chuckled heartily and took a few steps forward to scoop up his beloved daughter, gazing at her attire with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Sure Wei Yong, Xue Bao, who dress you like this? Did those mischievous uncles not inform you that such things could potentially harm your delicate little face? What would happen if those items damaged your skin and your lovely visage lost its softness? Sure Xueshuan blinked her large blue eyes. Chapter 1. The Prince's Tournament. In the realm of Westeros. Year 112 of the Conquest. Outside King's Landing, the Blackwater River hosted the Prince's Tournament. Two knights, brandishing wooden lances, charged at each other, exchanging broken lances until one was struck down and fell from his steed. The fallen knight, after a brief respite on the ground, was escorted away by a waiting squire. A mysterious knight? Princess Rhaenyra, clad in a dark red gown adorned with dragon motifs, turned her head in curiosity. This tournament was held in honor of her unborn brother, the designated heir. No, he hails from House Cole of the Stormlands, replied Alicent, dressed in plain attire, as she watched the victorious knight approach the royal dais. The knight of House Cole brought his warhorse to a halt, raised his lance, and lowered his visor, revealing a middle-aged knight. He had secured victory in the opening match, bringing honor to the Stormlands and his family. Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, I humbly request the blessing of the crownless queen, the knight beamed. Rhaenys rose, taking the garland from her attendant, though it had not yet been delivered to the dais at the tournament's commencement. She gently placed it upon the knight's lance. Wishing you good fortune, cousin. Otto Hightower, seated beside King Viserys, muttered that anyone who uttered such a title should have their tongue removed. Let it be. It is merely a title and does not alter the line of succession, Viserys replied with a chuckle, appearing quite at ease. Ming, in a spectral form, stood beside the king, absorbing every word. Could a duke's son be so easily disregarded? Whether the chancellor was merely expressing loyalty or seeking to incite discord remained uncertain. Fortunately, Viserys was magnanimous and indifferent to such matters. Having inherited the throne from his grandfather, Viserys I, 9 years prior, the kingdom continued to thrive, rightfully earning the title of a ruler who maintained stability. To be frank, as long as the House of Dragons refrained from internal strife, even if all 7 kingdoms rebelled, the Targaryen family's rule over Westeros would remain unshaken as long as the dragons soared above. Ming watched with keen interest the tournament held to celebrate the birth of the prince. The ancient knightly competitions were indeed captivating. Such brutal and life-threatening spectacles were seldom seen in modern times. Despite the potential for accidents, after hours of observation, no casualties had occurred. Regarding the saga of House of the Dragon, Ming had watched the series 3 years ago, and the plot remained but a vague impression. Were it not for the dragons frequently soaring over King's Landing, he would struggle to recall much. It seemed the conflict over succession pitted 2 women against each other, employing every ounce of their power and scheming against the dragons. Yet at the time, he had been solely focused on the dragons, with only occasional recollections of other details. After awakening from darkness following his demise from cancer, Ming's first sight was of Viserys I standing beside him. His spectral form remained unseen by others. Ming had attempted to distance himself from Viserys, but straying too far destabilized his consciousness. He referred to Viserys as his anchor point, which constrained the range he could traverse. Aside from Viserys, his wife, Queen Aemma and Princess Rhaenyra also served as anchors, though their ranges were more limited. Due to her pregnancy, the queen's movements were confined to her chambers, leading to overwhelming boredom. Princess Rhaenyra, on the other hand, roamed freely, but her frequent rides upon Syrax made Ming uneasy. Her limited anchor range coupled with her swift dragon rides made it impossible for him to accompany her. After a day of aimless wandering, he felt utterly drained, pondering why his soul could experience fatigue. Upon returning to the Red Keep, he resolved not to follow her anymore. It was simply too exhausting. Ming had attempted to interact with the material world, but seemed to regard him as non-existent, with only a recently deceased corpse permitting brief possession and Valyrian steel providing minimal physical reaction. Could he not become an alternative white? Such thoughts had crossed Ming's mind. Perhaps attempting to possess an ice dragon to unify the world would be delightful, yet he preferred to remain human when possible. His soul plunged into Queen Aemma's womb, enveloped in the comforting warmth of amniotic fluid, gradually leading to a state of drowsiness. Suddenly, he was expelled. Left bewildered beside Queen Aemma, he pondered the strange circumstances. The child within her stirred restlessly, seemingly asserting its dominion, and after 2 attempts, he was ejected by an inner consciousness. Observing Queen Aemma gripping her chair in pain, her pale lips pressed tight in endurance. Well, if this continues, it will result in a premature birth. Ming decided to abandon his reincarnation plans. The situation was amiss. With nothing to do, Ming followed Viserys during the day as he managed state affairs, which primarily involved decision-making while Otto, the Chancellor, executed the specifics. At night, he accompanied Princess Rhaenyra. Though this 16-year-old princess had somewhat darkened skin, often maintaining a stoic expression, her eyes held a fierce determination that convinced Ming she would fight tooth and nail for her claim to the throne, ultimately facing her doom in the belly of a dragon. During the council, Ming encountered Ser Harwin Strong, also known as the Sea Snake, the Lord of Driftmark, who commanded half the fleet of the realm. He recalled how viewers had mocked him during the show, speculating whether he had been sunburned while sailing, and now he could confirm that he was indeed a man of color. This revealed the feudal, pseudo-historical world constructed primarily from the television series. Having followed the king for several months and gleaned insights from the royal meetings, Ming noted that no significant events had transpired in Westeros lately, aside from the Sea Snake expressing concerns about his 3 daughters' kingdom, fearing it could become a source of trouble due to pirate activity in the Stepstones. The grandest event in all of Westeros at present was the celebration of the impending birth of the prince, for which the king had expended considerable wealth to host the tournament. Knights from the 7 kingdoms arrived in succession at King's Landing, creating a vibrant atmosphere over the past few months. Ming found himself in agreement with Viserys' sentiments. There was an urgent need for an heir, especially since the position had remained vacant for 9 years. The turmoil surrounding the blood-soaked dragon dance was largely due to the lack of support for the heir. In Westeros, aside from Dorne, male inheritance traditionally outweighed female. The crownless Queen Rhaenys and Viserys had represented the majority of Lord's sentiments during the Great Council of 101, asserting that the Iron Throne could not accommodate a woman. Ming believed that, had the king not forcefully laid the groundwork for Rhaenyra's support, the Greens, with their son and dragon, would have held more sway in the Lord's eyes than the Blacks. Just as in the prior Great Council of 101, this was Otto's greatest leverage in his quest for power. On the tournament grounds, Sir Cole, having vanquished several opponents, retired to take a breather as a contingent of well-armed knights entered the arena in a steady stream, forming a line facing the royal dais. Their shields bore the insignia of their respective houses, inciting a fervent uproar among the spectators. Next to enter the lists is Prince Daemon Targaryen, the capital's prince, who is about to select his first opponent. At last, the moment arrived for Prince Daemon Targaryen to make his entrance. He circled the jousting field, his steed kicking up a cloud of dust. Clad in black armor adorned with the distinctive symbols of House Targaryen and accented with crimson embellishments, he rode a black stallion, eliciting a standing ovation from the audience. The crowd erupted once more, clearly enamored by his presence. What a show-off, Ming thought, having never before encountered this flamboyant prince, the capital's heir and the lord of the flea bottom. Was there any chance he might step away from the spotlight to critique the world's customs? Ming mused silently. Wielding royal privilege, Daemon Targaryen chose Ser Gawain Hightower as his opponent, casting a sidelong glance at Otto on the high platform, tinged with mockery. The first opponent chosen by Prince Daemon is Ser Gawain of Oldtown, the Prime Minister's eldest son, announced the herald, bedecked in red and embroidered with the Targaryen sigil of a black 3-headed dragon, as the battle commenced. Standing beside Otto, Ming noted his serious expression and slight shake of the head. Is he doubtful of his own son's chances, or is he seeking to exact revenge on Daemon? Perhaps it is a combination of both. Ming had often heard Otto's grievances against Daemon during council meetings, decrying his reckless spending that threatened the kingdom's treasury. As the 2 knights clashed repeatedly, splintering several wooden lances, Daemon resorted to a cunning maneuver, tripping his opponent's horse, sending Gawain crashing to the ground. The spectators, including the king, expressed concern. After all, this was the Prime Minister's son. Fortunately, Gawain merely lost consciousness on the ground for a moment before being assisted away by his attendants. Ming observed that the injuries to his face were severe and would likely leave scars once healed. Visually striking, albeit rather bloody, Ming remarked, unaware that this was merely the prelude. Daemon, brimming with self-satisfaction, sought a token from Alicent Hightower, having just employed underhanded tactics to best her brother. Was this truly appropriate? Alicent turned, momentarily speechless, yet managed to smile as she retrieved the garland. However, upon seeing her father's displeased expression, she quickly concealed her smile. "Good luck, Prince," Alicent offered calmly. With the garland in hand, Daemon swaggered toward the field, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he prepared to face Cole, clearly aware of the formidable nature of his opponent. Eager to witness the contest, Ming advanced a few steps to stand beside Rhaenyra, anticipation coursing through him. The two knights took their positions at opposite ends of the arena, readying themselves for battle. In the background, someone whispered to Otto, prompting the king and the prime minister to depart with heavy hearts towards the birthing chamber of the Red Keep. Engrossed in the tournament, Ming failed to notice their absence. As Rhaenyra remained his anchor point, he sensed an unsettling foreboding, as if calamity were approaching. Turning back, he realized the king had vanished, as had Otto. "Where has the king gone? Damn it, where did he run off to?" Ming exclaimed, slapping his forehead, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. Feeling ineffective in assisting Queen Aemma, he refrained from staying by her side. During the day, he had accompanied the king to witness the rare gathering of knights from the Seven Kingdoms. After all, it was a difficult birth, and he felt powerless to help. Now, he could not afford to miss the most thrilling moment of the duel between Daemon and Cole, the latter, the Lord of Fleabottom. "This tournament truly is a nuisance," he muttered, hastening to sense the king, the most significant anchor, relieved that he had not strayed far, and rushed after him. Chapter 2. The Intervention of the Seven Gods. Queen Aemma lay upon the birthing bed, her hair soaked with sweat, waves of pain crashing over her like a relentless tide. She bit her lip tightly, clutching the sheets, enduring the excruciating agony that felt as though it might tear her apart. Each contraction brought her to the precipice of life and death, blood pouring from her legs, saturating the linens beneath her. Ming followed the king into the birthing chamber, where Queen Aemma's heart-wrenching cries echoed. Witnessing such a scene filled him with anguish and helplessness. When he attempted to dive into Aemma's womb to correct the fetus's position, he was forcefully repelled by his own consciousness upon entering the child's body. Confused, Ming pondered his connection to the child, Baelon Targaryen. He had traversed into this world amidst a shroud of darkness, hearing the king's daily lament for the unborn child. Surely, he and this child were intertwined by fate. Yet, being cast out of the body was perplexing. Was it a sign that the time was not yet right? He recalled that this royal heir was destined to survive merely half a day. Surely, he would not be subjected to the farce of a resurrection. After some contemplation, he resolved to abandon such odd pursuits. "Your Majesty, the fetus is in a breech position, and all attempts to reposition it have failed," Master Mudo explained to the king. "Do not merely stand there," the king replied, his tone laced with both sorrow and reproach. Master Mudo uttered a few lines to deflect blame, while the king hurried to console Queen Aemma. Aemma, I am here." Ming made another attempt to penetrate Aemma's womb, only to be repelled once more, this time without even a chance to inhabit her body, forcefully ejected instead. In the haze, he glimpsed an elderly woman holding a lantern. The dim yellow light it emitted was unbearable, preventing him from approaching. In that moment, Ming began to comprehend the situation. The elderly woman represented one of the seven gods. He had seen their earthly manifestations when accompanying Rhaenyra and Alicent to the church to borrow books, and had heard their stories while Alicent read to Rhaenyra. A multitude of thoughts flooded Ming's mind. Was Baelon's demise connected to the seven gods? Were they attempting to thwart his efforts to alter fate? Among the seven, the father, the mother, the warrior, the crone, the smith, the maiden, and the stranger, the crone symbolized wisdom and possessed knowledge of destiny. The crone was an embodiment of sagacity, capable of perceiving the threads of fate, offering guidance and counsel to those who sought her wisdom. People would pray to her for insight, hoping to make correct decisions with her aid. "I do not believe in gods," Ming declared defiantly. Determined, he prepared to dive once more into Aemma's womb. This time, however, the crone's lantern shone even more brilliantly, repelling him 10 paces away. In a raspy voice, the crone warned, "Mighty being from another realm, do not interfere with the destinies of this world." She revealed her form, no longer obscured, though ordinary mortals remained blind to her presence. Meanwhile, the king was already urging the necessity of a caesarean section to extract the child from Queen Aemma's womb, emphasizing the critical importance of an heir to the realm. Sacrificing one for the sake of 2 lives, the king grappled with the weighty decision. Ming knew this choice would not linger long. Time was of the essence. Begone! With a fierce yell, Ming charged at the crone, forcing himself against the discomfort of the golden light, grasping her robe's collar and pinning her to the ground, raining blows upon her. Bang! 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 Perhaps the crone was not adept in combat. Under the relentless barrage of fists, she offered no resistance, her form growing increasingly dim. Ming understood that unless he vanquished her, even if reborn, he would be cast out. He exerted every ounce of strength in his assault. Meanwhile, the scholar had no time to spare, revealing Queen Aemma's belly, ready to commence the incision. Once the dissection commenced with the medical standards of the medieval era, Queen Aemma was destined to perish. The demise of Queen Aemma, one of the pivotal anchors, stirred uncertainty about the future. It was bound to bring no good. Once I ascend the throne, I shall bring ruin to the seven gods. After uttering these fierce words, he released the old crone. There was no time to confront her. Later, he could seek trouble with the seven gods. He hastily reincarnated into Queen Aemma's womb, this time facing no obstacles and experiencing an unusual smoothness. The crone rose in silence, retrieving the extinguished lantern that had fallen, her gaze fixed upon the scholar as he extracted the lifeless infant from Queen Aemma's belly. Her expression remained inscrutable, neither sorrowful nor joyous, as her profound gaze gradually faded away. At that moment, all statues and images of the crone within the seven gods' chapel shattered autonomously, shrouded in a gloom darker than ever before. The infant extracted by the scholar emitted a foul stench of decay. "Your Majesty, it is a malformed stillborn." The scholar Mudo stifled his nausea as he wrapped the child in silk, instructing a maid to take it away. Meanwhile, Viserys was engulfed in despair over the loss of his queen. The scholar stood behind Viserys, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but before he could utter a word, Viserys waved him away, signaling silence. The room was suffused with a strange odor, a melange of sweat, blood, and rot. The Prime Minister gestured for the maid to open the window, as the previously stifling atmosphere, intended for Queen Aemma's comfort during childbirth, was now suffocating the king. He retreated to make arrangements for the subsequent funeral rites. In truth, when Viserys beheld the infant, resembling putrid flesh devoid of form, he understood all too well. It was akin to the stillborn he had witnessed during the queen's prior pregnancy. Clutching the lifeless body of Queen Aemma, memories of their beautiful wedding moments flooded his mind, their laughter, their tenderness. Viserys was resolute that this time the birth would yield a son, for he had dreamt of his son emerging adorned with Aegon the Conqueror's iron crown, the sound of thundering hooves ringing in his ears, the shattering of shields, and the clash of swords echoing around him. He envisioned placing the heir upon the Iron Throne, as the bells of the sanctum tolled, and all dragons roared in unison. This dream seemed to herald his hopes for his son's ascension and the dynasty's continuity. His longing for son was profound. Yet, despite the clarity of the dragon dream, his child had already perished within the womb, and there were no other illegitimate offspring. How to interpret this dragon dream left Viserys pondering deeply at the birthing bed, ultimately concluding that it was merely a dream born of his fervent anticipation for an heir. Viserys' solitary figure bore a sense of melancholy, perhaps intertwined with guilt over Queen Aemma's fate. Ming's reincarnation had failed. Upon discovering that the prince nurtured by Queen Aemma was a stillborn, he realized he had arrived too late. He chose not to possess the deceased body, contemplating whether to deceive Scholar Mudo and Viserys to create the illusion of a successful birth. A corpse does decay, and as an infant, Ming lacked the ability to act, inevitably exposing his presence. It is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged suffering. Queen Aemma was dead. Had he discerned the seven gods' machinations sooner, perhaps he would have had time to respond. Ming felt a pang of self-reproach. With one anchor lost, he sensed an intangible and silent rejection from this world. Unbeknownst to Ming, he had 4 anchors within this realm, having already lost 2. The unborn Prince Baelon was the next anchor, second only to Viserys. Yet he remained oblivious to this connection, mingled as it was with his mother, Queen Aemma. Silently, Ming recalled the details of this event. The crone had proclaimed herself a deity, intervening in their fates. Was it the destiny of the blood dragon's wild dance, or the fate of defeating the Night King a century later? Her words suggested a shared existence with them, as deities, or perhaps as powerful gods. In the lore of the realm, individuals had died and returned to life through spells and magic. If they could be resurrected, why could he not? What was he lacking? Sumin ponder deeply, eventually recollecting fragmented memories. Spells? Magic? In this world, I am a being akin to a deity. Spells are primarily prayers from followers to their gods. Could I not pray to myself? This seemed plausible. Why did the Red God preach in Westeros? To garner faith. What could faith achieve? Regarding magic, Ming had no thoughts, having yet to encounter a witch in the faith of the seven gods. He surmised that such individuals would be found in the southeastern city of Ashai, steeped in magic. However, it was unlikely that Viserys would venture to Ashai, while Rhaenyra might feasibly reach it on Dragonback. The notion of Baelon not being born and then persuading the light of the kingdom, Viserys' beloved daughter, the future heir of Dragonstone, to traverse the narrow sea and Jade Sea to Ashai for resurrection, seemed utterly implausible. Alas, one step at a time. If all else fails, he could await Alicent's birth of Aegon to attempt reincarnation then. Ming currently harbored no grand plans, only a resolute acknowledgement that the seven gods were his greatest adversaries. Chapter 3. The resurrection of flames. The solemn chimes of the cathedral bells resonated through the air, each toll heralding a momentous occurrence. The tournament for the crown prince of the Blackwater River had just concluded, with Sir Cole triumphantly vanquishing Prince Daemon, compelling his surrender, and securing the ultimate victory. Prime Minister Otto returned to the tournament grounds to discreetly convey the grave news of Queen Aemma's death during childbirth to the assembled lords, leaving the other nobles perplexed and eager to inquire further. The royal aristocracy departed with heavy hearts and lingering doubts, while none took it upon themselves to inform the shining beacon of the kingdom. Princess Rhaenyra sat in her place, motionless, her former vivacity extinguished. Yet she seemed to have discerned the truth. Preparations for the funeral were swiftly underway. The following day, the ceremony took place by the shores outside the Red Keep. The colossal dragon Syrax, adorned in golden scales, perched atop a hill, retracting its wings in anticipation of Rhaenyra's command. Having been confined in its lair for years with ample sustenance, Syrax lacked hunting experience and had developed a docile demeanor. Nearby, the lifeless body of Queen Aemma lay enveloped on a pyre, accompanied by a small wooden frame that cradled the remains of the stillborn Baelon, resting beside her mother. Ser Harwin did not follow King Viserys, but remained by Rhaenyra's side, his gaze upon the young girl whose eyes were reddened, evidently from weeping. They awaited Daemon's approach to gently counsel Rhaenyra. She paid no heed to him. The son you always desired has taken my mother. Are you now satisfied? Rhaenyra uttered with a quavering voice. Your father needs you now more than ever, Daemon offered, attempting to console the daughter of his brother, the king. Though he harbored ambitions for the Iron Throne and secretly rejoiced at the demise of the most promising heir, he could not display such emotions outwardly. But I can never be his daughter, Rhaenyra declared, striding past her father towards Syrax, intent on commanding the dragon to ignite the pyre. Cremation was a Targaryen tradition, for they believed themselves to be of true dragon blood, with fire as their rightful home. Viserys, having overheard their exchange, felt a lump in his throat. No matter how many times one beheld a dragon, the sight remained awe-inspiring. Observing Syrax up close, Ser Harwin marveled at how the Valyrians had tamed such a colossal and perilous creature. Syrax emitted a low rumble, awaiting the knight's command. Rhaenyra glanced back at her father, but Viserys remained unresponsive, lost in the sorrow of having lost two beloved ones in a single day. Dracarys, she intoned. The bond between dragon and rider was profound. Syrax comprehended Rhaenyra's intent and descended the hill step by step. A vast shadow enveloped the pyre that was about to be ignited. Dragon fire? An epiphany struck Ser Harwin. Magic. Was not dragon fire a manifestation of potent fire magic? In the saga of Ice and Fire, the Targaryens' ancestral tongue spoke of blood and fire as one, symbolizing the immense latent power nestled within their lineage. Perhaps even magic flowed within their veins. What can I do now? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flooded my mind. After much hesitation, I resolved to once again inhabit the ill-fated Baelon. The seven gods have acknowledged my formidable divinity. Surely the flames shall not vanquish me? The dragon's fiery breath, infused with magic, was my only hope. I could only pray that Baelon, being of Targaryen blood and possessing fire resistance, could withstand the searing heat without being reduced to ashes. Otherwise, I would be doomed to linger at the anchor point for years, awaiting the birth of Queen Alicent's Aegon. The master of the dragon, who would be a natural adversary to me, as my anchor point is Rhaenyra. The excess of trump cards given to her by Viserys complicates matters significantly, and given her obstinate nature, she would exhaust the last of her dragons to secure her claim. This prospect filled me with trepidation. Standing in opposition to the light of the kingdom, this was my final recourse. Surprisingly, Syrax did not heed my command to unleash his fiery breath. Instead, he tilted his head, inching closer to the makeshift platform, regarding Baelon's lifeless body with keen interest. My heart raced. Surely, he wouldn't contemplate consuming me. Stupid beast, I lamented as I felt the weight of the colossal creature's indifference. The dragon extended its immense tongue and roughly flipped Baelon over, almost causing him to tumble to the ground. What a lack of flavor. With a gaze filled with anthropomorphic curiosity, a voice within its mind urged it to devour him, proclaiming he would be delectable. Dracarys, Dracarys, Dracarys. Rhaenyra began riding Syrax at the tender age of 7, and now, for the first time, she experienced the failure of her commands over him. After several attempts, the massive dragon head turned towards its rider and then glanced at Baelon before reluctantly stepping back and expelling a torrent of flames, infused with palpable emotion. The scorching heat radiated towards the encircled crowd, causing the Kingsguard to instinctively shield their faces and implore the princess and the king to retreat. It seemed that the dragon had not acted with such abandon in quite some time, as the orange-red flames continued to spew forth relentlessly. Amidst this inferno, I began to pray fervently for Baelon's resurrection. After what felt like an eternity, just as Baelon's form threatened to dissolve, I finally sensed warmth emanating from the body, along with the prickling sensations of muscle and bone growing, accompanied by a sharp pain. It was excruciating. Yes, I was gradually merging with this corporeal vessel. Yet the agony was relentless. I endured not only the searing torment of the dragoness flames, but also the mental anguish that accompanied it. Voices reverberated in my mind, each invoking Baelon's name in different tongues, intertwining and coalescing within me. I shall be reborn in the form of Baelon Targaryen. This thought resonated most clearly within my consciousness. Whispers of a monstrous birth from the king echoed in the ramblings of a rural crone. Prince Baelon is a dragon, intoned an elder's voice. Baelon Targaryen is a monster, chanted the multitude of his fervent followers. The cacophony of languages from various corners of the world rang out, devoid of emotion, akin to a monotonous chant. These voices, all singularly directed at the son of Viserys, Baelon, the very vessel into which I had been reincarnated, caused my head to throb violently. The agony of my body and spirit rendered this small form upon the wooden platform to tremble uncontrollably. He is currently unclear about many matters. Yet it is certain that they are undoubtedly connected to the 7 gods. The demise of Baelon occurred in less than a day, and given the medieval pace of communication, such news could not have spread so swiftly. Alicent Hightower, not belonging to the royal family, stood at the periphery, while everyone was engrossed in the sudden volatility of Vhagar. She keenly observed that Prince Baelon was stirring after the shrouds had been incinerated, and she continued to watch for a while. Father, look. Prince Alicent has quietly approached Otto to whisper a reminder. Otto followed his daughter's lead, pondering deeply. Your Majesty, observe that Prince Baelon has not mentioned resurrection or miracles. Even though he hails from Old Town, he remarked, prompting Viserys to glance in that direction. Father, my brother is moving. Princess Rhaenyra detected the anomaly earlier than the king. Otto, without deliberately lowering his voice, was overheard by Rhaenyra. The surrounding onlookers first noticed Rhaenyra, then instinctively turned their gaze towards the small figure amidst the flames. Upon closer inspection, they thought it resembled the disturbance of dragonfire, yet the princess's assertion suggested otherwise. Lakiri, Rhaenyra commanded Syrax to cease its fiery breath, as the flames had already turned the ground around the pyre into charred earth. The latter merely shook its head, relaying to its knight the sense of impending danger. Rhaenyra perceived the threat, but lacked the time to explain to others. Swiftly mounting Syrax, the dragon's wings stirred the air as it leapt into the sky, circling and roaring a warning of the approaching menace. At that moment, everyone noticed a pitch-black dragon with green eyes drawing near, its massive shadow sweeping across the horizon. Further away, several smaller silhouettes approached, upon closer examination also revealed to be dragons. Otto, as the hand of the king, was privy to all occurrences within the realm, with an extensive network of intelligence at his disposal. The creature known as the Devourer, the oldest of the 3 wild dragons, was notorious for feeding on the corpses of deceased dragons, eggs, and hatchlings, known for its cunning nature. The Devourer's size was second only to the largest living dragon, Vhagar, fierce and untamed, with all royal members who attempted to tame it reduced to mere bones within its lair. Although Otto suspected this incident was connected to Baelon atop the funeral pyre, he could only command the royal guards to douse the flames with seawater, as Syrax's ascent fanned the fire further. The royal family had only Syrax in this location, while the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys and Prince Daemon, upon sensing danger, hastily returned to mount their dragons to prepare for battle. Although knights and dragons share a bond, the keepers of the dragon lairs would not permit them to roam freely. Chapter 4. Dragon Combat. Your Majesty, this place is too perilous. We must retreat to a safer location, advised Ser Lionredwin, the captain of the King's Guard. As the situation grew increasingly dire, only the princess's Syrax remained as a guardian in the sky, while the wild dragons could swoop down at any moment to attack. The power of dragon fire was sufficient to melt steel. Sir Lion led the King's Guard to pave the way for the king, who remained unmoved. His gaze fixated on the charred body atop the pyre. By the grace of the seven, perhaps miracles do exist. Upon confirming once more that the child was stirring, he could no longer wait for the guards to extinguish the flames with seawater. Vhagar had been spewing fire for too long. The sand and earth beneath were melding together under the intense heat, forming a viscous amalgamation that gradually flowed, staining the ground in ashen black. True dragons fear not the flames. Viserys, forgetting his sorrow, cast aside the royal guards and charged forward. The silver-armored King's Guard promptly followed the king. Yet when the searing heat overwhelmed them, they were compelled to halt alongside the royal members, driven back by the scorching waves of fire. The king dashed alone toward the blazing pyre to retrieve Baelon, scarcely observing the child's condition before departing the charred ground, only to have his clothes suddenly ignite. Sir Criston Cole, the captain of the King's Guard, was quick to take over, enduring the burning sensation as he gently laid the child on the ground. He noticed that the arm which had touched the infant had been seared. The sleeves of the white cloak ignited due to the extreme heat, yet Sir Criston remained silent, though his expression betrayed discomfort. The remaining King's Guard assisted the king in removing the burning garments, while Alicent hurriedly grasped Viserys' hand to examine his injuries. "Your Grace, you acted too impulsively," Alicent gently admonished. Fortunately, as a scion of true dragon blood, Viserys' hands were merely reddened from the heat, with no serious harm incurred. "Baelon, my child," the king exclaimed, disregarding the fiery sensation on his hands, solely focused on his son. He hastily donned the cloak offered by Alicent, discarded his melted shoes, and rushed barefoot toward Baelon. Aside from the royal ministers and kin, all others were kept at bay by a perimeter formed by the red-armored guards, while the remaining King's Guard encircled the king in a secondary protective ring. In the skies, the Hungerer and Vhagar began to enter a state of combat, with Rhaenyra guiding Vhagar in a maneuver around the Hungerer, preventing it from directing its attention below. The Hungerer, in a fit of frustration, would attempt to dive at any moment, its irritation palpable as it sought to ambush. Despite its agility and size, the Hungerer was entirely preoccupied, seeking the delectable morsels it envisioned among the throng below. A yellow and black silhouette twirled in the heavens, entangled in a dance of proximity and distance, rolling and spiraling, at times diving, at others soaring. As time passed, Rhaenys arrived first, mounted on Malaise, an ancient dragon brimming with combat experience. The distance between Driftmark, where Rhaenys had wed, and Dragonstone was brief, and the Hungerer habitually avoided encounters with Malaise. Its nature dictated that it would never engage an opponent of comparable size, yet today, the Hungerer exhibited unusual fervor, maintaining a spirited resolve even when faced with both Vhagar and Malaise. Melias, a dragon of remarkable swiftness and seasoned combat experience, instilled fear in the Greed Eater, which, despite being startled by its assaults on several occasions, refused to depart. Rhaenys observed that the black dragon seemed intent on low-altitude surveillance of the crowd. What was it searching for? Rhaenys pondered in confusion. The Greed Eater, notorious for its brutality and cunning, was blinded by its own insatiable desires. Yet it dared not descend too much in the presence of two dragons. After all, dragons possess a formidable resistance to dragon fire, rendering long-range attacks relatively ineffective. Battles among kindred typically rely on close combat, where victory or defeat can hinge on a mere instant. Rhaenys, too, harbored no desire to engage in a fierce struggle with this black dragon, second only in size to Vhagar. The risk of attempting to slay it bore no benefit for her. Although the reason for the black dragon's lingering presence remained a mystery, she was determined to drive away the Greed Eater. In the distance, two timid wild dragons, a gray shadow and a sheep-stealing rogue of lesser combat prowess, lurked above the sea, though they posed no significant threat. At last, Demon, riding alongside Krolak, joined forces with two others to ambush the Greed Eater. Faced with a 1-3 scenario, the Greed Eater was compelled to retreat from the Red Keep, fleeing towards its lair in Dragonstone. Belron, resembling a figure trapped in a nightmare, furrowed his brow. His body was covered in fine black dragon scales, with a robust dragon tail extending from his spine, and his limbs grotesquely shaped like claws, barely retaining a humanoid appearance. "Is this a dragon?" Corys remarked, unable to contain his astonishment at the sight of the child. The onlookers exchanged glances, casting their eyes from Corys to the king. Those observing closely exchanged bewildered looks, while some in the outer circle, witnessing the spectacle through gaps, gasped in shock and covered their mouths, remaining silent in the face of others' inquiries. Dong dong dong, the bells of the cathedral rang out. All eyes turned to the towering bell tower, and in that moment, the crowd noticed an increasing number of dragons gathering in the sky. The tournament for the crown prince had concluded yesterday, with Ser Criston Cole triumphing over Demon to claim victory. Lords still present in King's Landing, along with knights who had not yet departed, observed the gathering of dragons by the seaside, and, upon hearing the cathedral tolling a cryptic bell, instinctively donned their armor and mounted their steeds, forming a thickening circle around the funeral. Viserys gently wiped Baelon with a cloth soaked in seawater. Droplets on Baelon's scales evaporated into steam, obscuring Viserys' face. In the haze, his mind wandered back to whether there had ever been similar records in their family. Lost in thought, Viserys was unaware of the passing time, and none dared to disturb the king's labor. When he finally lifted his gaze, awakening from his reverie, he beheld his son, born wearing Aegon's crown, as the sounds of thundering hooves, shattering shields, and clashing swords filled the air. The bells of the cathedral rang, and all the great dragons roared in unison, a testament to the realization of dragon dreams. Your Majesty, perhaps we should return to the Red Keep. The number of dragons in the sky is overwhelming, and this place is perilous, Rhaenys finally urged, unable to contain her concern as the king had nearly finished tending to the young prince. Viserys glanced around at the increasingly gathered crowd and nodded in agreement. Let us return for now. Rhaenys arranged for 2 white knights to continue watching over the funeral pyre, while the remaining ashes would be collected by the Silent Sisters. He extended his hand to touch the scales on Baelon's chest, still warm but no longer scorching. He tore off the burnt sleeve of his white robe and wrapped the little prince securely within it. Harold Westling received the little prince from the captain, whose hands were now blistered from the burns. Under the guidance of the king's guard, the crowd parted to follow the king, as the threat of dragons loomed overhead, potentially transforming the skies into a battleground. They witnessed the gluttonous one's attempt to dive, only to be disrupted and forced to retreat. Some knights and scholars lingered on the scene, seeking a more concealed vantage point to observe the rare gathering of dragons. They remained either to document the event or simply out of sheer audacity to behold the dragons. Those with extensive knowledge began to display their erudition, satisfying their vanity and seeking a sense of superiority. The largest dragon in the sky, known as the Gluttonous One, had flames akin to wildfire. The dragon ridden by the princess was named Syrax, a familiar sight to all. In the distance, 2 dragons recognized by the observer were the wild dragon, Grey Shadow, and the sheep thief. Look, the uncrowned queen's red dragon, Marius, is launching a surprise attack, said the dark-skinned knight, cautiously scanning the crowd. A knight from Tideshead Island. Are you certain? Inquired a young scholar. The knight's armor bore the white seahorse emblem, the sigil of House Velaryon. The dark-skinned knight remained silent, internally conflicted, pondering whether he should document this moment, well aware that the sea serpent and the prime minister were at odds, although Viserys might overlook it. If word spread that he questioned the king's claim to the throne, it would not be surprising if someone sought to curry favor with the prime minister by silencing him. He shot a fierce glance at the scholar. I said nothing, he retorted before hastily departing. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves from the scholar, unwilling to place themselves in peril, leaving him bewildered by their reaction. Later, the scholar posed his inquiries, but none responded, merely recording the presence of an unnamed knight from House Velaryon. As the crowd dispersed, news of the prince's miraculous revival spread throughout King's Landing by nightfall, for only a select few were privy to the king's naming. Given that the king had long prepared the realm for his child, most referred to the child simply as the prince. The specifics of the scene were not widely disseminated for fear of repercussions. Even those who witnessed it shared their accounts only in hushed tones with trusted confidants. As the recent brutal crackdown by the city guard had left a deep impression, the golden-robed figures paraded the severed limbs and dismembered bodies in horse-drawn carts through the streets, serving as an indirect deterrent for many, resulting in a notable improvement in public order. Henceforth, the scholars of the Old Town pinned their theories on why House Targaryen could command dragons, concluding that the Targaryens were, in essence, dragons themselves, with Baelon Targaryen standing as a living testament. Chapter 5. The revived Baelon in the Red Keep, the council chamber. The captain of the King's Guard, Rhaenyra Redwine, led the way a few paces ahead, closely followed by the king. The grand chandelier hanging in the center blazed with burning oil, while the ministers participating in the royal meeting rose from their positions to greet the king. Captain Ser Criston Cole placed the yellow stone ball, belonging to the king, upon the long table of the royal council, leaving only the black stone ball that represented the defenders of the city of Demon. King Viserys held a profound belief in the principles of institutions, contracts, and laws, adhering to the philosophy of governance through established systems. The small balls symbolized his management ideology, akin to a clock-in system, where one could easily discern who was absent. With the king's arrival, the attending lords took their seats in respectful unison. And Rhaenyra? The king casually inquired. Her role was that of the cupbearer, a preparatory position granting her the opportunity to familiarize herself with the workings of the kingdom's power dynamics. The hand of the king remained silent, shifting the focus to the meeting's agenda. With a grave tone, he addressed the assembly. Your Majesty, in these dark times, though it is unwelcome, we must urgently deliberate this matter. What matter? Came the king's response. The issue of the heir. The events that transpired at the funeral were witnessed by all. No one shall accept a dragon upon the Iron Throne. The hand carefully chose his words. Viserys refrained from rebuttal, acknowledging the truth that the resurrected Baelon bore an appearance straddling that of man and dragon, thus lacking any claim to succession. A reality he too found difficult to accept. The king has an heir, the hand stated, while the Lord of the Navy, Corlys Velaryon, rose from his seat to pour himself a drink, countering the hand's assertions. Otto, the hand, dismissed the interruption and pressed on. Though we mourn the queen's passing, it is imperative for the stability of the realm to identify a suitable successor. Corlys, upon returning to his seat, chose not to sit down, as if believing that standing would bolster his authority. According to tradition and law, the king's heir had long been established. Shall we name him? Viserys queried. Aware that Corlys referred to Daemon Targaryen, Corlys stated without hesitation. The implication that retaining Daemon as the heir could incite national turmoil was not lost on the assembly. Grand Maester Mellos voiced his dissent, expressing his complete disapproval of Daemon. The hand silently agreed, nodding in affirmation. Subsequently, Corlys engaged in a debate with the hand, fueled by personal grievances, while the king adeptly defended his brother, Daemon. The king chastised Grand Maester Mellos for his choice of words, clearly reluctant to engage in the meeting. Seeking to interject humor. Outside, Daemon, eavesdropping, caught wind of his brother Viserys' sentiments, feeling a mixture of affection and helplessness as he smiled wryly. The gods have yet to create a being patient enough to endure absolute power, Your Majesty, the hand remarked philosophically. After a brief silence, Mellos redirected the conversation, asserting that, given the current circumstances, it would be prudent for the king to select an heir. None present seemed daft enough to mention the resurrected Baelon from that morning. The hand euphemistically referred to it as a dragon, though all perceived it as a monster. The discussion turned to the matter of succession. Prime Minister Otto appears to curry favor with the king by aligning himself with Princess Rhaenyra, yet he harbors his own calculations, regardless of familial or personal interests. He must prevent Daemon from making an appearance. The Lord Chancellor, Count Leonis Strong, supports the traditional choice of Daemon. The sea snake wavers, and Daemon brings forth his wife, the crownless Queen Rhaenys, who finds herself with little support. Others remain ambiguous in their declarations, likely waiting for the king's inclination, though their words hint at a preference for Rhaenyra, bolstered by the prime minister's backing. As the disputes intensify, it seems that winning an argument here could secure the heir. The king, increasingly agitated by the discussions, rises to chastise the assembly. I have just lost my wife and my most vital heir. I cannot abide your ravenous squabbling over their remains, he declares, before storming out in a fit of anger. In the Red Keep, in the birthing chamber, Baelon returns to the place where Queen Aemma bore him, as the court maids tidy the area to prepare it as his nursery. A week has passed since Baelon was cradled back into the world, yet he remains ensnared in a realm of whispers and curses, trapped in slumber. The king visited daily for several days, but as Baelon continued to slumber, his visits gradually diminished. Scholars, after extensive research and examination of scales and appearances, have suggested that Baelon might be a case of bloodline regression. Ancient Valyria once boasted 300 families, and the Targaryens may have intermarried with other houses, thus potentially igniting dual bloodlines within Prince Baelon. Upon hearing this explanation, the king neither affirmed nor denied the claim, withholding his judgment. The king forbids anyone other than the attending maid and Princess Rhaenyra from approaching, to prevent any rumors from circulating about the royal family, even going so far as to have Sir Rhaenyra assign a knight in white armor to stand watch. Regardless, it is undeniable that Targaryen blood flows through his veins. All mortals must face death, the man murmurs. He stealthily infiltrates the Red Keep through its dark passages, eluding patrols and servants. For a faceless man, these are mere trifles. He trails a maid carrying an empty bucket, infiltrating the laundry room when it is unoccupied, seizing her and, after a swift interrogation, slaying her with efficiency. Skillfully, he removes her face, crafting a disguise, and conceals his own masked attire and the maid's corpse in a hidden corner. Next, he follows his prior observations, filling the empty bucket beneath a dairy cow, lowering his head to mimic the posture and gait of a servant. A faceless man, he proceeds deeper into the Red Keep, making his way toward Maegor's Holdfast, where Belron's chamber resides. Along the path, he deftly avoids additional guards and attendants, occasionally pausing to feign the arrangement of garments to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Hasn't he already been fed this morning? At the door to Prince Baelon's chamber, Sir Harold Westerling observes the maid bringing in another bucket of milk, eager to fulfill the task assigned by the captain. This child is indeed extraordinary. The maid offers no response, proceeding straight to Belron's bedside, with Sir Harold Westerling following closely behind. Today, the maid exhibited a peculiar demeanor. Typically, a maid would solicit assistance to pry open Belron's mouth and feed him with a large spoon. He approached, using one hand to part his lips. Perhaps he had not contemplated the subsequent feeding. If he were to simply pour from a bucket with one hand, it would appear rather odd. In truth, he had never entered the megalithic tower, and while interrogating the maid, he had not anticipated such intricacies, thus finding himself in an awkward predicament. "Knight, could you lend me your assistance?" he implored, his voice tinged with helplessness. "No, I am a royal guard, solely responsible for security. This matter falls upon you. Return and fetch a spoon." Harold Westerling discerned the anomaly and sought to stabilize the situation. His hand subtly rested upon the hilt of his sword. Sensing the misalignment in address and tone, the faceless one observed with astute vigilance, aware that suspicion had been aroused. Drawing forth a Valyrian steel dagger coated with blood spider venom, he lunged at the creature upon the bed. This venom, lethal upon contact with blood, was a formidable weapon. Upon piercing the skin, the faceless one deftly rolled aside, evading Harold's sword thrust, and crawled through the window, descending step by step via the protruding bricks. He had never intended to confront a royal guard head-on. Harold Westerling managed only to unsheath his longsword, foregoing the pursuit to summon the guards. Today, the king and Princess Rhaenyra were convening in the throne room to establish the heir and receive the lord's oaths of fealty, leaving the palace guards somewhat sparse. When the guards arrived before Harold, they learned that the assailant had masqueraded as a maid, prompting them to hastily secure the gates of the Red Keep. However, they were informed by the gatekeeper that a maid had exited not long prior. Monster, monster, monster. Unable to respond to these voices, Belron's consciousness lingered in a dark expanse. Unaware of how much time had elapsed, he felt as if he were on the brink of madness. Enough, enough, cease the clamor. I am the monster, is that sufficient? The voices around Belron suddenly diminished. It seems there is a shift. I am a monster? The murmurs began to wane once more. By the gods, it seemed he had uncovered a blind spot. Was it truly so? I am a monster. I am a great monster. I am a super monster. Once the voices ceased entirely, Belron was engulfed by intense pain. My heavens! Joy surged within him as he realized he could move. Who could endure constant tirades all day long? Belron opened his eyes, not in a spectral state. Though his vision appeared somewhat distorted, it was still relatively normal. After nearly half a year of turmoil, he had finally returned to life. Your Majesty, we discovered a deceased maid in the laundry room. The assailant was a faceless one who escaped. Captain Lyon of the Iron Guard reported to the king at Belron's bedside. An assassination had transpired within the Red Keep, easily facilitated by the laxity of the palace guards. As the Iron Guard captain, Lyon Redwyne would be held accountable. The king was aware of the faceless one's elusive nature and ability to disguise, making them notoriously difficult to guard against. Today, most of the Red Keep's defenses were concentrated in the throne room, rendering some negligence somewhat understandable. Thus, he refrained from imposing excessive blame, instructing Lyon to conduct a thorough search of the Red Keep to eliminate any potential security threats. The bachelor had confirmed that Baelon had succumbed to poisoning. His heartbeat ceased. Viserys had also come to terms with this. What he desired was a worthy heir, and he did not dwell in sorrow, convincing himself that the miracle of that day had never transpired. Indeed, Your Majesty, the captain of the King's Guard, Ser Harwin, prepared to descend, his gaze inadvertently landing upon Baelon's amber-like eyes. Baelon, perceiving that he was locked in a gaze with the silver-armored, white-robed man with a face full of white whiskers, quickly gathered his wits. His eyes darted around, and he feigned ignorance, gnawing on his own claws, momentarily oblivious to anything amiss. Ah no, woe is me. The king, hearing the sound, turned to look in the direction of Ser Harwin's astonished gaze. Baelon had returned to life. Chapter 6. The Collapse of Persona 112 AC, Noon. The long summer persisted, and Westeros had endured a decade of this prolonged season. It had been 6 months since the Prince's tournament. On the eastern side of the Red Keep, walls stood adjacent to the coastline. Within, a secluded little garden of the sacred wood, difficult for outsiders to approach, was well tended by servants, flourishing yet orderly. A tall fishbeam tree blocked the sun's direct rays, its red leaves allowing dappled light to filter through. A gentle breeze swept by, and lying here, with eyes closed on the lap of Alicent Hightower, listening to tales, was particularly delightful. This spot was Princess Rhaenyra's exclusive throne. Now that she had become the heir to the Iron Throne, it mostly belonged to Prince Baelon. The Valyrians believed dragons were the offspring of the 14 Flames, and the lore of Qarth mentioned that the sky originally had 2 moons, one of which cracked under the sun's scorching heat, unleashing 1,000,000 dragons. If the inhabitants of the Shadowlands had mastered dragon riding first, why did they not conquer as the Valyrians did? The Valyrian tale seemed more credible. Alicent Hightower enunciated clearly, weaving the story with grace. Baelon opened his mouth, signaling for Alicent to feed him fruit. He listened to the maester's natural history, occasionally commenting on some of the assertions, though he could only grunt to express his views. Such days were truly a delight. Rhaenyra donned a light, white dress, its fabric airy and flowing, swaying with her movements. A delicate belt cinched her waist, her expression joyful. For the first time in 6 months, as the heir to the Iron Throne, she made a significant decision alone. Following the passing of Ser Harwin Redwine in his sleep, he had been quite elderly, having served under Ser Criston Cole in the Kingsguard. Rhaenyra placed her hands on her hips, staring at the drowsy Baelon on Alicent's lap, the second throne belonging solely to the queen. Baelon opened his mouth, filled with dragon teeth, eagerly awaiting his feed. Such teeth were not suited for chewing, but were indeed adept at tearing. After waiting for a considerable time, no apples fell into her mouth, and the sounds of reading ceased, leaving the air rather tranquil. What could be the matter? With bleary eyes, she opened them to glance around. Oh dear. Baelon swiftly turned over, pondering her purpose for being there. As the crown prince, should she not be assigned more tasks? After 6 months of development, Baelon stood at the height of a 3-year-old child, still walking upright, his body adorned with fine black scales. If one were to overlook his long, thick tail, mutated claws, and jagged teeth, he resembled a diminutive knight clad in armor, not much distinguishable from a normal person. I have told you countless times, this is my spot, and you are not permitted to encroach upon it, Rhaenyra asserted, grasping Baelon's neck and unceremoniously shifting him from the blanket. You've gained weight and grown so quickly. She swayed him in midair, nearly struggling to hold him aloft. Baelon wished to resist, flailing like a crab in protest. It was utterly humiliating. Possessing the soul of an adult yet trapped in the form of a child left him feeling both ashamed and powerless. Currently, he could not best anyone, especially not this sister who could truly deliver a beating. Do not underestimate the youth, he mused internally, a pang of regret surfacing. Silently, he leaned against a tree, listening to the conversation between the two friends, absorbing today's intelligence while calculating in his mind, hoping they would tread lightly when they eventually turned against each other. In truth, Rhaenyra harbored no concern for Baelon's safety. His armored scales provided formidable protection. She had tested the strength of his shed scales and found that ordinary swords could not breach them without a full-force strike, Valyrian steel being the sole exception. Do you recall the champion of the Crown Prince's tournament? She inquired. Are you referring to the Knight of Storm's End? He has been chosen as a White Knight. You selected him? My father had no objections. Rhaenyra settled into the spot Baelon had vacated, sharing amusing anecdotes from the day, including remarks from the royal council. Though she conveniently omitted that only the master of ships had agreed. She had not fully contemplated the implications. Could dragons not conquer the pirates of the Stepstones? After 6 months of contemplation, he had formulated a rough plan to avert internal strife within House Targaryen. He existed in a state akin to half-man, half-dragon, with a throat structure that rendered normal speech impossible. No one took him seriously, and if he desired anything, he had to rely on his elder sister Rhaenyra. His life had oscillated between the Meg Tower and the Sacred Grove. The wretched 7, he muttered, reflexively cursing them, attributing all evils to their influence. Thus, Baelon resorted to such means to harm his enemies. Noticing their conversation drawing to a close, Baelon seized the opportunity to approach and offer strawberries from the basket to Rhaenyra, assuring her his claws were clean. I must tell you, I have not been going out lately. Do not attempt to bribe me, Rhaenyra replied, firmly declining. She knew her brother all too well. His unwarranted attentiveness surely harbored ulterior motives for a jaunt outside. However, he truly needed to win her favor. He sought to conduct some biological experiments and had begun to form ideas regarding magic. Going out could work, he mused. I could bring back some specimens myself. Last time, I was too preoccupied with experiencing King's Landing. Ever since Baelon had been targeted for assassination, his guards had become increasingly vigilant, often alternating shifts between two white knights to keep watch over him. Initially, the task of feeding Baelon was eagerly undertaken by Rhaenyra, but after merely a week, her enthusiasm waned. Following that, she and Alicent took turns for a while, until ultimately, it was Alicent who assumed full responsibility for his care. There were suspicions that she was merely toying with him, as during Rhaenyra's watch, he was fed raw meat, cake, and salted fish. The most egregious offense was the dragon egg shell, which left Baelon devoid of appetite for an entire week. The indigestible offerings were vividly etched in his memory. Unbeknownst to him, she believed that even the venom of a blood spider could not harm his brother, and thus, eating such things should pose no problem for him. Time and again, he pushed away Baelon's claws in refusal. Little Baelon, attempting to grasp his sister's leg, jested that Alicent had suggested this idea. His attempts to please were in vain, as Rhaenyra paid him no heed and stood to leave. Indeed, I shall grasp her leg. I am but a child. Is that so strange? Baelon shivered at the thought. In an instant, he momentarily forgot his persona. After all, he was merely a half-year-old child, a dragon. Without a second thought, he dashed toward his sister, but Rhaenyra, quick to react, noticed Baelon's stealthy advance and turned to block his path with her hand upon her crown, preparing to escalate her defense. Can you understand me? Rhaenyra exchanged glances with Alicent, who stood nearby, realizing the gravity of the situation. Many intimate matters had not been concealed from this little one. Just a week prior, Sir Lionel Redwine, the captain of the King's Guard, had informed Baelon multiple times that he might possess innate wisdom. To validate Sir Lionel's assertions, he had tested Baelon in front of everyone. But the boy had skillfully evaded detection. The onlookers dismissed it as mere illusion. What did you say? I cannot comprehend. I am hungry. I fell asleep. When Lionel held him, he would cry and squirm, proving difficult to console. After 2 weeks without seeing the white-bearded captain of the King's Guard, Baelon had lowered his guard, nearly forgetting the persona he was to maintain, a normal child with a bloodline that harkened back to ancient times. Alas, he had been careless. Under the scrutiny of 2 pairs of eyes, Baelon felt adrift. What to do? Should he rush forward to cling to his sister's leg, or lie on the ground wailing? Baelon truly lacked the quick-wittedness required. It seemed inappropriate to feign ignorance now. The primary reason he hesitated to reveal the truth of his intelligence too soon was his overwhelming frailty. Appearing harmless would facilitate his survival. Viserys would occasionally come to check on him, akin to a person inspecting a pet. Rhaenyra had once suggested placing a dragon egg in the cradle in accordance with Targaryen tradition, but Viserys hesitated, saying he would consider it, and no further action followed. This indicated that he was not acknowledged. He was, after all, a dragon, albeit a peculiar one. Across the narrow sea, the faceless men regarded Baelon as a threat. Who knew what other malevolent beings lurked in the shadows? He was reluctant to display any aberration during his formative years. Westeros was rife with the ambitious and the scheming. And amidst whispered conversations between Rhaenyra and Alicent, he had acquired the moniker the Monster Prince. Truly, those who spread such rumors deserved to have their tongues severed. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about Otto, the Hand of the King. Rhaenyra and Alicent never shied away from discussing matters openly, inadvertently providing Baelon with a glimpse into the outside world. But now that intelligence is fading, his current strategy is to bide his time, seeking ways to restore his physical form, whether through blood magic or other means. By orchestrating a gathering akin to the Great Council of 101, he aims to garner the support of the majority of lords. With a precedent established, casting votes with their feet could allow him to reclaim the Iron Throne, thereby potentially averting a civil war within House Targaryen. There are still many years before the Dance of the Dragons, so there is no rush. Alicent has only just married Viserys. However, it seems time is running out. The Red Keep is the least capable of keeping secrets, and Otto, the Hand, has an intelligence network that spans the globe. Not to mention his daughter. He must act swiftly to mend the situation. Chapter 7. A sibling's bond. Seeing the displeased expression on Rhaenyra's face, Baelon, who had approached her without hesitation, turned to flee, only to be caught before he could reach the dirt path beneath the fish tree. Realizing escape was futile, he resorted to rolling on the ground in an attempt to evade capture. Rhaenyra, as the elder sister, was not one to indulge him, even if her brother was covered in scales. Completely disregarding her own dignity, she leaped upon the ground like a dragon, firmly restraining him amidst their fierce struggle. Dust swirling around them as his tail kicked up debris, staining her elegant white silk gown with mud. Alicent merely observed from a distance, avoiding the dust. And after a while, as the dust settled, victory belonged to Rhaenyra. She gazed at her brother's familiar, innocent face. The ruse was futile now, and a glint of mischief danced in her eyes as she resolved to extract the truth. With one hand, she lifted him from the ground, using his belt to pin him against the massive fish tree, leaving him suspended with nowhere to push against. With her other hand, she reached for his armpit and began to tickle him. Rhaenyra had once cleaned the newborn Baelon with a brush, and that area was unprotected by scales, his vulnerability. "Ah, no. I surrender," he whimpered, laughter escaping him under her relentless teasing. "Will you confess or not?" Rhaenyra finally paused, primarily to catch her breath, for her peculiar dragon of a brother still had some strength left. Baelon turned his head in defiance, unwilling to meet her gaze, for he knew his acting skills would falter under her scrutiny. Seizing the opportunity, he panted heavily, determined to feign innocence. When intimidation failed, Rhaenyra resorted to temptation. "Brother, if you confess, you know you've always wanted this, right?" She teased, fiddling with a necklace above him, a wicked smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with cunning. As a caring sister, she was well aware of Baelon's fondness for collecting precious items, be it gold coins, silver pieces, or gems salvaged from various trinkets. They could keep him occupied for an entire day, and he had amassed quite a collection sprawled across his bed, making for a cozy pillow. He must be a rather avaricious little fellow, playing the part of one who pretended not to understand. Well, she casually cast a glance at the Valyrian steel necklace adorning Rhaenyra's neck, contemplating its considerable market value. "Indeed, you truly understand." Rhaenyra rose to her feet, her frustration palpable, particularly as it stemmed from her own flesh and blood. This necklace, brought from the distant lands of Essos by Uncle Demon, was never intended as a gift. At this moment, the two young women finally grasped the truth in the words of the late Commander Rhaenyra Velaryon. Baelon was, without doubt, astutely intelligent. Alas, Baelon ceased to feign innocence, his true nature unveiled. How could an adult maintain such naivete daily, right under the noses of others? Surely, Alicent must have perceived it long ago, though she chose to remain silent. Having long anticipated this scenario, Rhaenyra felt no panic. She stood, casting a vigilant glance around, her demeanor turning serious as she beckoned Alicent, who had been watching from the sidelines, to join her. "Who are you?" Rhaenyra began to inquire. Her brother Baelon scratched out the common tongue in the dirt, forming simple words, devoid of grammatical structure. "I do not believe it. Which household can teach a child to write in just 6 months?" Rhaenyra questioned, seizing upon the exposed flaw with skepticism etched across her face. "I am from 101. The Grand Council, each one, brother, always, reborn, always," he continued, laboriously crafting fragmented sentences. In Rhaenyra's memory, her mother had endured 7 failed pregnancies before finally bearing an heir. Was this child the one? The stillborn? This was the first time young Rhaenyra cradled a sibling, an indelible memory from the funeral pyre. "Why did you not survive?" "You should be 11 now," Rhaenyra pondered aloud. Baelon silently nodded, tears streaming down his cheeks. There, do not cry," she soothed, crouching to embrace her brother. Feeling the modest warmth of her sisterly embrace through the soft, white silk, he nestled closer, comforted by her presence. Reluctant to part from that softness, he gently pushed her away. Rather than writing directly, he gazed up at the azure sky, sketching the image of the lantern-bearing crone with a few strokes. "Is it a deity?" Rhaenyra mused, recognizing the crone as one of the 7, the embodiment of fate. She recalled the day of Baelon's birth in the old town's temple, when all manifestations of the lantern-bearing crone splintered, perhaps in connection to him. "Did you prevail?" Rhaenyra ventured, embracing her brother who had endured so much suffering, her heart aching for him. She had many more questions. Baelon shook his head, choosing not to respond. Rhaenyra enveloped him once more, feeling the chill of his scaly skin against her own in the sweltering heat, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. She remembered how Syrax had often turned back to gaze at her, perhaps recognizing Baelon. It dawned on her that he was indeed 11 now. In truth, she was not alone, imagining that Baelon, invisible to all, had always been by her side, felt oddly comforting. "Help me keep this a secret," Baelon inscribed in the dirt. "Rest assured, sister will always protect you." Rhaenyra contemplated the prospect of finding an excuse to take her brother to the great September of Baelor to challenge the faith of the 7 once she ascended to the throne. However, at present, her father and the ministers of the royal council did not support her suggestions, leaving her with little influence. Alicent Hightower was born in Old Town, where before Aegon's conquest of Westeros, the starry September had long been the epicenter of the faith of the 7 and the residents of the High Septon. Baelon cast a glance her way, noting that there was indeed a follower of the 7 present. In truth, Alicent's presence did not escape Rhaenyra's consideration. In the future, Should she marry the king and assume the role of queen in the Red Keep, her authority would be formidable, and forming an alliance would be advantageous. As for preventing her from marrying Viserys, that was a jest. She was hardly in a position to assert her will. Even if she informed her sister of Alicent's intentions to become their stepmother, it would only serve to sow discord between the two friends, something she could not impede. Throughout the proceedings, Alicent was fully aware. Since this matter involved the divine, it was best to feign ignorance. "I shall keep your secret," Alicent declared, raising her book. To swear by the honor of the Hightower family and the Seven was the most solemn vow one could make in this world, far more serious than the oaths taken in the world before. The invocation of the Seven rendered these oaths profoundly sacred. To keep secrets about the Seven in their name, was it trustworthy? Baelon pondered the complexities, the logic somewhat entangled in his mind. In any case, she had sworn to secrecy, which was acceptable. Noticing that her brother seemed uneasy, Sister Rhaenyra spoke in her favor, unaware at that moment of the unusual bond between Alicent and Viserys. "Alicent has pledged to keep it secret. I shall do the same. Is that satisfactory?" Suddenly, an 11-year-old brother appeared, with no risk of competing for the inheritance, which delighted Rhaenyra. "Wait a moment, I will take you out to play." In light of her brother's trust in sharing his secret, she resolved to reward him. "I will continue my reading, but remember to return before dinner." Alicent signaled her willingness to provide cover. Rhaenyra, having taken a break from her usual responsibilities of looking after Baelon, noted that the king had not mentioned anything since the announcement of her claim to succession. He occasionally visited his son, which was a comfort. "Thank you," Rhaenyra said, planting a kiss on Alicent's cheek. "I shall go change my attire." "It's all your fault. You could have simply been honest," Rhaenyra chided as she departed. The royal chambers were located in Maegor's Holdfast, situated beyond the dry moat. A square fortress with walls 12 feet thick, truly a fortress within a fortress. After changing into a dark gray riding outfit in her chamber, she descended the stairs, crossing the bridge over the dry moat when a thought struck her, prompting her to turn back. She headed straight to Baelon's bedroom, retrieving a handful of gold and silver coins from beneath the mattress. Typically, when the princess ventured out, she was accompanied by the king's guard and carried no money. This time, however, she intended to slip away unnoticed. Excitedly, she made her way to the dragon lair, bringing out Syrax. Directly escorting Baelon was quite troublesome, as it required notifying the king, which would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Even if permission were granted, having the king's guard follow would complicate matters further. In truth, she wished to mend her relationship with Baelon. After all, she had previously fed him an array of peculiar items. Surely, a child would not hold grudges. In her youth, she longed for a brother to alleviate her mother's torment, while she herself aspired to be a knight, galloping across the battlefield to earn honor. This desire stemmed from her wish to escape the confines of traditional female roles, merely regarded as a tool for political marriage. Her father declared her as the heir, and during the ceremony in the throne room, the lords approached one by one to pledge their loyalty to safeguard her claim to succession. The Lord of Driftmark, Corlys Velaryon. The Lord of Old Town, Hobart Hightower. The Duke of Storm's End, Boros Baratheon. And the Northman, Rickon Stark, among nearly half of the lords, swore fealty to her. It was then that she finally understood what she desired, to carve out a place for herself within the predominantly male-dominated hierarchy of power and governance. To become a true ruler, someone who could command like a man, make decisions, and earn respect. Chapter 8. The delicacy of Syrax. Rhaenyra skillfully maneuvered Syrax, donning a durable, deep gray dragon-riding outfit, as she circumvented the attention of most in King's Landing. She landed gracefully not far from Baelon. The noble princess intended for her brother to experience the freedom of the skies, and with agility, she dismounted from the dragon's neck. To Baelon, the young yellow-scaled dragon did not seem so imposing after all. He scrutinized Syrax, squinting as he met her gaze. She had not grown much since half a year ago. Once again, the familiar flavors beckoned. Syrax tilted her head, scanning for treats, finally spotting a small morsel beneath the fish rack. Eagerly, she lifted her leg, preparing to approach, her mouth silently gathering dragon fire. Sensing the dragon's unusual excitement, Rhaenyra quickly sensed the impending situation. "Syrax, listen," she urged, swiftly calming her restless companion by gently holding her head. As for Baelon, upon sensing Syrax's hostility, he was promptly pulled behind a large tree by Alicent to avoid becoming collateral damage. Confident in his resistance to fire, he believed that Syrax's flames would not incinerate him. Yet, he found himself wanting to step forward, only to be yanked back by Alicent once more. This tug-of-war occurred thrice, until Alicent decided to simply hold him in her arms. "I'm not afraid. Let me go," he protested, struggling within her embrace. However, Alicent misunderstood his cries, thinking he was eager to engage in battle, and held him even tighter. Baelon's scaled armor was designed for defense. Its edges were not sharp, but rather dull, ensuring that he would not harm Alicent as she clutched him. Perhaps due to an instinctual tension, even while holding Baelon, she maintained a firm grip with her arms crossed. With a series of deep, metallic reverberations, Syrax emitted a sound imbued with a hint of menace. The dragon regarded the delectable morsels that dared to tempt its predatory instincts, provoking it rather audaciously. After a struggle, Syrax managed to lift its lowered head, its amber-hued eyes glistening with the fervor of a hunter, fixated intently on its quarry. Baelon, cease your antics, Rhaenyra chastised, directing her disdain toward Baelon, who was concealed behind a tree. Dohyrus, Syrax, obey. The dragon once again settled, albeit its gaze remained locked on Baelon, who cowered behind the foliage. What troubles Syrax? Alicent inquired, hesitantly peering from her hiding place. The dragon's threatening growl summoned the royal guards tasked with protecting Baelon. Sir Illic? Rhaenyra called out, offering no further explanation as she waved from a distance. The duty of guarding Baelon fell to two brothers, twins distinguished by their facial hair and hairstyles. From afar, even Rhaenyra sometimes struggled to tell them apart. Yes, princess. I am here. Please, do not hesitate to command me, Illic replied, sheathing his sword upon discerning that Syrax bore no intention of attack. He also noted Alicent, clutching Baelon, and surmised the unfolding situation. As Illic moved away, Rhaenyra observed Syrax, still eyeing Baelon with ill intent. She resolved to allow the dragon to forage nearby, knowing that it would not return to its lair unless compelled by hunger. All right, you may come out now. I truly do not understand why Syrax harbors such animosity toward you. Thank you, Alicent. We are sisters, and caring for it is also my responsibility, Rhaenyra replied, her gaze shifting to her younger brother, who was scribbling on the ground. Is this how we play outside? The handwriting was crooked yet legible. We cannot go out. It is too troublesome, Rhaenyra said, playfully tapping her brother's head, deciding to abandon the idea of taking him out while shadowed by the royal guards. Perhaps another time. What? We're not going out? Then my plans are dashed, he lamented, looking somewhat dazed. How am I to gather materials to validate my magical theories? Has the first step already hit a snag? Sister, were you hoping to take me out with the dragon? Rhaenyra nodded. Couldn't you simply take me outside? It is rather complicated, do not dwell on it. Your appearance could incite rumors. You already bear the title of the Monster Prince. The Monster Prince? Has that changed? It seems different from the original tale. Never mind that for now. He pondered. It seems I am confined. After some contemplation, it is merely a matter of going outside. With that, Baelon extended his small claw, tugging at the hem of Rhaenyra's gray skirt, signaling her to follow him. Alicent did not follow. The two within the Red Keep were unable to leave. For now, Rhaenyra found solace in solitude, though it would not be long before they were returned. Today, she had gleaned a considerable amount of information, and she reminded herself of her promise to the two not to divulge any secrets. She could, however, inquire about her father's perspective on the seven gods. Perhaps it would unveil some hidden truths. A flicker of intuition suggested to her that she was on the verge of discovering something significant, igniting her curiosity. Following Baelon's guidance, they departed the Weirwood Grove. With their destination seemingly the Maegor's Holdfast, a fortress-like structure situated in the heart of the Red Keep, enveloped by 12-foot-thick walls, resembling a city within a city. Here, the king, the princess, Baelon, and other royal members had their chambers. Are you planning to dine? She asked. It is not yet time, Baelon replied without turning. Focused on leading the way. Then do not tug at my garments. Take the lead, Rhaenyra insisted, pulling away from Baelon. His short legs moved quickly yet hurriedly, causing Rhaenyra to sway ungracefully as she adjusted her attire. Crossing the bridge and traversing the moat, they encountered several guards stationed along the route. They entered Maegor's Holdfast amidst the salutes of patrolling sentinels. Are you seeking father? He is not in his chamber at this hour, she remarked. Recently, she had been reluctant to meet with Viserys. Just that morning, at the council meeting, she had suggested addressing the occupation of the shipping lanes by the daughter of the Stone Steps, yet most regarded her as a mere child, dismissing her with pretenses to select the Kingsguard, entirely disregarding her input. Perhaps it was simply because she was a woman, she mused. Ser Harwin trailed behind at a measured distance, ensuring the protection of the royal family, a duty of the Kingsguard. His mastery of distance allowed him to remain unseen while still being able to reach her side in a moment's notice. Baelon gestured for his sister to indicate to Ser Harwin that he need not follow. Rhaenyra did not comprehend his vague sounds, but inferred his intentions from his gestures. Sir Harwin, I require some private time, she whispered as she approached him. He nodded, choosing not to follow any longer, for in his mind, Maegor's holdfast was the safest structure within the Red Keep. He then engaged in conversation with a guard on the bridge, suggesting an acquaintance between them. Once the siblings entered Maegor's holdfast, they encountered only a few maids engaged in cleaning duties. With a clear purpose, they navigated through various corridors and halls adorned with artifacts of House Targaryen, including black armor and dragon skulls, which Baelon had grown tired of seeing. They ascended the staircase directly to the king's chamber. Upon opening the door, Rhaenyra found the room somewhat desolate. The traces of her mother's presence had vanished. However, the miniature models displayed on the table astonished her. As she examined the intricately carved pieces, including a grand wooden sculpture of the Valyrian blood temple and the dragon's lair, it was evident that immense time and effort had been invested in their creation. In the corner lay various sculpting tools, materials, and both completed and unfinished models, items that had not been present during the lifetime of her mother, Queen Aemma. She understood that her father regarded sculpting as a sanctuary from the tumult of life, a means to discover tranquility within his modest creative sphere. Here, he could evade the intricate political dilemmas and power struggles, focusing solely on his artistry, relishing in peace and freedom. Perhaps it had been quite some time since she had actively sought him out, and a torrent of thoughts flooded her mind. Chapter 9. The Underground Passage of Maegor. Where is it? Where is it? Murmured Baelon, scanning his surroundings with keen eyes. The room was somewhat dim, dominated by two prominent fireplaces and several colossal, enigmatic portraits in the style reminiscent of ancient Rome. Baelon explored the chamber, occasionally tapping the bricks with his long fingers, carefully listening to the resonances, his every move exuding professionalism. This body endowed him with formidable senses, and his sense of taste was remarkably acute. Thus, he possessed a unique passion for exquisite cuisine. To him, dining was one of the greatest joys in existence. The ruthless Maegor must have constructed this place with secret passages. For why else would he have eliminated all those privy to its secrets? This bedroom undoubtedly concealed a passage leading to the outside world. Don't search. Rhaenyra frowned, expressing her displeasure. There's nothing here but wood. To her, Baelon seemed to be aimlessly scurrying about, solely focused on uncovering valuable treasures, bringing her along merely to exploit her identity for legitimate access. Baelon was intent on locating the secret passages left by Maegor during the castle's construction. His bedroom resided several levels below, and neither the King's Guard nor Lady Alicent, nor any guards, would permit him to explore freely. He believed the king's chamber likely harbored a secret passage. Knock, 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 knock. A look of delight crossed Baelon's face. I found it. He hurriedly pulled his sister over, and beneath Rhaenyra's puzzled gaze, he knocked on the wall once more. The sound echoed hollowly, tapping another adjacent wall. He noted the sound was significantly more solid, confirming his suspicion. Concerned that his sister might doubt him, he repeated the action on several other walls. Rhaenyra began to piece it together. There's actually a secret passage? The Maegor Tower, as the citadel within the city, boasted thick walls, 12 feet thick, equivalent to half a cart. The presence of a secret passage seemed plausible. Rhaenyra surmised that this passage was likely a means of escape prepared by the cruel Maegor, an ancestor of House Targaryen, replete with mechanisms for convenient access. Having discovered traces of the passage, finding the entrance was merely a matter of time. Rhaenyra's interest peaked as she immediately directed her gaze toward the fireplace. This was the most significant distinction between the king's chamber and the other rooms in the castle. Moreover, there was no apparent need for two stone fireplaces. Something was undoubtedly amiss. Following her sister's gaze, Baelon unhesitatingly ventured into the fireplace. He tapped behind him, and indeed, a hollow sound echoed back. Excitedly, Baelon exerted all his strength to pull at the panel within the fireplace, but his small frame could only manage to create a narrow gap. Let me do it, Rhaenyra sighed, crouching beside him, and effortlessly pulled her dirty little brother from the fireplace before squeezing herself in. She forcefully pried open the stone slab, and a wave of dark, narrow air rushed forth, mingling with the briny scent of the sea. After stepping back from within, Rhaenyra hesitated, standing still as she grappled with the decision of whether to inform their father of this significant discovery. Just then, in a careless moment, that small figure darted into the secret passage like a large rat. Hey, come back, she called out, tinged with anxiety and irritation. Baelon, however, paid her no mind, his steps neither faltering nor slowing, even quickening. Rhaenyra spotted a beautifully crafted dagger on the table and swiftly secured it at her waist. She carefully picked up a white candle, burnt down to a third of its height, and cradling it gently, followed him into the passage. It was evident that no one had set foot here for quite some time. Aided by the flickering light, patches of moss were randomly scattered across the ground and walls. The interior was not only dark and damp, but the air was also laced with an odd assortment of scents, reminiscent of moldy dampness mingled with the salty sea breeze. The floor of the passage was paved with gray stone bricks, arranged in a staircase that wound downwards. The surrounding walls were constructed from stacked stones, with iron railings visible in steep sections, albeit hidden beneath a thick layer of dust. Although the space felt somewhat confined, it was relatively accommodating for the slender 15-year-old Rhaenyra. Yet, the narrowness and darkness enveloped her in an almost suffocating pressure. Baelon dashed ahead, filled with excitement, leading the way, though he occasionally stumbled over the uneven steps. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, his eyes sharp only to moving objects, as he struggled to see clearly in the complete darkness. He thought to himself that with his scaly armor for protection, a few tumbles were nothing to fear. His only concern was Rhaenyra catching up to him and dragging him back. If that happened, it would be ages before he could venture out again. Thus, the two of them pursued each other leisurely through the secret passage. Rhaenyra, intent on protecting the fragile candle in her grasp, walked cautiously, the flame flickering in the gentle draft, fearing it might extinguish at any moment. "Don't run so fast. I won't bring you back," she whispered. Yet her voice produced an eerie echo in the narrow corridor, reverberating against the stone walls, as if countless spirits were repeating her words. At last, at the conspicuous junction of stone bricks and rock walls, Rhaenyra spotted Baelon waiting for her. While the staircase ahead came to an abrupt end, it appears they have descended into a deeper part of the underground, a realm seemingly shrouded in untold secrets. The two explorers exchanged no words, merely continuing their investigation. This vast subterranean expanse struck awe, with shimmering mineral lights adorning the stone walls, casting an eerie hue upon this dim world, akin to a colossal and enigmatic underground labyrinth. Suddenly, Rhaenyra grasped her brother's collar with her left hand, using the flickering candlelight to observe him, fearful that he might slip away given his agility. After a few futile attempts to escape her grasp, Baelon settled down considerably. The passages here branched out in all directions, some gradually sloping upwards, possibly leading to hidden corners not far beneath the surface. Others descended into greater depths, perhaps leading to more intricate caverns. Amidst this endless network of corridors, there existed naturally formed caves of various sizes. The smaller ones served merely as temporary shelters, while the larger ones resembled underground plazas. Ahead lay what seemed to be a sight of great significance. In the corner, sacks and barrels were neatly arranged. Nearby lay heaps of rusted standard armor and an array of polearms, the waxen shafts of the spears warped from moisture. Baelon extended a claw to pierce one of the sacks. In an instant, the bag burst open, releasing a viscous black substance. A pungent odor of decay surged forth, a noxious blend of rotting food, moldy fabric, and unknown filth. The two were taken aback, their faces contorting in distaste, clearly unsettled by the stench. "Stay still," she admonished, delivering a firm slap to Baelon's head before reclaiming his collar. He emitted a peculiar sound, glancing up at Rhaenyra to express his discontent. After wiping his claws against the fabric of his rear, Baelon resumed his exploration, still under his sister's control. They tread lightly, cautiously navigating through a field of bones, illuminated only by the faint candlelight. The bones, weathered by time, exhibited an eerie whiteness. It was evident that such a transformation could not have occurred without decades of erosion. Judging by the attire and tools scattered about, these were likely farmers, craftsmen, and even a few soldiers who had been forcibly conscripted. The postures of the remains showed no signs of violent resistance. They appeared as if they had succumbed to death in their sleep, likely victims of poisoning. Rhaenyra's gaze wandered among the skeletal remains, meticulously scrutinizing the traces left by these departed souls. From the remnants of clothing and the tools strewn nearby, it was clear they were farmers, craftsmen, and soldiers. The manner in which their bodies lay did not reflect fierce struggle, but rather an unguarded surrender to death in a dreamlike state. Rhaenyra pondered silently. Suspecting these individuals had perished from poison, a silent yet brutally merciless massacre, likely the work of King Viserys I to conceal the secrets of this passage. As she surveyed the scene, the sheer number of remains was staggering, at least 500 or 600 in total. At every crossroads lies a decision, and one may easily become lost in this intricate, spiderweb-like underground realm. Having lingered for a while in this cavern of supplies, the odor proved quite unpleasant. Rhaenyra narrowed her eyes slightly, surveying the complex pathways before her, and casually selected a corridor that appeared relatively broad and ascendant. At the very least, an upward passage suggested a high probability of leading to a structure above ground. should she return to the surface? Her frequent dragon riding and familiarity with the landmarks of King's Landing would certainly prevent her from losing her way. Chapter 10. Secrets of the Hand's Tower. The construction of the Red Keep commenced in 35 AC, during the reign of Aegon I Targaryen, initiated at his behest. It was not until 45 AC, under the rule of Maegor I Targaryen, that the Red Keep was fully completed. The Hand's Tower, as a component of the Red Keep, was also erected during this period. At the pinnacle of the tower resided the Hand's office, furnished with a grand oak desk cluttered with parchment scrolls, maps, and letters. Behind the desk stood a massive arched window, offering a panoramic view of the entirety of King's Landing. Otto Hightower sat before the desk, the sunlight filtering through the partially closed window, casting a warm, muted glow upon his wrinkled yet astute visage. Occasionally, a breeze would waft in, bringing with it a hint of chill, causing the white curtains to flutter gently. The two siblings departed the underground cavern, ascending the passageway for some time, until the earthen path beneath their feet abruptly transformed into grayish-white stone steps. It appeared they had entered the structure itself and emerged onto the surface. A few rays of light seeped through the cracks in the walls, illuminating the form of Baelon. The candles they had previously brought were long extinguished. This was the Hand's Tower. Observing through the crevice, Rhaenyra concluded that the surrounding walls were constructed from rough-hewn stones, maintaining a similar style to the subterranean steps. This indicated that the secret passages were completed concurrently with the Red Keep, forming an integral part of its design. After traversing the stone steps for nearly the duration of a half-burnt candle, the prior descent seemed effortless compared to this arduous ascent, which was estimated to be nearly 100 meters high. Their breaths became rapid and labored, their chests heaving violently, while Baelon gasped heavily, his breaths resonating like a weary bellows struggling to function. If this was indeed the Hand's Tower, they were likely nearing the summit. Yet they had only traversed half the distance. Should they fail to uncover an exit at the end, they would have to retrace their steps, Rhaenyra contemplated. Baelon bore 4 dulled, upward curving dragon horns upon his forehead, complemented by a tuft of silver hair at the back of his head, which a bachelor had once likened to a dragon's crown. In truth, it merely sounded flattering, as Baelon perceived it more akin to a hedgehog. He led the way, the passageway narrower than that of Maegor's, barely accommodating a single person. Moreover, he was reassured by the knowledge that being within the Hand's Tower posed no danger, for the preoccupied Baelon often bumped into Rhaenyra from behind. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they found no exit. At the end of the secret passage, Rhaenyra gently leaned against the wall to recuperate her strength, while Baelon sank heavily to the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. After a moment, he simply lay down, his eyes vacantly gazing at the ceiling, exclaiming, "I am utterly exhausted." Rhaenyra hastily covered her brother's mouth, having heard the sound of a door being pushed open behind the wall. "Shoo, this is the Prime Minister's tower," she whispered, aligning her gaze with 2 peepholes that provided a perfect view of the desk beside the hearth. Rhaenyra was certain this was a relic used by some ancestor of House Targaryen to spy on the Prime Minister. Otto appeared to be engaged in work when Grand Maester Mellos entered, drawing out a chair nearby to sit not far from the Prime Minister. The topics discussed in today's council meeting seemed rather radical. The Citadel, located in Old Town, maintained a close relationship with the Hightower family, which, through their support and control of the Citadel, wielded considerable influence over the political landscape of Westeros. The Citadel held its own stance, providing knowledge and counsel to the king and other members during the council meetings, while staunchly upholding the king's will regarding succession. It was an established consensus that they must never directly intervene. Clearly, Grand Maester Mellos had forgotten that he expressed a negative view of Daemon during the council, deeming him a tyrant and a cruel ruler. The princess was indeed too young and required experience. Otto, seated across from him, paid no heed, continuing to write on the parchment with a quill, the only sound in the room being the faint scratching of the quill on the sheepskin. "You know, I refer to matters following the princess's departure," Otto remarked, laying down his pen and pausing to regard the newcomer. Everyone was aware that the king would remarry. Why could it not be the Hightower family? His gaze was deep and piercing. In what capacity would the princess find herself? Half of the lords of the realm have sworn fealty, and the White Tower is present. None wish for the kingdom to descend into chaos again. The White Tower symbolized the Hightower family, representing their sigil. "Nor do I wish for such discord," Otto said, rising with a slight smile as he took the seat opposite Mellos. "But she is still underage. Anything is possible, is it not?" Their eyes met, both understanding the other's intentions. Mellos aimed to maintain the current state to gain the recognition and respect of the king and other nobles, thereby enhancing his own status and influence. His suggestions and decisions could sway the king's choices and the kingdom's fate, bringing him power and prestige. Otto, on the other hand, was devoted to intertwining his bloodline with the Iron Throne, ensuring that his family could continuously play a pivotal role in the kingdom's affairs and solidify their political power. The Citadel would remain neutral, serving the king, Melos reiterated. I am aware. We are allies, albeit with aligned objectives. You also understand that in the Seven Kingdoms, save for Dorne, succession is traditionally male-preferred, while in Dorne, both genders share equal rights. The king is merely indulging in wishful thinking. Melrose lowered his voice. Well, the Academy has already warned me that I am too close to you. There will be no trouble as long as I remain in my position. Otto reassured him. I will write something on your behalf to the Academy. Melrose seemed to comprehend Otto's implication. Was it through the council that another crownless queen was to emerge? Otto maintained an intelligence network for the nation and was usually occupied with governmental affairs, returning to his desk to respond to an unfinished letter. Very well. Let us pretend I was never here. After a brief moment, Melrose quietly departed the Prime Minister's tower, having resolved some of his own troubles, if not entirely unfruitfully. Everyone had their own schemes. Rhaenyra, harboring an inexplicable sentiment, listened intently from the secret passageway to the conversation between the Grand Maester and the Prime Minister. She concluded that the last two supporters in the court were now gone. She was astute, yet lacked her own channels of information. Spending most of her time within the Red Keep, receiving the flattery of the nobles and absorbing knowledge, often taking things for granted. There was no one among her courtiers to offer her strategic counsel. In the eyes of many, she was merely a temporary placeholder for the throne. Once a suitable replacement was found, she would be cast aside. Was she truly so inept? Everyone coveted what belonged to her. With Baelor in tow, she retraced her steps back to the cave littered with bones, remaining silent throughout the journey. Her mind wandered through myriad thoughts. Her mother had said that a woman's battlefield lay in the birthing room. She countered this notion with the tale of Nymeria, who led 10,000 ships across the narrow sea, guiding the Rhaenyra to the shores of Dorne, conquering the entire region with her formidable leadership and military prowess. Aided by her husband, Mors Martell, she could recount many such stories that would leave her mother speechless. Now, reflecting on the difficulty women faced in departing the confines of the birthing chamber, she once believed that with a dragon, a supportive kingly father, and the allegiance of half the lords, ascending to the Iron Throne was merely a matter of time. You are all I have left, Rhaenyra said as she crouched down to embrace Baelor, recalling her mother. Unable to contain herself any longer, she quietly sobbed, her grievances echoing in the dim space, amplifying her desolation. Only you will not take from me. Ah, take what? Baelor's eyes widened in confusion. What had transpired? He had previously overheard the two men conversing in the secret passage, but was unaware of their identities. Much of their dialogue was only partially understood. The common tongue was a second language to him, as he had never formally studied it, leaving him to grasp only the general sense of their words. As for Valyrian, he could only recall Dracarys, the rest having slipped his memory. In this medieval pseudo-historical drama of House Targaryen, knowledge was a luxury for the common folk, largely reserved for the nobility. He had been striving to seize any opportunity to learn, yet Baelor appeared too young to pursue formal education openly, which would be deemed quite shocking to the outside world. Most of his learning came from Miss Alicent. His laziness was merely a facade of childish innocence. Oh dear. Please do not cry. I cannot stand to see a girl in tears. However, at this moment, he could only gently pat his sister's back, softly humming a peculiar tune to offer what little comfort he could. The sudden news, the woman's cries, the strange melody, and the dimly lit space conspired to create an eerie atmosphere. Where did you learn that? Rhaenyra's astonishment quickly eclipsed her sorrow, redirecting her attention. Quietly, she listened to Belron's odd little ditty, which had a surprisingly pleasant rhythm. Indeed, it seemed effective, Belron thought, as he sang with increasing cheerfulness. Chapter 11. The Oath of the Flea Nest. Rhaenyra originally intended to return the way they came, but under Belron's stubborn insistence, she ultimately acquiesced, realizing that this was no dragon's offspring, but rather a mere calf. Very well, we shall retrace our steps without any detours. Do you understand? Belron nodded obediently. Following Prime Minister Tamida's return, Rhaenyra faced two choices. One path led deeper into the cave where the water grew increasingly profound, while the other was an unfinished dead end. Rhaenyra's concession stemmed from the growing rumble in her stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. That noise rang particularly clear in the stillness of the cavern. In the vast white-boned cave, Belron endured his hunger. His keen sense of smell and touch played a crucial role as he meticulously analyzed the air currents within each cavern. The air in this cave was peculiar, salty, and damp, Could it lead to the sea? He mused, marking this cave as a potential option. After lingering a moment longer at another cavern's entrance and inhaling deeply, a sudden realization struck him. Goodness, it's excrement. How distressing. Upon catching the scent from yet another cave, the hunger gnawing at him intensified, making his stomach yearn for sustenance. This one had the aroma of meat. This was it. He gestured to proceed down this path. Rhaenyra observed him as he sniffed at each entrance, finally pointing toward the cavern ahead. Are you certain? She asked, somewhat skeptical, as the entrance appeared rather narrow, barely allowing passage and likely to be a tiring endeavor. Baelon nodded vigorously, leaving no room for doubt. Rhaenyra advanced, grasping the protruding limestone within the cave. It felt sturdy and unlikely to collapse easily. Very well then, she conceded, trusting his thorough examination of each entrance. Follow closely behind me, and do not push, Rhaenyra instructed. The entrance was small, forcing her to bend slightly as she moved forward in small steps. As they ventured deeper, the space began to constrict, resembling a tightening pouch. Rhaenyra had no choice but to adopt a kneeling position to continue. This tunnel was exceedingly long, making it increasingly difficult for her to glance back at Baelon. She gazed at Baelon, who strolled with an unaffected demeanor, her heart tinged with an unspoken imbalance. How much longer? Rhaenyra's voice, feeble and weary, echoed within the confines of the narrow cave. Baelon, taking advantage of his sister's inability to comprehend his words, casually offered a few dismissive remarks, though he himself was unaware, only sensing that the aroma of meat had not diminished. At that moment, a surge of determination was essential. Being shorter than his sister, Baelon found it relatively easier to traverse the arduous path. Eventually, they reached their destination, where a stone slab riddled with gaps obstructed their exit. King's Landing, the foulest city in Westeros, harbored the flea bottom, the most repugnant district, akin to a festering sore upon the city's flesh. It represented a degraded area, filled with narrow alleys housing establishments that procured the infamous brown stew. The stench emanating from pigsties, stables, and tanneries mingled with the odors of wine cellars and brothels, creating a nauseating miasma. Descending westward along Flower Street of the Rhaenys Hills, one could discover this labyrinthine web of unpaved lanes and intersections. The roads here resembled a tangled knot, intricate and bewildering. Yet, Rhaenyra would typically avoid this place, often steering clear of it like one would a plague. Even when mounted upon her dragon, for the stench was enough to render one faint. Structures lined the narrow alleys, nearly pressed against one another. Gaps in the stone slabs protruded from the ground. From behind a low red house emerged two figures, a wave of odor assaulting them. Rhaenyra wrinkled her nose, certain that this foul scent lingered within King's Landing. Fleabottom. At this moment, the sun hovered at noon, and in the distance, the enormous dragon pit was visible. Indeed, she was correct. Thanks to her frequent flights on Dragonback, her sense of direction in King's Landing was impeccable. The dining halls of Fleabottom distributed free brown stew daily, funded by the royal nobility and the church, ensuring that the scum of Fleabottom would not starve, but that was the extent of their generosity. Rhaenyra had occasionally visited such places in the company of her father. Ugh. After exiting the secret passage, Baelon retched with fervor, though it was merely dry heaving. The breakfast he had consumed earlier was long digested. Sometimes, having a keen sense of smell proved to be a curse, as he crouched on the ground, investigating the viscous substance beneath his claws, which only heightened his nausea. What kind of place is this? Baelon clearly had no knowledge of this area. Since his birth, he had only left the Red Keep for his own funeral. As for the time he had flown around with Rhaenyra in a spectral state, he had been preoccupied chasing Syrax. At that moment, a filthy child clad in a tattered long shirt and torn breeches, barefoot with cracked skin and dirt under his nails, passed by. Now is the time to distribute the free brown soup. He clutched an old bowl in his left hand and a piece of wood in his right, anxiously queuing to receive his portion, hoping to acquire a few morsels of meat. Casually glancing at two individuals nearby, he noticed a silver-haired girl clad in gray attire. And then, something else? Wait. Doubting his own vision, he stepped back to observe more closely. A monster. He turned and fled, shouting, "Monster! Monster!" Rhaenyra immediately grasped the situation. Although Baelon was clothed, his limbs and facial features bore draconic traits, now exposed, making him appear to this child as a creature sprung from a nightmare. Fortunately, at that moment, everyone was lined up in the cafeteria, leaving the surroundings devoid of onlookers. In a swift motion, Rhaenyra apprehended him, causing the bowl and wood in the child's hands to clatter to the ground. He was forcibly dragged back to a more concealed area behind the building. "Help, help!" The child cried out loudly. Baelon scrutinized the boy with his gem-like amber eyes. But soon, The child's breathing became cautious, fearful of provoking this humanoid creature. However, Baelon thought his appearance was merely peculiar, not terrifying. The child was gaunt, with collarbones, ribs, and vertebrae prominently visible. His collarbone jutted out like a hanger from his neck to chest, the ribs distinctly countable, and his spine protruded in segments as if a string of beads was embedded beneath his skin, a clear manifestation of malnutrition. I saw nothing. I'm too thin to be appetizing. The child trembled as he spoke. Baelon burst into laughter, revealing his sharp, gleaming teeth. You thought I was a man-eating monster? Ha ha ha. The child, evidently more frightened, began to struggle desperately, akin to a creature ensnared in a trap. Quiet. If you wish to fill your belly, keep silent. Rhaenyra easily subdued the child. She turned to shoot Baelon a stern glare, clearly displeased with his conduct. Baelron's laughter abruptly ceased, akin to a note abruptly cut off. Noticing the child's body relax, Rhaenyra softened her tone slightly. What is your name? Adu. The child timidly replied. Where's this place? Adu glanced at Baelron, hesitated, and tentatively suggested, a flea nest? Baelron and Rhaenyra exchanged glances, somewhat exasperated. Never mind, no more questions. Rhaenyra extracted a silver coin from her pocket, selecting a silver stag. Adu, procure us a couple of sets of clothing, and this is yours. A cunning glint flickered in Adu's eyes. If you dare to deceive us. He has a keen nose, and will find you, Rhaenyra warned, noticing the child's shifty gaze, aware that he was not to be trifled with. Baelron cooperatively displayed his array of fine, sharp teeth, deliberately adopting a terrifying expression, resembling a demon that had crawled forth from the depths of darkness. You dare to deceive us. His keen sense of smell could easily lead him to you. Rhaenyra observed the glint in his eyes, aware that he was no fool. Yet, she endeavored to keep her clandestine rendezvous with Baelon under wraps. Baelon, playing along, bared his sharp, minute teeth, adopting a fearsome countenance. I swear by the seven gods. I shall return. Heir did not articulate the consequences, but he would undoubtedly come back, perhaps next week or the month thereafter. As Rhaenyra released her grip on Heir, the child dashed away with the money, scrambling in fear of being caught again. Heir felt a surge of joy, astonished that someone believed in a promise made in a den of thieves. Did they not realize that this place was rife with pickpockets, swindlers, and rapists? Surely, he would return. Observing Heir leave behind the dishes and wooden materials he had dropped, as if in flight, Rhaenyra suddenly felt a sense of peril. Baelon had always regarded the seven gods as mere charlatans. Yet, he thought it might be beneficial for his naive sister to learn a harsh lesson about the malevolence of humanity, so he refrained from intervening. Little did he know that this would lead to a calamity. The seven gods had never relinquished their desire to obliterate the deities from beyond fate. Baelon had merely lingered in the Red Keep without finding an opportunity. Even the Strangler could not be slain, as the poison plan had been abandoned. Perhaps he should first strip Heir of his garments to don them himself. Realizing the implications, Rhaenyra felt a pang of concern for her brother, whose appearance could easily attract the ire of the impoverished, leading to a grim fate. He was far too young. Chapter 12. The conspiracy of the faith. The gods cannot foresee the actions of another deity, as they exist outside the realm of fate. For the gods, the Targaryens and their dragons are akin to prey dangling from a fishhook. They may see the taut line, but cannot guarantee capture, only striving to prevent them from slipping away. In the Great September of Baelor, the faith of the Seven operates as a subordinate branch in King's Landing. Currently, only half of the Old Town Starry September remains. Aside from the disparity in architectural grandeur, what exists in the main church is also present in this offshoot. Due to the prosperity of King's Landing and the endorsement of royal power, there lurks the potential for this place to become the new epicenter of the faith of the Seven, with the High Septon frequently residing here. At this time, it was still several decades before the blessed birth of King Baelor the Blessed, and the Great September of Baelor was yet to materialize. In the High Septon's council, Yemen sat at the table, draped in a pure white robe, holding a tightly closed book inscribed with the title The Seven-Pointed Star. His white hair framed a pale visage, and his brown eyes were fixed upon the scripture, clearly deep in thought. His unadorned attire stood in stark contrast to the opulence of the surrounding architecture. The table occupied the center, flanked by individuals on either side, a mix of genders, most of whom were portly and prosperous, engaged in hushed conversations with familiar faces. Overall, men predominated, with female high septons being a rare sight. The seven archbishops represent the governance of King's Landing, collectively embodying the church at the epicenter of power. These archbishops, when united, can swiftly mobilize the church's influence in King's Landing, encompassing the impoverished citizens who worship the seven but struggle to find sustenance. He had served as a bishop for many years, dutifully adhering to the teachings of the seven, until a divine summons unexpectedly gripped him last night. In his dream, a dragon-like creature was accompanied by a multitude of monstrous beings, wreaking havoc upon the sanctuaries and slaughtering the faithful, while an elderly woman uttered its name amidst the terror, the Prince of Monsters. Thus, he awoke from his slumber. He often reminded his congregation that no one could fully comprehend the will of the gods, not even he, the High Septon. Yet this time, the divine revealed to him in stark clarity. The faith of the seven would be destroyed by the Prince of Monsters, who had risen from the flames 6 months prior. With the great September of Baelor in King's Landing facing imminent ruin, he was at a loss for how to convey this foreboding message, and the congregation remained patient. This High Septon had served the seven for over a decade, generously distributing the church's wealth to aid the common folk and beggars. Yet he still possessed the capability to manage the church's resources, which were but a fraction of its overall wealth. Notably, he paid little attention to the affairs below, aside from essential matters. King Viserys held him in high regard, and today's unusual gathering must signify an issue of great importance. The High Septon glanced upward at the murals adorning the walls, depicting the seven in their abstract forms. The damaged image of the elderly woman from 6 months ago had been restored. This was the church's most lucrative initiative in half a year, as they had called upon the faithful across the seven kingdoms to generously contribute. The prophecy had come from the old man with the lantern. He foresaw the prince, who had remained at the Red Keep, growing up to obliterate the faith of the seven with his army. The High Septon succinctly recounted the directives of his dream. The assembly was still in disbelief when Bishop Rhaenyra rose from the end of the long table. High Septon, does this refer to the Prince of Monsters accompanied by his minions? His corpulent frame trembled as if he might topple, yet he stood surprisingly steady, his silvery robes rippling with folds. I mentioned this matter 6 months ago, yet you did not believe me. He suddenly erupted with anger, noticing the High Septon's silence. Rhaenyra raised his voice, glaring at the other bishops. That is all in the past. Please watch your words, the High Septon interjected. Discussions may be held freely in the Flea Bottom or privately within the castle, but not here, for such talk could easily sow discord between the crown and the faith. This tension stemmed from a brutal act of lawlessness perpetrated by Daemon prior to the tournament for the heir, wherein this violent prince had delivered cartloads of severed limbs directly to the great September of Baelor, claiming them to be submitted to the Silent Sisters for collection. Several bishops present trembled in fear, including Bishop Rhaenyra, who feared another uprising. Rhaenyra had experienced a dream similar to that of the High Septon, though the sequence was different. The High Septon had suppressed him, using his nightmare of the severed limbs as justification, which led to his colleagues privately mocking the timid Rhaenyra, leaving him unable to hold his head high. He is ambitious. Although he oversees the church's assets and budgetary records, he cannot utilize them at will. Access to the substantial treasures stored in the cellar requires the keys from the archbishop. Within the cellar lie exquisite vestments, rings, crystal crowns, and the accumulated wealth of various parish branches across the nation. For reasons of security and efficient management, the archbishop has relocated these valuables from the old town to the capital. Should he ascend to the position of archbishop, he would no longer need to resort to subterfuge to embezzle funds. It is perplexing why Yemen remains indifferent to this prospect. The assembly began to discuss and interpret the prophecies. Some suggested that the archbishop should petition the king regarding the prince's prolonged confinement. Others hinted at the possibility of assassination. Various ideas were proposed. King Viserys I, wary of the church's militarized influence, enacted brutal repressions that led to the deaths of countless individuals. He placed bounties on the heads of the organization members, offering a gold dragon for a warrior's scalp and a silver stag for that of a poor congregant. Ultimately, King Viserys I disbanded the two factions and prohibited the faithful from taking up arms again. No, this matter must not be associated with us. Yemen dismissed this notion, preferring not to reveal to the king that the church still retained a portion of its armed forces. To eliminate a prince merely to provoke the king could have dire consequences. While the king may be benevolent, it is not difficult to replace a flawed bishop. The seven kingdoms have enjoyed years of peace, and he has diligently worked to expand the church's influence over the realm, aspiring to spread the teachings of the seven gods throughout the kingdoms and beyond the narrow sea, leaving a grand legacy inscribed in the Holy Bible of the Seven Stars. He does not wish to provoke the monarchy and risk his lifetime of honor. The bishops present likely grasped Yemen's underlying message. All were seasoned in the intricacies of human relations. The seven gods had issued a directive, and the archbishop would surely need to respond in some manner. None of them desired to incite the wrath of the royal family. Your dream entails seeking someone to share the blame, does it not? For a moment, the meeting fell into silence. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a nun dressed in a white robe adorned with symbols of the seven gods entered. Sister Masanti. She greeted the seated bishops and approached the archbishop, whispering something in his ear. Sister Masanti is his confidant. Although he is not involved in many affairs, he is acutely aware of the significance of intelligence and has his own circle of informants. Now, as the high-ranking officials convene, she would not bring him trivial news. I understand. First, calm him down and prevent him from leaving, Yemen instructed Sister Masanti. Understood, she nodded before departing. He had just received word that someone had spotted the crown prince accompanied by a mysterious creature in the flea market. Yemen's tone turned grave. If any of you have thoughts on this, please share. The fewer people who know about such matters, the better. However, if anyone is willing to take part, that would be even better. Well, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Predictably, only Bishop Rhaenyra remained on site. As the two approached the window, he gazed at the colorful depiction adorning the glass, a lantern-bearing crone representing the wisdom of the seven gods, to whom devotees often beseech for insights into their destinies. What are your thoughts? I have a multitude of them, replied Bishop Rhaenyra, disdainfully curling his lips as he contemplated the prospect of finally having you seek my counsel, a chance to profit handsomely. Then let us employ your two innocents. You've trained them for 2 years, after all, Yemen remarked, absently scraping at a smudge on the window. Innocence? What innocence? Slavery is forbidden in Westeros. Exercise caution, Yemen hinted, implying that vanquishing the monster would suffice. To ensure understanding, he leaned closer, suppressing his revulsion as he neared the bishop's corpulent head. The crown prince must remain unharmed. Even in failure, the consequences would be dire. By the way, next time, ensure the accounts are more presentable. I shall approve this time. Should anything go awry, I shall deny any involvement, Yemen asserted, patting his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement before departing. Understood, Bishop Rhaenyra gritted through clenched teeth. Enunciating each word, I will handle it. His mind began to conjecture possible leak sources, as these matters were conducted with utmost secrecy. It was uncertain how much the High Septon was aware. In truth, Yemen cared little for whether Baelon could be dealt with. His primary concern lay in maintaining the delicate balance between the faith of the Seven and the Crown. Under his efforts, the devotion to the Seven had flourished throughout the Seven Kingdoms. As long as the current stability prevailed, the realm would remain untroubled, and Yemen would etch his name into the annals of the faith's history. With no male heir to the throne, the High Septon speculated that the king's designation of Princess Rhaenyra as heir was merely a means to pacify the nobility's impractical aspirations. The king, still in the vigor of youth, might yet live to witness the day of succession. Chapter 13. Assassination. The Flea Bottom Mead Tavern was renowned for its honeyed wine. However, the quality of the mead was lamentably poor, exuding an unpleasant odor, which accounted for its sparse clientele. Princess Rhaenyra had deliberately chosen this modest establishment for its seclusion and remote location, ensuring greater safety during her meal. After a brief sojourn, Rhaenyra ultimately resolved to leave the spot that had once felt secure. The child who had taken the silver stag had transformed into the deceitful oath-breaker she now abhorred. "Welcome, my lady," called a sharp-eyed, slender attendant, his demeanor alert. Entering was a leading woman, accompanied by a tightly bundled child. The woman adorned a finely crafted black and gray necklace. Despite the gray garb being tattered and stained, its fabric still hinted at luxury, particularly with the apparent design of a dragon emblazoned upon it. What business could a member of the royal family have here? The attendant pondered silently. He ushered the pair to a more concealed area, and before he could utter a word, Rhaenyra produced a silver stag, instructing him to bring forth the finest fare the tavern could offer. Before long, the attendant returned, gently placing 2 plates of white bread and meat stew before them. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly, "Your Highness, please dine. This is the best we can provide. My sincerest apologies. Should you require assistance, I can venture to Silk Street to procure the finest sausages and roasted meats that King's Landing has to offer." Rhaenyra looked up at him in surprise. "That won't be necessary. How did you recognize me?" "I merely observed a few subtle details, coupled with my keen sense of observation," he replied. "My name is Aemon." He lifted his chin, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Aemon mimicked the servants in the Red Keep while standing aside, pouring wine, as there were no patrons present at the moment, and the proprietor had opted to overlook this, especially since he was a valued client. Rhaenyra did not object to his behavior. She seized the opportunity to learn more about this place. Having lived in King's Landing for 15 years, she was well acquainted with the pathways to the Red Keep and the Dragon's Lair, never once straying from Silent Sister Street. Despite the proximity of the flea market to the Dragon's Den, She was perpetually surrounded by sycophants, ambitious admirers, and countless suitors eager to win the princess's favor. However, it was uncommon for someone of the lower class to converse with her so freely, which she found refreshing. "I envy your freedom in the skies. I often see you soaring on your magnificent dragon." In his idle moments, he would linger near the dragon's lair for entire days, waiting for Rhaenyra to return so he could catch a glimpse of the dragon. As a child, he would dream of daring escapades, imagining himself stealing a dragon egg the size of a large boulder from the Red Keep, or secretly approaching untamed dragons on Dragonstone, transforming into their master. Aemon was well aware that he lacked the means or resources to pilfer a royal dragon egg, and the common folk departing from King's Landing had never aspired to set foot on the volcanic island teeming with wild dragons. Occasionally, he would wish he could ride one. But alas, he bore none of the striking features of the Stormlands, silver hair and purple eyes, and could only indulge in daydreams. While many admired the dragon knights soaring through the skies, none were as obsessed as he. Those who knew him had even bestowed upon him the nickname Aemon the Dragon Watcher. "Is this your brother?" Aemon inquired, glancing at the child cloaked in fabric. 6 months prior, rumors had circulated through Flea Bottom about a monster born of the Red Keep, and among the commoners, he was bluntly referred to as the Monster Prince. This title had gained credibility after a certain Prince Demon had entertained guests in golden robes, leading to malicious gossip. At that moment, Baelon was already famished, his head bowed as he pulled back the burlap shrouding his face, shoving white bread into his mouth. Piece by piece, he was entirely wrapped in brown burlap, save for his eyes, which peered out at the world. Rhaenyra had exchanged a silver stag for him with a passing child, though a single stag could purchase several hundred sacks. Observing her brother's messy eating, she covered his face. Even in the sparsely populated tavern, no one paid him any mind. Aemon speculated that Baelon might be afflicted with the dreaded black scales, and the moniker of Monster Prince had merely arisen from his appearance, distorted by rumor. His attention remained firmly fixed on Rhaenyra. "I shall keep this confidential. I often subtly express my hope that when Rhaenyra returns to the dragon's lair next time, she might extend a greeting atop the Crimson Hill," allowing him to shed the unflattering moniker of Aemon the Dragon Watcher. Listening to Aemon recount the origins of his nickname, Rhaenyra couldn't help but laugh, realizing how the common folk perceive royalty. Due to Baelon's prodigious appetite, Aemon brought forth 2 heaping platters of bread and subpar sausages. Rhaenyra had already settled the bill, and the proprietor, eager to profit, insisted on serving relatively pricier items, neglecting Aemon's idle chatter. Aemon, oblivious to Baelon's capacity to consume enough to sate 5 children, remained focused on pleasing the princess. "Next time, you might try raising a flag in a more open space, gather some wood, and I shall assist you in igniting the fire," Rhaenyra suggested, considering it a trivial task. "Ah, truly?" Aemon's enthusiasm intensified. His companions hailed from various backgrounds. Some were the families of royal executioners, others were launderers, rat-catchers, alchemists, chimney sweeps, and even grave robbers, none of whom held respectable positions. He could already envision himself boasting before them, his face flushed with gratitude. "Aemon, cease your chatter." The proprietor's voice cut through Aemon's restless thoughts as he hurried to attend to the new arrivals. 2 individuals entered, clad in gray linen, stocky and broad-shouldered, their hoods obscuring their faces, which bore the marks of apparent scalding, rendering their original features unrecognizable. Yet, their youth and agility were evident. Upon entering, they frequently cast furtive glances at Baelon beside Rhaenyra, yet they remained silent. "Good sirs, what would you like to order?" Aemon beckoned them to sit. The pair offered no response, merely gesturing for the same fare as Rhaenyra's table. "Very well, but you must pay in advance," Aemon reminded them after they seated themselves. Adhering to the proprietor's explicit instructions regarding such secretive individuals, the 2 exchanged glances, seemingly arriving at a mutual decision. Baelon suddenly sensed a wave of malice washing over him. Halting his chewing of the sausage, despite its lackluster flavor, he turned to confront the source of the hostility, those 2 newcomers. Baelon's face was laid bare under their scrutinizing gaze. In an instant, the 2 rose, simultaneously reaching into their garments. A chill gripped Baelon's heart. Was he so despised? This was an assassination attempt. Rhaenyra reacted swiftly, toppling the table towards them, and then seized Baelon, making a dash for the back door. In her heart, she urgently summoned Syrax, relieved that he was not far from the dragon's den at that moment. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. Aemon, regaining his wits, unhesitatingly grasped a nearby stool and swung it towards the assailants' backs, striving to buy precious moments for Rhaenyra and Baelon to escape. Aemon was merely a clever lad, not a formidable knight, and could do no more than this. He He was acutely aware that these two individuals were intent on the princess, and should they succeed, a multitude of individuals would bear the wrath of the royal family. Rhaenyra, with her brother in tow, sprinted frantically towards the open space ahead, where the throngs of people would attract the attention of those loyal to the crown. I am Rhaenyra Targaryen. There are those who seek to harm the royal bloodline. Help me. A reward shall be granted for assistance. As she ran, her voice echoed through the narrow streets. Many residents, upon hearing her cries, emerged from their homes to investigate. Upon witnessing the princess's panicked demeanor and the grotesque appearance of her pursuers, the gravity of the situation became immediately apparent to them. Some residents hastily seized various objects at hand and hurled them towards the assassins in an attempt to impede their advance. That is Princess Rhaenyra. I have seen her. An elder shouted, his words awakening a greater understanding of the dire circumstances among the crowd. Several spirited and impassioned citizens, wielding long sticks, charged towards the assassins. Though impoverished, the fervor in their hearts rendered them fearless. They were willing to stand up to protect the princess. However, the two assassins were evidently trained killers. Faced with the approaching crowd, they exhibited no signs of panic. One of the assassins swiftly evaded the attack with an agile roll, and with the swiftness of a striking serpent, his dagger slashed through the throat of a civilian. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground in a gruesome spectacle. This horrific scene incited further outrage among the onlookers. These fiends are brazen. How dare they commit murder before our very eyes? Bellowed a burly man, a blacksmith by trade. He seized a hammer from his forge and joined the fray. The surrounding residents armed themselves with makeshift weapons. Some wielded clubs, others carried ladders, as they converged from their homes, forming a barricade to separate the assassins from Rhaenyra. Yet, the assassins did not falter. They stood their ground against the growing throng of citizens. With more brave souls emerging to confront the two attackers, a few astute commoners had already stealthily made their way towards the nearest military camp clad in gold. Chapter 14. The Assault of the Seven Gods. Cursed, wretched rabble. The ignorance of the unsullied renders them utterly unfit for such assassination tasks. Bishop Raynaud mused from the elevated vantage point of the dining hall. This location served as one of the sites where the faith of the seven distributed free brown broth, a structure amongst the seven such hives of the flea-bottom church. In his line of sight, the two assassins he had dispatched were ensnared by the populace. Unable to escape, and to compound his distress, he had already glimpsed Syrinx approaching in the distance. The ominous feeling weighed heavily upon him. At that moment, Beckon stealthily approached from behind. Beckon was one of his trusted confidants, and Raynaud was left pondering the reason for his presence. Before he could voice his inquiry, Beckon leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "They are all prepared and await your command." Perhaps others had their own affairs, but Leonard, the coach, subconsciously believed otherwise. He gazed into the distance at the swiftly approaching figure of Cyrillax, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. After much contemplation, he decided, enough, we shall retreat. The situation has escalated. Just as he prepared to depart, a silver needle plunged into his thigh from behind. Leonard, portly in stature, failed to immediately perceive the subtle pain due to his thick layer of fat. Beckon gestured towards a group of individuals in the distance, signaling them to take action. I said to withdraw. What are you doing? Leonard deciphered his sign language, and an ominous premonition surged within him. All gods require offerings. What? Mortals must meet their demise. Just as Leonard intended to articulate something, blood suddenly surged from his throat, filling his mouth and nostrils. He clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony as his heart throbbed violently. That fool. The faceless one nearly stumbled over Leonard's rolling body, hastily utilizing a dagger to deliver a final blow to his throat. Should he roll down the stairs, the consequences would be dire, leaving an explanation to the hidden congregation below nearly impossible. Thus, Leonard passed away silently, without stirring a ripple, yet this signified the completion of the entire scheme's final loop. The faceless one cleverly disguised himself as Leonard, employing the seven god prophecies bestowed by the High Church, meticulously calculating the timing to discreetly mobilize the hidden forces of the Seven Gods Church within King's Landing. Initially, he had merely intended to summon those sons of warriors who had undergone secret training. However, unbeknownst to him, someone had manipulated events from the shadows, gathering nearly 1,000 impoverished individuals for a mass assembly. Astonishingly, the remaining 6 bishops of King's Landing harbored no suspicion regarding this, a truly astounding feat. The faceless one pondered privately, did this overweight Leonard truly possess such high esteem in the eyes of these people? How could so many blindly obey his commands without understanding the circumstances? Now, all preparatory measures had been set in place. and everything was advancing in an orderly fashion according to plan. At this moment, it was as if the curtain had been drawn back on a tempest, and no one could halt the impending tide. Meanwhile, the forces affiliated with the church remained blissfully unaware of the death of their instigator. They systematically brandished their daggers and weapons, executing what they believed to be their righteous orders. An increasing number of prepared rioters arrived at the scene. A mad beggar cried out, "Wretched, hideous monsters! You should not exist in this world." Like a crashing tide, the rioters surged from the corners and houses, launching their assault armed with spears, axes, cudgels, longbows, crossbows, and a variety of over 20 other weapons. In an instant, they formed a crushing formation, intercepting the multitude of citizens guarding Rhaenyra, while valiant knights bravely passed through, swiftly dispatched by a few nearby golden-robed figures. Baelon stood behind Rhaenyra, staring blankly, unable to take any action. The good reputation of King Viserys among the common folk proved advantageous, as some threw objects to impede the advance of the rioters. Yet the number of the rioters was overwhelming, and within the confines of the narrow street, they engaged in indiscriminate and bloody slaughter, targeting the impoverished, women, and even children who appeared to obstruct their path. These marauders began to sinisterly close in on the two individuals. Suddenly, a familiar dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and Rhaenyra's heart leapt with joy. She knew that Syrax had arrived. At long last, the long-awaited Syrax soared overhead, descending rapidly. The terrain here was constricted, making it exceedingly difficult for Syrax to land. As a domesticated dragon, it had never experienced the thrill of hunting or combat. Its daily routine consisted mostly of awaiting the dragonkeeper to present sheep for it to roast and consume with its fiery breath, rendering it highly reliant on the knight's commands. It wobbled as it landed upon a low rooftop, creating several holes in the structure before finally achieving a precarious stability. Dracarys, the dragon's flames surged forth, halting the approaching throngs and forming a fiery perimeter around Syrax. The burlap garments worn by the rioters, despite being the finest kindling, offered only a temporary respite from the onslaught. Some individuals, shedding their clothing adorned with the emblem of the rainbow sword, surged forward. These were the sons of the warrior. Having remained silent for far too long, their fervent devotion to the Seven had been suppressed by the decrees of the High Septon and the monarchy. Now, an opportunity had arisen. Though some harbored doubts about the legitimacy of Bishop Renard's orders, they were unwilling to verify their authenticity. The sons of the warrior, stripped bare, led the charge towards Syrax, for armor would only hinder their speed against the dragon's flames. The rioters surged forth in a tumultuous wave. The flames that erupted from Syrax's maw roared like an unstoppable inferno, mercilessly engulfing the crowd. The heat was unbearable, and in an instant, the very air seemed ignited. Erupting with terrifying crackles, where the dragon fire spread, the throngs were instantly consumed. The once fearsome visages of the rioters were swiftly replaced by expressions of agony. Their skin blackened rapidly under the intense heat, cracking and curling like fragile parchment. Muscles withered beneath the licking flames, emitting a hissing sound and releasing a nauseating scent of charred flesh. Those engulfed in the flames screamed in torment, but their throats, seared by the heat, could only emit desperate croaks. The weapons they clutched melted in the inferno, molten metal fusing with flesh and intensifying their suffering. Some of the rioters' burlap garments were reduced to ashes in an instant, leaving them naked and struggling amidst the conflagration. Their bodies entwined in flames that transformed them into living torches. The fire spread rapidly, enveloping groups of individuals, forming enormous fireballs. These fiery orbs rolled down the street, writhing and adding a grim intensity to the bloody scene. Syrax did not pursue the fleeing rioters. Rhaenyra remained beneath it. The surrounding structures caught fire as well, their wooden frames igniting swiftly, sending sparks soaring into the air, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. The flames grew ever larger, thick plumes of smoke billowing upward, staining the sky a deep crimson, as if the heavens themselves wept for the brutality unfolding below. Due to the relentless flames spewed forth by Syrax, the surrounding area has been transformed into a desolate wasteland, littered with charred corpses and severed limbs, resembling a hell on earth. After the initial group experienced the taste of dragon fire, subsequent individuals began to feel a sense of trepidation. The captain of the Sons of the Warrior, a venerable elder in his 70s with extensive combat experience, swiftly directed his followers to alter their strategy. Chapter 15. The final moments disperse. Concealed assault. Bypass the front line. Under the command of the Sons of the Warrior, marked by the emblem of the rainbow sword upon their chests, the mob methodically spread out, launching arrows and hacking at the dragon's wings from their concealed positions. Syrax busily rotated its body, unleashing dragon fire in all directions, incinerating the advancing humans. Unlike Korlak, Syrax lacked a serpentine neck, allowing its head to rotate 360 degrees while expelling flames over an extensive range. The mob's dispersion became their undoing, as soon after. The first arrow pierced its wing membrane, followed by a second and a third. "I hit its eye," exclaimed a crossbowman, elated at his success. However, joy was fleeting. Syrax's other eye swiftly located the assailant, and in a fit of rage, it unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, incinerating the crossbowman into charred remains without a sound. With one eye wounded, Syrax was left with diminished vision, causing agitation and a significant decline in its accuracy. Some individuals managed to evade the wide-reaching dragon fire through preemptive dodges. This mother dragon, at a mere 52 years of age, was still considered young by draconic standards. Yet, the prolonged stream of dragon fire had taken a considerable toll on her stamina. She began to exhibit signs of fatigue. The once fierce flames gradually waned in intensity, and the frequency of her blasts slowed. Even in this weakened state, Syrax twisted her body to thwart Rhaenyra's efforts, refusing to allow her to ascend her back with Baelor. Rhaenyra, on the verge of tears, stubbornly commanded in Valyrian, repeating her pleas. She would never relinquish Baelor, her final remnant of maternal connection, her brother. Syrax remained unmoved, unable to comprehend why her rider was unwilling to abandon the object of her intense loathing. It was undoubtedly a premeditated assassination. Rhaenyra was only now coming to this conclusion, still incredulous at their audacity to confront a dragon. The assassins were not only numerous and well-equipped, but also fearlessly resolute. This was no mere assassination, it was a rebellion. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Rhaenyra sensed that Syrax could not endure much longer. Her scales were now riddled with wounds, unable to offer adequate protection. Arrows flew with precision towards her eyes, forcing Syrax to incessantly shake her head in evasion. The resilient membranes of her wings were torn open by various weapons, and blood gushed from the wounds, cascading down her body and pooling into grotesque puddles on the ground below. Its legs were not spared, for Syrax stood upon the rooftop, while a throng of marauders armed with spears and axes seized the opportunity to hurl their weapons at its limbs. The sharp blades bit into its flesh, and the spears pierced deeply, each assault eliciting a howl of agony. The muscle in its legs sustained grave damage, rendering its movements increasingly arduous, transforming its once steadfast stance into a precarious wobble. A handful of frenzied, naked assailants, undeterred by the searing dragon fire, advanced with an array of pointed weapons, aiming for its belly and neck. Despite Syrax's valiant struggles, wielding flames and twisting its body in defense, numerous weapons left deep gashes upon its hide. Its abdomen bore several profound wounds, with internal organs perilously close to exposure, while narrow lacerations marred its neck, blood gushing forth and staining the surroundings of vivid crimson. After unleashing its final breath of dragon fire to repel these audacious thugs, the once bright glimmer in its eyes dulled with pain and excessive blood loss, the essence of life gradually ebbing away. At this moment, Baelon felt utterly helpless, pinning his hopes on Syrax above, silently praying for it to manifest its formidable strength. He even quickly absolved Syrax of his past grievances, inwardly murmuring, "All your previous disrespect towards me is forgiven. You must hold on, I implore you." With a surge of indignation, he scrawled a note against the 7 gods, vowing unrelenting vengeance upon them, the so-called 7 gods who had thrust them into such dire straits. Suddenly, Rhaenyra seemed to sense something amiss. She abruptly lifted her gaze, only to witness Syrax's blood cascading down like a fountain above them. The crimson liquid drenched her silver hair, transforming the once smooth strands into a sticky, heavy mass clinging to her neck and shoulders. Her gray attire was stained a glaring crimson, and as she wiped the blood from her vision, her snow-white skin became a deep shade of red. Her heart sank to the depths. Syrax had perished. Before long, cheers erupted among the assailants. "It's dead, the dragon is dead," someone corrected loudly, "but there's still a little monster inside. The door is blocked. It can't be breached." The crowd clamored in disarray. The two hastily sought refuge in the space beneath Syrax, barricading the sole entrance with debris. "Damn it, there's stone behind this dirt. Whose house is this?" One attempted to hack through the earthen wall with an axe, only to find it futile. From above, a voice shouted, "This dragon has sealed the roof tight. There's no way down." Another voice retorted from the rooftop, "Set it ablaze." Someone else proposed, "Fool, can they be burned? They are Targaryens." Someone immediately countered. A brief silence enveloped the group as various ideas clashed in the air, yet none emerged as viable solutions. The last naked warrior's son decisively proclaimed, "Break down the door." 1, 2, 3, bang. 1, 2, 3, bang. Outside, the remaining souls had inexplicably procured sturdy trunks, relentlessly battering against the barricaded wooden door. Each strike resonated like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the two siblings. The dull thuds echoed within the confined space, the door trembling violently under the onslaught, poised to collapse amidst the encroaching dust at any moment. The once secure planks began to splinter, with shavings flying in all directions, and Baelon felt as if fragments of death were being scattered around him. It was over. A wave of guilt washed over Baelon. Had he not been so mischievous and headstrong, they would surely be leisurely enjoying fruit after dinner in the Red Keep at this moment. His hands trembled slightly as he etched words into the earthen wall. "Surrender. I am sorry, sister." Rhaenyra said nothing, merely lowering her trembling brother, who quaked with fear, into her embrace. "You are my brother. You are a Targaryen," Rhaenyra declared, each word deliberate and firm. Beside the precariously teetering door, she clutched tightly the Valyrian dagger she had brought with her, stained with dragon's blood. The blade revealed the ancient prophecy inscribed by the last fire sorcerers of Valyria. "In my bloodline, the prophesied prince shall be born. His blood is the song of ice and fire." This blood-soaked princess, consumed by her fury, was oblivious to all but the raging inferno within her, a wildfire of wrath. Baelon, standing behind her, was awed by Rhaenyra's fierce presence, akin to a predatory beast poised for the hunt, her garments soaked in smoke and dragon's blood. The dagger firmly gripped in her hand, her chin held high. The fading light of the setting sun streamed through the cracks of the door, casting a pallid glow upon her face as she awaited the inevitable final moment with stoic resolve. Years later, whenever Baelon reminisced about his sister Rhaenyra at that fateful moment, a profound sense of emotion would swell within him. Perhaps from that instant onwards, the debt he owed Rhaenyra could never truly be repaid. Her silhouette would forever shine brightly through the annals of time, becoming an eternal legend in Baelon's heart, shaping the course of his life. The Baelon of the present lacked his sister's courage. His heart was consumed by fear. He, a mere game designer from the modern world, earning a modest salary of 5,000 a month, had never encountered such a nightmarish spectacle. The most he had witnessed were some bloody scenes at the Crown Prince's martial tournament half a year prior, but those paled in comparison to the chaos unfolding now. Had he still been seated before his computer, perhaps he would have indulged in snacks while casually watching such extravagant scenes unfold. Yet now, he found himself at the vortex of turmoil. His soul felt trapped within this grotesque form, perhaps destined to seek solace only in death, lest he confront the Seven for reckoning. In moments of extreme fear, memories surged forth like a tidal wave, and visions of the grotesque scene from the original play flooded his mind, the prince being dismembered alive by a mob. In this savage medieval era, a dragon with such an unusual appearance as his would likely encounter far more dreadful fates, causing his body to tremble even more violently. Chapter 16. The Rescue of Sir Harwin the City Guard. Responsible not only for daily patrols to maintain order in King's Landing, but also for collaborating with the Minister of Justice to apprehend and detain criminals, serves as an extension of the royal authority. Prince Baelon, who revels in the art of swordplay, was ill-acquainted with the mundane affairs of governance. Thus, after assuming the roles of Minister of Finance and Minister of Justice, he was appointed as the commander of the city guard by King Viserys. Noticing the guard's rudimentary weapons and disheveled uniforms, he equipped each with daggers, short swords, and clubs, mandating that they don black armor while on duty, officers adorned with corresponding breastplates, and proudly draping themselves in golden cloaks. Henceforth, the city guard became known as the Golden Cloaks. 6 months prior, in an effort to elevate his prestige, Baelon undertook a grand overhaul of the city's security before the royal tournament. Under his leadership, thieves had their hands severed, rapists were castrated, and murderers were executed on the spot, instilling a terrifying awe of this golden hue through barbaric and sanguinary enforcement. Following these actions, the security of King's Landing markedly improved, earning Baelon the admiration of the lower-ranking officers. The city guard's direct superior is the Minister of Justice. However, due to Baelon's unique status, the king granted the city guard commander the privilege of attending the royal council, a practice that subsequently became customary. The city guard boasts 2 barracks in King's Landing: the Eastern Barracks, housing 1,000 men near the Dragon Gate, and the Western Barracks, also housing 1,000 men near the Cobbler's Square, or the Upper District. When a report reached the Golden Cloaks station near the Dragon Gate about Rhaenyra being assassinated in Flea Bottom, Captain Harwin Strong promptly organized a team for rescue. He is the eldest son of Minister of Justice Rhaenyra Strong, and when Baelon is absent from King's Landing, The Golden Cloaks are temporarily under Rhaenyra's command. Initially, Harwin assumed it was merely a straightforward assassination attempt and hastily gathered over 100 men to set out. Along the way, they encountered numerous unforeseen obstacles, roadblocks, fires, and various other incidents that typically occur, all converging at Flea Bottom. Although the direct distance was less than 800 yards, a journey that would normally take little time, after a quarter hour had passed, they had barely covered half the distance, prompting Harwin to realize the gravity of the situation. Climbing atop a wooden crate to reach a rooftop, he beheld the distant silhouette of Vhagar, breathing dragon fire that illuminated the sky, the searing heat rendering the surrounding air starkly arid. The thought of what calamity would ensue should Rhaenyra meet with misfortune was unfathomable. She is the light of the realm, the heir to the Iron Throne, and the lord to whom the 7 kingdoms have sworn fealty. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air from a concealed position. Harwin had already spotted numerous figures lurking behind the buildings. He swiftly slashed with his sword, clearing the path before leaping down. He now recognized this as a coordinated assault. Throughout his tenure with the city guard, Harwin had faced various conflicts and threats, accumulating a wealth of combat experience and the ability to adapt to diverse battle scenarios. The flea nest comprises narrow alleys lined with low houses leading in all directions. Upon entering, the path is relatively wide, but as one ventures deeper into the impoverished area, walls flank both sides, leaving barely enough space for 2 to pass. He swiftly makes the correct decision, and the golden-robed men quickly grasp the captain's intent. "I must go." Harwin's deputy actively pursues the archer hidden in the corner. If the lurking rats are not restrained, they will repeatedly emerge to harass. Perhaps feeling uneasy, Harwin sends another golden-robed man to accompany him. "Do not engage, drive them away." Harwin cautions from behind, concerned for their safety. He is unaware of how many enemies lurk in the densely populated flea nest. From the rooftop, he spots individuals scattered about, unable to discern between civilians and those with ill intentions. He understands that many are second sons from their families. The first deputy sent out hails from the Winter family, located on the outskirts of Herlenberg, not naturally inclined towards combat, but accustomed to clerical work. Thanks to their familiarity with the terrain and urban warfare, these golden-robed men proceed with caution, always vigilant at corners, avoiding tight turns, and instead opting for broader angles to afford themselves reaction time. Along the way, faced with potential ambushes, one after another, golden-robed men are dispatched. Fortunately, though his followers suffer losses, sporadic knights join their ranks, finally breaking free from the incessant harassment. They reach the site of the ambush, but precious moments have slipped away, leaving fewer than 20 remaining by his side. Throughout the journey, Sir Harwin mutters prayers to the 7 gods for the princess's protection, unaware of the identity of those lurking in the corners. Upon arriving at the area of the burning houses, he finally comprehends the gravity of the situation. Syrax's body lies sprawled across the rooftop, marred by horrifying wounds. Silent and motionless, beneath him, 7 men rhythmically pound on the door below with thick tree trunks, veins bulging on their foreheads. Flames engulf the surrounding wooden structures. Charred bodies scattered indiscriminately, some frozen in their final moments of struggle, their faces twisted in agony, and limbs contorted, still being consumed by the fire. The knights, adorned in splendid yet ash-stained armor, appear to have been waiting, and upon seeing the golden-robed men, they begin to advance in an orderly fashion. Behind the knights, a crowd dressed like beggars, emblazoned with a 7-pointed star on their chests, follows fervently, wielding axes and salvaged longswords. The rainbow cloaks, silver-plated armor, and the 7-pointed star make their insignia unmistakable. Sons of warriors, a gathering of the impoverished. Harwin senses that matters are escalating. Hadn't the cult's armed forces been disbanded long ago? He suppresses his shock. There is no time to ponder further. The 12 fully armed sons of warriors march in unison, exuding an invisible pressure. Scatter, do not engage them, protect the princess. Harwin devised a strategy, relying on the surrounding narrow terrain to evade the overwhelming numbers of his opponents, with merely over 20 golden-robed warriors. Alongside the fully armed knights, he commanded a contingent of more than 50 impoverished assembly members. A chaotic melee ensued, as knights from the golden robes and other noble families intermittently joined the fray, gradually tilting the advantage in favor of the golden-robed faction. Harwin, not only the eldest son of Duke Leonos of Herrenberg, but also the mightiest knight in the 7 kingdoms, fixated his gaze on the precariously swaying wooden door, which was undoubtedly the target for rescue. He swiftly felled an advancing knight with a single stroke, driving his sword into the man's throat. "Hold them off," he commanded. One knight, hearing this, charged forward, toppling two of Harwin's companions adorned with the seven-pointed star. In that moment, the enemies before Harwin were preoccupied with their own adversaries, allowing him a clear path to advance. The elder leading the assault on the door seemed to sense Harwin's approach and instructed his 7 companions, continue. He donned a simple rainbow cloak and wielded a long sword with a crystal star-shaped hilt, devoid of armor or defensive gear. I know you. Eldest son of the Strawn family, the elder addressed Harwin. Are you inciting rebellion? Harwin inquired, aware that as the captain of the city guard, some would recognize him. For the 7 gods we fight, the elder replied, raising his sword before him, fervently professing his devotion to the 7, murmuring, warriors punish those who transgress against justice. Is that all? Harwin's golden-robed warriors engaged fiercely with the so-called sons of the embellished warriors, a confrontation that hardly matched the prowess expected of such fighters. Who is Sir Daemon Morrigan to you? Harwin probed. Yes, came the cryptic reply. Chapter 17. The princess's knight. The 2 men locked eyes intently. And as they closed the distance within reach of their long swords, Harwin launched the first strike against the elder. Neither bore shields. The elder wielded a single-handed sword, rich in combat experience, opting to evade the direct confrontation against the stronger foe. The elder maneuvered swiftly around Harwin, displaying remarkable agility, occasionally thrusting at him. Utilizing his immense strength, Harwin swung his 2-handed sword, forcefully shoving aside the elder's defenses, steadily closing the gap. Their battle progressed toward the 7 assailants at the door, where the elder aimed to prevent further damage to the wooden barrier. As anticipated, the 2 men bracing a log for the final assault faltered in courage upon witnessing Harwin advance like a harbinger of death, abandoning their efforts to breach the door and fleeing in disarray. May the 7 gods protect. With one last push, perhaps inspired by their fervent faith, the remaining 5, undeterred by the peril, summoned an unexpected surge of strength. Oh, they roared, colliding the log against the wooden door. Bang! The door splintered, and the 2 men at the forefront, caught off guard, tumbled inside, the weight of the wood pinning them down. Inside the room, Rhaenyra, who had been gathering momentum, did not hesitate to thrust the Valyrian dagger into the necks of the 2 bewildered men. They clutched their wounds on the ground. Yet blood continued to spurt from their carotid arteries. Outside, Harwin, engaged in a fierce battle, forcefully cleaved through the old man's sword, sending him flying. He refrained from pursuing further, for he saw the door burst open. If the princess were inside, the situation would become dire. He charged towards the 3 men outside, who were unarmored, swiftly dispatching 2 of them and wounding another in the chest. Despite the searing pain from his broken ribs, the old man, blood pooling in his mouth, swiftly rose from the ground, seizing the opportunity to stab Harwin in the neck from behind. The battle demanded unwavering focus. Seemingly convinced that his task was complete, his tone grew somewhat relaxed. In his estimation, those 2 followers could easily eliminate a woman and a peculiar child, while he himself could fulfill the task bestowed by the 7 gods. Indeed, he had also experienced the prophetic dream spoken of by the High Septon. He intended to leverage the misinformation spread by others to openly gather armed warriors of the faith alongside the impoverished. However, the actions of a person in their final moments are unpredictable. Harwin, momentarily adapting to the pain, summoned his last reserves of strength, wielding his weapon behind him with a body that seemed impossible to twist. The sword flew towards the old man's head, and the force of the throw was so great that it decapitated him. Harwin, drained of strength, knelt and lost consciousness, his body slumping to the ground. The crystalline star embedded in his back glimmering in the fading light of the setting sun. He did not witness the many knights in the distance, raising their family banners as they joined the fray, nor did he see the gilded-robed men from the shoemaker's square, alongside some nobles from the upper district, who had spontaneously organized themselves to engage in battle. The overwhelming number of knights soon encircled the area, swiftly concluding the fight as they either eliminated or captured the remaining resistance. Sir Harold Westling, the captain of the King's Guard, had been summoned by the king and was preparing to enter the building to assess the situation when Rhaenyra emerged from within, holding Baelor's hand. The sun had finally set, and flames crackled as they consumed the wooden structure of the house. She noticed Harold and Sir Illic, 2 knights clad in white, while Colcriston kept a vigilant watch nearby, relieved to see she bore no injuries. He could only consider himself a half-member of the Kingsguard at this point, as the king had yet to grant formal approval. Captain Harold of the Kingsguard was about to speak when Rhaenyra waved her hand dismissively and said to Illic, Sir Illic, I apologize for the trouble caused. Thank you for your concern, Princess. I am relieved to see you are unharmed, he replied, having been misled into thinking that she and Baelor were still in Maegor's holdfast throughout the afternoon. The failure to protect would certainly incur punishment, though dismissal was unlikely. As a lifelong position, the Kingsguard only faced such consequences if they committed treason. When he had heard about Sirach's breathing fire in the Flea Bottom, he had immediately led the Red Keep Guard to rescue, confirming the absence of the princess and prince. However, due to his unfamiliarity with Flea Bottom and the ambushes that emerged from the shadows, he had been caught up by Captain Harold and arrived together. Rhaenyra surveyed her surroundings with a cold expression, her presence overshadowing the knights present. Gazing at the imposing crowd that had barricaded the area, she pressed her lips together, seemingly experiencing a profound sense of solitude. Before her lay the lifeless body of a golden-robed man, a headless figure draped in a rainbow cloak, a sword embedded within him. Turning her gaze, she beheld the battered corpse of Sirach, her faithful companion of 7 years, blood still trickling from its wounds. Grief within her heart gradually morphed into fury, that fury rekindling into dragon fire, blazing fiercely in her eyes. 2 golden-robed figures prepared to drag away a severely injured zealot who had participated in the assault. He lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping for air, the 7-pointed star of a wound on his chest indicating his imminent demise. Rhaenyra stepped forward, unexpectedly wielding her dagger and plunging it repeatedly into the neck of the traitor, blood splattering across her face, once more staining her dried silver hair. The nobles present, noticing the blood-soaked princess, fell into an abrupt silence, the clamorous atmosphere rendered hushed in unison. Observing this, 2 members of the Kingsguard hastened to separate Rhaenyra from her grim task. "You need not dirty your hands. A mere word from you suffices. We are all your knights," they urged. "Is that so?" Rhaenyra fixed her gaze upon Criston, her eyes unwavering. With her hands clasped behind her back, she held her head high, casting a ruthless glance over the knights who scrutinized her, her aura commanding and overwhelming. "Are there knights willing to hang these traitors at the church for me? Are there knights willing to do so for Princess Rhaenyra, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne? Are there knights who would do this for the one true heir of the Iron Throne?" She posed her questions 3 times in an imperious tone, her voice resonating with a deafening intensity, each iteration more resolute than the last. The shock rippled through all present, as her gaze occasionally met the eyes of certain individuals, compelling the guilty to avert their gaze, unable to meet her stare. What did this signify? Some pondered deeply, contemplating a complete severance from the greatest religion in Westeros. The knights' oaths were sworn in the names of the warrior, the father, the mother, the maiden, and the 7, and now the princess's command undeniably challenged the sanctity of that authority. Some considered it a test of allegiance. Others, driven by justice, dismissed such thoughts, believing these individuals had already violated their knightly vows to protect the weak and the innocent. Harold Westerling exchanged glances with Illyrio, recognizing that the princess's expression was purely one of vengeance. Harold wished to quietly caution her about the implications and consequences of her actions, yet he struggled to articulate his thoughts delicately. Before he could gather his words, Criston Cole responded. "As you command," he declared without hesitation, eager to execute her will. Having just been chosen by the princess for the Kingsguard, no one was more eager than he to prove himself before her. A knight, devoid of even a single squire, was chosen by the princess with an impartial attitude towards lineage during the selection among 7, thus entering the Kingsguard, a tremendous honor for any knight. Sir Harold gazed deeply at the retreating figure of Sir Criston, contemplating whether to return to the Red Keep. Criston discarded the armor of a warrior's son aside and began dragging the lifeless body towards the great September of Baelor. The knight who had made his choice, along with others clad in golden robes, followed suit. Emboldened by one another, they lifted the corpses from the ground and made their way to Princess Rhaenyra. An unnamed knight led the way, as the Cole family was relatively obscure. "Rhaenyra, I heed your command," declared a knight, dragging the body before himself. At that moment, Rhaenyra did not comprehend why the knights behaved thus. She merely acknowledged him with a polite nod. She remained standing, grasping the Valyrian dagger, until no more knights arrived dragging the traitors' corpses. One knight knelt before Rhaenyra, bowing his head as he drove his sword into the ground, proclaiming loudly, "Steward, I obey your command." Following this, the knight proceeded to follow the others towards the great September of Baelor. "Sam, I heed your command. Brandon, I heed your command. Hilton, I heed your command." This scene echoed the moment half a year prior when the great lords had knelt before her, pledging their fealty. The Kingsguard, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, and the dagger of House Targaryen seemed to assemble certain ceremonial elements. Rhaenyra realized that, by a stroke of fortune, she had garnered the heartfelt oaths of loyalty from over 700 knights of humble origins, thereby formally acquiring her own armed force. Reflecting upon this, She turned to Sir Harold Westerling, the captain of the King's Guard, who affirmed her with a reassuring glance. The lengthy procession resembled a sinuous black serpent, led by Kristen as it slithered through the alleys of Flea Bottom. The eerie stillness of the night rendered the scene profoundly unsettling. The residents of Flea Bottom remained indoors, covering their mouths in fear of uttering a sound that might implicate them. A few daring souls peeked through the cracks of their doors to observe the unfolding happenings. They were unaware of the events transpiring, believing it to be yet another security operation, sternly warning their children to remain silent. Only a select few recognized the faint markings of the rainbow soared upon the dragged bodies, their shock silencing any words of gossip. Rhaenyra's lips curled into a slight smirk. Whether they revered the seven or harbored other thoughts, she lifted her chin, casting a scornful glance at the timid onlookers. Ser Harwin Strong, the strongest knight in the realm. You protected a queen, and I shall forever remember you. Rhaenyra knelt beside Harwin's face, subsequently withdrawing the sword of the seven-pointed star from his body. Chapter 18. The authority of the gods. Baelon hid behind his sister, bewildered as these knights continuously professed their loyalty before Rhaenyra. He could not fathom their actions. The knights who came to pledge their oaths, apart from those clad in yellow robes, appeared to be equipped with mismatched armor and weaponry, some ill-fitting. They were clearly inferior to the knights who remained distant. At last, there was no queue of knights before Rhaenyra. The knights in attendance arriving behind could only witness the massive form of Syrax, the dragon, bleeding upon the roof, leaving the ground below pockmarked and scorched. They murmured among themselves, speculating the cause of the calamity, while faint cries echoed from afar. Was the son of a warrior truly so formidable as to challenge a dragon? They were a band of madmen, having faced Maegor during the trial of the Seven some decades prior. I am aware that the king triumphed in the end. But did they not disband? How would I know? Perhaps you should inquire with the High Septon. It's not far to go. TCH, do you wish to ensnare me? Why don't you go instead? Am I not here on duty to protect the princess? The flea pit had been cleared to reveal a broad path, lined with the lifeless bodies of common folk, their eyes forever closed. Only a few individuals, illuminated by the distant flames, traversed over these corpses, perhaps searching for lost kin or friends, as a mournful atmosphere lingered in the air. The majority of the bodies were unclaimed, evidently victims of a family massacre. Baelon perceived the hatred in their gazes. He lowered his head, overwhelmed with guilt and unable to meet their eyes. An elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray, staggered toward Rhaenyra, burdened by profound sorrow. Sir Illic stepped forward, compelled by duty to intervene. My son, daughter, and grandson perished in this tragedy. I cannot continue living. Just kill me too. She suddenly knelt before Rhaenyra. Then, catching sight of Baelron's unusual eyes, she gazed at him with hope. The flea pit speaks of your resurrection from the flames. Can you do it again? Silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes turning toward the fabled monster prince, whose miraculous return from death had once spread throughout the land. Baelon, who had been hiding behind Rhaenyra, found himself thrust into the spotlight. Resurrection? He felt at a loss. How could he bring the dead back to life? He was merely an odd-looking individual. Habitually underestimating himself, he was nonetheless tormented by guilt. The soul from the 21st century recognized the value and fragility of life, regarding it as the utmost existence, respecting every individual life, whether his own or another's. Their homes burned in the flames, perhaps leaving them destitute once more. Those who had died directly or indirectly for his protection, the weeping women, the children who had lost their fathers. Perhaps they would remain in the flea pit for a lifetime, or perhaps they would partake in riots many years hence. If it were not for his stubborn desire to venture out, perhaps these events would not have transpired. What could he do? Perhaps he could offer the gold dragons from his bed. He possessed hundreds of them. That should suffice, wouldn't he? He immersed his mind into a deeper realm, transcending mere surface memories to explore places more essential and closer to the origin. There lay darkness and silence. Suddenly, he discerned a glimmering object, seemingly formed of some substance. Baelon scrutinized it. An amorphous black mist? A pulsating heart? A nebulous butterfly, alongside other indistinct shapes that faded into obscurity. What are these? Baelon pondered. He focused his spirit on the formless black mist. A monster. A grotesque aberration. These were the voices of the cursed. He turned his attention to the throbbing heart. Its surface a grimy black, with only the edges exhibiting a semblance of flesh, beating languidly. I shall be resurrected in the body of Baelon Targaryen. It was his own voice. It was said that the prince was reborn in flames. Oh, seven gods, whichever deity you may be, if you truly exist, aid me. The last child. This was the prayer of a woman beseeching for her stillborn child to rise from the flames. Suddenly, he comprehended. This was authority transformed by desire, a manifestation of his understanding of existence. He whispered to himself, "Resurrection, how can one achieve resurrection?" An essence was drawn forth, shifting from the ethereal to the tangible. He departed the earlier dark space, and red points of light emerged across his form. These seemed akin to the luminous particles that had constituted the heart. Could it indeed be possible to resurrect a soul? Baelon felt he could command these crimson lights, and so he extended his right claw, the red points converging into a sanguine fluid that gathered at his fingertips. How to wield it? Under the gaze of the onlookers, he slowly approached the corpses, crouching to gently let the blood drip onto the coarse wound of a burly man, the droplet penetrating his body. Baelon recalled that he was a blacksmith, who once wielded a hammer to defend himself, thwarting the initial two assassins, only to succumb to fatal blood loss after a later assailant struck his kidney with an axe. The blacksmith's wound began to spontaneously regenerate flesh, his chest gradually rising and falling, breathing anew. Cough, cough. The deceased slowly regained his heartbeat, the wounds visibly healing, while he also thinned considerably, his once robust physique becoming gaunt. The miracle of resurrection astonished all witnesses, and someone first cried out, "The Prince of Resurrection." Instantly, the knights erupted in rhythmic cheers. "Resurrect the Dragon King! Resurrect the Dragon King! Resurrect the Dragon King!" The blacksmith slowly opened his eyes, yet they appeared shrouded in an everlasting mist, devoid of any brilliance. His gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, but within those eyes lay no tremor of emotion, no curiosity, no surprise, no joy, nor sorrow, as if he beheld a throng of strangers wholly disconnected from him. Eik. Familiar voices called his name. The resurrected being exhibited no reaction to the calls and concerns of those around him, remaining motionless, his body rigid as if it were a rusted machine. When touched, he did not flinch, allowing himself to be handled without resistance. Baelon discerned that he had lost his soul, existing merely as a living vessel. And in this age of scarcity, how could a fool possibly survive? The vivid red light, extracted from his heart, animated his corporeal form, while the dark mist loomed ominously, threatening to transform him into a monster. He murmured to himself, "Monster, monster." As before, luminous points began to emerge from his physique, the hue shifting to a dull gray, coalescing into a cloud of mist. "Shall we see?" Rhaenyra observed her brother curiously as he conjured yet another spell. He had previously resurrected the dead, and now what was he attempting? The resurrected entity underwent a violent transformation, unintelligible howls escaping his lips. Flesh tore open in fissures, scales sprouting from within, soon obscured by fine, dark fuzz. His limbs shrank, and his hands, curled against his chest, sprouted four-fingered claws. He morphed into a creature resembling a human, yet cloaked in black fur, sporting whiskers and prominent front teeth. Gradually, this creature stood upright, gazing with longing at Baelon, advancing toward him. As Baelon scrutinized this creature, which towered slightly above him, he noted its features, a blend of human and rodent characteristics, leaning predominantly towards that of a rat. Thus, was this a large bipedal rat? He could not quite fathom the reason for such a transformation. Concerned by their proximity, Sir Harold deemed it prudent to point his sword at the rat man, prepared to strike swiftly should this bizarre creature pose a threat. It was abundantly clear to all present that this was a rat-like monstrosity, its gray fur concealing fish-like scales, and Baelon mentally christened it Ratman. He found himself inexplicably connected to this strange creature, establishing a mental link that allowed him to directly sense its emotional pleas. Its gaze, submissive towards Baelon, seemed to perceive the others as mere sustenance, drool pooling at the corners of its mouth. Was it famished from the energy expended during its transformation? As he attuned himself to the rat man, Baelon noticed an oddly familiar sensation emanating from it. To his astonishment, he realized it was also an anchor point, faint yet palpable. He sensed that he had indeed acquired a new anchor point in this world. Fascinating. It appeared that anchor points could be created. Yet why was this so? Before him, the rat man swallowed hungrily, its agility and unusual form exuding an unsettling pressure. Witnessing a person transform into a strange, upright rat instilled fear in Rhaenyra. She perhaps felt that even the two royal guards at her side might not suffice to protect them. Grasping her brother, she retreated to a corner, leaving only the two of them. She looked at Baelon and whispered, "What has happened to you?" He lifted his paw, and a thick cloud of gray mist erupted from his fingertips. With a simple command, the mist skillfully morphed into various forms: a three-headed dragon, a lion, a stag, a fish, a wolf, a rose, and a sea monster, among other family crests. Rhaenyra, of course, recognized these crests, assuming that Baelon had merely chosen a few at random. and thus paid little attention. The mist coalesced into the common tongue. It seems I have acquired some extraordinary abilities. Have you awakened magic? As the Princess of Dragonstone, Rhaenyra had perused the tomes placed there by House Targaryen and was aware of the existence of magic. House Targaryen was just one of the lesser-known among the 40 powerful dragon lord families of the Valyrian Empire. Each family possessed its own unique abilities. Yet only the Targaryens survived the cataclysm of the doom of Valyria, thanks to their prophetic gifts. Magic? Baelon pondered. It didn't seem so. But he did not dismiss her assertion. Chapter 19, The Dragon Soldier. Kneel. Baelon commanded the Ratman in his mind. The Ratman immediately prostrated himself before Baelon in an exceedingly humble posture, curling his body into a tight ball. His grayish fur trembled slightly, and his 2 paws lay feebly before him, as if caught in a blend of fear and yearning. This grotesque creature lay motionless on the ground, so utterly subservient that it appeared to have lost all sense of self. Bow to Rhaenyra, Baelon thought. However, the Ratman raised its head, confusion evident in its red eyes. Baelon suddenly realized that it might not recognize Rhaenyra. Thus, he pointed to his sister, and the Ratman, enlightened, began to bow repeatedly. Remarkably, it comprehends my intent. Has its intellect increased? Baelon mused to himself. Get up, get up. Rhaenyra suddenly commanded the Ratman, yet it completely disregarded her, continuing to bow fervently. Rhaenyra glanced at Baelon, and subsequently, under his mental directive, the Ratman quietly remained kneeling. Intrigued by the creature, Baelon reached out to touch its delicate gray fur. In an instant, images of the Ratman's journey from resurrection to mutation surged into his consciousness, revealing everything about it in a flood. It turned out that he had once been a modest blacksmith named Zach, eking out a living by repairing weapons in a workshop near the upper district of the Shoemaker Square, an area inhabited by nobles and the affluent. However, work was not always plentiful. Recently, the workshop had been rather idle. On this particular day, Zach was at his home in the flea market, polishing a rough draft of a dagger he had secretly crafted, intending to sell it to seafarers for a good price. At noon, he had given a copper star to a devotee responsible for procuring food at the flea market's free canteen, which resulted in 2 small pieces of meat appearing in his brown broth, rat meat and fish meat, as seen from Zach's perspective. Later, Zach had bravely confronted 2 impoverished members of a gathering, only to be overwhelmed and killed. It was through this mutation that he had come to be in his current state. In a moment of inspiration, Baelon pondered the possibilities of utilizing a more formidable creature. He gazed upwards at Syrax, contemplating an experiment. If he were to harness the dragon's blood from Syrax to create draconic beings, theoretically, they would be lesser dragons under his control. Would Rhaenyra, who shares a connection with dragons, also be able to establish a bond to command these dragonmen? He speculated that the essence of controlling dragons was intricately linked to blood. The purer the bloodline, the greater the dragon's acknowledgement. After all, why would the 40 dragonlord families of Valyria be so devoted to consanguinity? Presently, being in a vulnerable phase, enhancing Rhaenyra's power posed no detriment to him. It could even afford him more time for growth. Thus, he turned to his sister, conveying through the mist, "Do you desire dragon soldiers? They are quite obedient." Rhaenyra mused the possibility of creating creatures akin to Ratman. If numerous such beings could be summoned, reclaiming the Stepstone Islands would become a trivial endeavor. Perhaps even more, possibly a means to confront the ultimate darkness concealed by the northern winds foretold in Aegon's prophecy. Prior to becoming the heir to the Iron Throne, Rhaenyra had learned from her father of the secret passed down through generations between kings and heirs since the time of Aegon. Perhaps the Targaryen family required powers beyond that of dragons. Was it magic? Baelon offered no response. Then, a great cloud of black smoke intermixed with droplets of blood flowed from Baelon to Syrax, and the onlookers witnessed the dragon's wounds rapidly heal and begin to swell, causing the house to collapse. Fortunately, they were at a safe distance, and no one was harmed. As the smoke settled, Baelon carefully observed the dragon illuminated by the surrounding flames. Thankfully, it had not transformed into a grotesque creature. Rather, it had simply grown in size while maintaining a lean appearance, seemingly adhering to the law of conservation of mass. Rhaenyra realized that her dragon had indeed grown. At just over 50 years old, Syrax now surpassed Vhagar in size, its wingspan stretching an impressive 160 meters. Its gaze was ferocious, yet it regarded Baelon with the same blend of submission and fear that the Ratmen had shown. Once her dragon revived, Rhaenyra attempted to sense a communication, soon receiving an overwhelming sensation of hunger. "Come to me," she thought. Syrax folded its wings and approached her step by step, showing no difference from its former self. She reached out to caress the dragon, now nearly 3 times its previous size. It appeared even more obedient than before. Baelon took the dagger from his sister's hand and retrieved a helmet from the ground, forcefully piercing Syrax's body to collect blood in the half-helmet. The king's guard did not intervene in the prince's perilous actions, as the events unfolding were so astonishing that they left the onlookers somewhat bewildered. "Help me feed it to the body," Baelon commanded. Rhaenyra understood his intent, and the surrounding knights and attendants witnessed the words. They had just beheld the legendary magic that revived a great dragon, and now the prince was poised to wield magic once more, filling the crowd with anticipation. Some knights, with determination, removed their helmets and sought dragon's blood from the princess, thus partaking in the arcane arts. Others, slower to react, expressed their dismay and proceeded to console the relatives of the fallen, assuring them that the princess would surely provide compensation. They then stepped aside, standing in anticipation of Baelon's magical invocation. Baelon commenced an experiment, merging a single drop of blood with a shroud of mist, infusing it into the corpse of a woman. In an instant, her missing limbs rapidly regenerated, her body gradually adorned with yellow scales, and her visage contorted grotesquely. Within mere breaths, she transformed into a dragon-like being, reminiscent of Baelon. As anticipated, the results aligned with his expectations. Rhaenyra and Baelon exchanged knowing glances, as she sensed a profound connection akin to her earlier communication with Syrax. Realizing that these newly created dragon beings exhibited a subservient relationship toward her as a superior to an inferior, she understood she could exert control over them. Under the watchful eyes of the knights, a multitude of gray and red specks coalesced into a tangible form, materializing before Baelon into a viscous, reddish-brown orb the size of a head, suspended in the air. With each step he took past a corpse, the orb released a droplet that permeated their skin. At last, Baelon completed the transformation of 400 corpses of varying ages. Turning to behold the scene, he saw the yellow-scaled dragon beings standing in rapt attention. A magnificent sight to behold. The knights made way as the king, flanked by the king's guard and the lords behind him, approached the makeshift gathering. In that moment, he witnessed the lifeless bodies rise anew, towering as dragon beings, submissively bowing at Baelon's feet. This was the manifestation of magical prowess. Viserys was suddenly flooded with thoughts. In a Valyrian empire blessed with dragons, one could hardly doubt the existence of magic. The synergy of dragons and sorcery had forged the glorious freehold, establishing it as the epicenter of civilization. A widely circulated tale spoke of excessive reliance on dark magic, delving into the depths to unearth wicked monstrosities, blending beasts and humans through sorcery to conjure horrific, unnatural entities. Such transgressions provoked the wrath of the gods, culminating in the cataclysmic downfall of the Valyrian Empire overnight. An expression of anger suddenly crossed Viserys' face. Was it Baelon's command of dark magic that incited the assassination attempts? He contemplated turning away, intent on seeking an audience with Maegor at the Great September of Baelor to uncover the truth. Before arriving at the scene, Viserys had encountered a procession dragging corpses, and he immediately intervened, though he refrained from making a final decision, wishing first to speak with his daughter to retract her orders. Reports from the knights indicated that this command had already established a ritual of loyalty among the lower ranks, and he did not wish to embarrass Rhaenyra, for the Iron Throne was destined for her, and her standing was crucial for an heir. From a paternal standpoint, he naturally supported vengeance. Yet from the seat of the Iron Throne, he was acutely aware of the influence of the faith of the Seven. He became aware that Rhaenyra's Syrax was slain by a commoner, which would strip away the shroud of mystery surrounding the Targaryen family in the eyes of the public. The citizens of King's Landing would come to realize that dragons are mere flesh and blood, thereby dissipating the divine reverence they held for dragons and their dragon-riding kin, resulting in dire consequences for the family. "You are far too weak," echoed in Viserys' mind, recalling his conversation with Daemon before his departure from King's Landing. Observing the magic displayed by his son Baelon, his gaze, once filled with hesitation, gradually transformed into unwavering resolve. Regardless of whether the legends were true or false, one thing was irrefutable: he is my child. At most, I shall keep him within the Red Keep for observation. The king had made his decision. The faith of the Seven must be severely punished, as this act was a blatant affront to the Iron Throne. "Do not hinder those individuals. Let her do as she wishes," he said, turning to Otto beside him. "And not just the Great September of Baelor must be punished." Upon hearing such a command, Otto initially thought he had misheard, taken aback by Viserys' sudden assertiveness. "Shouldn't we deliberate for a few more days? Just like this, just like this." Viserys waved his hand amidst Otto's puzzled gaze, indicating that his mind was made up. No one understood Viserys' intentions better than Otto when he acted unilaterally. It signified a firm resolution and willingness to bear the consequences. Otto never opposed the king's will. To him, faith was merely a tool, despite being born in Old Town, a city steeped in the worship of the Seven. As you wish, your majesty. Chapter 20. Night talks at this moment. In the house of black and white across the narrow sea, a faceless man stood beneath the statue of the many-faced god, contemplating the divine will that had descended upon him. Day after day, the god had not given further signs. An elderly woman left the city of King's Landing and made her way to the Blackwater port at the Mudgate, seeking a ship bound for the continent of Essos. Under the cover of night, she slit the throat of a drunken sailor and donned his face as a mask. The woman's human mask, along with the deceased sailor, was deftly packed into a sack, which she tethered and sank to the bottom of the ship. Upon reaching a deep water area, she severed the rope, marking her official disappearance from the continent of Westeros and her return to the House of Black and White and Bravos. Faceless one. I do not comprehend why the mission has been halted, the servant queried before the statue, as the recently returned faceless man, Melara, questioned him with an expressionless demeanor. Your task has been completed. This is the will of the god. I had stood before the monstrous dragon, merely needing to infuse it with the essence of the many-faced god, and it would surely perish. Melara still sought an explanation, having prepared for this operation for 6 months. Are you questioning the god? Upon uttering this, the servant immediately knelt, fearing to respond further. It was inconceivable for the god to err. Any fault lay solely with him. Prince Baelon will die, but it is of no concern to us. The many-faced god had intentionally called off Melara's mission, and the servant was somewhat perplexed by the rationale. Do not trouble the many-faced god. We are merely executors of divine will. If you believe this contradicts your faith, then continue to polish the statue of the deity until your piety is restored. With these words, the divine envoy departed from Maegor's holdfast. Rhaenyra, mounted on Syrax, commanded the dragon riders to return to the dragon pit, while Viserys cradled Baelon as they made their way back to the Red Keep. Under the attentive care of the servants, Baelon underwent a thorough cleansing. And before they realized it, the hour of the eel, between 9 and 10 in the evening, had arrived. Beneath the serene cloak of the hour of the eel, Maegor's holdfast was aglow with light, and the guards were particularly vigilant this night, with the frequency of patrols doubled compared to usual. 2 King's guards stood like statues outside the door, while inside, a special dinner was underway. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Yet Viserys and Rhaenyra sat in silence, the only sounds arising from the occasional clinking of cutlery. Baelon perched upon a specially elevated stool, deftly wielding his specially designed knife and fork, devouring chunks of sausage with cheeks puffed as he chewed. Wherever he could reach, pastries, fruits, and roasted piglets had been considerably diminished. Viserys subtly turned to glance behind him, prompting Ser Harold to understand and quietly retreat to the doorway. It has been a long time since we dined together like this since your mother passed. Viserys broke the silence, noticing that the food on the plate had dwindled. He picked up a grape, seemingly peeling it absent-mindedly, yet a hint of awkwardness lingered on his face. Each time he glanced at Rhaenyra, the visage of Queen Aemma would inevitably surface in his mind, accompanied by a shadow of guilt that seemed to follow him relentlessly. Baelon's chewing gradually slowed. After a moment of contemplation, Rhaenyra was at a loss for words, pondering which event to address first, as the day's occurrences had been rather numerous. You exited through the passageway behind the hearth, did you not? Viserys initiated the conversation. These passages should have been disclosed to you long ago. There is also one concealed within the walls of your chamber. It serves as an emergency escape route in times of grave peril for our family. Aside from you and me, only your Uncle Demon and Aunt Rhaenys are aware of this secret. Yes, Rhaenyra acknowledged, understanding he referred to Demon and Rhaenys. I should not have taken him out. If I had not, this would not have happened, she admitted, a trace of self-reproach in her tone. Viserys waved his hand dismissively. That matter is in the past. What matters is that you are safe. Rhaenyra responded with a smile. After a brief moment, their gazes fell upon Baelon in unison. Child, do you have something to share? Viserys inquired softly. Baelon chewed a few more bites, swallowing the morsel. Accelerating his mastication, he thought to himself, is it my turn so soon? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he discerned there was no need for concealment. Thus, he formed his words like mist coalescing into text. Sister, please speak for me. I shall elaborate shortly. Rhaenyra took a deep breath and slowly recounted to Baelon what had been previously revealed. Baelon is, in fact, your second child. Do you remember the first stillborn? After his demise, his spirit has lingered beside us, though he has never lived to see the light of day. He has been reborn numerous times. Upon concluding her narrative, Baelon, seeking to substantiate this claim, conjured fragments of text from the mist. After such a harrowing gestation, it is no surprise that a dragon was born. Our son was born adorned with Aegon's crown, while the echoes of thundering hoofs, shattering shields, and clashing swords filled the air. I placed our son upon the Iron Throne. As the bells of the sanctum tolled, and all dragons roared in unison. Viserys watched intently, his eyes wide with focus. This was a private exchange between Aemma and himself. A matter that could not possibly be known by a third party. You heard it while in the womb, Viserys tentatively inquired. Baelon shook his head like a rattledrum, claiming that a sibling obstructed the passage, making it impossible to enter. I stood right behind you. So, the sudden pain your mother experienced was your doing, Viserys probed. He distinctly recalled preparing the maester for the birth, only for Aemma to suddenly appear untroubled. Baelon scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and confessed he had attempted to breach the womb, but failed to be reborn successfully. Viserys asked earnestly, why did it fail? Was it due to the 7 gods? That old woman with the lantern? Rhaenyra interjected with a guess. Baelon nodded solemnly. The 7? Why did they prevent me from having a son? Was this attack aimed at him? Viserys pondered deeply, tapping the table as he scrutinized Baelon, a dragon with black scales and sharp teeth, its tail swaying behind. Rhaenyra lifted her wine goblet, taking a delicate sip as she absent-mindedly began to peel fruit. Child, those who have died and returned, and the dragons. Baelon tilted his head, still contemplating how to explain this, while Viserys continued to gaze at him. Perhaps a blood magic ritual activated the latent magic within the bloodline of the Dragon Lords. Perhaps I should revisit Dragonstone for further exploration? Observing the lengthy silence between the two, Rhaenyra offered a plausible hypothesis. Blood magic? Indeed, it is quite reasonable. The number of commoners and devotees who perished at the scene was in the thousands. Perhaps inadvertently, a blood sacrifice was achieved. Well then, it would be prudent to refrain from utilizing such magic, for resurrection carries its own burdens. Viserys was contemplating his choice of words when a word formed from the mist. Unsettling in its appearance, floated before him. You know enough, Viserys nodded at Baelon. This child is remarkably intelligent. His gaze shifted back to Rhaenyra as he began to address the issues brought forth by his daughter. And you, Rhaenyra, do you comprehend what it signifies to have received those knights? Does it imply fealty to me? Viserys smacked his forehead, realizing that she truly did not understand. The 421 individuals are all knights of the proletariat, a number equivalent to that of a knightly order. Can you afford their upkeep? The expenses of a single knight are equivalent to those of 10-foot soldiers, which implies that you would need to sustain 4,000 men. Must I bear this burden? Shouldn't there be a larger allocation, as even the Gilded Cloaks have 2,000 members? Viserys shook his head, explaining that they are your personal soldiers, a fundamentally different concept. They owe their allegiance to you as an individual, do you comprehend? He instructed his daughter that those warriors clad in dragon scales could be housed in the dragon's lair, serving merely as guardians. This is inconsequential, as it is the property of House Targaryen. Viserys tossed a piece of sausage into his mouth, choosing not to elaborate further. Rhaenyra sensed her father had a plan, yet felt somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, Baelon penned in the gray mist, I have wealth. 20 golden dragons could indeed procure several fine steeds, Viserys mused to himself. Rhaenyra hurriedly filled her father's vacant goblet with wine, stating, your mother and I were already wed at your age. Before Viserys could complete his thought, Rhaenyra interjected. I would rather adhere to family tradition. I do not wish to be confined within a castle, compelled to bear offspring. She slammed the wine jug down and caught sight of Baelon, who was preoccupied with his meal, and exclaimed in frustration, all you do is eat. What do you have to say? I cannot protect you forever. Rhaenyra turned on her heel and departed, leaving Viserys to gaze at her furious retreat with a sense of helplessness. Baelon seized 2 apples from the table, leaping off his chair, and after regaining his balance, swiftly scampered after Rhaenyra, his tail swaying. Be careful, what are you following her for? Viserys' voice called from behind, but Baelon pretended not to hear, quickening his pace. Viserys watched them vanish from sight, pondering the unresolved matters concerning the 7 gods, feeling an overwhelming headache as he contemplated how to adeptly navigate this intricate dilemma. Chapter 21. Preparations for war had rained lightly in King's Landing that morning, leaving mud clinging to everyone's legs. Fortunately, it was not yet winter, otherwise, the muck would have hardened into thick clods that even cold water could not cleanse. Outside the great September of Baelor, the air was alive with chatter. A week having passed since the incident involving the dragon burning the 7 gods at Flea Bottom. 7 is a number cherished by the 7, representing their 7 forms. While King's Landing boasts 7 gates, and the Great September is adorned with numerous suspended corpses. Rumors speculated there were 777, but the exact count remained unverified, as many still hung within the church. Look at that one on the 2nd floor. It's poorly hung and about to fall. Have you heard? The princess established a nightly order today. Is the news true? Of course it's true. I witnessed it myself. There are many at the King's Guard. The crowd suppressed their distaste for the foul air and began discussing the latest tidings. The grand conscription led by Rhaenyra is summoning civilians to Dragonstone for training, preparing to reclaim the stepstones. The news stirred a certain restlessness among the onlookers. Sitting at the outer edge of the wall, Vagon lifted his gaze to survey the crowd, seemingly deep in thought. The people cast peculiar glances towards the dark-haired youth. "Hey, Black Flea, aren't you going?" one remarked. "Come on. He's been living without worry for a year now," another interjected, unaware of the situation. "Hey." The princess compensated the family of that unfortunate soul who died yesterday with 100 silver stags. Wow, that's quite a sum. I'd have to carry sacks for many years to earn that. Most of those around him recognized this robust young man with black hair and dark eyes, who had spent his childhood amidst the streets of King's Landing and the Flea Bottom. As long as there was food to be had, his lively, dark figure could be seen bustling about. Those with good intentions dubbed him Black Flea. He had often proclaimed to the crowd that with his swimming skills and complexion, he aspired to become a great navigator like the sea snake. Yet regrettably, he had no means to access the fleet. He himself was unaware of his surname. Judging by his hair and eyes, he might be of Stormlander descent, but his dark skin undoubtedly hinted at a Valyrian heritage. His mother, murdered by the frenzied followers of the poor, refused to divulge the identity of his father, since Aegon the Conqueror's landing to subdue the 7 kingdoms. Many illegitimate offspring had emerged from Flea Bottom, with brothels being the most common breeding grounds. Even within House Targaryen, numerous bastards had been abandoned like wild dogs in various corners of King's Landing. Now, fate had opened a window for him. Civilians began to mock those who joined for the impending battle, for on the stepstones, the crab feeders indiscriminately slaughtered both commoners and nobles alike. The happenings on the stepstones had circulated widely, as the price of food in King's Landing rose monthly, making the underprivileged exceedingly sensitive to the cost of sustenance. Everyone feared death, including the nobility, and thus, especially knowing that training on Dragonstone would lead to combat against pirates on the stepstones. The number of those signing up in the Fisherman's Square barely reached 50. Besides the princess's knights, who had sworn allegiance to Rhaenyra, there were few willing to join. The princess has dragons. Will she come? King's Landing, the city closest to the great dragons, inspired both fear and awe in its inhabitants. If the princess were to ride her dragon into battle alongside her knights, it would surely send the pirates fleeing in terror. Unfortunately, it seems the king disapproves. Kim, a response. Why? If we defeat the pirates, wouldn't life be easier for us? Someone could not help but voice their confusion. Brother, surely you don't think your well-being is of any concern to the king? True, I will go. Rather than perish in some unknown corner, Vagon declared. His gaze shifting from hesitation to resolve, he pondered whether, if the number of fighters were insufficient, the princess might deploy those humanoid dragon creatures with golden scales to join the fray. Upon hearing from a neighbor that his mother had been transformed into one of those grotesque creatures residing in the dragon's lair, the administrator instructed him to identify which among the dragonfolk was his mother. However, the dragonfolk were driven solely by their insatiable hunger. Even if he succeeded in finding her, what would it matter? Their combat prowess was utterly terrifying. According to the administrator, they had conducted tests revealing their heightened senses of smell and hearing, and their strength was formidable enough to snap a spear forged from fine iron with ease. Arrows fired at close range could not pierce the scales that enveloped their bodies, resembling warriors clad in heavy armor. Their only notable flaw was their lack of intellect, rendering them incapable of evading attacks. In the distance, around 100 black-armored knights approached the Great Hall of King's Landing, followed by 10 horse-drawn carriages. Their banner depicted a yellow dragon spewing crimson flames. Isn't that the Princess Knight Brigade? Someone recognized them. Make way, make way. The knights dismounted and entered the church, retrieving a series of corpses from within, while the cadavers hanging on the walls were severed from their bindings. The lifeless bodies fell to the ground in quick succession. Once all the remains had been deposited, they dragged the tattered garments of the corpses into the carriages, leaving the church floor smeared with various dark, indistinct substances. Once the knights departed with the bodies, the prepared congregation of the 7 gods entered, armed with barrels and mops, covering their mouths and noses as they quietly began to clean. They dared not utter a word. The High Septon had been dispatched back to the starry September, temporarily entrusting the affairs of King's Landing to Sister Maester. In the name of the church, several notifications were made. All corpses in the sept were to be burned, a public apology was to be issued to the royal family, and the church was to deny any connection to this operation, along with a compensation of 770,000 golden dragons. The remaining 5 bishops faced consequences for their negligence. 3 donned black robes, while 2 committed suicide. A compromise was reached between the church and the royal family, bringing matters to a semblance of closure. This resolution, handled by Viserys, gained unanimous approval from the populace, and the church emerged from this crisis with minimal repercussions on the 7 gods. As the crowd stepped into the still-cleaning church, a nauseating stench of decay overwhelmed them. The air was thick with filth, exuding waves of foul odor. The stone floor was slick and sticky. Each step met with a resistance born of pooled blood and other unidentifiable liquids. The walls were spattered with dark red stains, resembling a canvas ravaged by demons. The once orderly pews lay askew, some even shattered into fragments, surrounded by small severed limbs and tattered clothing scattered haphazardly. It was evident that the knights had deliberately wreaked havoc upon entering. It was no wonder they remained inside for so long. The instigator behind this chaos might have been Rhaenyra, or perhaps these knights took it upon themselves to demonstrate their loyalty. Some individuals began to feel a tumultuous churn in their stomachs, a wave of acidity rising in their throats, compelling them to cover their mouths in a futile attempt to stifle the impending wave of nausea. Gagging, someone began to vomit, the sound echoing through the empty church, subsequently joined by more. The yellow, viscous substance spread across the ground like an unfurling blossom, and upon leaving, they uttered not a word. Thus, curiosity was piqued to an infinite degree, as more sought to uncover the gruesome reality within. Some devout individuals could no longer bear the chaotic scene before them. The mud clinging to their feet was being expelled onto the floor, only adding to the disorder. The most sacred space had become so sullied. The repercussions for the 7 gods would undoubtedly be adverse. Thus, a leader emerged, standing at the church entrance with outstretched arms, blocking those who attempted to intrude. He solemnly informed them that if they wished to enter, they must remain to assist in cleaning this disarray. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed like startled birds, their previous curiosity vanishing without a trace, leaving only a cacophony of footsteps behind. Nonetheless, a few well-meaning souls chose to stay, lamenting their decision while grimacing and suppressing their nausea as they wiped the gaudy, repugnant floor. Chapter 22. The Call to Arms. A band of fearsome knights roamed the Fisherman's Square, with the leading officer scanning for an advantageous position with piercing eyes. In the center of the square, 7 individuals occupied a prime spot, their table laden with fish catches, accompanied by several stools. Judging by their appearances, they were clearly brothers, the youngest among them easily capable of carrying a basket of fish. The officer's eyes lit up. Brothers, is the fish easy to catch? The 7, unsure of the officer's intent, looked at him quizzically, having already paid taxes several times. Was he coming for more? Sir, ever since our leader began to voice grievances 6 months ago, we hope to incur fewer penalties. However, due to rising grain prices, fish has been selling quite well. Oh, I do not seek your money. Rather, we intend to offer you some. The officer interjected abruptly, not allowing him to finish. Indeed, the pirates have made life difficult for everyone. Do you wish to resolve this matter? You'll give me money? The leader, sensing a new game afoot, quickly grasped the officer's meaning and exchanged glances with his brothers, understanding that more was indeed desired. Thus, they all began to reach for their coins simultaneously. What audacity! Attempting to bribe me. The officer suddenly erupted in anger as they revealed a handful of copper stars, and the knights behind him swiftly unsheathed their swords. Sir, this is unjust. The 7 knelt immediately, bewildered, wondering if perhaps their offering was deemed insufficient. According to the law, you have 3 choices: 10 years in prison, donning black garments, or... The officer did not explain which law had been violated, nor did he intend to clarify, as his gaze suggested. I choose the 3rd option. We all choose the 3rd option, the leader declared, selecting for himself and then for his brothers. Very well, but I am not coercing you, the officer remarked, finding the situation rather convenient. Yes, it is all voluntary, the leader grinned, his face creasing into a bundle of smiles. And only then did the officer help him to his feet. Do not sell the fish, send it to the military camp, the officer commanded, instructing a cart to transport the bounty to the princess's night order beyond the city. The 7 men, feeling a mix of anger and impotence, realized their fish had caught the officer's eye. Subsequently, the officer requested 8 silver bucks from a nearby knight, contemplating for a moment before pocketing one. This is your enlistment fee and the payment for the fish. The officer entrusted the money to the youngest child, merely 14 years of age. Now, inform your family that these 6 have joined the illustrious Princess Knight Order under the Princess Fleet. The child, bewildered, stared at the 6 older boys as if silently asking what to do next. Scram, or else you won't return, the officer admonished, prompting the child to flee without a backward glance. In the place where the 7 brothers once sold their goods, a table was set up, behind which a banner depicting a fire-breathing dragon was erected. Once seated, the officer promptly began to collect names and seals with efficiency. Upon finishing, he raised his gaze only to find the once bustling square now reduced to a sparse gathering of fisherwomen. Could women and children truly serve as sailors? He shook his head, discarding such impractical notions. Yet, how would today's task be accomplished? Rhaenyra delegated the recruitment task to the Princess Knight Order. After determining a leader through martial contests, the leader organized the 400 recruits into 10 squads, each overseen by a captain and the officer, managing 40 individuals apiece. The objective was to enlist 1,000 sailors within 7 days, which necessitated each squad to recruit approximately 15 individuals daily. Normally, recruiting soldiers was a straightforward endeavor, requiring neither personal funds nor equipment. A princely bounty for enlistment would typically attract many. However, news of the impending conflict at the Stone Steps Islands had evidently leaked, leading the townsfolk to evade enlistment, preferring to remain hidden until the 7 days had passed. This predicament infuriated the Princess Knight Order, as they faced a dwindling number of recruits by the 3rd day. Initially, on the 1st day, the allure of earning money had drawn 40 volunteers. By the 2nd day, only 2 remained. Waiting idly was not an option, especially as neighboring squads resorted to petty thievery. Go, apprehend them, the officer finally declared, losing his patience. 1 person at a time. Those who fail to recruit will join the next ship. The journey to Dragonstone would take a day or 2 with favorable winds, and the prospect of laboring as porters upon arrival was unappealing to all. What about you? Someone challenged, expressing discontent. This line of work earns resentment. Perhaps you should write, the officer suggested, gesturing towards the 6 brothers, who were huddled together whispering. Don't think of escaping. I can easily discover where you reside. Use your wits. The officer warned them. The group scoffed at him, yet their minds began to ponder who among them might have recently fallen out of favor. Dissatisfaction lingered, but the knights dispersed, each devising their own strategies to fulfill the assigned tasks. Vigorn did not return home. Instead, he wandered into a brothel along the Silk Street, casually engaging in a significant life experience. Afterwards, he purchased 2 sets of durable leather attire from a vendor on the street, donning one of the outfits. By midday, he followed a muddy path straight to the Fisherman's Square. Surrounding fishmongers shouted their wares, with women and children predominantly manning the stalls, creating an atmosphere that seemed amiss. Amidst the familiar scent of fish, Vigorn spotted the fire-breathing dragon flag prominently displayed in the center of the square. He stood at the periphery, observing for a moment. A table was laden with a pile of silver deer coins, attended by an officer. The official observed passers-by with a keen eye, ready to enthusiastically introduce any individual who showed a hint of greed for the silver deer. We are recruiting sailors. It's merely rowing, quite simple. What? You can't swim? Then what are you doing here? Go away. Brother, I see you've been lingering here for quite some time. Are you looking to enlist? Come, receive a silver deer. I am but a servant of the Ike family, merely here to purchase fish. Move along, don't be a nuisance. The official's interest waned immediately. Wagging, patting the official's shoulder from behind, noticed he was struggling to persuade a passerby to join the princess's Knight Order. The man appeared quite resistant. Had it not been for the official gripping him, he likely would have fled. Upon closer inspection, Wagging noted that this individual was exceptionally suited to be a sailor, dark-skinned, with black hair and eyes, even more apt for the sea than Valyrian. Are you here to join the princess's Knight Order? The official questioned, perplexed at how such a promising candidate had eluded his earlier recruits. Yes, please register me. Wagging replied calmly, a weight lifting from his heart. No, I refuse to go. The passerby shouted while attempting to wriggle free from the official's grasp. The official hesitated, then reluctantly released him. Fine, be gone. The passerby stumbled and fell, scrambling away in a panic, quickly vanishing into the square. At the table, the official unfurled a parchment and dipped his quill in ink. Name, Wagging Weishue. Age, 17. The official found it easy to converse with him, perhaps due to their shared dark complexion. Before leaving, he pulled a sizable black dragon scale from his pocket, roughly the size of 2 fingernails, which cost Wagging all his savings of 5 silver deer, claiming it could repel mosquitoes and insects. In truth, the princess's Knight Order had many such useful trinkets in their warehouse. But Rhaenyra struggled to raise funds before reaching an agreement with the sea serpent, and they seemed difficult to sell. As the returning knights filtered in one by one, every newly recruited sailor bore bruises, their demeanor subdued, though their gazes bore an unsettling intensity. In the distance, the sun began its descent towards the horizon. The official finally concluded his duties for the day, leading the group through the muddy gates to the harbor, where a ship adorned with the fiery dragon insignia of the Rhaenyra Knight Order awaited, already filled with over 50 individuals. You've arrived too late. You are the last sluggish team. The official disregarded the bald captain's incessant ramblings, directing the novice sailors to board the vessel in an orderly fashion and counting heads. 22. Not a single one missing. After recording the names, the official rolled up the parchment and exchanged a few words with the captain, suggesting a long-standing acquaintance between them. As the ship set sail, slowly departing from the shore, the bald captain turned to the official, speaking gravely, "Have some decency. Aren't they the 7 brothers?" As if a significant event had transpired. Do you know them? The officer felt a twinge of anxiety, concerned he might have inadvertently entangled himself with the illegitimate child of a noble. Contemplating this possibility, he reached into his pocket and subsequently tossed a piece of dragon scale to the captain. He had quite a few of these. A single silver stag could procure one from the knightly order's storeroom without limit, and occasionally, a few could be sold at a handsome price. Ensuring he had long since recouped his investment, the bald captain had yearned for one, having heard from those who had used it that it effectively repelled mosquitoes, albeit at a steep cost. Given your status, there should be no issue. Their father is merely a sailor. He grasped the scale, which was cool to the touch, and chuckled heartily. Zandelli, return my dragon scale. The officer suddenly realized he had been played for a fool. It was just a jest. Do not be so petty. I shall return it next time. The captain waved goodbye and turned to depart from the stern, the officer's harsh words fading into obscurity behind him. As the crew members boarded the vessel, they headed directly towards the lower cabin. The interior was relatively spacious, and one by one, they sought suitable spots to settle down. Scattered around were the remnants of dishes discarded carelessly in various corners, and the air was thick with a nauseating, stifling stench. Vigan cautiously tied the dragon scale around his neck. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a mysterious luster, instantly capturing the attention of the knights. After a brief inquiry, it was revealed that he had voluntarily joined the Princess's Knights. The knights exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly, granting him the privilege to move freely on the deck. As he was the only one among the recruits to step forward willingly, they decided, after a short discussion, that he would be responsible for distributing food at dawn and dusk while maintaining order to prevent anyone from wandering aimlessly. "Hey, Black Flea, summon a few to help with the food," one knight said, his face contorted in disdain as he poked his head into the cabin, grimacing at the foul odor, and quickly retreated. Here, amidst the throngs, the people partook in all manner of bodily functions, and although there were channels to expel waste directly into the sea, the lingering stench still permeated the air, refusing to dissipate. Vigan hurriedly stood up, scanning the crowd and signaling to several individuals. Kos, Leo, come over. You 6 brothers as well." He recognized 3 of them from before, and the 6 brothers were included to foster good relations. The laborers could take advantage of the opportunity to breathe fresh air while transporting food. Everyone was somewhat eager to taste the salt pork soup, their stomachs already grumbling with hunger. The food aboard the ship was far superior to what they had at home. At least they could eat to their fill. Before long, 10 men brought forth 4 wooden barrels, 1 filled with meat soup and 3 large barrels of black bread. Vigan began distributing the bread, borrowing a dagger from one knight, which bore the simple emblem of the fire-breathing Syrax, said to be sketched by Prince Baelon himself, a testament to the shared effort behind their equipment. The substantial loaves of bread were sawed open by Vagon with a dagger, their sizes rather arbitrary, and the crowd paid little heed to this. Should there be insufficient bread, they could always procure more. The primary challenge lay in distributing the meat broth, as the finest morsels resided at the bottom. Vagon vigorously shook the wooden barrel to ensure an even mixture, subsequently allowing them to fetch their own bowls for ladling. Whatever remained would be evenly divided among the porters. According to the knights, the princess, in preparation for this conflict, had amassed supplies in multiple warehouses on Dragonstone, particularly durable provisions such as black bread. Ever since the formation of the Princess's Knights, Rhaenyra had generously equipped the knights, who had made decisions in alignment with the 7 gods, utilizing her own savings to win their favor. Initially, each knight was bestowed a dagger. However, following sponsorship from the Sea Serpent, they received warhorses, helmets, armor, longswords, and boots that were almost more opulent than the golden robes assembled by Demon. This marked the Princess Knight's inaugural display of military might, a moment that must not be marred by embarrassment. She converted the gold acquired from the sea serpent into martial strength. Thus, at this juncture, the Princess Knights lacked for nothing financially. As they approached Dragonstone, the eldest of the 6 brothers remarked, frequently fishing in these waters. He was well acquainted with the region near the Crownlands. Occasionally, a few solemn individuals could be seen, accompanied by a deep sigh. Vagon, curious, scrutinized the man who sighed, recognizing him as well. He was an apprentice from a tailor shop on Gate Street. This silver-haired apprentice was already in his 30s. Henry the tailor, what brings you here? My daughter is gravely ill. I borrowed 20 copper stars from the church, and it has compounded into a significant sum. I am at a loss, as it now equals 1 silver stag. If I do not repay, the church threatens to take my daughter away. 200 silver stags equate to 1,400 copper stars, with 1 silver stag being equivalent to 7 copper stars. And how is your daughter? Thanks to the blessings of the 7, she is stable. Henry the tailor choked back his words. Had it not been for the church's urgent demands for repayment, I could have managed to repay it myself in 6 months. I offer a smile, accustomed to this plight. My daughter is merely suffering from a fever. Vagon, unsure of how to respond, simply patted Henry in a gesture of comfort. Henry fell silent, his eyes betraying sorrow, muttering apologies under his breath. Vagon remained unaware of the full story and chose not to inquire further, sensing it was perhaps a tale steeped in sadness. As dawn broke, the first light of day illuminated a stunning volcanic island that had previously been shrouded in sea mist. Vagon had risen early, seated at the bow of the ship, washing himself with the ocean's water, letting the briny sea breeze dry his short hair. A sensation he found himself growing fond of. This was true freedom. Dragonstone was breathtaking. Forests, seabirds, and the occasional leap of large fish from the water's surface. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the distant roars reminiscent of ancient beasts, a reminder to Vagon of the formidable creatures inhabiting the island. The individuals in the ship's hold had largely joined out of obligation. Vagon, however, was different. He had joined the princess's fleet in pursuit of his own dreams. Go summon them forth. A knight emerged to find Vagon, lost in contemplation while gazing at the scenery from the bow of the ship. He playfully kicked him, a gesture that indicated their camaraderie. Vagon acknowledged with a grunt, patting his backside before setting off to deliver the news. The ship had arrived at dusk the previous day. It was a cargo vessel in need of unloading. Due to the lack of temporary labor on Dragonstone, the task fell to the preparatory sailors who had been transported there. Before long, the crew gathered on deck. They began by offloading the cargo, proceeding to the castle for a meal, while the knight issued commands from the shore, after which the vessel would retrace its route. Chapter 23. Confrontation with Demon Vagon and the 11 others were rhythmically paddling on the beach, simulating the rowing motion. Seated upon a hefty log, according to the noble Valyrian family training them, this exercise on land was designed to enhance the strength of the back, arms, and abdominal muscles. Although he had been appointed as the first mate, a position that did not necessitate participation in such training, Vagon insisted on suffering alongside his men, earning the admiration of the first mate. The primary responsibilities of the first mate included maintaining the ship and enforcing discipline among the crew. Prior to engagements, he would organize the crew to prepare weapons and protective gear, ensuring that boarding tools, such as grappling hooks, were ready for action. During combat, he would lead the crew in close-quarter battles, maintaining order amidst the fray. In terms of ship maintenance, the first mate supervised the crew's routine inspections and repairs of the hull, ropes, and sails. Should any damage occur during navigation, he would organize a repair crew to ensure the ship could continue its journey. Currently, significant positions within the princess's fleet were temporarily held by experienced crew members assigned from the Valyrian family's own fleet. For the sake of prudence, they were required to participate in the piracy eradication operation, after which they would return to their original vessels, at which point Vagon would ascend to the role of first mate. Rhaenyra could not allow her private forces to mingle with numerous other factions, as the funds to sustain them had been meticulously negotiated. Vagon's team had just completed their rowing drills, drenched in sweat, and were now gasping for air in the shade of the trees. They crowded around a barrel, eagerly ladling the brackish water within, replenishing the fluids they had lost. Move aside, let others drink, Vagon urged, pulling them back. As the sea breeze blew, he looked up to see several sails being raised and lowered. Yo-ho, yo-ho. The dragon banner fluttered proudly on the ship, as the 6 brothers who had come along hoisted the heavy sails. Some sailors climbed the tall mast, securing ropes amidst the swaying, adjusting the sails to catch the wind. Once completed, at the command of the training officer, the sail handlers would lower the sails, repeating the cycle. Each day, they were tasked with hoisting heavy sails, strengthening their upper body through this labor, though they had been forcibly conscripted rather than volunteering. And opportunities for advancement aboard the ship would be scarce. Only then did Waking comprehend that the officials responsible for those who voluntarily joined the knightly order would proactively sell certain valuable items, such as his dragon scale, which was of the highest quality. Through several days of training and interaction, he learned that individuals who joined voluntarily would be recommended to purchase various items, with the majority opting for the iron pendant shaped like a fire-breathing dragon. This trinket bore no special effects, but required 1 silver stag to acquire. Waking felt fortunate. He had contemplated purchasing the iron pendant himself, but upon comparison, he concluded that the dragon scale, which possessed mosquito-repelling properties, was far more advantageous. The warships stationed at Dragonstone were not large, totaling 10 vessels, each capable of accommodating 200 individuals. These ships were a gift from the Sea Snake as part of an agreement with the princess. For every day the pirates occupied the Stepstone Islands, the wealth of House Velaryon diminished. While House Velaryon could eradicate any naval fleet that posed a threat, they had limited means to confront the enemies holed up in the caves of the Stepstone Islands. Previously, the Sea Snake had organized a landing assault but was ambushed by pirates using the terrain to their advantage. Had it not been for Rhaenyra's attacking on Melisandre, the entire army might have faced annihilation. On the day following the attack on Princess Rhaenyra and Baelon by the Faith of the Seven, the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys, along with her husband, the Sea Snake Corlys, persuaded Rhaenyra to plunge into this tumultuous situation. Viserys, upon learning that his daughter had disrupted his plans to weaken House Velaryon, erupted in fury, presenting her with the pros and cons of the situation. The heir to the Iron Throne must never employ the power of the state to wage war, as doing so would publicly escalate the conflict with the Iron Throne and the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Such an event could likely culminate in a brutal naval battle, and he warned her against riding dragons into combat. Rhaenyra sought to establish her own prestige in the eyes of the world and was reluctant to forego this opportunity. Thus, she claimed to have already signed an agreement, or else she would need to compensate 1 million golden dragons. Weighing the pros and cons, Viserys ultimately acquiesced, permitting Rhaenyra to intervene only in the capacity of a princess knight hired by the Sea Snake. A thunderous roar of a dragon captured everyone's attention. Waking watched as a long-necked, peculiar dragon swooped low towards the trainees, stirring up a fierce wind that sent several individuals tumbling into the sea. Get down, hide well. Remain calm, do not panic. How can you be so timid? The prepared training officer instructed everyone to conceal themselves, as such occurrences had become commonplace lately. Every morning, Prince Daemon unwaveringly rode on Caraxes to disrupt the training. Waking had heard the Velaryons discussing this and understood the situation. On the day of Princess Rhaenyra's coronation, after Daemon had irrevocably forfeited his claim to the inheritance, he and his lover, Mysaria, departed from the Red Keep on Caraxes, presently occupying Dragonstone, which was nominally the domain of the heir to the Iron Throne. Daemon's occupation of Dragonstone seemed a silent protest, and Viserys chose to ignore him, treating it as an exile on Dragonstone, given that Rhaenyra seldom visited the island. When the Velaryon noble Waymond, the Sea Snake's brother, arrived seeking an explanation from Daemon, he was informed that Daemon's actions had disturbed his normal rest. The sight of Waymond enraged him to the point of instigating an immediate confrontation. Fortunately, his subordinates intervened just in time, sparing him from the wrath of Coralax's dragonfire, though he emerged singed and disheveled. The princess's fleet was, in fact, training here under legally sound pretenses. Daemon merely sought to irritate his brother, without any genuine intent to incite chaos, thus refraining from taking further action against them. Subsequently, Rhaenyra exchanged letters with Daemon, though the correspondence seemed far from pleasant. A deafening roar echoed through the air. The colossal dragon in the sky resembled a moving mountain, its vast wingspan obscuring the sunlight, each scale glistening like a massive shield, effortlessly casting a fleeting shadow that plunged the surroundings into darkness. The inhabitants of the island lifted their gazes in awe, confronting the overwhelming presence of this titanic creature, an indescribable sense of oppression washing over them, nearly rendering them breathless. Is this Vhagar? Wasn't he dead? Someone whispered, cautiously confiding in a companion. No, it's Syrax, you fool. The Black Death isn't that large, another remarked with pride. Recognizing the dragon. Quiet down. I see the princess atop. By the Seven, is that truly Syrax? The people of Dragonstone were enveloped in profound shock, their imaginations conjuring the terror of Syrax's fiery breath. Who would dare to challenge such a dragon? Most present hailed from King's Landing, familiar yet estranged from the dragon's presence. They had seen Syrax overhead, though it was not typically this immense. Coralax, confronted directly by Syrax, instinctively chose to evade, aware of the vast disparity in their might and uncertain of his opponent's identity. Demon, suppressing the notorious ferocity of Coralax's intent to counterattack, maneuvered in a series of dives, leveraging his size to gracefully steer away from Syrax. Rhaenyra, guiding Syrax down to the defensive wall, prompted Demon to cautiously observe from the skies for an extended moment before recognizing her. He then directed Coralax to hover near Rhaenyra, keeping a safe distance with Bloodworm perched on a hillock. Demon approached Syrax, his eyes wide with astonishment. He perceived the dragon to be nearly the same size as the memory of the Black Death he held, having witnessed the aging of the 208-year-old Vhagar in his youth. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Rhaenyra dismounted from the saddle, which originally belonged to the Black Death, Vhagar. After receiving a message from a raven regarding Demon's teasing of her sailors, she hurried over, eager to confront him for an explanation. "What has your Syrax consumed to grow so large?" Demon, perplexed, considered his own sources of intelligence, which had indicated that Syrax, at over 50 years old, was indeed larger than Vhagar, a notion he found hard to believe, suspecting that the informant lacked proper experience. Demon approached Syrax, raising his hand in an attempt to confirm that this truly was Syrax. The dragon was somewhat alert, raising its head to fixate on the man before it. Demon bore the scent of Caraxes, and although he did not roar, hostility flickered within his golden eyes. "Lakiri," Rhaenyra soothed. "Uncle, please do not disturb my Syrax. It is fiercely protective of me. My father has appointed me as the Princess of Dragonstone, and you reside in my castle. Uncle, you have yet to disclose what brings you to my Dragonstone." A playful smile danced on Rhaenyra's lips. "You will inherit it once you come of age," Demon remarked. "You have provoked my ire. This place is too tedious. One must seek amusement elsewhere," he shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. "If you seek entertainment, I can accompany you." Demon was reminded of the earlier scene where the colossal beast had chased him through the sky, rendering him speechless. "I stand here. This is the reason for your disinheritance. If you wish to reclaim your status as heir, the opponent you must conquer lies before you." Syrax, perceptively attuned to Rhaenyra's emotions, lifted its immense head, silently gathering strength. A single battle could settle matters, quite a bargain. Rhaenyra glared at Demon, their gazes locked for an extended moment. Her eyes were frigid, piercing through Demon, their stares clashing like tangible blades in the air, unwavering. "You have grown." Demon turned to depart, nimbly mounting Caraxes, which let out a blood-curdling roar before unfurling its crimson wings and soaring into the sky. Gripping the reins high above, Demon called back to Rhaenyra with a hearty laugh. "I shall not partake in your salt and bread. Do remember to join me for the evening feast." Demon implied that their prior disputes over succession were resolved, and he was merely a temporary guest on Dragonstone. She gazed upwards at the receding figure, gently leaning against Syrax's head, a subtle smile curving her lips. She felt a surge of joy. The throne may incite war rather than allow a woman to rise, simply because you lack strength. Without her father's aid, Rhaenyra had independently thwarted her rivals for the Iron Throne, filling her with a sense of pride. Henceforth, she became even more resolute in her belief that strength could usher in a new order. Male primogeniture could not withstand dragon fire. A dragon can live for 200 years. Moreover, she had more than one dragon. Chapter 24. The Outbreak of War. The Stepstones, a series of islands situated in the Narrow Sea, extend from the eastern coast of Dorne to the disputed territories. The Stepstones serve as a haven for pirates. Among these islands, only two bear names, Bloodstone Island and Greyjoy's Gallow. One of the free trading city-states, Tyrosh, is also located within the Stepstones. Due to maritime trade interests between the two continents, the city-states of Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh frequently clashed over the sovereignty of the Stepstones. Eventually, after the three factions united to form the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, they annexed these islands, eradicating the pirates. Initially, the nobles and wealthy merchants of the two continents were quite pleased with their dealings and willingly paid a certain toll. Subsequently, Rahas Dahar found this venture appealing and profitable. Thus, he transformed his career into that of a pirate. They embarked upon their ships, committing acts of malevolence such as theft and robbery, even resorting to their infamous practice of feeding sailors to crabs, which earned them the moniker crab feeders. After occupying the staircase isles, the crab feeders grew increasingly avaricious, posing a significant threat to legitimate maritime trade. Under Dahar's leadership, the pirates of the Staircase Isles were gradually united. He extorted exorbitant tolls and abducted women and boys to sell into brothels, amassing vast wealth, with his crew swelling to a formidable 2,000 men. establishing a powerful maritime force. Dahar's ambitions soon surpassed mere skirmishes. With the support of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, he began targeting the Valyrian fleet-protected vessels. Just this afternoon, a cargo-laden fleet, shielded by 3 warships, fell into Dahar's grasp, marking the 4th such incident in 6 months. Before Dahar's assault, the scholars aboard the ship had released ravens, and by the time the sea serpent Corlys received the news, it was already too late. His wrath was immeasurable, not only because of the immense wealth they carried back, but also due to the presence of several direct descendants of the Valyrian family aboard, who were learning navigation. After a brief exchange, they resolved to dispatch a force to eliminate the pirates. Dahar chose not to engage the sea serpent family on the open waters. For during this era, the Valyrian naval power was unparalleled, boasting an invincible fleet that reigned supreme over the seas. The sea serpent attempted to eradicate this peril alone, but a prior landing operation nearly resulted in total annihilation, which rendered him considerably more cautious. Upon further reflection, considering that Dahar's faction lacked significant vessels, it seemed they could only target smaller ships, and since the financial losses were minimal, the sea serpent merely kept them as a potential threat to monitor. Each time his fleet traversed the waters near the staircase aisles, he dispatched an escort, only to find that they were intercepted, an embarrassment that rubbed his face in the dirt. Thus, the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys rode Melias toward King's Landing to urge her niece to mobilize troops, while Corlys ordered the fleet to set sail immediately, mobilizing over 120 warships to blockade the sea surrounding the staircase aisles, simultaneously dispatching word to his brother Vaemond on Dragonstone to prepare for action. The Maegor's Hold also served as a residence for Rhaenys as a member of the royal family. She occasionally brought her children to stay there. The guards and Kingsguard greeted her, inquiring if there was an urgent matter to relay to the king. No need. I seek Rhaenys. Summoning the king would serve little purpose. It would merely lead to a meeting to dispatch envoys for discussion. She proceeded directly to Rhaenys' chamber, with 2 handmaidens trailing behind, awaiting her command. Standing at the door was Sir Criston, a member of the Kingsguard on duty that night. Upon seeing Rhaenys approach, he anticipated her intent. Please hold on. Criston gently rapped on the door. What is it? Rhaenyra had yet to succumb to slumber, engrossed in the manipulation of a viscous green substance that bounced adorably. Princess Rhaenys seeks your presence. Oh, my aunt, Rhaenyra exclaimed, hastening to open the door and usher her in. After a brief quarter of an hour of discourse, Rhaenyra surmised the purpose of her aunt's late-night visit. She learned of the urgent necessity to commence an operation against pirates with the Sea Snake's fleet to rescue the captured nobles. Torn by indecision, she grappled with the constraints of her limited seafaring training, having only completed half a month. She reiterated the promise made on behalf of the Sea Snake. As long as the Sea Snake remained the head of House Velaryon, his fleet would recognize only her as the rightful queen. Reluctantly, Rhaenyra acquiesced. On the table, she pinned a letter addressed to Harwin Strong, a cousin of the Strong lineage, who was among the 400 knights that had pledged their fealty, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship. In an effort to strengthen ties with House Strong and repay Harwin's life-saving favor, she selected him to lead the princess's knightly order. Sealing the missive with a wax impression of a fire-breathing dragon, she entrusted it to Rhaenys. However, she pondered the precariousness of their situation. Would the addition of her 200 knights truly tip the scales in their favor against an island that had previously resisted 3,000? Lacking the experience of war, she could only seek to bolster her chances of victory. During the conflagration of the 7 gods, she had merely taken refuge beneath the formidable frame of Syrax. Thus her experiences bore little resemblance to true warfare. Oh, my uncle mentioned he could also join if needed. Demon would come as well? Under what conditions? Rhaenys inquired, a mix of surprise and nonchalance evident in her tone. Perhaps he was merely seeking diversion. His presence may prove of little value. Otherwise, I would have incinerated those pirates myself, Rhaenyra mused, contemplating what other resources she could leverage. For the promise bestowed by House Velaryon weighed heavily, a commitment to support Rhaenyra even if a suitable heir were to arise. Wait, I shall provide you with a trump card, but it is best if my father remains oblivious. Rhaenyra whispered, leaning closer to her aunt. What is it? Has Balerion concocted a new form of magic? Rhaenys speculated, knowing Balerion often produced peculiar creations in his magical explorations. While waiting, she opened a conspicuous box on the table, revealing 3 fluffy, greenish entities resembling exceedingly airy cakes. Rhaenys gently prodded one, causing it to sprout limbs and bounce adorably. After a time of play, the little cakes appeared fatigued, becoming immobile despite her attempts to engage them, prompting Rhaenys to recluse the box. The incessantly spawning insects, the spiders with myriad eyes, And the mice with wings were indeed rare curiosities among the nobles of King's Landing, fetching high prices as magical creations. In the pitch darkness of night, Rhaenyra quietly opened her chamber door, stealthily retrieving a bag filled with the shed dragon scales of Baelon from beneath her bed, then discreetly slipped out. Baelon suddenly opened his eyes. In a room where only the window was visible, his amber orbs emitted a ghostly glow. Since that fateful day of life and death, he had been afflicted by a psychological malady, plagued by the sense of blood, cacophonous sounds, and scenes of chaos that incited his anxiety. By sheer coincidence, his senses were exceptionally acute, intensifying the situation. This matter remained undisclosed to anyone, even to Rhaenyra. What was his sister engaged in? Never mind, it could wait until tomorrow. Upon discovering Rhaenyra rummaging through things, and with no other commotion, he remained still, closing his eyes. His experiments over the past month aimed to transform dragonfolk back into humans. Yet success seemed a distant dream. Baelon felt somewhat disheartened. Should he fail to restore his humanity and claim the Iron Throne? An alternative strategy to avert the dance of dragons must be devised. He could enhance his sister Rhaenyra's power, and once she ascended as queen, he might select a territory to govern, marrying the daughter of a noble with a claim to inheritance, thus becoming an hereditary count and prince. Perhaps he could even acquire vast lands akin to the Reach, Old Town, the Riverlands, or Storm's End, becoming a duke with substantial dominion. Should Rhaenyra require it, he could attend the small council meetings in King's Landing. If not, he would journey the world with Syrax. The resurrected dragon not only grew in size, but also accepted him upon its back. Perhaps he need not ride Syrax, waiting instead for Vagor to perish before reviving it. Exploring the distant lands of Ashai, the Shadowlands, and uncovering the mysteries of the unknown sounded enticing, akin to becoming a Columbus of this world. As for the Greens, they posed little threat. The number of dragonfolk in the dragon pit was steadily increasing. Rhaenyra was acquiring the corpses of the recently deceased from King's Landing at a high price, resulting in the birth of over 100 golden-scale dragonfolk each month. In 2 decades, the dragonfolk army that would emerge would be formidable, unless the Seven Kingdoms foolishly chose to support the Greens. For now, the strategy was to bide time, meticulously researching the secrets of the peculiar space. Especially since Alicent had yet to become queen, there was still ample time. After a while, Rhaenyra returned to her room, carrying a sack, which she handed to her aunt. Rhaenys opened the bag and examined what lay within, numerous black dragon scales, each the size of a fingernail. What is this? Baelon, she noted. He shed his scales weakly. There were 400 pieces here, intended for the soldiers. What purpose do they serve? To ward off mosquitoes? Rhaenys inquired, puzzled. She possessed a few herself. When Lannister visited Baelon, he had gifted her some, though he had not given any to Rhaenys. Indeed, they were effective against insects. She had tried the scales of Melia's, but they did not possess such extraordinary properties. Are you aware of the dragonfolk in the dragon pit? I placed 200 dragonfolk on Dragonstone. I have learned how you lost last time. This time, those tunneling pirates are doomed, Rhaenyra declared confidently, determined not to let her knights suffer significant losses. Primarily, her father had previously shared insights on political balance. He intended to utilize these pirates to systematically weaken House Velaryon to a certain extent, as they were excessively wealthy. Rhaenyra suddenly comprehended some of her father's earlier edicts that had eluded her understanding. Now, as his daughter, it was difficult to accept that she might cause herself injury for the benefit of House Velaryon. Due to the Valyrian lineage, which flows through Velaryon's veins, and his formidable fleet of dragons, he poses a significant latent threat to the kingdom, though he may not aspire to usurp the throne. Are the dragonmen truly formidable? Rhaenys pondered as she gazed at her niece, aware that Baelon had crafted magical creations known as dragonmen, albeit lacking detailed knowledge of their intricacies. She contemplated for a moment. It is not merely a question of strength. In terms of combat skills, their straightforward approach is rather unremarkable. However, their physical prowess is undeniable, as ordinary arrows fail to penetrate their defenses at close range. I once had one face the Kingsguard. Can you guess who emerged victorious? The Dragon Man? Rhaenys speculated. Haha. It wasn't he exactly a victory. The Dragon Man's scales, both numerous and resilient, rendered the Kingsguard's swords ineffective. Ultimately, it took 3 of the Kingsguard in succession to exhaust its stamina. Was it truly their fatigue that led to its demise? That alone is quite impressive, Rhaenys nodded, asserting that the best strategy against such pirates is to engage them within caves, where soldiers must possess not only formidable strength, but also immense courage. These dragonmen likely lack even the concept of death, Rhaenys mused. Each member of the Kingsguard is undoubtedly a paragon among knights, and to require 3 of them to subdue one dragon man attests to its true strength. Then what are the dragon scales? Rhaenyra elaborated. Although the dragon men are indeed powerful, they are also rather foolish, often unable to distinguish friend from foe in battle. If we bring this along, will we not be attacked? Rhaenys began to grasp the situation. Yes, but not necessarily. However, I have already arranged for those who can discern the scent of dragon scales to be stationed at Dragonstone, while those in the dragon caves are still being tamed, Rhaenyra added. But rest assured, those of Targaryen blood will not be aggressive. I can guarantee that. Chapter 25. The burning of the fleet on the surface of the sea, charred remnants of vessels floated sporadically, heaving with the waves like the grotesque bones of a monstrous beast, serving as eerie beacons for the warships that advanced. After a thorough search and salvage operation, they ultimately retrieved a single unconscious survivor clinging to a piece of timber. This individual, with skin of a bronze hue, was a member of the Valyrian family. As the sailors hoisted the survivor aboard the deck with a net, they realized that the timber which had prevented his drowning bore several ship nails, while his hands had become mangled, covered with ghastly bite marks. The horrifying injuries elicited gasps from the crowd, yet, to their astonishment, his chest still rose and fell. Defying the odds of survival in such a catastrophe, it seemed he was indeed favored by the gods, managing to endure such calamity. The crabs that should be sent to hell, someone shouted in anger. It became apparent that the timber was intended to secure captives for the convenience of the crabs along the shore, which had somehow been swept into the sea by the tide. Sea Serpent Corlys himself approached to inquire about the particulars of the naval battle, questioning how a fleet, escorted by 5 warships, had been annihilated by Demon, and whether those small vessels could even approach the warships. Under the fragmented recounting of the drowning victim, Corlys, the Sea Serpent, finally comprehended the fate of his fleet. A merchant convoy from the Kingdom of Mill, en route to King's Landing for trade, had inadvertently accompanied the Valyrian fleet. Upon discovering that the ships were indeed laden with provisions, they agreed to let them follow, albeit at a distance. 2 days later, in the waters surrounding Bloodstone Island, they were ambushed en masse by pirates. Seeking refuge, these merchant vessels drew near the warships, from which swarmed a multitude of sailors and hired mercenaries, instigating a boarding attack. Corlys understood that such grievous injuries could not be mended by the scholars accompanying the fleet. Action was imperative. The drowning man seemed to strive to extend his decayed hand, lacking strength, struggling to utter words. Corlys leaned closer, intent on listening. God's voice was exceedingly faint yet, in that moment, resoundingly clear. Revenge, he gasped, as if expending his last ounce of strength. His once heaving chest fell utterly still, devoid of any further motion. Shameful, this is a declaration of war. Corlys gritted his teeth, his fury intensifying. I will reduce that crab feeder to ashes. Previously, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters had covertly supported these pirates, a fact not displayed openly. Viserys assured Corlys that he would dispatch envoys to negotiate, as compelling evidence was elusive. Now, with the royal fleet launching an assault and exterminating all aboard to obliterate any trace, their actions had thoroughly stripped away any pretense. Suddenly, Corlys laughed. He dispatched a raven to King's Landing to report the incident. He was still the Minister of Marine Affairs. Addressing the surrounding Valyrian officers and captains, he issued a command. From this moment forth, any encounter with the fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters must result in their sinking. Bloodstone Island, the largest of the Stone Steps archipelago, is positioned in the northwestern corner of the Isles, north of Greygreef Island. The island houses numerous natural caverns, providing an ideal hideout for pirates. A formidable fleet of 10 main battle ships, accompanied by numerous smaller vessels, anchored in the deep waters of Bloodstone Island. Some flew the flag of the Kingdom of Mill, while others displayed the skull emblem of pirates, and a few bore the silver seahorse. This fleet represented 1/3 of Mill's maritime strength, effortlessly joining the assault on the Valyrian vessels to achieve resounding victory. Numerous flat-bottomed boats traversed between the shore of Bloodstone Island and the fleet, ferrying supplies back and forth. The area surrounding Bloodstone Island was riddled with reefs, making it perilous for large ships to approach closely. The wooden stakes on the beach were all that remained of men's bones, as pirates dragged Valyrian cargo ships ashore to loot their spoils. The haul was indeed bounteous. After delivering the provisions to Hadar and promising to supply 10 ships of grain monthly from Lys, Commander Cosmo of the Mill Fleet apportioned the majority of the spoils from this raid, a venture sufficient to double his family's wealth. Under his command, the fleet lingered in these waters until the sun rose. The crew brought by Cosmo labored for 2 days and nights, yet even with the sunlight illuminating the sea, he found himself unable to complete the loading of the spoils from this raid. A sense of foreboding gnawed at him, having remained in this area for 2 days. He yearned to swiftly direct the fleet away from these treacherous waters. "Hurry, expedite the process," Cosmo shouted, urgency lacing his voice. On the shore, a final small pile of exquisite porcelain remained. Cosmo incessantly urged his men to hasten, to load this last of the porcelain onto the ship. They panted heavily, their steps quickening, their minds filled with visions of the riches that would allow them to indulge in excess in Myr for 3 days and nights. Cosmo recalled the governor's admonition to return within 2 days after a successful raid. For Valyrian's fleet could traverse the distance from Tidehead Island to Stairway Island in no more than 2 days. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the air, shattering the cacophony of the sea. An enemy attack. The lookout ship had sounded the alarm, the sharp whistle slicing through the din like an arrow piercing Cosmo's dreams. Could it be mere coincidence? His heart sank, a weight of dread settling upon him. Who were the enemies? How far away were they? He hastened forward, seizing the breathless sailor who had brought the news, his voice trembling with a hint of desperation. "It is the Sea Serpent fleet, all battleships, spotted 8 nautical miles away." As the sailor's words echoed in his mind, the last shred of hope within Cosmo burst like a bubble, a chill creeping up his spine. In a bid to load more cargo, he had sold half the ship's armaments to Dahar to create space, significantly diminishing his strength. Faced with this sudden assault, he felt momentarily dazed. Yet, time was still on his side. He paced the deck, contemplating how to respond. Leaning against the mast, his face contorted in turmoil. He took a deep breath and ultimately resolved himself. As the commander of the Myr Kingdom fleet, he was not without resources. Fighting would be futile, and escape was improbable. Without hesitation, he ordered the dismantling of the large crossbows from the ship, for Valyrian possessed dragons. He would again utilize the flatboats to transport all portable weapons, medicines, and gold back to Bloodstone Island and release all small boats to seek aid from Myr. In a desperate measure, he commanded the immediate incineration of all ships, including the warships, as they were laden with too much cargo to be suitable for combat, their drafts too deep to flee. Even casting them into the sea would not be timely enough. Time flowed swiftly, and Cosmo spotted the formidable battleship adorned with seahorses charging towards them. He promptly ordered the cessation of loading, and after distancing himself from the flagship crossbow, he ignited the oil doused upon the vessel. Boom, boom, boom. Tongues of orange flame seemed to come alive, racing through the seams of the wooden hull, the mast, and the ropes, fervently climbing and spreading, engulfing the entire ship in a conflagration in the blink of an eye. As I gaze across the harbor, over 100 wooden vessels are engulfed in flames. The fire leaping and dancing, intertwining and merging, creating a tumultuous wave of fire. With the roar of the sea breeze, the blaze surges and spreads, its glow reflecting upon the water's surface, transforming the shimmering sea into a flowing river of molten lava, flickering with golden reds, devouring the remnants of the wooden ships. The scorching heat washes over the shores, searing the faces of pirates and naval officers alike. Cosmo stands before Hadar, his gaze fixed in a daze upon the raging inferno, his heart bleeding. This conflagration consumes not only a warship worth hundreds of thousands of gold dragons, but also his future. Even if he were to escape this catastrophe, he would return as a bankrupt, burdened with insurmountable debt, reduced to a slave, an absurd fate for a fleet commander of a kingdom, whose greed has led his family to ruin. Hadar tilts his head, offering a smile that appears somewhat eerie beneath his peculiar mask and scarred tattoos. "You too shall become a gopher," he rasps. Cosmo had previously mocked them, deeming them not pirates, but mere gophers. If not for necessity, he would never engage with someone so troubled. Yet, considering that Klahaz Hadar was once a naval admiral, he suppresses his disdain and replies haughtily, "Perhaps being a pirate isn't so bad. At least one does not become a slave." Chapter 26. Demon's assistant Corlys stands at the ship's bow, observing the vessels succumbing to the fiery abyss. Capturing the ambushing fleet of Milna would be splendid, yet he finds no joy in the moment, if given the choice. He would rather wage war against them on the open sea. Dragonstone Island is already home to thousands of pirates, utilizing the terrain to their advantage. And now the regular navy of Milna has joined the fray. If they remain steadfast, Corlys finds himself at a loss. At Bloodstone Island, the distinction between pirates and navy is stark. They survey the approaching 60 warships from their elevated vantage. A sailor notices a small dot overhead, seemingly descending, growing larger as it nears. What is that? A thunderous roar, akin to that of a primordial beast, reverberates through the sky. The entire Bloodstone Island falls into a hushed silence as all activity ceases. High above, Hadar observes that the Dragon Queen has already retreated into a cave, while Komaz, who has been watching the Serpent Fleet, hastily sounds the battle horn. His numbers are thrice that of Hadar's, and he believes he will dominate the conflict between the navy of Milna and the Serpent Fleet. Dragon! The terrified and astonished pirates cry out, and the swift among them begin to search for the nearest caves, haunted by memories of being pursued by the crownless Queen Rhaenys with Melius. The sailors are momentarily stunned, as this is their first encounter with a dragon. Some follow the pirates into the caves, while others rush towards their fleet commander, Comas. Many make their way to the cliffside, where disassembled scorpion crossbows lie, which might instill caution in the skyward dragon. Scattered upon the cliffside were the sailors of Mill, methodically maneuvering the scorpion crossbows salvaged from their vessel, targeting the colossal dragon still soaring in the sky. Should it dare to descend, a relentless barrage of arrows would be unleashed upon it. The sailors, their eyes trained anxiously on the heavens, found courage in the multitude of scorpion crossbows that adorned the precipice. Comas observed the unfolding battle from the mouth of a cavern, noting that the creature was a peculiar long-necked dragon, the Calaxure of Daimon. Though Daimon had yet to close the distance for a fiery breath, a multitude of arrows, including the long-range steel bolts from the scorpion crossbows, rained down upon him, forcing him to evade continuously. Each of Daimon's assaults was thwarted by the arrows, a few piercing the left wing membrane of the Calaxure, igniting his irritation. In a brief lull between volleys, Daimon disregarded the ordinary arrows from the crossbows, enduring the onslaught to seize the moment and dive low towards the most densely populated area of sailors. Dracarys, he commanded coldly to the Calaxure. The transformation occurred swiftly, catching many off guard. In an instant, the Calaxure loomed above them, the acrid scent of sulfur and smoke enveloping the air. Fear gripped the sailors, compelling them to abandon their bolts in frantic attempts to conceal themselves. Many thought to themselves that this was the essence of the dragon's presence. Yet those thoughts became their final reflections. Boom! Flames erupted. The conflagration descended, consuming those sailors directly confronting the dragon's breath, their bodies ignited in a fiery blaze. Those caught in the dragon's wrath were either swept off the cliff alongside their scorpion crossbows or rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames engulfing their garments. The cliffside bore deep blackened scars where the flames had passed. The long-prepared Calaxure finally unleashed its fiery torrent, as if plowing its own field like an aged ox. Witnessed by many, this assault profoundly impacted the other sailors manning the scorpion crossbows, yet as members of Mill's disciplined navy, they quickly regained their composure and reloaded their weapons. The Calaxure reveled in its brief moment of triumph, only to be met once again by arrows from various angles. The sailors learned swiftly in the face of death. The crossbows targeted Daimon explicitly, while the scorpions would fire and retreat. Daimon found himself repeatedly unable to locate his adversaries in the air, narrowly dodging arrows. And whenever he sought to destroy a discovered scorpion crossbow, fresh arrows would emerge from other directions to harass him. "Come out, Dahar, you coward!" Daimon bellowed, his voice echoing with fury as he called out the name of the pirate leader. Unbeknownst to him, Mill's navy had already established a presence on the island. The attire of the pirates bore a striking resemblance to that of the navy, often blurring the lines between the two identities. As sailors of the Three Daughters Kingdom frequently swapped between roles, in his frustration, Daimon could only ride his dragon, incinerating the scattered pirates to vent his pent-up anger, chasing them down with streams of dragon fire. "Why did you not attack earlier?" he pondered as he descended upon the subsidiary island of Bloodstone. Clad in black helm and armor, striding purposefully towards them, his disheveled hair rendering him a somewhat disheveled sight. A considerable number of sailors have already established their encampment on site. The Sea Serpent, accompanied by a cadre of officers, appears to be awaiting him, with a wooden carving of the defense layout of Bloodstone Island displayed upon the table. For crab claws signify 4,000 men, while on Corley's side, there are merely 8 seahorses and a single dragon. 10 warships ignited in a sudden flash, simultaneously launching their first cannonball. A blazing fireball tore through the sky, hurtling towards the main island. Soon after, more fireballs were incessantly hurled towards the main island, enveloping the sky in flames and deafening roars. All gazes were fixed upon the main island, where the thrown fireballs inflicted minimal damage upon the enemies, serving merely as an expression of frustration. "You are far too reckless. Battles are not fought in such a manner," Corlys remarked, just as one of the warships was struck by a fireball launched from the island's catapult. The ship quickly extinguished the flames with the sailors' efforts, suffering only minor damage to the deck. "Oh, then how should we proceed?" Daemon inquired, glancing at the Sea Serpent, for he was not the commander of this battle. Daemon had come because Rhaenyra promised to grant him the stepstones as his fief after ascending to the throne, intending to levy tolls in the name of the crown. Akin to how House Frey had cunningly amassed wealth and power by charging tolls on a bridge. The Sea Serpent concurred with this plan. No faction would agree to House Velaryon occupying the stepstones, and Rhaenyra herself did not support it. Their house had little regard for this barren land, which would be mostly submerged during high tide, yet it held immense significance for House Velaryon, as 2 of the 4 crucial trade routes traversed through here. As you can see, they possess land-based catapults, which are far more powerful and accurate than those on ships, Corlys continued, revealing an additional concern. The warships were positioned rather closely, and he had not anticipated the presence of catapults on the island. The crab feeders had established a stronghold here, with archers occupying elevated positions and infantry concealed behind sand dunes for ambushes. Once we seize the high ground, they will retreat into their caves, only to emerge at night for attacks. To compound matters, the navy of Myr has now joined the fray. Corlys elucidated the challenges of the battle. Did you defeat the navy of Myr? Daemon, having witnessed the cluster of burning warships adorned with the insignia of the Myr city-state from above, inquired. I hope so. They set them ablaze themselves, laden with the wealth of House Velaryon. So, they now have 4,000 men on that island. Corlys expressed a hint of resignation, aware that the enemy had become even more formidable. Cannot we starve this rabble? They are well prepared, with at least 6 months' worth of supplies. And we cannot blockade this area. The fleet of the 3 whores will arrive before long. Then, my lord Sea Serpent, what course of action do you propose? Daemon could discern no viable solution from Corlys. In the distance, a warship was struck by a catapult, igniting its fuel and resulting in an explosion. After observing for a moment, Corlys ordered the ship to withdraw and cease its futile efforts. The island's catapults were concealed behind the rocks, rendering a confrontation exceedingly disadvantageous. I await you, my prince. My soldiers are but sailors, and we cannot muster even 1,000 suits of armor. We hold no advantage upon the land. We must either draw them out or infiltrate their stronghold, for this war cannot linger. Should the kingdom of the 3 daughters dispatch a united fleet for rescue, our predicament will only worsen. My lord, which knight would dare to venture into those caverns, willingly courting death? Observe how unhinged a knight must be to assault such a cursed place. Daemon spoke with a tone of derision, convinced that these pirates would not be foolish enough to emerge for a direct confrontation. Corlys remained silent. The Knights of Rhaenyra? Daemon suddenly realized that at least they would be willing to fight for their queen. Let us wait 2 days then. This time, we shall not rely on the blessings of the 7. With that, he turned to leave. Corlys Velaryon had been struck by a scorpion bolt in the wing during the recent skirmish, and arrows still adorned his body. In this desolate place, devoid of a dragon keeper to assist him, Daemon had no choice but to remove them himself. Chapter 27. The Dragon Lords. The summer sun shone warm and bright. 3 days later, the long-awaited reinforcements for the sea snake, Corlys, arrived on a windless morning, the sea tranquil. 10 large cargo ships adorned with the emblem of the fire-breathing dragon slowly approached under the protection of the Royal Valyrian fleet. Soon after, the crownless queen, Rhaenys, riding upon Malaise, arrived at the encamped station, eager to reunite with her husband, Corlys. After a tender moment, Rhaenys shared news of the reinforcements and magical creatures she had brought with her. Corlys was taken aback. Upon confirming the combat prowess of the Dragon Lords, he swiftly notified the officers to witness the dragons, hoping to inspire confidence, for just months ago, they had suffered a setback at the hands of the island's high tower, leaving many officers in low spirits regarding the war's prospects. With a newfound resolve, he shifted from despondency to strategy, contemplating how best to utilize the princess's knights against the enemy in the caverns. It was evident that relying solely on his sailors, ill-suited for land combat, would yield poor results. Before long, Corlys conceived a plan. After lunch, he began summoning the high-ranking officers for a strategy meeting. Sir Harwin Strong, commander of the princess's knights, Rhaenys, Vaemond, and Daemon gathered within the tent. As the supreme commander, Corlys spoke first. A wooden carving and a map of Bloodstone Island laid upon the table. Now that we have reinforcements, I propose the following deployment for this conflict. First, let the fleet temporarily dismantle the island's catapults to prevent them from disrupting our landing. Corlys indicated the 4 ship models that would encircle Bloodstone Island. Daemon would engage the crossbowmen on the cliffs from the air. A wooden carving symbolizing a dragon was placed at a strategic position on the map. I shall join as well, Rhaenys interjected, placing another dragon figure upon the battlefield. Observing the determination in his wife's eyes, Corlys hesitated but ultimately chose to honor her intent. Very well, with 2 dragons distracting the enemy, Sir Harwin shall lead the princess's knights to drive these scoundrels back into their caverns. Corlys affixed the seahorse and fire dragon emblems upon the map. The sea serpent retrieved a black dragon scale from its pocket and placed it before the assembled crowd, a knowing smile gracing its face. Thus, the remaining battle would be entrusted to them. While Daemon appeared perplexed, the others nodded or smiled in agreement with this plan. They swiftly deliberated on several combat details, all of which were promptly approved. Then what about after we drive them back into the cave? Daemon finally inquired, stepping forward to face Corlys. Surely you do not expect dragon fire to penetrate the cave? As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to him with a curious expression. Had he missed something? Daemon pondered silently. Waymond recalled that he had not seen Daemon during the tour and remarked, "Prince, you may have overlooked the dragonfolk brought aboard the ship. I suggest you take a look after the meeting concludes." These dragonfolk were assigned to the princess's knight brigade, with each requiring 2 soldiers for their oversight. Were it not for the iron chains binding them, coupled with the knight's possession of dragon scales, the dragonfolk would likely instigate a skirmish within the brigade. The guarding soldiers had observed that the further the dragonfolk strayed from Dragonstone Island, the more ferocious and bloodthirsty they became, baring their serrated teeth in a menacing display towards the knights. The visiting officers were elated. The more terrifying the dragonfolk, the better, as they aimed to instill fear in these hellish pirates. The addition of these dragonfolk significantly boosted the morale of the sea serpent's forces. They had previously faced considerable hardship against the reclusive Hadars in their cave, but now they would confront monsters even more dreadful than the crab feeders. They awaited the ensuing terror. According to the knights tasked with their supervision, the dragon scales had inexplicably lost their potency. Thus far, due to a moment of negligence, 12 knights had already fallen victim, leaving behind only shattered armor and scattered bones when they were discovered. The knights' accounts caused the visiting officers to unconsciously tighten their grips on the dragon scales in their possession, despite the sailors aboard the ship claiming that these scales were now ineffective against the dragonfolk. For the sea serpent, this was hardly alarming. It had once sailed the walls of Ashar and glimpsed far more horrifying creatures lurking at the edges of the Shadowlands. Upon seeing the dragonfolk, Corlys immediately devised a strategy to confront the enemies on the island. Since the dragon scales had lost their efficacy, they would drive the dragonfolk back into the cave and seal the entrance behind them. According to those who tended to the dragonfolk, their appetites were insatiable. No matter how many cattle or sheep they were fed, their hunger remained unquenched. They would not emerge until every pirate had been devoured. "The rest shall be handled by the dragonfolk," Corlys stated nonchalantly. Following the cessation of the fleet's catapults, they would initiate their assault. If there are no further objections, let us prepare. The sea serpent concluded its pre-battle briefing, leaving little more to be said. Drive the pirates into the cave and allow the dragonfolk to feast upon them. I suspect we shall hear the sounds of wailing throughout the night. Laughter erupted among the group, while Daemon remained bewildered, contemplating the nature of the dragonfolk. This was becoming increasingly awkward for him. Well, if it is merely this, I have no objections. Stepping out of the tent with feigned nonchalance, I effortlessly located the cargo ship adorned with the emblem of the fire-breathing dragon at the cliff's edge. Indeed, the sea serpent had dispatched someone to notify us of the visit, but at that moment, I was preoccupied with feeding Coryx and paid little heed. Following the rudimentary path forged by the soldiers, Daemon leapt onto the deck. The sudden commotion captured the attention of several knights aboard the ship. 2 of them immediately ceased their conversation and approached Daemon. One of them saluted with a single hand to his chest, a gesture either from the golden robes or perhaps one he had devised himself. Daemon regarded him with a measure of confusion. Although he remained the commander of the King's Landing garrison, the distinctive fire-breathing dragon emblem on these knights clearly indicated they belonged to Rhaenyra's order. "Commander, my brother and I joined the princess's knights after the dragon's burning of the 7 gods. Yet you shall always remain our commander in spirit," the tall knight earnestly declared. Daemon, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Oh, then why have you left? Is it because of a lack of payment from Bisbury?" Bisbury, the current chancellor of the Exchequer, was responsible for their remuneration. Under his reforms, the garrison of the capital enjoyed excellent compensation, equipped with standardized gear. "Not at all." The tall knight pondered how to articulate his thoughts before awkwardly smiling. "The princess bestows too much upon us. I have 7 children to care for." "And what of you?" Daemon nodded, directing his question towards the silver-haired sailor who had remained silent, bearing the blood of House Targaryen, and noticing many aboard the ship exhibited similar silver-haired traits. "My brother brought me along. He takes me wherever he goes." The silver-haired sailor's voice, though youthful, carried a certain gravitas. "Mind your manners when addressing the commander." The tall knight playfully rapped the boy's head. "This is my brother, Baelon. We can converse as we walk," he continued, sensing Daemon's curiosity. You've come to see the Dragon Lords. Have you? Baelon will introduce you. He knows much. Presently, the princess's knights number 200, with nearly 3,000 sailors and 10 warships. However, they had not sailed here. As the warships in this vicinity were already sufficient, this did not represent the full might of the knightly order. Daemon listened intently, pondering just how many benefits Rhaenyra had garnered from the sea serpent to sustain such a multitude. This is Prince Daemon. The tall knight addressed the two silver-haired sailors guarding the cargo hold door. Although they did not recognize Daemon, they were familiar with the three-headed dragon emblem of House Targaryen, which adorned the princess to whom they had sworn fealty. Please hold for a moment, Your Highness. It will take a bit of time. One of the sailors said as he skillfully unfastened the iron chains on the specially designed door, each chain composed of links as thick as 2 fingers. Daemon caught a whiff of a familiar scent, the unique aroma of sulfur and smoke that emanated from dragons. Why are there so many bastards from various families? Daemon had long wished to inquire, having observed silver-haired sailors along the way, at least 5 in number. Commander, the presence of so many silver-haired individuals on the ship primarily serves to protect us, the tall knight explained. This us referred to those who bore no Targaryen blood. Every member of the knightly order possessed dragon scales for protection, though it merely prevented them from engaging in offensive actions. If one were to provoke the dragon man, we would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The tall knight presented to Daemon an object hanging from his neck, a black dragon scale, punctured and threaded on a fine chain. The surface, eternally coated in metallic charcoal, immediately reminded Daemon of the distinctive scales of his nephew, Baelon. Had he not cradled the creature 6 months prior, he would have found it difficult to believe that his brother could sire a dragon. Is this scale unique? Not at all. The princess has tested others. Aside from Prince Baelon's, there are those from the Dragon of Syrax, though the yellow scales are somewhat cumbersome to handle. The tall knight remarked as 2 sailors unshackled the iron chains. As the silver-haired sailor pushed open a door crafted from ebony, the acrid scent of sulfur from the dragon grew more pronounced. Allow my brother Baelon to guide you henceforth. I lack your noble lineage, and it is perilous within. The tall knight refrained from proceeding, choosing instead to await their return outside. The light filtering through the doorway revealed a stark iron pillar securing something within, and the interior felt vast and empty. Prince, please follow me, Baelon beckoned, handing Daemon a torch. As Baelon led the way, he began his introduction. The creature tethered here is referred to as the Dragon Man, a name seemingly bestowed by the princess. Its entire body is adorned with the yellow scales of Syrax. Before our departure, there were 20 dragon men securely locked away, and the princess specifically instructed us to select the most docile among them. However, since leaving Dragonstone Island, all the dragon men have descended into madness, causing us to lose a day's journey. We should have arrived yesterday. Daemon followed closely behind, the dim light casting shadows around them. The sound of his boots echoed heavily against the ground, the storage room's walls constructed from resilient timber. Scattered across the floor were dark brown stains, reminiscent of congealed blood. Numerous bones lay strewn about, and as Daemon stepped on them, he discerned that most were sheep bones, with a few resembling those of the dragon men. Had they turned on one another? Iron pillars stood at intervals of 10, each securing a single creature. Daemon approached one with the torch for a closer inspection. The creature bore a terrifying amalgamation of human and dragon traits, its body cloaked in coarse yellow scales, a robust tail, and facial features that were grotesquely human yet distorted. Its eyes were deeply sunken, unmistakably bearing the characteristics of Syrax, and it leaned against the iron pillar, seemingly in a state of slumber. Suddenly, the dragon man appeared to awaken. Its golden slit pupils glowed ominously in the darkness. It sprang to its feet with a speed that far surpassed that of any human, towering over Daemon with an icy gaze. Clang! Daemon was taken aback, instinctively drawing his ancestral sword, Blackfire, in defense. Fear not, my prince, this is a normal reaction, Baelon stated, stepping forward to demonstrate as he kicked the dragon man twice. The creature remained unresponsive, continuing to stare fixedly at Daemon, sending chills down his spine. Are you not afraid? Daemon queried, glancing at Baelon, still vigilant with sword in hand. Who is not fearful of monsters? Initially, I was terrified, but with time, one becomes accustomed. Baelon approached to explain that the dragonlings would not attack those of Targaryen blood, assuring him of this fact. Noticing Daemon's vigilant gaze, Baelon continued, Do you think this is the work of magic? Daemon, eager to hear the perspective of one frequently engaged with such matters, responded, It must be so. Prince Baelon transformed a corpse into a dragonling in front of many witnesses. The news has spread throughout King's Landing. Baelon added, The size of Syrax is also a result of Prince Baelon's magic. Did the Valyrians bring dragon scales with them? Demon suddenly inquired. Recalling that the Valyrian family was associated with the sea and salt. Were they among those we encountered earlier? Beckon shook his head. I do not know. They went to the largest cargo ship. I believe they were merely observing from the outside. Why? Demon asked. After leaving Dragonstone, dragon scales became ineffective against dragonlings. I thought your brother refrained from entering out of fear, Demon remarked, as he pierced the heart of the dragonling with black fire. Its blood spilling forth like smoke from a dragon. A born warrior, he mused, noting the dragonling's unresponsive, cold gaze to his assault. My brother is formidable. He can defeat 2 knights in succession, Beckon proclaimed proudly, his voice raised. Ha ha ha. Why not simultaneously? Demon laughed, teasing the young boy. Not yet. He dreams of joining the Kingsguard, but alas, he was unseated in the first round of the tournament, losing both his mount and armor to a Westerlander. And now he owes a debt, Beckon lamented. Both observed the wound inflicted on the dragonling by the black fire healing slowly, so gradually that it required keen observation to discern. Can it heal itself? Demon murmured. Your Highness, they possess no sense of pain, no heart, and they recover swiftly. If given meat, their recovery accelerates, Beckon replied earnestly. How fast? Demon pressed. I have witnessed a dragonling regrow a leg, Beckon answered with utmost seriousness. Demon gasped in astonishment. Finally understanding the confidence shared by those in the council, the terror of releasing dragonlings in the dark caverns would be formidable for the pirates, as they were not only difficult to kill, but could also potentially consume men, thriving on battle. Do they have any weaknesses? Demon sheathed the black fire back into his sword, casually inquiring. Beckon hesitated, and Demon was surprised that he knew such a secret. You are aware of this confidential information? Your Highness, that is not the implication. You need not attribute it to me. It is an open secret known to sailors aboard the ship, Beckon clarified. Dragonlings are too heavy, they would drown in water. What does that signify? They ventured deeper until they reached the end, where they found 2 dragonlings curled in a corner. Demon recalled having seen iron pillars earlier without dragonlings secured to them. It was astonishing they were here. Aren't you concerned the dragonlings might escape? Demon asked. Primarily, we deem it unnecessary. In dark environments, they enter a state of dormancy, and besides, there are those of Targaryen blood guarding the cargo hold, Beckon replied. Demon emerged from the cargo hold, where Baekon and the other silver-haired sailors were fitting the dragon folk with collars, as the knights arranged to transport them to the island in the afternoon. In the distance, flames soared from the main island of Bloodstone, raging wildly. Thick black smoke billowing ominously. The Valyrian fleet, comprising 60 warships, had encircled Bloodstone Island, methodically dispersing and launching fiery projectiles towards the smoldering isle. Both sides hurled incendiary devices at one another, while Corlys committed all his warships to swiftly annihilate the island's catapults. Utilizing the terrain, the island's defenders retaliated with their own catapults, occasionally striking the fleet with massive stones and flaming projectiles. Under the relentless barrage from the fleet, one catapult after another fell silent in the inferno. Before long, the island's catapults were extinguished, taking refuge in caves to evade the incoming fireballs. It is our turn, Demon declared, gripping the reins tightly. Beneath him, Caraxes unfurled his massive wings and soared into the sky, while the distant Red Queen, Melisandre, breathed fire along the coastline, clearing the way for the Princess Knights to land. Chapter 28. The Island Assault. As the fleet approached Bloodstone Island, the air grew increasingly arid, particularly after the recent downpour of flames. Over time, the merchant ships lingering at the battlefield began to draw near, deploying numerous flat-bottomed boats. As the shallows before Bloodstone Island rendered larger vessels unable to approach, were they awaiting reinforcements, emboldened to engage in battle on the island? Corlys finally commenced sending men ashore, a piece of good news that filled Moors with elation. Sea Serpent, you shall pay for your mistakes. He remained unfazed. It was merely a matter of replacing sailors with knights for combat. The terrain here was unforgiving for anyone, and if they could not prevail, he could retreat to the caves and strike under the cover of night, forcing the knights to eventually withdraw, just as Hadar had done before. As for the fiery dragon insignia on the merchant vessels, he was unfamiliar with it, not least because the Princess Knights had only been established a month prior. Those aboard the ships had been at sea for months, rendering them increasingly cut off from external information. To prepare for the impending land battle, he remained vigilant. After 3 days of rest, the damaged Scorpion crossbows had been fully repaired, along with the weapons he had previously sold to Hadar. Demon and Rhaenyra circled the skies. Yet they saw no sign of the enemy. They had hidden themselves more effectively, repeatedly ambushed by concealed scorpion crossbows. Fortunately, the duo flew high enough to evade the attacks. A searing pillar of deep red magma erupted first from the cliffside, prompting Demon to direct the dragon to a location where an ambush might be lurking. The dragon's flames incinerated the ground as camouflage, revealing several wailing firemen and exposing the hidden foes behind them. "Ascend, Caraxes," Demon commanded, as he gained clarity on the situation. His expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He suddenly felt like prey ensnared in a trap. He had been surrounded. How many scorpion crossbows did they possess? Demon had ventured too close and nearly fell victim to an ambush. Demon gazed downward, his eyes falling upon the sheer cliffside, densely populated by over 30 archers and 5 formidable ballistae. His confidence in expelling these marksmen waned, prompting him to issue a command to Korik: proceed to the coast. He was reluctant to take such a risk. Demon joined Rhaenyra's campaign, deploying 2 dragons to cover the soldiers disembarking on the island, leaving the archers and ballistae to be dealt with at a later opportunity. Alas, it was a near miss. Mors, standing at the mouth of a 2-meter-high cave, lamented the failure of the meticulously laid ambush, feeling the sting of regret for almost becoming the dragon slayer. Perhaps it was the distraction of the colossal dragons above that spared the flat-bottomed boats commanded by Waymond from assault, allowing the sailors to establish a base on the island with ease. They seized the rocky outcrop, where 2,000 sailors constructed a defensive position using the wooden planks they had brought. This was merely a temporary measure. By evening, the rising tide would submerge the rocky area, and the island's defenders scoffed at the idea of fortifying their position there. Waymond did not have to wait long, for the fully armed Princess's Knight Order assembled on the beach. As their numbers approached 500, Sir Harrison commenced the assault. "In the name of Princess Rhaenyra, advance." Harrison's roar pierced through the wind, igniting the flames of charge. The knights swiftly transformed into a loosely organized wedge formation, each knight raising their heavy wooden shields emblazoned with a golden fire-breathing dragon. "Draw arrows, release." A sharp command resonated from the enemy ranks above, as longbows released their deadly arcs, and in an instant, a deluge of arrows surged forth. The shields converged, with 5 or 6 knights forming a tight-knit group, their shields creating a semicircle to protect the majority of their bodies. A few unfortunate knights, unable to join their companions in time, fell victim to the rain of arrows, becoming akin to hedgehogs alongside their shields. Arrowheads struck the shields, erupting in a cacophony of crackles, while several sharp projectiles pierced through the gaps, embedding themselves in the knight's shoulders and arms. Blood blossomed instantly upon the cold armor, and though the wounded groaned, they stood resolute. Occasionally, the ballistae would unleash their fury, the stout bolts carrying tremendous force to shatter the shield formations, toppling both knight and shield alike. However, the knights, having undergone special training, quickly regained their footing and reformed into clusters, advancing steadily. The 2 dragons above observed with keen interest. Mors dared not direct all the ballistae at the knights below, for he possessed only 12, and should they be caught in a vulnerable moment, the wrath of dragonfire would be his consequence. "Follow me." Waymond led the way, well acquainted with the terrain. Months prior, he had driven Hadar back into the cave. Then the island's adversaries numbered only 800 and lacked such rigorous training. The Princess's Knight Order easily discerned the main path from Bloodstone Island to the stair-like cliffs, where Mors stationed a heavy guard of 200 archers and 2 ballistae. The treacherous terrain limited Mors' ability to deploy more forces. A multitude of stones cascaded from the mountain, devastating the advancing knights in waves. The path was littered with those who had been crushed or injured. After enduring several jolts along the steep path, Waymond hastily commanded the members of the Princess Knight Order to halt, for mere flesh and blood could not withstand the onslaught of boulders. Rhaenys, riding Melius, closely trailed the Princess Knight Order, seeking opportunities to strike against the scorpion crossbows that had lost their threat after launching their arrows. As the assault faltered ahead, Rhaenys made a daring move. She pinpointed her target and swiftly dove from the cliffs, concealed from the sailors' line of sight. "Good girl, Dracarys." Before reaching her intended position, Melius began to unleash a torrent of dragon fire, leaving a 20-meter-long black mark upon the mountainside. Being the fastest of dragons, Melius's speed combined with the momentum of the dive left the operator of the scorpion crossbow with no time to react before being engulfed in flames, along with the archers nearby, who perished in the inferno. With the loss of 1 scorpion crossbow, the remaining one was left isolated and vulnerable. "I'm done. Whoever wants to come, come." The operator, stricken with terror upon realizing he was the target of the dragon, witnessed his comrades retreating one by one. Unable to withstand the pressure, he fled, and Melias seized the moment to obliterate the scorpion crossbow positioned there. Thus, for a fleeting moment, with no threats remaining, Melias unleashed a barrage of stones upon the ground as sailors were engulfed in flames. Even Caraxio became aware of the chaos, as over 200 men crumbled under the dragon fire of the two dragons, filling the air with their anguished cries. Although there were no ambushes on the main road, it remained treacherous. Charge! Crush them! The knights shouted in unison, swiftly dispatching the sailors who rolled on the ground, engulfed in flames. Had it not been for the enemy's advantageous position, these unarmored sailors would have stood no chance against even twice their number of knights. Eliminate these scoundrels. The knights rapidly advanced along the main road to the mountain steps, where sailors shot arrows recklessly from above, needing to be taught a lesson. The leading knight captain gestured, and over 30 knights surged forward. On the way, around 20 sailors, relying on their bows and scorpion crossbows, obstructed the knights' approach. Powerful arrows continuously sending knights tumbling over the precipice. Seeking death, the knight captain, closing the final yards, accelerated to his utmost, crashing into the enemy ranks with his shield. The captain rolled on the ground to evade attacks, while the knights behind him pressed forward, leaving the sailors, unprepared to confront fully armored knights, in disarray. One by one, archers were pierced through the chest by long swords, and the knight captain rose to dispatch several foes, smashing his shield into the scorpion crossbow, bending and distorting the menacing device. The operator knelt in surrender, only to have his head severed on the spot. The sailors at the rear, thrown into disarray by the onslaught of this iron tide, scattered chaotically towards the cave entrance, proclaiming, "We are warriors of the sea. We do not contend with these iron barrels." The sailors engaged in the mountainous skirmish instinctively retreated to nearby caves, while the knights observed from a distance as they dismantled their scorpion crossbows and carried them back into the shadows until those figures were completely enveloped. Hadar remained within the cave, openly displaying his intention to deplete the forces of Moors. This scoundrel, emboldened by his numbers, incessantly demanded provisions, food, wine, and arrows. Having only ever plundered from others, he was unaccustomed to such indignities. He instructed his fellow pirates to merely observe the spectacle, forbidding any engagement unless the knights foolishly rushed in. Chapter 29. A gluttonous feast. Sir Harrison positioned a dozen armored knights, tall and resolute as pines, at each discovered entrance, standing shoulder to shoulder with the valiant sailors under Wayman's command. They gripped their spears tightly, prepared to thwart any sudden emergence of pirates from within. "Here they come," someone announced. In the distance, 20 silver-haired sailors were seen, each pulling a chain that restrained a dragon man, with each sailor managing at least 3 of these creatures, who roared in defiance against their bonds. In their forefront, a cadre of junior officers guided the silver-haired sailors toward a larger cave, leading to the most intricate depths of the underworld. The silver-haired sailors struggled to maintain their grip, and none dared to assist them. Fortunate that the chains were still secured to their bodies, which left the leading officer in a state of trepidation. In a bid to showcase the combat prowess of the dragonmen, Chorus had arranged for a shadow lynx, purchased specifically by Rhaenys, to engage in a duel with a dragonman in the hold. It was not long before the lynx was reduced to mere bones and a tattered pelt. Beckon, observing from a distance, spotted a cave guarded by over 30 individuals. "Knights, you may proceed," Beckon beckoned to them. As the fearsome visages of the dragon men drew nearer, the guards were less than courteous. Truth be told, they were among the most dangerous entities on the island, second only to the pirates. Hastily, they departed with the gathered remains, aware that both they and the pirates could potentially attract the dragon men from their lair. Patience is a virtue. The time shall come when you will feast, Beckon thought, his hands gripping the chains tightly, the scent of blood permeating the air and agitating the dragon men. The agreed moment was when the sun prepared to set. He must depart first, lest the silver-haired sailors release their chains and pursue him with murderous intent, leaving him bereft of tears. Peering down the mountain, Beckon noticed that the lords had reached the shore and boarded the flatboats for retreat. The sun just dipping below the horizon. "Release," came the voice of the elder silver-haired sailor, signaling that the time had come. "Enter now, you are free." Beckon ushered each dragon man into the cave, bidding them farewell with each release. Farewell, Balerion. He had nurtured them for a month. They were not devoid of sentiment. One in particular had forged a peculiar bond with him, which he named Balerion. They were the princess's property, merely keys to that property rather than its masters. And many keys could exist. Balerion turned back to cast a deep glance, a flicker of humanity shimmering within, before striding purposefully into the cave. Having already heard the sounds of his companions feasting heartily, the long-starved dragonfolk began to indulge in their banquet. The cave overseen by Beacon was situated at the mountain's base, rendering the return journey considerably more convenient. Beacon has left. The distant calls of his comrades echoed softly, prompting Beacon to quicken his pace until he soon joined the silver-haired procession heading back. "My lord, there is good news. The kin have returned," an officer reported to Corlys. That night, Corlys had intended to rest after a long evening listening to the howls of pirates, but sleep eluded him. He had long believed that those of his kin aboard the ship had either perished or been secretly sold into the slave cities. Rhaenys, too, had spent the night awake, and both quickly donned their garments and rose to depart, as Corlys was not only the Minister of Maritime Affairs, but also the head of House Velaryon. In the salon of the merchant vessel, elegantly adorned, Corlys could see but one figure, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. "My lord," exclaimed Aelys, who was ravenously consuming bread and drinking bacon and mutton broth as she rose. "Please, sit down. There is no need for formality. Child, you have suffered." Rhaenys spoke in a low voice filled with compassion, pulling a chair to sit beside her, her gaze never straying from Aelys as she observed the girl's gaunt and haggard appearance, her brow furrowed in concern. Aelys, a 7-year-old girl, was the daughter of Captain Elliot, Corlys' cousin, who had been involved in this trade. Upon hearing Rhaenys' words, Aelys set down her spoon, lifted her head, and tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto the table. "My lord, I thought I would never return, that I would never see everyone again," she sobbed, her words punctuated by fits of weeping. "Do not fear, child, you are safe now. The family will not abandon a single soul," Rhaenys reassured her, offering a handkerchief and allowing her a moment to compose herself before gently inquiring, "Tell me, what truly transpired?" "The pirates took me captive, and then I was imprisoned with others. Every day, someone was taken away and never returned," Aelys lamented, tears flowing abundantly, her voice choked with emotion. "Then I was left all alone. Yesterday, a subordinate called the commander took me out, and then many monsters came to rescue me. Along the coastline, the usually clear shallows were now densely occupied by floating corpses, piled upon one another, their bodies twisted and rigid, their faces pale as paper, tinged with a ghastly hue, marks of being submerged in the frigid sea throughout the night, eroded by death. It was evident that they had succumbed to hypothermia and drowned, their bodies washed ashore by the waves. "Wait, there is a living one," a sharp-eyed sailor at the bow suddenly shouted, pointing toward a spot on the surface of the water. At his call, the crew aboard the great ship swiftly turned their gazes, spotting a bloated, pallid body, its chest faintly rising and falling, the movement so subtle it resembled the final struggles of a dying fish, appearing particularly jarring and eerie amidst the surrounding silence. "Quick, lower the skiff, grab the net, and haul this fellow aboard. Perhaps we can extract something useful from him." A group of sailors swiftly sprang into action, untangling the ropes of the flat-bottomed boat, nimbly leaping aboard, and seizing their oars. With a few strokes, they drew near the undead figure. One sailor deftly picked up a net, preparing to capture the creature, when a cold and authoritative voice rang out from behind, "No living ones." The speaker was an officer of the Velaryon family, adorned with a silver seahorse insignia on his chest, his silver breastplate glinting with a chilling brilliance in the dim light. His face was chiseled and resolute, his eyes filled with loathing for the pirates. Upon hearing this, the sailors hesitated, their nets frozen mid-air as they exchanged uncertain glances before silently lowering them. After a moment of indecision, one of them bent down to retrieve a spear resting on the deck, a flicker of reluctance crossing his features. He was a sailor from the princess's fleet, theoretically not obliged to obey him, yet at that moment, Velaryon remained their instructor. After a brief contemplation, the sailor slowly raised the spear, aiming it at the feebly writhing body beneath the water. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced the surface, striking the pirate's throat with brutal force, instantly staining the surrounding waters crimson. The pirate, caught in a haze of confusion, was jolted back to reality by the sharp pain, his eyes widening as he gasped for breath, only to have seawater surge into his mouth and nose, causing him to choke violently. Survival instincts kicked in, and he instinctively clutched the deadly spear, attempting to wrench it from his flesh. However, his hands, already swollen and weak from the salt water, merely grazed the spear shaft, leaving behind futile trails of blood. His consciousness rapidly unraveled amidst the agony and suffocation, and the last coherent thought that flickered through his mind was, "It's the spear." Chapter 30. To the bone and marrow, Harrison understood his role as the leader of Princess Rhaenyra's personal armed forces. If possible, he wished to send a raven daily to report on the state of the battleground, ensuring the princess remained promptly informed of the situation. Princess Rhaenyra cared deeply for his knights, not merely because they were the product of his considerable effort and compromise, but primarily due to the drudgery of life in the Red Keep. Every few days, Harrison would send her updates akin to tales of adventure. Since witnessing the hundreds of pirate corpses on the shore, Rhaenyra had flown back to Dragonstone on her dragon that very day, convinced that the outcome was no longer in doubt. Even if all the dragon riders sent forth were to be annihilated, there were still 90 dragon riders aboard, providing ample strength to quell her concerns. Prince Daemon had remained on the battlefield for 3 days, during which time the island had lost all defensive measures. The scorpions that once opposed him lay dormant, unattended. His most significant discovery was a heap of leftover bones seen from the cliffs while riding on Caraxes. After which he lost interest, for the stepstones were not yet his domain, and he could not be bothered with ensuing matters. Sir Corlys, after consulting with Alicent, finally confirmed that no captured kin remained on Bloodstone Island. "I want no prisoners, be they those vile crabs or those wretched harlots." That very night, he issued orders to all soldiers, resulting in a surge of terrified individuals fleeing from the caves to the coastline in the following days, jumping into the sea to escape these monsters. Waymond fully comprehended the wrath of his elder brother and immediately dispatched his sailors aboard flat-bottomed boats to commence a maritime hunt, ensuring that no living creature could escape from the island ahead. The hunting operations persisted until the 3rd day, after which no one dared to venture out to sea in search of escape. For days later, not a soul remained along the coastline to hide from the monsters in the water. Only then did Corlys permit the members of the Princess Knight Order to set foot on the island to ascertain the situation, for he too was eager to grasp the specifics within. 7 days had elapsed since the dragon men were confined to the cave when Harrison could no longer restrain his curiosity and sent men to investigate. His reasoning was sound. The dragon men were the property of the princess and could not be left to languish for long. They had already begun to spiral out of control, and it was uncertain what calamity might befall them with the passage of time. Corlys, too, desired to uncover the circumstances within the cave. It was not a sustainable solution to keep Bloodstone Island besieged. He surmised that the kingdom of the 3 harlots was likely deliberating on deploying their navy, especially since Hadar was their creature. Sir Harrison meticulously selected 2 silver-haired sailors from the princess's fleet, each armed with a crossbow and bearing a small round shield. They rowed steadily towards Bloodstone Island in their flat-bottomed vessel. Corlys, holding a monocular, fixated his gaze on the sailors as they navigated the route previously taken by the Knight Order until they gradually approached the nearest cave. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the last rays of light faded, the seasoned leader, Old Sean, finally returned with his crew, each bearing a bulging sack. Corlys had been waiting on the deck for quite some time. Without unnecessary preamble, Old Sean reported, "My lord, all the pirates within are dead." As he spoke, he emptied a collection of items onto the table before Corlys: sharp axes, various masks, several seals, a beautifully crafted sword from House Valyrian, and jewelry adorned with seahorse motifs. Corlys's attention was immediately drawn to an ugly yet distinctive mask, forged from a blend of iron and gold, its surface marred by 3 conspicuous claw marks, suggesting its owner had endured a fierce struggle. He meticulously sifted through the pile of seals, soon discovering the insignias of Admiral Mors and House Hadar, which he set aside separately. "Hadar, Mors," Corlys murmured, having unearthed evidence of a conspiracy. He was eager to see how the kingdom of the 3 harlots would respond. All that remained in the cave were bones, meticulously stripped of flesh, alongside a substantial stockpile of provisions, wine, weapons, and a modest amount of gold. Old Sean could not contain himself and elaborated on the conditions inside. Should anyone venture in, they would find many bones had been cracked open for marrow, leading one to believe that little sustenance remained within the cave. "I understand," Corlys replied. This war was won, and what lay ahead was merely the tedium of political wrangling at court. As for the dragonman's condition, since the sailor had not divulged it, and recognizing that the Princess Knight Order harbored many secrets they were reluctant to share, Corlys chose not to inquire further. It would be more prudent to question Rhaenyra directly, for the Valyrian family now unequivocally stood behind her. Previously, I regarded these silver-haired, violet-eyed bastards as mere products of noble lineage. However, the perspective has shifted. Although they may lack the qualifications to command dragons, their acceptance by the Dragonkin constitutes a formidable force. Old Sean prepared to unveil another sack filled with coins of various designs from different nations, yet in his eyes, this wealth was inconsequential. He mused that the treasures plundered from his family's fleet by pirates had likely succumbed to the depths of the sea, never to surface again. As for the possessions on the island, the Valyrians could do without them. Colas turned to Sir Harrison beside him and implored, "I hope, sir, you will retrieve the remains of my kin from the cave. The Valyrian family shall ever cherish this bond." "Certainly, my lord." Sir Harrison nodded in agreement. He then gestured for old Sean and the others to follow him, leaning against the ship's cabin as he welcomed the sea breeze. "Sean, is it possible to recover those dragonkin?" Harrison posed the question, already knowing the answer but feeling compelled to ask. Old Sean shook his head, the meaning clear. "Captain, it is difficult. When Rake and I ventured in to attempt a retrieval, regrettably, the dragonkin were reluctant to approach us, and within the cave, we could not keep pace." Rake was the sailor who had accompanied him. Sir Harrison nodded gravely. "I understand. I will inform the princess of this matter. In the coming days, you shall lead a group to recover the remains. Once the valuables are returned, I shall commend your efforts." He emphasized, "Abandon any ulterior motives. Do not let a trifling sum obstruct your promising future." With a firm pat on old Sean's shoulder, his gesture conveyed more than mere suggestion. It was a direct admonition. Old Sean was a man to be trusted. His greatest aspiration was to ascend to the ranks of nobility, to preside over a modest estate as a lord. He was a steady individual. "My lord, I comprehend. I shall keep a watchful eye on this group of young scoundrels," old Sean replied, understanding the unspoken message. He turned to Rake beside him, sternly urging caution. On the island, Rake had foolishly concealed 2 bags of gold dragons in a hidden location, which old Sean pretended not to notice, knowing the captain had advised against such folly, for the sake of his own future. He could not afford to turn a blind eye. Rake bowed his head lower, internally wrestling with anxiety, trying to convince himself that his caution had gone unnoticed. "Just know this, the knightly order cannot abide deception, whether from above or below. The only asset the princess's knights possess is loyalty. We have ceased to believe in the 7, yet we can guide you to meet them. To be hung in the church, perhaps?" Rake thought, his heart racing with trepidation. These silver-haired sailors appeared merely as caretakers of dragonkin, enjoying modest treatment. However, everyone knew that their status would soon experience an unprecedented elevation. No one would dare belittle them any longer. Unlike other bastards, they were different. If the Targaryens could command dragons to dominate the skies, those who could control the dragonkin would symbolize Targaryen might, instilling fear across the lands of Westeros. Old Sean quickly grasped this truth. Bastards capable of wielding dragonkin were not mere bastards. They were, in essence, natural nobility. Chapter 31. The freedom of fruits in the regal red fort of Juneland. The sacred wood forest serves as the backyard of the majestic megalith tower. The formidable Prince Illic and his twin brother Alec stand steadfastly behind Baelon, tasked with his safety ever since he encountered multiple perils. A plume of gray smoke emanates from Baelon, swirling towards the immense red fish beam before him under his command. The 2 royal iron guards wear expressions of trepidation, their long swords drawn. The true danger does not lie with Baelon, but rather within themselves. Each of Belron's experiments instills in them a profound anxiety, having experienced harrowing events that include, but are not limited to, being engulfed whole by a colossal toad, beset by a dragon man with bat wings intent on feeding, and ambushed by a dragon man that changes color with its surroundings. Although the mutated creatures do not pose harm initially, their insatiable hunger becomes uncontrollable when the mental link is unestablished. Reassuringly, Baelon muses that this time, it is merely a botanical experiment, which should not pose a threat. Sensing the tension in the air, he turns his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, attempting to soothe the apprehensive royal guards. Why is there no change? He wonders aloud, as the gray smoke has been enveloping the fish beam for an extended duration. Beneath the unseen ground, the roots of the fish beam grow wildly. What is that sound? Belron's expression shifts dramatically, an ominous premonition surging within him. Before he could react, a thunderous crack resounds as the earth splits open. Thick roots akin to serpents erupting from the ground like spring bamboo shoots. Just as he contemplates retreating, the fish beam before him begins to grow uncontrollably. Oh, Baelon realizes this is a process of nutrient absorption. Observing the transformation, Sir Illic disregards everything and seizes Baelon, dashing away as a sense of impending danger erupts in his mind. The moment they escape, the sky begins to unleash its bounty. Baelon is struck forcefully, glancing back to discover oranges. As they await the deluge of fruit to cease beneath the stable, it appears there is no intention of halting. The silver lining is that this experiment has succeeded. The downside is that Baelon finds himself seemingly submerged in these fruits, trapped within the stable. He discovers a purple fruit and realizes that he can concoct a substantial quantity of liquid from the fruits he has gathered for this experiment. He instructs a servant to carve a sizable hole in the fish beam, pouring the mixture within, reminiscent of the time he fed the deceased dragon's blood. Baelon has discerned the usage of gray smoke. It requires not only the collection of materials for mutation to provide direction, but also the necessity of envisioning the anticipated outcome within his mind. If he fails to imagine what the final form should be, the subject of mutation will assimilate entirely with the provided materials, culminating in a grotesque aberration. In the council chamber, the king convenes an urgent meeting. I received word in the dead of night, esteemed lords, it is good news. Recently, the Minister of the Navy successfully mobilized the fleet to combat piracy at the Shiji Islands, achieving victory in merely 7 days. Not a single one of the 500 pirates on the island survived, a triumph that reinforced the majesty of the Iron Throne. Although this was a commendable feat, the means by which it was accomplished left many questions lingering. King Viserys was not particularly pleased. In fact, he appeared somewhat astonished. He was acutely aware that Rhaenyra commanded a private knightly order. How could he, with merely a few thousand newly recruited sailors and 200 lesser knights, possibly compete? Is this truly my knightly order, my Lord Chancellor? Rhaenyra, standing beside him, inquired with palpable excitement. The intelligence I have received necessitates acknowledgement of your knights' significant contributions, particularly those peculiar dragons. You took those dragon riders out? Viserys was completely unaware of this development. Feeling a surge of irritation that the sea snake had granted Rhaenyra such an advantage, even allowing her to take the dragon riders. Rhaenyra had seemingly learned nothing of his political equilibrium, and now, once more, House Velaryon was poised to grow formidable. I only took a few, Rhaenyra asserted, stepping forward with an air of confidence. A few? Approximately 200, Your Grace, Otto interjected without missing a beat. Rhaenyra, positioned at the side of the council chamber, noticed Otto undermining her and was about to mock him for his intelligence gathering when her gaze inadvertently caught sight of something unusual through the window's crevice. What is that? The king was in a fit of rage. She rushed to push open the doors behind Viserys, utterly astonished by the scene before her. The members of the council followed her gaze, dumbfounded. Before them stood the fishbeam tree in the sacred wood, seemingly under the influence of a frenzied growth spell. Its trunk swelled and ascended wildly, surpassing the height of the Maegor's holdfast, its branches and foliage flourishing to the extent of obscuring the sun. In the blink of an eye, it had outstripped the nearby Maegor's tower. The tree underwent the entire seasonal cycle of blossoming, fruiting, shedding leaves, and regenerating, all at an astonishing pace, so rapid that to distant observers, it appeared as though an array of colorful hailstones was plummeting from the sky. Rhaenyra recognized that this phenomenon was linked to Baelon and rushed downstairs, leaving behind a single exclamation. He is meddling with magic again. I must see for myself. By the time Rhaenyra reached the sacred wood, it was already surrounded by curious guards and servants. She observed that the typically serene and majestic fishbeam tree was now growing in a manner that was almost savage and uncontrollable, with fruits strewn across the ground as if they were birthed from the very roots of the tree. Yet, this was no fruit tree. It was utterly abnormal. Puzzled, she looked up just as a deluge of fruit cascaded down upon her. The branches of the fishbeam tree had enveloped the entire sacred wood, and judging by the current commotion, it was still growing, though not with the earlier exaggerated fervor. Make way, make way. Kristen cleared a path through the crowd for Rhaenyra. She picked up a peculiar purple fruit she had never encountered before, resembling a mango, and exclaimed, peaches, oranges, lemons. The purple mango, native to the Valeria Peninsula, is said to be exceptionally nutritious and dense, providing sustenance for soldiers on long journeys. However, it is a delicacy reserved for the nobility, as it is believed that only those with pure hearts may partake, others risk poisoning. Alicent discovered the strange occurrences in the sacred wood only after the maid's astonishment, arriving breathlessly from a considerable distance due to the Prime Minister's long journey. Alicent, have you tasted it? Rhaenyra inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. No, I've only read about it. It is now extinct, Alicent explained. Where's Baelon? Rhaenyra scanned the surroundings and called out to the crowd. Your Highness, I saw him and those 2 white-robed royal guards hiding in the stable. A guard responded loudly. Baelon. Rhaenyra made to rush into the stable, but was pulled back by Kristen. Princess, allow me, he offered, brandishing a sturdy borrowed shield. Your Highness, we are unscathed, came the voice of Illic, seemingly munching on something. He hurriedly called out to warn Rhaenyra. Princess, do not enter just yet. The prince has instructed me to convey certain information regarding the fruits, and they will cease shortly. Kristen turned to Rhaenyra, seeking her consent with his gaze. Sir, do not proceed. Wait until it is safe to extricate them, she advised. What? You were unaware of whether this fruit? is edible? Illich's voice carried a hint of reproach. Baelon possessed an intricate understanding of all the items he created, able to discern detailed information with a mere touch, often showcasing his knowledge to the two brothers. Despite their frequent incomprehension, the prince declared, "Sell these fruits. They are consumable." He said we should sample them, and you shall split the profits evenly. Illich's voice emerged again from beneath the fruit. The king arrived tardily, accompanied by the royal council and a throng of guards, just in time to overhear this exchange. Your king proclaims that this territory is his domain. Not only must you compensate for his woodlands, but he demands a tax of 90% from you. Came the laughter from outside, revealing to all that this peculiar prince was a miser. Baelon, concealed within the stable, recoiled at the sound, recognizing the voice of his father. Viserys. After a brief commotion beneath the fruit, silence eventually fell. Chapter 32. Consequential effects within the city of King's Landing. All eyes were drawn to the towering fishbeam tree. Nobles and commoners alike sought the highest vantage points, craning their necks to admire this spectacle. The most crowded area, a flea-infested nook, was notably extravagant. The low, closely packed houses had rooftops teeming with people, dozens of ragged adults and children, some seated cross-legged, others letting their legs dangle carelessly, idly chatting atop the roofs. "Hey, look! It seems like fruit is falling from up there," exclaimed a scrawny little boy, his eyes wide with excitement, his face smeared with dirt, yet unable to conceal his eagerness. Beside them, a burly man with a bushy beard sighed helplessly. "The king would never allow us into the sacred wood. Even if we see it, it would be futile." Nevertheless, the gazes of the crowd remained steadfastly fixed upon the sky, reluctant to divert their attention for even a moment. At that moment, someone shouted, "Look! This time it's apples." Just then, a creaking cart slowly rolled down the main road beside the flea market, driven by none other than Old Bully, the dung collector. Though of short stature, he possessed a robust frame, and his bronzed face wore a hearty smile as he bellowed, "A copper star for all you can eat." Fresh fruits. Those perched atop nearby rooftops noticed the large wooden barrel behind him, typically used for sewage, now brimming with an assortment of fruits: crimson apples, purplish grapes, and golden oranges, all plump and vibrant. The barrel had evidently been meticulously cleaned, devoid of its usual odor. This sight spurred many to spring from their perches atop the rooftops. Among them was the blacksmith Hawk, a towering figure with bulging muscles, a testament to years of labor at the forge. He approached Old Bully with a furrowed brow. Skepticism etched across his face, and inquired, "Old Bully, don't try to fool me. Can we really eat our fill? I hope you Haven tea scavenged rotten fruit from outside the Red Castle." Upon hearing this, Old Bully straightened his back, indignation apparent, and thumped his chest, assuring, "Hawk, when have I ever deceived you? Pay your coins, and you may indulge to your heart's content." Hawk, after a moment of contemplation, gritted his teeth and retrieved 7 copper stars from his pocket, then turned to the rooftops and called, "Leah, bring the children down." No sooner had he spoken than 3 children, resembling little monkeys, nimbly jumped down from the rooftop. One stumbled and fell, grinning widely as he wobbled over, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Leah, cradling 2 younger children, hurried to Hawk's side. The 2 little ones, their eyes sparkling with excitement, were flushed with joy, struggling to articulate their eagerness as they gazed longingly at the barrel. "Don't be picky, just grab whatever you like." The fruits appeared so fresh, as though they had just been plucked from the trees. At that moment, someone enviously inquired, "Old Bully, can you really go inside there?" How enviable. Yet Old Bully seemed to ignore the question, continuing to loudly promote his wares. The freshness of these fruits surpassed anything seen at the docks before. The impoverished, who could scarcely afford a copper star, would rather spend their money on a few pieces of meat for their brown stew. Observing his neighbors gazing longingly at the fruits, Hawk's heart softened. After a moment's thought, he produced 2 more coins, equivalent to roughly 16 copper stars, and raised his hand, declaring, "Everyone, stop dawdling. I'm treating you all to a feast." Upon hearing this, the children on the rooftops erupted in cheers, eagerly leaping down, their faces alight with anticipation. How sweet. Is this what they call grapes? So delicious. As everyone indulged in luscious apples, mangoes, and grapes, it was likely the first time many of them savored such delights. For the children raised in numerous flea-infested hovels, their only recollections of sustenance were the sweet, metallic taste of milk from distant memories. Thus, the fruits they now held were a revelation, causing some to weep amidst their joy. In the flea-infested dwellings, sustenance was scarce, consisting primarily of 3 types of food, the finest being hard black bread mixed with wood shavings, followed by barbecued rats, and lastly, the eternally peculiar brown broth. A tailor's apprentice returned from the Red Fortress, breathless and shouting, "What are you all doing here? Hurry to the seaside. There are fortunes to be made. The fruits there are abundant." "Clarify yourself, young tailor," interjected his peers, steadying him. "Ah, at the seaside, near the sacred woodlands, the Prime Minister has opened a passage, inviting people to transport fruit." He had seen a sailing ship flying a flaming banner, which he was informed bore the insignia of Prime Minister Otto. Thus, those conveying this news began to notify their friends and family, entirely disregarding the critical fact that, without the king's command, Otto would hardly have dared to breach the walls of the Red Fortress. "Do not linger here, while I've been speaking with you. Dake has already earned 10 copper stars." Dake, a mere 7 years of age, accompanied the young tailor to witness the commotion. The tailor had returned out of frailty, clutching borrowed 20 copper stars to purchase burlap sacks. The child of that blind woman. My gods, what can he possibly do at such a tender age? Some expressed doubt about the veracity of the news. "Let us go, everyone, let us go." A hunchbacked old man, living off the brown broth, stealthily prepared to depart. Having spent a lifetime in the shadow of power, he knew precisely how to navigate to the location mentioned by the tailor, moving with remarkable agility. In but a gust of wind, news spread throughout the flea-infested dwellings. All those who were hungry or seeking to earn copper stars swarmed forth, exiting the squalid gates in droves, following the banks of the Blackwater River upstream towards the estuary of Blackwater Bay. King Viserys stood before the sacred woodlands, observing the several acres of land heaped with fruits, towering as high as 2 men, leaving him furrowed in concern and exasperation. Originally, the Chancellor, Baelon, had planned to enrich the royal treasury with these fruits, hoping to augment the income by several tens of thousands of golden dragons. Yet now, the sight before him was grim. Grapes and oranges, stripped of their skins, plummeted from above, splattering into a chaotic mess, the ground littered with spoiled produce. The pulpy remains emitting a noxious odor, attracting swarms of buzzing insects. If not swiftly cleared, the stench would surely permeate the Red Fortress by morning. Prime Minister Otto had informed the king through Baelon that each morning would bring forth a rain of fruit. This revelation transformed Viserys's astonishment into sheer horror. Even if he summoned all the guards in gilded robes to assist, the sheer volume of fruit would take days to transport. Viserys was resolute in his desire to prevent his castle from becoming foul. After several debates, Viserys pondered extensively and ultimately rejected the proposal of the Chancellor of Finance to sell at a low price. He acquiesced to Prime Minister Otto's suggestion to sell the cargo ships anchored in the harbor for a price of 1 copper star per bag. Although this price was exceedingly unreasonable, the immediate priority was to clear the fruit from the ground. After all, the tree was located within the Red Keep, and further plans could be devised later. To facilitate transportation, Prime Minister Otto requested the king's permission to create an opening in the Red Wall, a request that he eventually consented to after some deliberation. The outer bank beyond the sacred woods was a cliffside. Otto dismantled one of his merchant ships, using iron chains to secure it to the breach in the city wall, laying wooden planks across it. Thus, a rudimentary yet sturdy chain bridge was constructed. At a negligible cost, all participating captains and sailors could see the prominent family crest atop the merchant ship, with a beacon of fire atop the White Tower. Under the reign of 2 kings, the Iron Throne had not engaged in warfare for decades. Even the kingdom of the 3 daughters was only causing disturbances in the Stepstone Isles, a region the Iron Throne had never governed, thus not constituting war. In discussions between the Chancellor of Finance and Prime Minister Otto, Viserys issued a decree in the name of the king. The Minister of Justice, Count Leonor, dispatched the gold cloaks to maintain order, strictly prohibiting the populace from leaving the sacred woods to disturb other areas of the Red Keep. The Minister of Finance promised substantial rewards afterward. The sailors and captains were the most informed individuals in Westeros. They had already spotted the towering fishbeam tree, which stood curiously in Blackwater Bay. They were the first to receive the news, yet their numbers were insufficient, and the sailors alone could not transport the fruit. Uncertain of whose idea it was, a captain decided to purchase at a price of 2 copper stars per barrel, prompting other captains to follow suit. Acquiring the fruit was tantamount to profit. Even if they could not sell it, it could be utilized for brewing fruit wine, which posed no issue. A captain who lacked knowledge of winemaking was not a competent captain. In this era, stored water could quickly spoil. An inferior wine was an excellent choice for the crew to replenish fluids. 3 copper stars? Humph, that price is unacceptable. I shall inquire elsewhere. A golden-haired sailor, clutching a heavy sack of mangoes, scoffed and turned to leave. Wait. How much do you want? Time is money. Occupying a prime position for too long has already caused discontent among others. 7. You are too greedy. How about 5? That's not sufficient. Then go elsewhere. Fine. 5 it is, pay up. The sailor emptied the sack of mangoes into his ship's hold. He knew the sack itself cost money and had to unload quickly to continue loading the fruit. He noticed more individuals spilling from the muddy gates, rushing towards this opportunity. Such lucrative prospects made the sailors genuinely grateful to the Prime Minister, for they only saw the white tower flag above them. As for the king, they merely noticed the vigilant guards keeping a watchful eye on them. Nearby merchants selling sacks and barrels were reaping immense profits, typically 10 sacks for 1 copper star. Now the price had skyrocketed tenfold with limited availability, turning the market upside down. As the tides rise, so too does the fortune of those navigating them. Under the malevolent competition among ship captains, the price of fruits once soared to 5 copper stars per bag, a stark contrast to the usual market value, where 20 silver deer, equivalent to 140 copper stars, would suffice for a purchase. It was only with the influx of impoverished souls from the flea market that prices plummeted back to 2 copper stars. Fruits were a luxury reserved for the affluent, perpetually available yet seldom acquired. Such an opportunity was indeed a rare windfall, promising certain profit. The captains filled every available spot on their decks and reluctantly departed under the urging of the vessels behind them, fearing that further loading would lead to capsizing. The swiftest path to profit lay in selling their wares quickly before returning for more. Many captains, laden with abundant fruits, sought to capitalize on quick gains by selling their cargo along the coast. However, with an oversaturation of fruit-laden ships, prices began to decline. Among them were the astute captains who, after filling their holds, navigated up the Blackwater River towards Herrenberg, where prices soared. Those with the means might even sell their goods at the riverine markets, while those daring enough to transport more perishable varieties could venture further to westbound Cayenne City, a land rich in gold mines, yielding profits 100-fold their costs. In this nearly universal boon, only Baelon faced adversity, as his father, Viserys, claimed the Fishlangu tree as royal treasure, asserting it belonged to his domain within the Red Keep. Yet, Baelon remained unfazed. His primary desire was the freedom to partake in fruits. In this era, few engaged in fruit trade due to its susceptibility to decay. Baelon's ability to enjoy them stemmed from their preservation through ice, a costly endeavor. Chapter 33. Subsequent impacts to Baelon had always harbored a disdain for throngs of people, which instilled in him a palpable fear, often reminding him of the frenzied mob that had once surged towards him a month prior. However, when positioned in a safe locale, he found solace. At the pinnacle of the megalith tower, he perched by a window, observing the bustling crowd below, as guards watched over them like sentinels. The workers, akin to ants, gradually cleared the fallen fruits, yet their pace was painfully slow. Fortunately, the foliage of the Fishlangu provided shade from the scorching sun. As each commoner emerged with a bag of fruit, they would cast a copper star into a wooden barrel before the guards. With several barrels in place, once filled, 2 guards would transport them to the minister's appointed officer for weighing, who would then inscribe the details onto parchment. Once sufficient weight was amassed, they were exchanged with merchants for silver deer or golden dragons, capitalizing on the conversion disparity. The officer would trade 100 copper stars for a single silver deer, netting a profit of 30 stars. If deemed too steep, the officer would halt exchanges until the captains or traders depleted their copper star reserves. The most disheartening aspect for them was the officer's refusal to provide change, establishing a form of monopoly. Is a barrel sufficient for a golden dragon? Baelon pondered, as the Illic brothers stood watch behind him, wary of his precarious position. Indeed, Your Highness, based on my experience, it should yield at least 3 golden dragons, one replied, extending 3 fingers. With a golden dragon valued at 400 copper stars, this implied that a barrel contained 5,000 copper stars. At this rate, several thousand golden dragons would be collected by the day's end. The Hollow Novel Network is noteworthy for its daily influx, akin to receiving 500 complete sets of knightly armor each day, a pace surpassing even the mining endeavors of the West. Baelon, feeling a twinge of discontent, lamented, "My gold dragons, they are all mine." Initially indifferent, a subtle melancholy now clouded his gaze. Given the current pace, it was clear that he would not finish before sunset. Uncertainty lingered regarding the outcome. The top floor of the Mygel Tower, elevated and relatively dry, was conducive to the preservation of supplies, housing provisions, weapons, armor, and other materials. The soft patter of footsteps resonated in the corridor outside the door as a figure ascended to the top floor, arriving at the entrance of an empty, spacious storage room. The door was ajar, and as Rhaenyra pushed it open, she spotted his tail swaying beneath the window. "Come down." Her voice was gentle, leaving Baelon momentarily disarmed. Sir Elix soon lifted him down. Rhaenyra was clad in a dark red long-sleeved woolen shirt, layered with a seal skin adorned with intricate dragon patterns. Baelon pondered, perplexed by her unusual demeanor. She had not scolded him, a stark contrast to her usual behavior where her voice preceded her appearance. "Your magic is quite impressive," she remarked while retrieving an orange from the maid's basket behind her, peeling it slowly. "What is it? Just say it." Rhaenyra appeared to have an agenda, as her praise seemed unwarranted. "I am your sister. Is it not appropriate for me to seek a chat?" Rhaenyra playfully stuffed the peeled orange into his mouth. "For me?" Belron's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he swallowed it nonetheless. "Besides making fruit grow on trees, can your magic conjure other things? Like grain?" This inquiry stemmed from a recent royal meeting where the Chancellor had advised King Viserys. Having just confiscated his son's fruit trees, it was ill-timed for him to intervene. Thus he signaled for Rhaenyra to take the lead. This made sense. She had a request of him. "Wheat? Bread?" He guessed instantly. Rhaenyra nodded, anticipation evident in her expression. A substantial portion of King's Landing's provisions came from the Reach, which, despite its affordability, was in high demand. The nation's treasury was significantly benefiting the Tyrell family, who had been accumulating wealth under the rule of Duke Leo Tyrell, while King Viserys had consistently curtailed their political influence. The Reach boasted the most fertile lands among the Seven Kingdoms, abundant in agricultural output. A plentiful supply of food indicated a dense population, capable of raising a formidable army. Old Town, situated in the Reach, was the cradle of the chivalric spirit of Westeros, where martial valor was esteemed, and knights enjoyed unparalleled respect and honor. The people of the Reach frequently hosted tournaments, resulting in a burgeoning number of knights in the region. During the Conquest War, a coalition of 55,000 knights, including 5,000 heavy cavalry from the west, formed an overwhelmingly powerful force. The vassals of the Riverbend, after the assault launched by the Seven Gods, have expressed dissent regarding Rhaenyra's retaliatory actions, which constitutes a highly unstable factor. Belron pondered the situation. The rapid growth of the fishwood tree, which bore an abundance of fruit, was astonishing to him, as he had only anticipated a modest yield. In his previous botanical experiments, such deviations were unheard of, indicating that this particular fishwood tree was indeed exceptional. Could it possibly be linked to the old gods? Such a miracle would be challenging for Belron to replicate. Upon touching the fishwood tree, he received a message indicating that the fallen fruit would diminish daily, tomorrow yielding perhaps only a quarter of today's bounty. He gestured with his claws to indicate proximity. "That will suffice. Even half is adequate." The girl nodded in agreement. She produced a handful of gold coins, claiming they were procured from the local clerk, who ostensibly collected a hefty tax on behalf of the king, though a small portion remained. This meager amount sparked the clerk's indignation, prompting him to report to the Chancellor of Finance. "Dear brother, there are benefits to be had. Do lend a hand," Rhaenyra implored, causing Belron to nod vigorously until he stabilized his stance. In his mind, he thought, "Very well, I shall attempt it." Had he known that these gold dragons rightfully belonged to him, he would have relinquished the task on the spot. "It is settled then. I shall procure wheat for you." She bestowed a kiss upon him, despite his fearsome appearance. Rhaenyra was aware of the numerous magical experiments he had conducted and understood that such endeavors required appropriate materials. Moreover, the land beneath the divine woods had become parched and cracked. To enhance yield, it was advisable to pour manure or urine around the base of the tree. Belron kindly reminded her, wishing merely to convey what needed to be said. However, Rhaenyra was indifferent to the matters of fruit, as the outside world seldom recognized her virtues. "I understand. I will inform the Chancellor of Finance," she conceded. Business is transactional. The Chancellor cannot perpetually collect funds. The treasury was indeed ample. Yet Rhaenyra found herself in need of finances, as her knights and fleet required expansion. Not to mention, the formidable fleet of Menalia necessitated a substantial scale of at least 100 warships. Should Belron create something amusing or aesthetically pleasing, she would promptly purchase it with a gold coin, unwilling to see it cast into the furnace, deeming it a waste. When time permitted, she would ride her dragon as a gift to noble ladies across various regions, who in turn would present her with unique treasures from their lands, gradually amassing her personal forces. However, the more Belron conjured using black mist magic, the greater his mental burden became. He perpetually felt as though some essence of himself was being siphoned away. Upon meticulous examination, Belron observed that the black mist emitted numerous fine threads extending towards an unknown destination. Following one such thread to its terminus, he discovered a draconic humanoid figure. Subsequently, he attempted to sever a thread, resulting in an immediate anomaly within a dragon's lair. According to reports from the lair's overseer, One draconic being appeared to be melting away like a candle exposed to extreme heat, leaving behind a puddle of an unidentifiable dark brown substance. Baelon, however, discovered that his mental burdens seemed to diminish slightly. To validate his hypothesis, he severed 10 of the dragonman's threads in the mysterious space, ultimately confirming that magical creations require the sustenance of this enigmatic realm to exist. Perhaps the downfall of the Valyrian Empire was not merely a coincidence. It is quite possible that the deity they revered orchestrated it deliberately. This realization served as a wake-up call for Baelon. Whenever he created something that imposed a significant burden, it would inevitably combust and perish. As for the magical creations gifted to Rhaenyra, even 1,000 of them could not compare to the consumption of a single dragonman. The dragonmen also represented a burden for him. After crafting 2,000, he ceased further creation, deeming that sufficient for his experiment to reclaim adulthood. Syrax, who was linked to the black mist and the heart within the mysterious space, exerted the greatest mental pressure upon him, accounting for nearly half of his burden. Yet, he could not sever this connection, for Syrax would undoubtedly be heartbroken if he were to harm his sister Rhaenyra. The sole piece of good news was that, as he matured, his mental load lessened increasingly. In the past, he could only manage to remain active for a morning before succumbing to fatigue. But now he could endure until lunchtime. To expedite his growth, Baelon partook in 3 substantial meals each day, consuming an astonishing quantity of food, akin to nurturing 10 princes simultaneously. Chapter 34. The King's Fruit. 2 days later, the fleet of the Sea Serpent triumphantly returned to Tide's Head Island. Corlys's departure also lifted the blockade of the Stepstone Islands, as all who attempted to probe into Bloodstone Island failed to return with any intelligence. The Kingdom of the Three Daughters, undeterred, dispatched over 300 sailors into the caverns. All the captains on the shore witnessed dragonmen emerge, tearing apart the 3 who had escaped. In the throne hall below, Rhaenyra, as the heir, represented the princess knights, and, in the presence of all the great nobles of King's Landing, presented the axe of demon. However, this gesture did not earn Rhaenyra the recognition she sought from the nobles. Rather, it instilled a sense of unease among them. Within a month, over 800 members of the Faith of the Seven had perished in flames, alongside more than 1,000 pirates and 3,000 crew members of the Valyrian fleet. Regardless of the myriad reasons behind these events, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged, leading many to believe that should Rhaenyra ascend to the Iron Throne, the nation would frequently find itself embroiled in warfare. After all, she had, on numerous occasions, expressed her admiration for the heroic Princess Nymeria of Dorne. Yet, whether sung by bards or etched into history, the grand crossing of countless ships ultimately represented a flight from danger. Viserys, upon inheriting the Iron Throne from his grandfather, Aegon I, though often indecisive, had never plunged the realm into conflict, and the kingdom's strength steadily grew. Perhaps there were minor blemishes upon the heir, but all were aware that the king was still young, and time could afford some patience. In the council chamber, Viserys reached an accord with Corlys. The king would not pursue the matter of Corlys' unilateral declaration of war, and Corlys would refrain from troubling the kingdom of the Three Daughters. Regardless of how it was explained, as the master of ships at the royal council, it was difficult for anyone to believe he did not represent the Iron Throne. Upon returning to his role as master of ships, Corlys began to contemplate arranging a marriage between the king and his 12-year-old daughter, Lena. Corlys articulated that uniting the 2 surviving Valyrian noble families, the dragons of House Targaryen and the fleet of House Velaryon, through the bond of blood would proclaim to the world that the sovereignty of House Targaryen remains a rising sun rather than a mere echo of past glories. Faced with the pressures from Rhaenys and Corlys, he asserted that there was no better candidate than Rhaenyra. Viserys, his countenance darkening, could only express that he had not contemplated remarriage since Aemma's passing. Following the emergence of Baelon as an unforeseen variable, the family found themselves dining together more frequently, and Baelon's appetite grew increasingly voracious, necessitating a banquet's worth of provisions to satiate him. In an effort to mend relations with Viserys, Rhaenyra would invite him to share a meal. In Viserys' reception room, scattered wooden carvings adorned a nearby cabinet. After a sumptuous dinner, Viserys gestured to his daughter, urging her to inquire about matters. "I am utterly stuffed." The dinner was delightful, Baelon remarked, having refrained from taking any fruit this time, having grown weary of it over the past few days. "How goes the matter I entrusted you with?" Rhaenyra set down her knife and fork, savoring a sip of wine. Appearing unfazed, Viserys observed in silence, feigning ignorance, as seizing a fruit tree that yielded 3,000 golden dragons daily seemed rather excessive. Aside from the initial loss incurred from selling the first batch at a deficit, Viserys, upon suggestion, had swiftly established a winery within 3 days at the Red Keep, selling the surplus fruit at a reduced price to the brewing workshops of King's Landing. His treasurer estimated that once fermented, the winery could generate an income of 3,000 golden dragons each day. Should the fruit trees continue to thrive, the Targaryens would ascend to become the wealthiest family, surpassing the Valerians, especially considering the royal treasury currently held only 300,000 golden dragons. Baelon, upon seeing his sister present a single ear of corn, was rendered speechless. It was a high-yield crop, albeit one he had never encountered in his usual diet, small in stature nonetheless. "I fail to comprehend the effect you wish to achieve," Baelon remarked, directing his gaze toward Viserys. "Spare me the pretense. I know this is what you desire," he internally scoffed. What might it resemble? Baelon truly had no knowledge of any crop that could yield more than corn. Was he to conjure potatoes? The last miraculous fish tree was an anomaly he could not replicate, and he too wished for corn to fall from the heavens. Corn cannot simply descend from the sky. Rhaenyra expressed her disappointment. "Unless you can procure me more fish trees of the same kind." In recent days, Baelon had sought ordinary trees for experimentation, attempting to envision the fish tree as a towering giant that would drop wheat abundantly. However, the experiment yielded little success. It did not grow into a towering tree, but it could produce wheat, albeit slowly, as he discovered that the next harvest would require a month, leading Baelon to deem the endeavor seemingly futile. King's Landing lacked a fish tree as ancient as the one found in the sacred grove. "We require a crop capable of countering the Bay's stranglehold on our food supply. King's Landing must not be choked." With the truth laid bare, his father could only muster the audacity to make one last attempt at plunder, silently vowing it would be the final time. Surely the fish tree could be modified to yield wheat instead? Viserys believed that if various fruits could fall, then wheat would be even simpler. Baelon shook his head. Today was a miracle. There was no second tree of fishling in King's Landing. "Child, can your magical plant bear seeds?" asked Viserys. The king suddenly pondered this question. If he created a high-yielding plant and others took it to cultivate, wouldn't that be a significant loss? Most importantly, the riverlands were exceptionally suited for grain cultivation. Baelon shook his head, fully aware of all the information. He retrieved an apple from the table. It looked, smelled, and tasted like an apple, yet it was not an apple. It was impossible to cultivate. "That's good. I have an idea. You could alter the royal forest to grow flower directly on the trees, which would save considerable effort. Ideally, it should have a shell. The fruits from the fishling that fell from the trees, without shells, were all smashed, especially the grapes. If he hadn't decisively let go, the sacred wood forest would likely have begun to emit a foul odor by now. Let us not have flour blowing into King's Landing. Flour on trees, with shells? That would be akin to growing bread directly. It would be better to grow bread without needing to bake it. Wait, this idea felt familiar. Flour on trees. Bread? Bread tree? Such a familiar name. The baobab tree. Baelon recalled dusty memories, his excitement palpable. "I know how to do it," he announced to the crowd, who smiled back at him, despite not knowing what he had in mind. He had attempted to grow bread before, and even gold. After a century of effort yielding nothing more than a fingernail-sized piece of gold had led him to abandon such fantasies. The following morning, Rhaenyra informed Viserys that they could soon begin the experiment. Baelon was already preparing. If time allowed, they could go and observe. The king never tired of magic, so he invited his cousin Rhaenys and her family to join them, including Rhaenyra and Lena, to witness the proceedings. Previously, Baelon had conducted experiments in the sacred wood forest, but that location had been destroyed by his own hand, and it was no longer safe with so many people around. Since it was now clear what type of magical plant was needed, they decided to conduct the initial experiment atop the Mager's holdfast. Before Baelon lay an enormous tub, filled with horse manure after several trips up and down the stairs by a dozen servants, with 30 barrels of water continuously supplied beside it. For Baelon, the seed of a single plant was enough to create a miracle. Sir Alex, the king's guard, took the bag brought by the princess's maid and extracted a seed from the fishling. Alex was the younger brother of Illyrio. The only distinction was whether his beard was curly or straight, the curly one being the younger. Baelon tossed the seed into the tub, a strand of red energy swirling from his fingertips and enveloping the seed. Subsequently, the seed sprouted, took root, grew, and blossomed in an endless cycle. As water was poured in and manure added, Rhaenyra instinctively directed the servants to place more into the tub. After several more barrels had been overturned, the trees that had ceased to grow began to reach for the sky once more. Baelon discerned that the red thread, extracted from the mysterious realm, had been depleted. This crimson strand not only had the power to restore vitality, but also to forcibly accelerate growth. However, excessive use could lead to premature aging. This wondrous magic left Nino and Lana astonished, their mouths agape. This was precisely the effect he desired. In truth, he could have unearthed one from below, but opted against it to maintain a certain aesthetic. Baelon carved a wound into the towering fishbeam tree before embedding a grain of wheat within it, allowing the tree to recognize the wheat's characteristics, akin to the concept of gene absorption from his previous life. Following this was the process of mutation, as the breadfruit tree was a known entity from his past existence, and he had observed its transformation on a natural channel. He envisioned an outer shell filled with clusters of peeled wheat, not wishing for it to become flour, as he had never encountered a plant that directly yielded flour. Such a notion eluded his mind. A faint gray mist emanated from Belron's form, swirling towards the fishbeam tree ahead. The Illic brothers had already assumed a defensive posture, hands poised on their sword hilts, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Even the prospect of a carnivorous tree would not surprise them. Each time Baelon conducted an experiment, he would reassure, "It's nothing, nothing at all," and indeed, he emerged unscathed, though those around him often faced dire consequences, for his magical creations recognized only him. Illic remarked, "Every time I see that gray mist, I am filled with foreboding." His brother, Alex, wholeheartedly concurred, urging, "Your Majesty, we must retreat. We have faced this many times, trust us." Baelon, however, remained undeterred. Upon a glance, Viserys noted that Rhaenyra had already stepped back. Thus, the group sheltered behind a dozen guards, fortunate to remain unscathed as the fishbeam tree began to bear small fruits at the flowering sites. "Add water, add nutrients," Baelon commanded his servants. They exchanged glances with the king, ultimately summoning the courage to refill the bathing tub. To their astonishment, the tub was densely packed with roots, many having penetrated through the wooden vessel and extending outward. The small fruits on the tree commenced their growth, eventually reaching the size of a head before dropping down. Baelon counted 12 in total. These were the breadfruits, which he picked up and offered one to Rhaenyra. After several failed attempts to crack the shell, Baelon surmised that he had applied too much force in his imagination. He envisioned it resembling a coconut shell. "Sir, assist me in opening it." He handed it to Sir Criston. With a resounding thud, the latter's sword cleaved it in two, revealing the pale yellow, shelled wheat within, scattering its grains in all directions, with a few landing on the guard's shoulders. "Is this the king's fruit?" one inquired, tasting it with moderate approval. The king picked up a grain, rolling it between his fingers before promptly consuming it. To his surprise, it bore a hint of sweetness upon careful savoring. All present took a small piece of the fruit, placing it in their palms. Since the king had partaken without incident, they too were eager to sample its flavor, perhaps hoping to be recorded by some scholar. Baelon, however, protested, "When did this become the king's fruit? No, it shall be called Belron's fruit." The luminous and oversized text suspended in the air is impossible to overlook. It relies on this to augment its manifestation. Previously, the fruits within its enigmatic realm had given rise to a towering tree, an ethereal sight. Baelon predicts that in 6 months, it may materialize, and he is eager to discover what powers this tree will bestow upon him. If it enhances his self-awareness, perhaps it could expedite the process of formation. "Child," said Viserys, bending down with a demeanor of affability, as he securely cradled Baelon in his arms, "listen to me. This matter is beyond your grasp." Baelon offered no response, his gaze drifting upwards, his expression inscrutable, completely disregarding Viserys's words. Leaning closer, Viserys whispered, "Do me a favor. Aside from this, propose a condition." After a moment's contemplation, Baelon relented and slowly extended his tiny paw, his 5 fingers spread wide, conveying a clear implication. 50-50. Not acceptable. As Viserys spoke, he pressed down the 4 fingers that had emerged, his brow furrowing slightly, the smile on his face fading. "That is royal hunting ground. Do not overreach." After repressing 4 of Belron's fingers, 3 more appeared. "What of your sister? She treats you so well. Shall we each take a 10th? Faced with Viserys's unwavering gaze, Baelon ultimately acquiesced. In truth, Viserys was inwardly elated. His willingness to share was sparked by a sudden realization. "I collect the taxes, I sell the goods. So it would be a simple matter for the Chancellor of Finance to prepare an account for you." Baelon eventually agreed to a distribution of 6 to 2 to 2, considering that whatever was deducted from him would halt the production of those trees. Chapter 35. The Royal Forest. The Red Keep, located in King's Landing, serves as the residence of the rulers of the 7 kingdoms. The Royal Forest lies to the southeast of King's Landing, south of the Blackwater River, encompassing a vast expanse of woodland. This forest is the royal hunting ground, where only the aristocracy may hunt legally, poachers, if caught by the forest wardens, would face the amputation of a hand or be sent to serve as night watchmen. Such are the regulations, yet due to the current king's benevolence, those apprehended are merely given a lesson. The punishment is proportional to the value of what was taken. However, the king's leniency is more feared than the punishment itself, as the poachers dread starvation more than the lash. The forest wardens number only 30 or 40, tasked with safeguarding such a vast area. They are indifferent to the presence of additional poachers, concerned only with whether they receive their due offerings. If the proper bribes are paid, no one will dare to punish them in plain sight. Thus, a multitude of poachers make their living this way, venturing into the royal forest almost daily to return with game such as wild fowl, hares, and even deer, selling their catches to various inns and taverns in exchange for coins and silver stag. The dining hall of the Flea Bottom receives free brown stew, with the prime cuts of meat sourced from these poachers. Occasionally, the hall's benefactors, royal nobles, or members of the clergy, during significant festivals, will provide acceptable meats, ensuring that no unsightly remnants like rat heads, fingernails, or toes appear. Those caught in the act of poaching are either seized and forced into servitude or sent north to become night watchmen. The royal council expressed no dissent regarding the punishment of poachers, bestowing high praise upon Viserys for his decisive measures. The Minister of Finance swiftly allocated funds while the Minister of Justice fervently recruited patrolmen for the royal woods, marking the end of the poachers' prosperous days. The woods, once easily navigable for those familiar with the terrain, were now thoroughly cleansed, with numerous criminals apprehended during the crackdown. After a month of rigorous enforcement, the royal forest was entirely purged, leaving only the patrolling rangers amidst the wildlife. Baelon was now poised to commence his tasks, as a grand display of magical creations was about to unfold. When venturing outside, the foremost priority is safety. As long as one survives, they can gradually influence their surroundings through magic. The terrifying blood dragon's frenzied dance was still many years away. There was no need to rush, as all actions must ensure one's own safety above all else. The world of Game of Thrones resembles an era of feudal lords in medieval Western society, marked by chaos and insecurity. Bandits, thieves, wild folk, mountain clans, pirates, and even noble knights contributed to the perilous environment. Baelon had ventured beyond the Red Keep twice, once facing a blaze and another in ambush, leaving him with a vivid impression of the dangers lurking outside. To ensure safety, Rhaenyra mobilized fully armed soldiers for protection, traveling with over 800 troops, including 500 members of the princess's knightly order and 300 servants and palace guards. The remaining 5 carriages were not filled with people, but rather contained 100 dragonlings, concealed beneath black cloth to prevent public panic, rendering them in a dormant state. Baelon and Rhaenyra climbed into the carriage, drawing the curtains tightly shut. Although he was reluctant to leave the Red Keep, he ultimately decided to venture forth, insisting on the presence of dragonling guards for a sense of security. Exiting through the grand gates of the Red Keep, they proceeded along a broad avenue heading southeast. The cobblestone path was relatively smooth, devoid of significant jolts. With over 100 carriages and knights marching forth, the 3-headed dragon banner fluttered majestically. The leading knights cleared the way with their whips, shoving aside street vendors who dared to obstruct their path, sending stalls tumbling aside. Fruit stands were notably absent, as commerce thrived not in this realm. Strangely, the vendors bore no grievances, recognizing their misfortune in blocking the noble lord's passage. This sensation was quite peculiar. Baelon, concealed within the carriage, peered through a small gap at the unfolding scene, reflecting on his unexpected status. It seemed they regarded him as one of those noble lords. Yet, he mused, perhaps he truly was a noble lord. As the procession passed the outskirts of towns and villages, traversing small markets filled with vendors selling assorted wares and inns offering food and lodging, the once raucous thoroughfare gradually fell into a tranquil hush. Due to the appearance of the caravan, these tattered yet relatively tidy passers-by lowered their voices, casting furtive glances towards the opulent carriage. In Westeros, only the noble lords belonging to the ruling class could afford to be well-fed and well-clad, while the impoverished commoners struggled daily for mere sustenance, hardly having the luxury to attend to personal hygiene or attire. King's Landing, however, offered a different scenario, thanks to the fruit trees cultivated by Baelor. The wages for laborers transporting goods to the seaside, although not as plentiful as on the first day, remained consistent. With diligent effort, one could earn at least 2 copper stars from morning until midnight, an amount equivalent to 16 copper pennies, sufficient to purchase a substantial loaf of coarse bread mixed with sawdust. If one were to eat 2 meals a day, that could sustain an individual for an entire week. In this city, no one would scrutinize you for indulging in fruits. If you desired them, you could partake freely, as some fruits were difficult to preserve in the sweltering heat, although taking them away required payment. Currently, in King's Landing, the price for fruit had dwindled to a mere copper penny for a hearty feast. Those unwilling to spend could simply venture to the Weirwood Grove, which served as the first stop for every famished traveler arriving in the city. They would board vessels adorned with the sigil of House Hightower and gorge themselves in the Weirwood Grove, expressing gratitude for the wonders of magic. The impoverished population of King's Landing no longer faced the meager fare of yesteryears, attracting many destitute individuals from afar in search of opportunity. Within a month, the population surged by at least 50 or 60,000, with many opting to reside along the riverbanks or on rocky outcrops for convenience. The Red Keep harbored no secrets. All of King's Landing was aware that the colossal fruit trees occupying 10 acres of the Weirwood Grove were a product of the sorcery of the monstrous Prince Baelon, akin to the miraculous resurrection and enlargement of Vhagar. Despite rumors branding Baelon as a monster, the common folk bore no resentment toward him. Indeed, some affectionately referred to him as the Prince of Magic. The enigmatic spells they had heard about, whether true or false, bore little relevance to the lives of the commoners. Baelor's magic was undeniably tangible. One need only lift their gaze to witness it. For those still skeptical, a visit to the towering piles of fruits in the Weirwood Grove would dispel any doubts, as all of King's Landing benefited from them. When asked about his appearance, individuals would dismissively offer vague descriptions, certain of his monstrous nature despite never having laid eyes upon him. Throughout the journey, Rhaenyra observed Baelon grinning and emitting peculiar chuckles, seemingly oblivious to the sights outside, perhaps exhilarated by the rare experience of the world beyond. His tail swayed back and forth, becoming somewhat irksome. As night fell, the caravan camped on a flat expanse, surrounded by a carefully selected grove of fishwood, comprising over 3,000 trees, each only 5 or 6 years old. Baelon lay languidly across Rhaenyra's lap, facing a massive bonfire, the intense heat causing the accompanying guards to squirm uncomfortably. Rhaenyra gazed into her brother's eyes, reflecting the flames, and tenderly arranged his silvery hair, knowing that without assistance, Baelon would stuff his silver locks into the scales on his neck for concealment. Your father is to remarry once more. Who is it? Asked Alicent. Baelon contemplated the inevitable course of history, ultimately wary of the Valyrian family's ambition to seize the Iron Throne. What do you think about me marrying you? Intermarriage within our families is quite customary. Besides, it's a bit peculiar, yet magical. Within just 7 months, it reaches my navel. How swiftly it grows. Rhaenyra spoke slowly, her recent melancholy prompting her jest. If only you were a normal person. Father can wed anyone he chooses, but why Alicent? She felt a pang of betrayal. Just days ago, she had confided in her. Those who swore allegiance to her were attempting to persuade the king to remarry, hoping to produce a suitable heir to displace the current one. Always conspiring in private discussions with the king, even fabricating a love for war. If your father were to remarry, he would still love you. Alicent uttered comforting words that lifted his spirits. She expressed her gratitude to Alicent. The following day, at the council meeting, Viserys announced that he would formalize his betrothal to Alicent within 6 months. Rhaenyra felt humiliated, unable to believe that Alicent was completely unaware. Corlys also sensed the indignity. After several attempts to retain her, Rhaenyra ultimately resigned from her position as the Master of Ships, apologizing to Rhaenyra, affirming that the Valyrian family would steadfastly defend her claim to the throne. Henceforth, within the royal council, only the Master of Laws, Lionel Strong, could be deemed somewhat of an ally, while the others leaned, to varying degrees, towards Prime Minister Otto. She yearned to escape the faces of these individuals, urging Baelon to emerge and take action, seeking solace for herself. Why the sudden change of thought? Baelon hesitated to respond. It's unfortunate. We cannot conceive children. He shook his head, grappling with the ethical implications. Rhaenyra's expression grew peculiar. You understand this? She inquired. I've often observed it over the years. She had assumed Baelon merely floated as a soul, frequently watching Viserys and her mother, suddenly realizing that she too might have been observed. Contemplating this, she mused, Very well. I must examine your wares. With that, she began to reach for Baelon's kilt. As it was the only attire that allowed for both agility and the extension of its tail, clothing was merely a guise, and as long as it wasn't red, Baelon would not refuse. Baelon's face flushed crimson. Rhaenyra, however, felt no embarrassment. She had seen far worse countless times. Humph, remove your hands. Oh. Baelon emitted a silent roar. The surrounding guards noted the playful scuffle between the two, and nearby, the white-cloaked knight, Eric, burst into laughter, driven by instinct. Baelon took off running, while Rhaenyra pursued him leisurely, yet still managed to tackle him down. Baelon signaled to those around him for assistance, but everyone feigned ignorance. As if shrouded in darkness, the guards suddenly busied themselves adjusting their armor, while Eric and his brother Aegon bowed their heads to arrange their swords. After some playful antics, Rhaenyra helped her brother to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. No more games. Come, sleep here with your sister later. Baelon was reluctant to refuse, yet he found himself gazing up at Rhaenyra, whose formidable presence left him feeling inadequate. For the sake of his own safety, he silently nodded in agreement. Rhaenyra meant well. Should he encounter an assassination attempt akin to the previous attack by the faceless men, it would indeed be difficult to defend against. Their separation would only weaken their protective forces. In a relatively flat expanse of the royal forest, the Illic brothers closely followed behind Baelon, whose emanating gray mist coalesced before him, forming a large mass of black substance that hung almost like ink in the air. As time progressed, the black mist expanded, growing from the size of a soybean to one larger than a barrel. I wish to ascertain the extent of this mysterious space's black mist, Baelon mused, convinced that the mist was not infinite, but rather contingent upon the public's perception of him. In the past, whenever he extracted from the black mist in the mysterious space, its color would lighten slightly due to mutation, yet it would soon regain its former hue. Currently, however, the recovery rate was alarmingly slow. What once took 6 or 7 days now lingered for over a month, without even half of the mist restored. This left Baelon feeling quite anxious, as he speculated that the rate of recovery was linked to the scope of his public image. The manifestation of the mysterious space was born from the impressions held by the hearts of the people. Should these perceptions shift, the black mist would dissipate entirely. Sir Illic, what do the majority of people in King's Landing perceive or conceive of me? He inquired earnestly, as this knowledge was of paramount importance to him. Perhaps they see you as a monster, Illic replied, for the prince seldom emerges from the Red Keep. Most tales circulating are of that one instance when you slipped out and were ambushed by the followers of the Seven. Your appearance became widely known during that time. Are there any new rumors circulating now? This was Belron's primary concern. Recently, a title of magical prince had emerged, attributed to the plethora of fruit that was inescapably abundant outside. The populace of King's Landing believed that you possessed the magic of trees. Sir Illic candidly recounted his conversations with friends. That seems accurate, Baelon thought to himself, having now confirmed the source of his magic. Rather than mere sorcery, it seemed more akin to the power of faith. Since the fruit trees had emerged in the sacred wood, a seed had sprouted, growing daily and now reaching knee height. Intrigued, Baelon attempted to extract its power, which manifested as a singular leaf. This power was characterized by rapid growth and fruit-bearing in trees, but could only be utilized for plant life. Perhaps he had been too forceful in his extraction, as it nearly caused the sapling to revert to a seed. It had now returned to a budding state. This development worried Baelon, for this idealistic power hinged upon his influence in the world. Should his mysterious image be shattered, the black mist might vanish. Perhaps the corporeal forms of the dragon people within the mysterious space would be hastened to coalesce. Having previously created 2,000 dragon people to inhabit the dragon lair, alongside similar representations, it would be difficult for onlookers not to make connections. Might the newly emerged dragon figure be the Dragon Lord? A true dragon of this realm? Who can say? Baelon prefers to remain in the shadows, primarily due to the presence of the Princess Knight Order and the familiar maids accompanying him on this journey. These individuals are well acquainted with him, and there is nothing enigmatic about their interactions. Baelon resolves that upon his return, he shall insist that those who have met him maintain strict confidentiality. The black mist proves exceedingly useful, and he is reluctant to see it fade away. His extensive research into the mysterious realm has allowed him to categorize its tangible elements: black mist, mutation, heart, restoration, growth, dragon shadow, incomplete form, tree, initially formed tree growth, rapid fruiting. All of his magical creations require a portion of power drawn from the mysterious realm to sustain their existence, establishing a mutual anchor point between himself and his magical constructs, enabling both to sense their respective distances and positions. Rhaenyra had informed Baelon that once the Dragonkin departed Dragonstone Island, they succumbed to a state of frenzy. He surmises that the Dragonkin rely on the black mist within the mysterious realm for their existence, and the considerable distance results in transmission losses. The distance to Dragonstone Island is the safe limit. Beyond that, to the Steps of Stone, Baelon can only faintly sense the Dragonkin still present there, and the mental link no longer allows him to convey commands to them. The barrel-sized substance of the black mist has already diminished the volume of the mysterious realm's mist by 1/3, and Baelon comprehends the exchange ratio of the two. He contemplates that everyone is aware that only Prince Baelon possesses magical abilities. The influence on people's hearts inevitably points back to him. How might he create a more profound impact to accelerate the growth of the tree within the mysterious realm? Throughout history, wonders have either been immensely grand or numerous as the stars. No matter how great he is, he cannot replicate the miraculous fruit tree of the imperial forest. Even he finds it absurd. He harbors a suspicion that perhaps the ancient gods worshipped by the northern ancestors are covertly assisting him. Could it be that they too share in some benefits? Regrettably, he currently lacks understanding of these deities. After some contemplation, Baelon decides to infuse a measure of heart's power to hasten growth. Ahead, a forest warden leads the way, followed by approximately 100 knights and servants clearing the path, parting branches and removing obstructive stones. Rhaenyra and two white-robed figures accompany Baelon closely, while the majority of the knights spread out to maintain vigilance. Baelon takes small steps forward, gently waving his hands, as droplets of ink-like liquid slowly separate from the dark orb before him. Once freed from the orb, they gracefully drift towards the nearby fishlung, seamlessly merging with them. In an instant, a dreamlike, wondrous scene unfolds before him, as though he has stepped into a realm of enchantment. The fishlung that absorb the ink droplets are instantaneously infused with vibrant life and vitality, flourishing at an astonishing pace. They first bloom with buds, followed swiftly by a frenzy of resplendent blossoms. Before long, these flowers mature into plump fruits, adorning the branches in abundance. The vibrant red leaves, fervently blooming, danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, slowly cascading to the ground as if laying a crimson carpet to welcome the earth. It was a breathtaking sight, and Rhaenyra, along with those around her, was enraptured by this dreamlike scenery. Baelon, however, felt no surprise, even experiencing a hint of boredom. These trees were first conjured in his imagination before manifesting in reality. He needed to wholeheartedly envision the growth, blossoming, and fruiting of the fishbeam tree. If his thoughts wavered even slightly, a horde of indescribable monsters could spring forth, for the essence of the black mist was mutation. As anticipated, he found himself ill-suited for prolonged imagination, fatigue creeping in, yet he persisted in depleting the remaining small wisp of black mist before him. Prince, did that tree just move? Where? Are you sure you didn't mistake it? Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. The crowd around them grew larger, and discussions erupted regarding the peculiar phenomenon they had witnessed. Everyone noted the unsettling silence enveloping the woods, an eerie quiet that had gone unmentioned until now. Stay vigilant. Sir Criston, having encountered many magical creations alongside Rhaenyra, found nothing strange about any bizarre occurrences here. Under his leadership, the knights became alert, raising their weapons to scrutinize their surroundings. Chapter 37. Greedy Fruit 2. Rhaenyra sensed something amiss and hurriedly tugged at Baelon. He opened his eyes and turned to his sister, having just imagined a fishbeam tree sprouting wheat within a coconut shell. Someone saw the tree move, Rhaenyra whispered, urging her brother to investigate. She was aware that Baelon fully comprehended the creations of his mind. He nodded, the words forming in his mind, "I understand." He approached the tree that the guards were vigilantly watching. Its bark was pale as bone, and its leaves a deep red, resembling countless blood-stained palms. Indistinguishable from other magically altered fishbeam trees, 3 white-robed figures followed closely behind, bound by duty. His magical creations posed no threat to him. The danger lay with others. A truth that the frequently injured Illic had come to deeply appreciate. Upon careful observation, Baelon discerned an anomaly. The patterns on the trunk of the fishbeam tree no longer resembled human faces. Instead, it bore a simplistic smile reminiscent of a past life. This was something he had never noticed before. How had other elements infiltrated his creation? He examined the other trees, each adorned with smiling emoticons. "Prince, these peculiar symbols have changed. Each of us sees something different." Criston had just led the guards who had witnessed the fishbeam tree's movement. Baelon inquired, "What do you perceive?" The guards sketched their memories on the ground, and Criston joined in. Baelon noted, "Welcome, indifference, joy." The surrounding guards also depicted what they had observed. The strangest being one who claimed that fruit constantly fell near him, striking him several times. Alas, Baelon could only caution to exercise great care when encountering such symbols. He found it somewhat absurd and resolved to attempt establishing a mental connection with the tree. Direct contact would inundate him with an overwhelming torrent of information, which generally left him fatigued. Thus, he seldom pursued such an approach. After a period of experimentation, Baelon concluded that mere magical constructs could not forge a mental link. Reluctantly, he reached out to touch the fishbeam tree, which the Guardian had claimed could move. Instantly, he absorbed the entirety of the tree's essence. It was rather troublesome. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he processed the influx of information. Soon, Baelon discerned the underlying reason. These fishbeam trees were imbued with the power of a heart, a force he had always believed could only mend wounds when applied to plants. However, it proved remarkably effective in accelerating growth. Utilized in isolation, it posed no issue, merely manifesting as a faint consciousness. Yet, after a morning of extensive creation, the vast quantity coalesced into a collective consciousness. How could the embodiment of a heart possess awareness, intertwined with my own memories? There remained much about the enigmatic space that he failed to comprehend, and now there was an additional mystery to unravel. What transpired? Has the magic faltered? Rhaenyra inquired, seeking clarity regarding their current predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Baelon articulated his thoughts. The good news is that these trees will not attack humans. And the bad news? Rhaenyra crouched to meet his gaze, her seriousness underscoring the gravity of the situation. Baelon replied, the bad news is that if one is absent, entering this region of fishbeam trees requires a toll. What toll? Rhaenyra queried, bemused, wondering if these trees had some recognition of gold dragons. It seemed rather peculiar. Baelon explained, simply provide them with offerings, manure, urine, and the like. The symbol Sir Criston observed signified delight, indicating that these trees greatly appreciate his excrement, as it is nutritious. Rhaenyra burst into laughter. Well, that isn't such terrible news, she conceded, her worries easing. If this area were to transform into a bizarre realm, Baelon's efforts would have been in vain. So, do we have to provide dung every time we collect the royal fruit? This was the aspect that truly concerned Rhaenyra, considering the lengthy carriage ride to the capital. Not at all. I need not pay them, for they would not dare accept from me. And you carrying my dragon scales can also bypass the fee. Baelon mused. Should they insist on collecting from me, I would sever the connection to the mysterious space's dark mist and simply create another batch. What if one refuses to pay? Baelon noted. Then one risks becoming lost. They might use the royal fruit that has grown to strike you, leaving your body as fertilizer. However, if you bear my dragon scales, they will perceive it as assisting me. They are rather dim-witted, acting solely on instinct. He reassured his sister that the fruits could still be harvested without issue. Rhaenyra then inquired, shall we continue to cultivate the trees? He shook his head, responding, further creation is pointless. These trees will propagate their own offspring once nourished. This was indeed good news for Baelon. A wave of fatigue washed over him. He found himself struggling to maintain his composure. I am quite fatigued and feel on the verge of slumber. Let us return shortly. We shall dine at the Red Keep this evening. He is indifferent. For the obligations he agreed to have already been fulfilled. The sooner we return, the better, as it is preferable to remain inconspicuous. The dark mist is dissipating ever more slowly. Does this mean I am becoming less enigmatic? Rhaenyra began to organize the forthcoming itinerary. My lord, our current expedition has concluded. We will return to the Red Keep for dinner tonight. By the way, Sir Harrison, if you do not possess the dragon scales from Baelon, do not attempt to procure the fruits here, lest we find ourselves unable to exit. Princess, what of those scattered outside? Harrison inquired, noting that not all, aside from the knights of the princess, bore dragon scales. Servants and guards from the palace did not. Baelon silently conveyed a message. Send knights with scales to retrieve them. My authority is paramount. They shall not be troubled. Understood. Sir Harrison promptly dispatched knights adorned with dragon scales to locate the isolated individuals. When these knights returned, some bore injuries, while others had fainted. Most were lost in the fog, searching for an escape. Upon thorough questioning, it was revealed that those injured had partaken of the fallen fruits. Some had merely cracked open the shell of a king's fruit, yet they were still attacked. Well, these trees are quite stingy. Sir Harrison chuckled in disbelief. Were they not the stingy trees? Thus, the trees that bore the king's fruit acquired a new moniker, stingy trees. Even entering their domain necessitated a toll. After a meticulous inspection, the respective commanders and stewards confirmed that none of their charges were left behind in the forest. All returned to the departure campsite, and thereafter Rhaenyra retained only a few individuals to oversee the supplies they had brought. Many more would soon arrive. This place would serve as a transit station for the king's fruit. Her father, Viserys, along with his ministers, would come to assess the situation personally, making arrangements for future sales. This forest would become a sustainable source of income for the royal family. A king's fruit weighs 10 pounds, and a hard fruit falling from a height could indeed be fatal to an unprotected individual. The issue now was not one of yield, but rather a scarcity of dragon scales. Within Baelon's chamber, there remained 3 bags of scales, totaling 200 pieces. The princess's knights had an additional 300 scales. As for the scales worn by them, Rhaenyra ultimately decided not to reclaim them, considering it a privilege for them to traverse the royal woods freely. As for the scales allocated to her aunt, Rhaenys, their family had already returned to Driftmark, making it inappropriate for her to demand them back. She suddenly felt a pang of regret for having sold them too cheaply. Thus, upon returning to King's Landing, she resolved to reclaim all dragon scales at a price of 1 gold dragon each, prohibiting the princess's knights from selling any further and reclaiming any surplus scales. Chapter 38. The king's wedding. On the evening of Baelon's return to the Red Keep, Viserys learned from him about the existence of a protection fee for that forest. That very night, he and Queen Alicent deliberated in bed whether to open the Fishbone Woodlands. Although the two had not formally wed, Alicent had already taken residence in the queen's chambers. Viserys, being a man of normal desires, had his own contemplations. Ultimately, he wished to secure his daughter's position as the rightful heir. His choice of Alicent stemmed from two considerations. First, her youth and beauty, which greatly endeared her to him. Second, for reasons of political equilibrium, he was reluctant to marry the 12-year-old Lena Velaryon. It was not merely an issue of age. Should Lena bear a son, the Sea Snake would undoubtedly favor a child of Velaryon blood for the Iron Throne, thereby jeopardizing Rhaenyra's position as heir, as she would lose her most significant supporter. Alicent's father, Otto Hightower, recognized that his daughter's marriage to Viserys could fortify the Hightower family's alliance with the Iron Throne, thus consolidating royal authority. After the birth of children, their offspring could be united, with minimal age disparity, and Otto had already received recommendations from nobles for 80 suitable matrimonial candidates, allowing her to choose at her leisure without coercing her daughter. However, as the king did not communicate his considerations to Rhaenyra, she was greatly displeased upon announcing her marriage to Alicent, and the prospect of being arranged to select a husband further irked her. She often refrained from returning home, instead residing on Dragonstone with her dragon Syrax, a silent act of defiance. Queen Alicent proved to be more decisive than Viserys, swiftly enlightening him about the foul conditions in King's Landing, where commoners indiscriminately dumped their waste into the streets. Given that only 2,000 men could be dispatched to collect the king's fruit, which was insufficient, she suggested it would be more beneficial to distribute it to the populace, thereby improving the city's sanitation and earning the people's affection, achieving two objectives at once. After much deliberation, the king endorsed Alicent's proposal. The following morning, Viserys announced this initiative at the Royal Council, officially renaming the Kingswood to the King's Forest. Regardless of how history may record Viserys or assess his actions, at least from this day forth, no citizen of King's Landing under his reign would suffer from starvation. Within 3 days, a continuous procession of carts traveled from the Kingswood to the outskirts near the large pit. Those inquiring were met with silence, while some were advised to gather waste. Though few believed it, only a handful of informed individuals discreetly prepared their families. Prime Minister Otto posted a proclamation at every city gate in King's Landing. A barrel of waste could be exchanged for a king's fruit, with no limit on the quantity collected, as the fruit's market price was 1 copper star. Initially met with skepticism, the first successful exchange encouraged many, who envisioned the previous bountiful harvest of fruit trees. Since that event had unfolded so unexpectedly, many missed their chance and forever regretted it, witnessing acquaintances prosper, with some earning more than a gold dragon. Recently, savvy merchants swiftly banded together to collectively procure this fertilizer, offering a barrel in exchange for a substantial loaf of black bread mixed with sawdust. Merchants crafted bread from the king's fruit, producing half a barrel of dark bread mixed with sawdust from a single fruit, yielding a profit quintuple the cost. Even more delightful was the revelation that the grain within the king's fruit was sweet, enhancing its palatability. Those who were previously uninformed realized their folly after just 2 hours and clamored for a refund on their fertilizer. However, for the merchants, profiting from the disparity of information was a game well worth playing. Upon acquiring the fertilizer, they hastily exchanged it for king's fruit using carts, refusing to comply with demands for refunds. The ensuing dispute attracted the attention of the Gilded Robes, who administered a few lashes, sending everyone off with cries of dismay. News spread with remarkable swiftness, as 70,000 individuals in King's Landing engaged in this grand venture, and countless souls began to dig in the flea pits. This announcement brought immense joy to the impoverished of King's Landing, for the most destitute flea pit contained nothing beyond filth. In just 1 day, even the long-neglected grime in the sewers was scraped clean. What had once been deemed worthless was now recognized as sustenance. The fertilizer collected by the Red Keep was designated for a large pit outside the city, guarded against theft. A month passed in the blink of an eye, leading to an unprecedented abundance of grain in King's Landing, causing grain prices to plummet drastically. Simultaneously, new opportunities prompted the ship captains, who had previously missed the fruit harvest, to act decisively. The King's fruit, with its remarkably low moisture content and exceptional storability, could last 2 to 3 years without spoiling, akin to fixed assets convertible to currency. Those with ample resources were in no hurry to liquidate. They shipped loads along the Blackwater River to the north. Unlike fruits that would rot and yield nothing, the King's fruit was said to be storable for at least a decade in the north. When the first captain arrived in the north with King's fruit, the news stirred all the lords. Historically, any reasonably priced grain sent to the north was welcomed in abundance, though most transactions were barter-based, involving furs, sheep, or cattle. Now, however, the King's fruit, of equivalent weight, cost merely 1/3 the price of wheat, presenting an extraordinary profit margin. Some coastal lords in the north began purchasing ships to acquire King's fruit. Many lords subsequently visited the North's protector, Duke Cregan Stark, hoping to lead expeditions to King's Landing for reconnaissance. Winter is coming has long been the Stark family's adage. Once the long summer in the north concludes, a multitude of homeless, childless, unmarried, younger sons, and the elderly will emerge, struggling to survive the brutal winter. The folk of the north yearn for adventure and raiding, seeking the glory of a valiant death in battle, yet they do not truly desire war. This is merely the stereotype imposed upon them by the continent of Westeros. Ultimately, all wars are fought to lessen the number of mouths to feed at home. The long summer has persisted for many years, with the specter of winter ever looming over the heads of the northern people and Duke Cregan alike. Even the sailors who set sail merely half a month ago could sing a ballad in praise of the king, King's forest, King's tree. The King's tree bears the King's fruit. Each person receives a King's fruit, yet 10 children cannot consume it all. Duke Cregan surmised that it was the King's magical prince behind this phenomenon. Despite the vastness of the north, they were diligent in gathering information from the outside world, albeit with a delay of 1 or 2 months. He had also heard of the fruit trees in the sacred woods of the Red Keep, but Duke Cregan held little interest in them, as fruits could not satiate hunger. However, this time it was grain, which was a different matter altogether. He had specially brought along sailors from White Harbor who possessed greater knowledge of the King's fruit to inquire further, and the revelations were astonishing. In the current King's Landing, the price of the King's fruit had plummeted to a mere quarter of that of an equal weight of wheat. It was said that 1 King's fruit could sustain a person for 3 days, and perhaps only 2 in the north. Yet, it was exceedingly affordable, and Duke Cregan could no longer afford to delay. He sought out several precious and rare items and set off southward in advance. He gathered all the local specialties he could carry to establish trade with the king in King's Landing. He was unequivocally certain that the king's fruit was firmly in the hands of the royal family and in vast quantities. Otherwise, the character of Viserys would not have so swiftly benefited the populace. He felt it imperative to witness the situation in King's Landing firsthand. If he could procure such trees for cultivation in the north, he would end the historical famine there. Of course, Duke Cregan would not openly declare his intent to investigate the king's fruit. This time, he would use the occasion of Viserys' marriage to hasten his journey to King's Landing, having received a letter from the king welcoming them to attend. Viserys was well aware of the numerous lords who had written to express their intention to participate in his wedding, yet he chose not to disclose this, extending a warm welcome and sending out a multitude of invitations. This was a fortuitous event, allowing the minor lords under the Iron Throne to witness the prosperity of King's Landing under the king's reign. Prime Minister Otto was exceedingly enthusiastic about this development. The nation's finances were currently thriving, with a continuous influx of gold dragons filling the treasury. After all, the funds belonged to the royal coffers, and the Chancellor of Finance raised no objections. Invitations were dispatched to all notable lords, including even those from Dorne, who had not yet submitted to the Iron Throne. As Viserys suggested, extending invitations to mend relations. The only ones to suffer from this occurrence were the lords of the Riverlands, who were unable to sell their crops at a fair price, watching in dismay as the prices continued to tumble. At last, they could no longer contain their anxiety and began sending inquiries regarding the source of the king's fruit. Meanwhile, they harbored bitter curses for that monstrous prince, convinced he was the cause of their daily trepidation. The prolonged summer had left the lords of the Riverlands with vast stores of grain. In the past, they remained unperturbed, believing the fluctuations to be merely temporary. However, with a month of persistent price declines, fear began to take root. Seizing the opportunity presented by the king's grand wedding, they sought to humble themselves before Viserys, hoping to communicate a cessation of the undercutting. If this continued, farmers would soon be reduced to daily bread, which, while beneficial for them, would leave the nobles needing to exchange grain for coin. After all, one could not subsist solely on bread. There was no denying the reality. Many lords found their warehouses nearly emptied, and if this persisted, bankruptcy was inevitable. Chapter 39. The Royal Wedding. The wedding of Viserys and Alicent proceeded as anticipated. With the mediation of House Hightower, Viserys ultimately consented to reconcile with the faith of the Seven. His primary motivation stemmed from the recognition that the faith remained the predominant belief in King's Landing and south of the Neck. To honor Alicent and acknowledge the legitimacy of marriage in the eyes of the world, Viserys acquiesced to this ceremony rooted in the faith. The interior of the Great Hall was adorned with exquisite stained glass, depicting the tales of the Seven, which shimmered vividly under the sunlight. The walls were draped with splendid tapestries, and the floor was carpeted with luxurious fabric, creating an ambience of solemnity and grandeur. Outside, a vast tent had been erected in the square to host guests and festivities, crafted from the finest silk, embroidered with the royal crest and intricate designs. The tables and chairs were meticulously crafted, the cutlery was of silver, and the goblets were made of crystal, all reflecting the nobility and opulence of a royal wedding. To mend the relationship between the faith and the Iron Throne, the wedding ceremony was personally officiated by the newly appointed High Septon, Calvin. He was of advanced age, likely hastily elected by the archbishops, with few years left to live, yet spoke with clarity. The former High Septon, Yemen, had been forced to resign due to his undeniable culpability in an assassination that brought disgrace upon the faith in King's Landing, and he devoted himself henceforth to the service of the Seven. As the wedding bells rang, Viserys stood before the many guests, a gentle smile gracing his face, as he beheld his second wife, Alicent, gracefully approaching from the entrance. Otto Hightower escorted his daughter, walking with an elegant gait, and bowed slightly before presenting her to Viserys. Before retreating back into the throng of guests, Alicent, clad in a pale green silk gown and a delicate lace skirt adorned with splendid embellishments, epitomized grace. The serpentine family crest, intertwined with soft silk, accentuated her figure, radiating nobility and elegance. Viserys, equally resplendent, donned a dark red robe, draped with a deep crimson velvet cloak embellished with fragments of dragon bone, while the crown of Aegon the Conqueror sat regally upon his silver hair. With a smile, Alicent rested her arm upon Viserys' outstretched arm, and together they proceeded to the High Septon presiding over the ceremony. Beneath the kaleidoscopic light filtering through the stained glass, they stood before the towering gilded statues of the father and the mother, ready to pledge their vows in the presence of the Seven. Hand in hand, guided by High Septon Calvin, they declared, "We stand witness, Alicent of House Hightower, Viserys of House Targaryen, body, mind, and soul. Anyone who would interfere in their union shall face a merciless curse." Following this, Viserys and Alicent gazed deeply into each other's eyes. At this juncture, the church choir commenced their ethereal hymn, the melodious strains weaving a solemn and sacred atmosphere, everything unfolding in an orderly fashion. "O Heavenly Father, blacksmith, warrior, holy mother, maiden, old crone, stranger, and gods, bear witness that we belong to one another. I vow to remain steadfast until the end of my days." One by one, they pledged loyalty, procreation, and mutual support, the very tenets of marital vows. The couple exchanged 7 sacred oaths, embraced 7 layers of blessings. And when no one stepped forth to question or challenge, the moment to don the cloak arrived. He shed his mantle, unfurling it gracefully to drape over the shoulders of his bride, signifying his eternal guardianship of Alicent. Viserys took Alicent's hand, addressing the gathered guests with a resonant declaration. "From this moment forward, all that I possess is yours, until death do us part." Applause erupted, echoing through the hall. Duke Cregan observed the assembly with an inscrutable smile. Otto, amidst the guests, could hardly conceal his amusement, graciously accepting the compliments of the lords from the Riverlands and other realms. The Eyre family, known as the Moonlight Falcons, stood aloof, engaged in hushed discussions, their expressions notably devoid of mirth, for they were kin to Princess Rhaenyra. Notably absent from the solemn ceremony were Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon, and, most significantly, Corlys was also missing. What transpired? With a heart full of questions, the Winter Wolf sensed impending peril amidst the disarray. It seemed war was inevitable, for the Northerners would rather perish than betray their vows. Otto, perceiving Duke Cregan's gaze upon him, maintained a demeanor of calm, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing Otto's gesture, a faint smile graced Duke Cregan's lips, exuding an air of understated elegance and composure, as he inclined his head in response to Otto's overture. Following the ceremony, A modest gathering was scheduled at the Red Keep that evening, with hopes for all to attend. As the wedding vows concluded, the guests gradually departed. Duke Crane had arrived in King's Landing merely 2 days prior, accompanied by the Lord Chancellor, Rhaenyra, who guided him through the orchard. Observing the immense fruit trees, he discerned certain characteristics reminiscent of the fishwood. The north also harbors grand fishwood trees, yet their scale pales in comparison. One can only marvel that such magnificent flora can only be birthed through magic, as normal growth would require at least a millennium. After offering his prayers at the heart tree, Duke Crane indulged in a purple mango before taking his leave. During his journey, he chanced upon Ser Illic, the king's guard of Prince Daemon, and expressed his desire to meet the prince. However, Duke Crane was ultimately denied, as Daemon wished to maintain his aura of mystery. Coincidentally, Rhaenyra was in the company of Daemon at that moment, and upon hearing of the Northern Guardian's arrival, she engaged him in conversation. The Northerners hold promises in the highest regard. Once a vow is made, they devote themselves wholeheartedly to its fulfillment. This unwavering commitment has earned them a distinguished reputation across the continent of Westeros. In matters of trade or alliance, the pledges of the Northmen are as reliable as sacred contracts. They believe that keeping one's word is the fundamental principle of honor. Rhaenyra was acutely aware of this and directly inquired about the North's stance should her father father a son who would usurp her claim to the throne. The princess harbored doubts regarding the loyalty of the North. Duke Crane raised his chin slightly, his gaze unwavering, and responded with resolute conviction. Observing this, Rhaenyra gently shook her head and replied softly, "Human nature often weighs the benefits against the costs." Yet, Cragen's tone remained steadfast as he declared, "I shall still vow to defend your claim to the death." Rhaenyra felt a deep stir within her heart and sincerely expressed her gratitude for his candidness and unwavering loyalty, assuring him that he could approach her directly in King's Landing for any matters without hesitation. After hearing some of his inquiries and requests, she generously bestowed upon the Duke 100 precious dragon scales and invited him to stay in King's Landing for 2 days, promising to take him to the Kingswood. As for whether the weirwood could be transplanted to the north, she could not say, but would provide an answer in due course. The princess's character greatly appealed to Duke Crane, as she was far more forthright than other lords who often left matters ambiguous. Chapter 40. Anxiety within the Sacred Grove. Thousands busied themselves. Surrounding a fruit tree, which required 30 men to encircle it, stood several low towers. Gray sails, as thick as a palm, hung suspended from the towers, each piece significantly larger than a warship's sail. These oversized sails were evenly distributed around the area, and whenever fruit fell from the sky, numerous servants would emerge from the low towers to better collect the falling fruit. The Minister of Finance had expended no less than 200,000 golden dragons to construct 324 low towers made of red bricks, resembling a small labyrinth. As the fruit trees bore their harvest, most of the produce would land upon these sails. Given the short intervals between each fruit's descent, swift handling of the canvas was essential. Servants would quickly lower the ropes tied to the corners of the sails via a winch, and once safely on the ground, they would untie the ropes, replace the canvas with a similarly sized piece, and hoist it back up using the winch. Temporary workers waiting beneath the towers would use wooden buckets to scoop up the piles of fruit, pushing forward with vigor, and once filled, they would trot a few steps to place them onto carts, a task not daunting for the strong. There were dedicated temporary workers on the carts responsible for sealing the buckets with lids. Although this position was busy, it was not overly strenuous. Those lacking strength might struggle, and tax officials would take note, ensuring that such individuals would not be seen again. Once the carts arrived at a large opening wide enough for 20 men, the temporary workers would slide the buckets down a wooden ramp onto the cargo ships. Sailors aboard the ships would transport the fruit to the hold, and when full, would signal to the tax officials. Nearby, merchants or captains would begin to settle their accounts. A bucket of fruit was valued at 1 silver stag, with the bucket included in the price. The contents of the buckets were random. One could only ensure they were filled. With good fortune, they might contain only grapes, a fruit ideal for fermentation, while ill luck might yield 3 durians, which were not easily sold in Westeros, leaving one to lament their misfortune. In the sacred woods of Shinmu, temporary workers are compensated by the royal treasury, earning 2 copper stars for a day's labor. Theoretically, they are expected to toil for an entire morning. However, these day laborers must also tend to the canvas, hanging it by the seaside to dry. Only when the sun begins its descent and the fruits of their labor are stored away do the tax officials commence the settlement of their 2 copper stars. Today, as the kingdom celebrates the royal wedding, the Red Castle hosts a modest banquet for the nobility. For security reasons, the tax officials having completed the washing of the sails by noon, begin to disperse wages, inciting cheers among the laborers. Working as a temporary hand in Shinmu is a remarkably stable occupation. The majority of its workforce consists of common folk, though they are certainly not impoverished, as a certain network is required to gain access to such a position. Once matters have settled into a routine, while the fruits of King's Landing may have become quite affordable, they are no longer free. An entry to Shinmu is strictly forbidden without permission. In the flea market, the underprivileged still endure hardship, aside from the free brown broth. The church occasionally distributes unsold apples from merchants, serving mango rice as a dessert, perhaps the only alteration in their plight. The dense canopy of the Shinmu obscures much of the sunlight that would otherwise grace the mager's hold, a fact that irks Baelon greatly. In a secluded storage room on an upper floor, Rhaenyra sits quietly reading in a specially crafted swing designed for Baelon, who lounges on a high chair, basking in the sun by the window, creating a remarkably comfortable atmosphere. The morning sunlight rarely penetrates the canopy of fruit trees, but here, a small ray manages to shine through. The intellect of medieval minds remains quite sharp. The sun's warmth lulls him into a drowsy state as he squints at the bustling figures in the Shinmu. A gentle knock resounds as Ser Criston taps lightly on the ajar door. Your Grace, the king has instructed me to inform you that while your absence from the church is permissible, attendance at the banquet is mandatory. He stands at the threshold for an extended moment, slightly altering Viserys' original words to soften their edge. The king, having noted Rhaenyra's absence during the oath-taking ceremony, was displeased, and thus he transferred his discontent to her sworn protector, Criston. Rhaenyra, however, remains indifferent. Just half a year prior, the queen was still known as Miss Alicent, a close confidant, as they sat beneath the trees of Shinmu, recounting tales of Naemilia's fleet navigating the waters. After today, she would assume the role of her stepmother, with the realm rejoicing over her impending marriage, while only Rhaenyra silently mourns, harboring concerns regarding her own claim to the throne. No, she thinks. There is also the carefree Baelon. With soft breaths, it is clear he has succumbed to slumber. Rhaenyra turns her gaze and notices Criston still awaiting her response at the door. With a furrowed brow, she declares, I understand. At this, Criston visibly relaxes and departs. Rhaenyra approaches the window, gently lifting Baelon and, on tiptoes, drapes a soft blanket over his specially designed cradle. Each time she employs her magic, Baelon's slumber is extended, a fact she has come to recognize, as has he, which has rendered her inquiries unnecessary. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. What if one day he were to sleep forever? How would that unfold? I would be deeply saddened. Would my father feel the same? Rhaenyra is uncertain. Subsequently, Rhaenyra's mind began to conjure forth thoughts long concealed within her heart. They were poised to embark on the journey of parenthood. It was then that Otto initiated the process of reaffirming the heir with his father. Following that, the king accompanied his eldest son to revisit each individual who had once pledged their fealty to him. The once warm sunlight now felt frigid, piercing through her chest like ice, as she helplessly surveyed the room. What remained for her after losing the Iron Throne? She seemed to be ensnared in a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, silence enveloped the space. The temporary workers and tax officials had departed, while the servants seized the opportunity during the payroll to skillfully tidy up the sacred grove, a task belonging to them, after which they would return to their rest. As the iron gate on the wall descended with a resounding thud, the day's revelry in the sacred grove came to an end. Only 2 guards, clad in armor and wielding spears, remained stationed atop the ramparts. Baelon, attuned to the shifts in his surroundings, opened his eyes and immediately noticed his sister's dazed expression. As if she were on the verge of tears, he waved his hand before her. Sister, what are you contemplating? Nothing. Rhaenyra managed to force a smile. It's none of your concern. Are you thinking about Father's wedding? You wouldn't understand. It's an affair for adults. She swayed in her chair, responding with a sense of aimlessness. Observing his sister's reluctance to engage, Baelon attempted to console her. If father marries sister Alicent, then so be it. You still have me. I possess magic. He patted his chest, emitting his unique laughter. Gaga gaga gaga. Baelon intentionally flailed about comically, eliciting laughter from Rhaenyra until tears welled in her eyes. Do not perform such strange antics. She pulled Baelon onto her lap, turning her back to him, her head gently resting on his shoulder. No one can usurp my Iron Throne. Though she uttered these words silently, a renewed sense of determination blossomed within her. Chapter 41. Conversations in the carriage time flowed steadily, as clouds drifted across the sky. It had been 2.5 years since the king's remarriage. Viserys organized a grand hunting ceremony to celebrate Prince Aegon's second birthday, accompanied by the cheerful queen and the sullen princess. The family journeyed to the castle situated within the royal woods, a site that had once served as a makeshift outpost where Rhaenyra and Baelon planted the king's tree. This place had transformed from a tented encampment into a castle known as Feast Castle, aptly named for hosting grand banquets. Built over the span of 2 years, it had officially been completed just last month. Due to the overwhelming influx of thieves into the royal woods, a royal property, the chancellor devised a rather ingenious expulsion policy. Anyone entering the woods would be required to pay a copper star for each day spent within, a steep price that unexpectedly morphed into a lucrative tax revenue. To enter the king's forest and gather the king's fruit, one need only carry dung, which has resulted in an almost limitless supply of this coveted fruit. This circumstance has allowed the populace, who once resorted to stealth, to enter openly. Certain areas have transformed into bustling trading towns, with the most prominent being Fruit Town. Aptly named as it serves as the royal hub for the sale of the king's fruit, the royal forest is home to at least 30,000 residents, with a transient population of around 20,000, generating approximately 200 golden dragons daily, an income equivalent to that of Fry for an entire month in tax collection along the Trident River. In order to facilitate transport, the king, upon the advice of the Chancellor of Finance, constructed a broad stone road, flanked by small shops where weary travelers may rest. Within this vicinity, one can find a myriad of establishments, including, but not limited to, brothels and clothing stores, even quaint eateries serving brown soup, albeit with respectable ingredients. As some individuals have developed a taste for such fare, the closer one ventures to the king's forest, the more vendors and workshops proliferate, primarily focusing on creating durable food products from the king's fruit, such as pot pies and dark bread, which are sold at a premium at the ports of King's Landing. Due to the numerous workshops, many individuals flock to this area in search of employment opportunities. The royal family, particularly the Targaryens, have thrived on the magical bounty of the fruit trees and King's tree. The diligent Chancellor, Bisbury, has been earning golden dragons for the Iron Throne, resulting in the treasury swelling to nearly 8 million golden dragons. The Targaryens surpassed the Valerians 2 years ago and now possess wealth equivalent to 5 times that of the Valerians, with the Stepstone Islands fully occupied by the Dragon Lords. The Valerians have restored their trade routes, and thanks to the advantageous geography of Tides Head Island, their wealth is increasing at an unparalleled rate. Their fleet has expanded to a formidable 300 warships, a force sufficient to contend with the combined might of the 3 city-states of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. With such immense wealth, the king has begun to offer loans to the great lords at remarkably low interest rates. The most significant bank in Braavos, the Iron Vault, has seen its business in Westeros plummet, as its reputation for enforcing debt repayment discourages borrowers. Lords typically would not seek loans unless absolutely necessary. Many banks and Essos have been compelled to send envoys to cultivate amicable relations with the Iron Throne, hoping to restrict the loan business to Westeros. With newfound wealth, the Iron Throne now presents an additional option for loans directly from the king. Given the king's character, those unable to repay could lament their plight and potentially receive extensions or even forgiveness, a most fortuitous arrangement. However, the king is astute. Loan offerings are limited to the great lords, as smaller lords who default cannot be pursued militarily without losing face. All are witnessing the Targaryens growing ever more powerful upon the Iron Throne, as Westeros flourishes under the leadership of Viserys. In populous places, secrets are difficult to conceal. All are aware of the subtle signs of the king's tree. When its countenance shifts to a warning, it signifies that the fertilizer one has brought can only yield a limited quantity of king's fruit. Should one persist in gathering beyond this limit, the tree's expression may turn to one of disapproval. The trees rise to shroud the air in thick fog, while the king's fruit above launches attacks from various angles, ensnaring those who accompany the unfortunate. It is noteworthy that the aforementioned rules bear no significance to the holders of dragon scales. All king trees share a uniform expression towards them, a mere O. The market value of a single dragon scale has soared to a staggering 1,000 golden dragons, and upon its emergence, it is subject to frenzied inflation, with affluent nobles typically gifting it to their younger sons or illegitimate offspring, ensuring they will never face starvation in their lives. Nestled in the open fields, the Sunshade Castle looms like a colossal edifice, imparting a sense of grandeur from afar. As one approaches the castle, the thoroughfare leading to it becomes increasingly populated, with numerous individuals converging from nearby markets laden with wares. Some pushcarts filled with sacks of carrots and onions, destined for sale at the market outside the castle, where ingredients fetch a high price. Others herd several black-skinned pigs, tusked and resembling wild boars, occupying most of the road, while their owner prods them forward with a whip. Farmers and merchants stationed along the path display respectful demeanor, willingly stepping aside to clear a passage for the procession. Upon noticing the approach of nobility, the pig herder hastily directs his swine off the main road, only to be clumsily toppled by one of the pigs in his flustered attempt to yield passage, leaving him in a state of disarray. Inside a lavish carriage, Viserys and Alicent, wishing to avoid the antics of Aegon, cast their gaze out the window, their expressions cold and burdened with unspoken thoughts. Witnessing this scene, Rhaenyra stifles a smile, her lips twitching in amusement, ultimately succumbing to laughter, which is infectious, prompting the coachman and a knight to join in. Viserys and Alicent turn to see the pig herder rising to strike the offending pig with his whip. "See, is this not delightful?" Viserys remarks to his daughter. "We are all gathered together to celebrate and venture into the royal woods." Suddenly, the carriage jolts as it hits a stone, causing Alicent to instinctively shield her belly. "Are you truly fit to be out like this?" Rhaenyra's tone is indifferent, yet her mind conjures an image of Baelon laughing heartily. "Scholars say that engaging with nature yields benefits," Alicent explains. Viserys adds, "Sooner or later, you too shall have children of your own, and I will take pride in being a grandfather. It's not so dreadful. The pregnancy may feel prolonged, but Aegon's birth was swift." Rhaenyra chooses to ignore this. "Is it possible that you have already become a grandfather?" All eyes turn towards Rhaenyra, even Aegon, cradled by a maid with a dragon toy, quiets as the atmosphere shifts to one of heaviness. Viserys and Alicent are taken aback, while the two maids exhibit palpable fear. After waiting for an extended period without her offering an explanation, Viserion began to reflect upon the men she had encountered throughout her life. His expression turned grave. Such matters should never be trifled with. Chapter 42. The Castle of Daylight. Realizing she had successfully provoked Viserion, Rhaenyra began to speak at a measured pace. "Is this a family outing?" Baelon remains alone at the Red Keep today. Who has considered his feelings? Over the past 4 years, have you made any effort to understand what he enjoys or to reach out to him? "I have raised him since childhood. It is not unreasonable for me to call him my son," Rhaenyra explained calmly. At this moment, the expressions of the two maidservants began to brighten. They had already contemplated the dire consequences of overhearing a secret that should not have reached their ears. Viserion then felt a sense of relief, realizing the true nature of the matter at hand. After a moment of silence, Viserion unceremoniously explained, "The boy himself is unwilling to venture out. I have arranged for 2 Kingsguard to enhance his protection." Rhaenyra immediately countered, "I fail to comprehend why I must go." "Because you are my daughter, a princess, and an heir," he replied, perhaps sensing that his tone was overly stern, and softened slightly. "Thus, you bear a responsibility. No one comes for me." Rhaenyra expressed her dissatisfaction toward her father, turning her head with a slight smirk that bore an air of arrogance. Viserion paused, then suddenly chuckled, "My daughter, you are mistaken. Half of the 7 kingdoms have come for you." Rhaenyra realized something. Is this yet another attempt to select a suitor for me? Her voice brimmed with indignation. While her father bestowed upon her the honor of a grand tour for matrimonial selection, there were indeed few worthy suitors among the 7 kingdoms. The encounter at Storm's End was particularly disheartening, featuring Sir Targaryen, who claimed to have met Rhaenyra's great-grandmother, Queen Alysanne, and the juvenile head of House Blythewood. Still wet behind the ears. Despite Duke Boros Baratheon's fervent attempts to speak well of the nobility, Rhaenyra found them utterly insipid. Disappointed, she departed Storm's End and returned to King's Landing 2 months ahead of schedule. "Is this your plan to marry me off? I might as well wait for Baelon to transform into a man," she thought, indicating her reluctance to wed so hastily. Viserion had long been aware of Baelron's desire to rely on magic to become a man. Initially, he held high hopes. But as he watched the progress drag on without any tangible results, no scales even appearing, he had completely abandoned that notion. Let us not dwell on this. In time, you may find yourself in their company, and perhaps a suitable match will present itself. Today, you should accompany me for a ride and partake in the hunt. As they pursued wild boars, the gruesome sight of blood gushing forth emerged vividly in her mind. Suddenly, she knelt before young Aegon, theatrically tracing her hand across his neck, eliciting laughter from him, who thought she was merely jesting. She turned to Viserion, her tone icy. "I find this unsettling." Rhaenyra recalled the day when the dragon burned the 7 gods, the moment she had pierced the necks of 2 of the faith's followers with her own hands, blood spurting forth. Even Syrax had perished at the hands of those rioters. It was the most despairing moment of her life. In jest, this scene caused a noticeable change in Alicent's complexion, compelling her to glance at Viserys and urge him to speak on her behalf. Rhaenyra turned her head, exuding a disdainful demeanor as she languidly leaned against the carriage wall, lamenting that her beloved was neglected during his 4 years at Maegor's holdfast. Viserys appeared somewhat uncomfortable, murmuring, "Do not always invoke your brother." He continued, "Very well. If you choose not to attend, you may rest within the castle. A multitude of nobles have arrived." He added that Jason Lannister from Casterly Rock was a commendable choice. Gradually, silence enveloped the carriage as no further words were exchanged. Dragonstone Castle was constructed upon level terrain, devoid of defensive requirements, thus lacking fortifications. Numerous nobles from the Seven Kingdoms stood in the castle courtyard, awaiting the royal family's arrival, their banners fluttering in various hues alongside their sigils. As Viserys and Alicent disembarked from the carriage, Viserys took the infant Aegon into his arms for all to see. Hobart Hightower and his wife stood conspicuously, their voices booming, "Welcome, welcome, the conqueror baby Aegon too." Amid the fervent applause and cheers, the assembled nobles might have been oblivious, and the king and queen perhaps did not hear, but for Rhaenyra, the sound from the carriage was painfully jarring. "Congratulations on the prince's second name day," Rhaenyra pondered, wishing to confront him and question the implications of this celebration, wondering if it signified her temporary occupation of his position. She contemplated this for quite some time within the carriage. "Princess, everyone has entered," Sir Criston called from outside, tapping on the carriage window. Once the guests had entered the halls of Dragonstone, Rhaenyra finally descended from the carriage and made her way down the steps into the grand hall. Only a single servant passed by, offering her a tray of wine, while Tywin Lannister, upon spotting the princess, merely observed her as she finished her drink. No other noble lords acknowledged her arrival. The servants busied themselves with serving dishes, and the nobles engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere buzzing with noise. From his elevated position, Viserys discerned his daughter's forlorn silhouette, a twinge of sorrow stirring within him, yet he ultimately refrained from taking action. Rhaenyra noted that the layout of this hall bore a striking resemblance to the Queen's ballroom at Maegor's holdfast, albeit on a grander scale. Was this a nostalgic homage? She mused. The ballroom could accommodate up to 300 guests, with polished silver mirrors adorning the walls behind the candelabras, amplifying the intensity of the torch and candlelight twofold. Lavish wood carvings adorned the walls, depicting the sigils of the most illustrious noble families of Westeros. She even spotted the spear of House Martell, the highest ruling house of Dorne. Above, a corridor lined with immense arched windows maximized natural light, flooding the space with brilliance. Silently, she traversed the hall to the upstairs sitting room, where opulent duchesses gathered around Queen Alicent, who held a glass of clear water with one hand. A lady recounted an old tale. It was said that Bloodstone Island still harbored the treasures plundered by the Dar from the sea serpent's fleet, and that many monsters lurked within its caverns. All adventurers who ventured to explore the island never returned. However, there were rumors that only those of Targaryen blood could enter safely. I heard this from Lady Johanna, whose miserly uncle, Sir Stephen, had once purchased slaves with silver hair and purple eyes across the narrow sea to investigate. She told me that the rumors were indeed true, as several slaves returned bearing silver stags. The most amusing part, you ask? Since he failed to pay their promised reward, those slaves conspired to deceive him into believing there were no monsters on the island. What was the outcome? A lady inquired with curiosity. Well, Lady Johanna did not elaborate, but I have not heard of that miser's misdeeds since then. The crowd naturally grasped her jest. 3 years without a word surely meant he perished on the island. And laughter ensued. I fear the gods have not bestowed upon me a physique well suited for hunting. Larys, a robust fellow, received permission and sat down to join the ladies' conversation. Rhaenyra could only sigh in acknowledgement of the master of intelligence, though she did not harbor fondness for such a person. 3 years ago, my father proclaimed that no one could tame the Stepstone Islands. What method did the sea serpent employ to return in merely 7 days? Jocelyn Redwine remarked. The Redwine family is one of the prominent houses of the Arbor, once renowned for producing fine wines and possessing formidable naval power, now diminished in stature. One brought low by King's Landing, and the other suppressed by the sea serpent. Daemon has publicly declared the princess as the self-proclaimed queen of the Stepstone Islands, charging fees in those waters. Could it be that he has taken dragons to conquer? Speculation arose, as the princess's dragons were indeed of considerable size, and surely Prince Daemon would not be lacking in prowess. Daemon had not returned for 3 years, and Rhaenyra had just learned from these ladies that he had borrowed 5 warships from the sea serpent, using Corlys Valerion to blockade the trade routes. Queen Alicent had long noticed Rhaenyra's arrival and raised her cup in her direction. Why not inquire of the princess herself? Rhaenyra entered, saying, "Oh, I am not entirely certain. I have never visited the Stepstone Islands. I suppose it must be due to the valor of my knights." She smiled, attempting to assimilate into the circle. The treasures of Old Town are not easily seen even by the ministers of the royal council, and the dragon lords are shrouded in utmost secrecy, should anyone dare to pry. Viserys would not hesitate to impose his wrath. Whispers suggested that you are the mastermind behind this war, having utilized certain creatures, are you not? Lady Kayla spoke in an educational tone. Rhaenyra found Lady Kayla's demeanor perplexing. She had not offended the Lannister family, and for a moment, she did not take it to heart. Everyone knew this war stemmed from the Sea Serpent's discontent over the pirates' blockade. My knights were merely employed by the Sea Serpent, not a force of the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra primarily emphasizes the subservience in the War of the Stepstones, linking it to her own representation of support for the Iron Throne. The matter has passed. The realm of the three daughters has yielded, and there is no need for overemphasis. Is that so? Yet, I have heard whispers that you secretly lent those monsters to the sea snake. Lady Kylon indulged in her wine, scrutinizing Lady Kylon before her gaze finally settled on Alicent. This constitutes a grave breach of royal confidentiality. After a moment, she inquired, "Who have you heard this from, or shall I take a guess?" Her expression had lost all mirth. "Perhaps she is among us." She turned to Alicent and pronounced each word deliberately. "I believe my father would have her tongue severed." There was unabashed suspicion that Alicent was the one orchestrating this, with motives and intentions that required no conjecture. She could freely enter the dragon's lair and Baelon's chambers. These secrets, with a little deduction, were not concealed from House Hightower. As the fire drew nearer, Alicent hurriedly intervened. "It must be that Lord Corley's forces are valorous in battle. After all, the Sea Snake fleet is the foremost maritime power, and I imagine dealing with a pirate would be quite simple." She spoke with an irrefutable tone, swiftly halting their conversation. The Light of the Realm would be more fitting as the heir to the Iron Throne. Perhaps, at this moment, the Queen still regarded Rhaenyra as a confidant rather than a stepdaughter. Chapter 43. The selection of a suitor. Rhaenyra turned and departed, still the heir. The noble women began to rally for the Queen. She found it utterly nauseating. Upon exiting the Sunstone Castle, a long table was laid outside, adorned with biscuits, fruits, and roasted meats, where minor nobles engaged in conversation. Rhaenyra heard the distant shouts of their children playing games. For a fleeting moment, she wished to join the children. Devoid of past or future, of suitor selection, and of Aegon's world, the exquisite food on the table held no appeal to her. Bored, she wandered to the spit to tend to the lamb. Jason Lannister, the golden lion of House Lannister, approached her, offering a fine wine. He was the eldest son and heir of Casterly Rock, and also one of Rhaenyra's suitors. "I am quite curious, Princess. Was your second naming day similarly grand?" "To be honest, I don't recall at all, nor would Aegon." "I am Jason Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock." Rhaenyra nodded. "I suspected as much. With all those golden lions upon you, we have not been formally introduced. Your twin brother is a trusted advisor to my father." Rhaenyra sought a topic of conversation. Aware this was also part of her selection of suitors, as Viserys had mentioned this in advance, and she did not find it disagreeable. "Tyland is such a bore." Jason raised his cup to her. "May the gods bless him." "The gods? Are you referring to the Seven?" Rhaenyra inquired, having always harbored a disdain for the Seven. From head to toe, all her steadfast allies did not worship the Seven. Let us not dwell on that. Jason felt a pang of regret for his indiscreet words and swiftly changed the subject, declaring that this must be the finest mead he had ever tasted, of course. Hailing from the port of Lannisport, it was common knowledge that Princess Rhaenyra harbored a disdain for the faith of the Seven, and Jason was not foolish enough to pursue that line of conversation. Rhaenyra found the flavor rather mediocre and, in an effort to keep the dialogue flowing, refrained from contradicting his boast. "The Kingswood was a commendable hunting ground, yet the finest would undoubtedly be near my home in Casterly Rock. Have you ever visited?" "Just once, during a childhood cruise with my mother. To be honest, I hardly remember it. The height of Casterly Rock surpasses the towering spire of Sunspear by threefold, and it even eclipses the wall in the north. It is said that on a clear day, one can see the shores of the Sunset Sea from its summit, which must be a breathtaking sight. Of course, we lack a dragon pit. I possess neither the means nor the resources to construct one." "Why would you wish to build a dragon pit?" "Naturally, to provide a home for dragons. I would do anything for my queen, or rather, for my lady." Tyson, with a hint of desperation, expressed his desire to wed her. Rhaenyra regarded him with a smile, sensing his confidence. As the atmosphere thickened, Tyson believed he had a chance and sought to seize the moment. Yet, Rhaenyra spoke first. "Does anything you say include rallying your bannermen to defend my throne?" Rhaenyra fixed her earnest gaze upon him. She, too, had to consider the political landscape. The small council was nearly overrun by the supporters of Hightower. Only 3 allies remained: Valerion, Stark, and Aeron. The Lannister family maintained a close relationship with House Hightower, their alliance compelling them to side with Aegon. The family had already chosen sides, and everyone understood that the king would eventually name a new heir. They could not defend Rhaenyra's claim to the throne. His words were mere sweet nothings, meant to be whispered in secret, for her mother, Lady Cerys, would not endorse a union with Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra would not yield in the future, and the Lannisters would find themselves embroiled in civil strife with their own bannermen, battling against a millennium-old tradition of Westeros to place their blood upon the Iron Throne. This statement left him momentarily speechless. At that moment, the proud Golden Lion's gaze faltered. "I suppose I still need to express my gratitude for your mead." Rhaenyra understood all too well. She finished the last sip of her drink and tossed the cup to the ground. She turned and strode into the hall, weaving through the crowd until she reached her father, Viserys, who was engaged in conversation with the hand of the king, Lyman Beesbury. "This is the man you recommended to me. I no longer care for his arrogance and disdain. What I cannot tolerate is his lack of courage and accountability, not even daring to express a willingness to summon his bannermen to defend me." Viserys, perplexed by the unfolding events, recalled Jason Lannister's abrupt departure. Sensing that the exchange had not been a pleasant one, "You have reached the age of choice, Rhaenyra. Between the ages of 15 and 18. I have not compelled you to select anyone. Jason Lannister appears to be a suitable match, and I observe that you two are indeed quite well suited. Since your coming of age, letters from across the realm have inundated me like a river swelling into a lake, nearly drowning me in proposals. I have sought to engage you in discussion numerous times, yet you have consistently rebuffed me. While the clamor around us grows louder and the ladies above cast their scrutinizing gazes, this is because I have no desire to marry. Even I must yield to tradition and duty, Rhaenyra," he bellowed in frustration towards his daughter. The laughter and clinking of goblets at the lively banquet came to an abrupt halt, all eyes drawn to the altercation between Viserys and Rhaenyra. The smiles of the surrounding nobles froze upon their faces, and the air grew thick with tension. In an instant, the entire banquet hall fell into a profound silence, save for the echoes of their furious exchange reverberating through the vast space. "Forgive the interruption, Your Majesty," Otto Hightower interjected. Though he was pleased to witness the rift between father and daughter, duty compelled him to intervene. "You must marry." Viserys issued a final ultimatum to his daughter, leaving no room for refusal. "What's coming?" she inquired, sensing an increasing urgency within her. The golden beast, Syrax, who would never betray her or incite her ire, descended outside Dragonstone. As if to provide Rhaenyra with respite, it flapped its wings, stirring a tempest. The fierce winds overturned tables, scattering countless dishes to the ground, while Syrax's colossal form rivaled that of the castle itself. A mere glance from Syrax commanded reverence, leaving the nobles who ventured outside speechless as the atmosphere grew still, perplexed by the sudden appearance of a dragon. "Your Majesty, it is Syrax," reported Ser Harold Westerling upon his return. Rhaenyra then confronted her father. "Are you suggesting this is my final opportunity? You may consider it so. And if I were to forfeit this opportunity, to whom would you sell me?" The dragon's lair could not accommodate Syrax's size. It had resided on Dragonstone for years, having been raised by humans and lacking in hunting skills, often returning to the lair hungry, competing with the smaller dragons for food. For this reason, Rhaenyra arranged for flocks of sheep to nourish Syrax, who required 30 sheep for a hearty meal. Freed from hunger, its size had increased, surpassing Vhagar to become the largest dragon of House Targaryen. A remarkably young female dragon whose growth rate, according to scholars, suggests it will eclipse Balerion the Black Dread in 50 years. As Rhaenyra traveled in a carriage to the Red Keep, she began calling for Syrax. The revived dragon's bond with her had deepened, and without the need for commands in High Valyrian, she found she could communicate with it simply through her thoughts. In the grand hall of Dragonstone, all the lords emerged to behold the magnificent Syrax that stood outside. The king also stepped forth, while the noble women observed the unfolding events from the stained glass windows of the second floor. Only recently had they caused distress to Rhaenyra, and one could only wonder if her temper might flare. Approaching her dragon, Rhaenyra walked straight towards Syrax, positioning herself in its shadow. The lions, the white towers, the grapevines, and the black stags, most belonged to families that upheld tradition, even if some had already pledged their fealty to her. How tiresome, Rhaenyra mused. If only a single breath of dragon fire could diminish my adversaries by half. She stood before Syrax, oblivious to the fact that the colossal beast was unknowingly beginning to open its jaws, its molten steel breath coiling within, ready to unleash. Chapter 44. Compromised. The nobles were nearly paralyzed with fear as the lesser lords slowly edged away from the side of Viserys, leaving only the great lords steadfastly behind him. The king's guard and soldiers mustered their courage to form a protective barrier around the king, refraining from drawing their swords, for it would serve no purpose. Viserys furrowed his brow. "Rhaenyra, what brings you and your dragon here?" Rhaenyra remained silent, her pride directed toward the great lords beside the king. "I am aware that many nobles have gathered here not solely to celebrate the arrival of my brother, Aegon. If that is the case." The king and the nobles refrained from interjecting, silently observing Rhaenyra's impassioned address, a sense of unease creeping into Viserys' heart. "As the heir to the Iron Throne, each of you noble lords once pledged your loyalty to me. Now that Westeros has a male heir, do your oaths still hold?" All the nobles were confronted with this question, facing their own consciences. "The North remembers," declared a member of House Stark from the North. "The Eyrie remains your home. For the princess is the legitimate heir appointed by King Viserys I." This statement came from a noble sent by House Arryn, whose stance had always been resolute. The Velaryon family was notably absent, not even sending a representative, yet their silence spoke volumes. Other noble factions from the Crownlands lacked such courage. The Mouton and Derry families quietly retreated to the space behind the dragon. The majority of the remaining nobles remained silent, awaiting the king's response. Their savior, Aegon, was far too young. Otherwise, he would have been thrust forward to confront the situation, at the very least to avoid being overshadowed. "Your Grace." Otto and all the silent nobles gazed at Viserys, secretly relieved. This topic had finally been ignited. For 2 years, Viserys had sidestepped it, as Otto had noted. He himself could not comprehend it. "Enough. What do you intend to do?" Viserys exclaimed, feeling cornered by Rhaenyra's demands. Regardless of which path he chose, the realm would undoubtedly face profound divisions. He was somewhat wavering at this moment, reiterating his concern about whether Rhaenyra still harbored aspirations for the Iron Throne. Aegon, his eldest son, denying his claim to the throne would be tantamount to scorn for the laws of gods and men. Should he choose Aegon, the North, the Vale, and the Velaryon fleet might refrain from rebellion, but what would follow? Regardless of his decision, the kingdom would ultimately descend into instability. Suddenly, Viserys found himself missing Daemon. Had he been present, he would have intervened to stir up this mess, allowing Viserys to navigate the situation slowly over the years. At this moment, his indecisive nature began to prevail, and Viserys finally recognized that he could not please everyone. "Let go." Viserys dismissed his White Knight protectors and strode directly to Rhaenyra. Father and daughter confronted the crux of the issue, and at Rhaenyra's behest, Syrax unfurled his enormous wings, enveloping them both in a shroud of darkness. A dialogue ensued in the shadows. Viserys was astonished. This dragon, without commands, exhibited such obedience. Yet, this was not the matter at hand. His voice was low, imbued with a plea. "Today, we are discussing your marriage. Do not divert the conversation to other matters." Rhaenyra felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. He still could not stand firm. After all, he was her father. "I do not seek to sell you for a good price," he stated. "As rulers, we indeed need to form alliances through marriage to strengthen our power. When I betrothed your mother, I was merely 17, and it was simply because the Vale possessed a military force capable of rivaling the North." Viserys endeavored to enlighten his daughter. Although her desires were not the focal point, Viserys never fully acknowledged this. She must marry a great lord. Yet he aspired to find someone who would respect and protect her, serving as her consort. If it were truly for the sake of alliances, "You should have wed Lena Velaryon," Rhaenyra reminded him. They lapsed into silence for a moment. In the darkness, Viserys' expression remained unseen, while Rhaenyra felt more resigned than anything else. "You are not wrong," Viserys said with a wry smile, his hand brushing against the massive scales of Syrax. "She indeed was my best choice at the time. You must marry to solidify your claim, to bear heirs, to strengthen your position as heir. As for the choice of spouse, that is for you to decide. Seek someone you love, just as I did." Witnessing her father lay bare his heart to this extent, Rhaenyra ultimately acquiesced. "I will marry," she declared, her voice considerably louder as she made her promise, prompting a smile from Viserys. With his objective achieved, Viserys began to tidy up the mess Rhaenyra had stirred, knowing that as long as she refrained from further turmoil, he would not have to make a choice. The kingdom could continue in stability. "Regarding the matter of succession, I had once wavered. I do not wish for another to usurp your place, my child. But now, in your mother's name, I swear you are my sole heir. These past years, you have been quite alone, solitary, and irritable. I shall not attain immortality. And as for your brother, you have noticed that his waking hours diminish with each passing day. I fear that one day, Viserys will impart grave truths to her. in a space where only they, a father and daughter, can unburden their hearts. Within the Red Keep, Baelon feels a profound sense of unease with the birth of Aegon. This anxiety compels him to remain vigilant. Baelon harbors a foreboding suspicion that these deities are conspiring to dictate their so-called fated destiny. Each day, he tirelessly conducts experiments, sending no fewer than 30 failed dragon men to the catacombs unearthed within the Red Keep, yet not a single one has managed to shed its scales. He now questions whether these gods possess some clandestine means of manipulation. There is no shortage of impoverished souls willing to volunteer for living experiments, including some knights with severed limbs eager for transformation. In a moment of inspiration, he crafted beings reminiscent of the legendary vampires, elves, and dwarves from his previous life. These entities possess consciousness, unlike the dragon men, which are mere reanimated corpses. However, upon realizing their significant flaws, he ceased production after creating a few. They were organized into a battalion within Rhaenyra's knightly order, for who could discern whether the armored figures were human or not. Baelon did not pay them much heed. He had previously sensed that they seemed to linger around the Moonlight Mountains. Viserys had once shown the siblings a construction diagram of Maegor's secret passages, revealing that not only his chamber contained hidden paths, but Rhaenyra's room did as well, with an entrance concealed behind a mechanism. This secret passage led directly to the catacombs, and Baelon surmised that the chamber may have once belonged to a person of great significance. Occasionally, the experiments involving the black mist yielded unexpected results, leading to the retention of certain powerful monsters that required minimal energy to sustain. Over time, the catacombs became a veritable breeding ground for monstrosities. With the daily sustenance derived from the failed dragon men, Baelon also intended to cultivate poison within this realm. He must prepare for the impending wars that will transpire in a decade's time. As long as Sister Rhaenyra does not ascend to the Iron Throne, he will promptly eliminate any Targaryens with a claim to the Green faction. In the absence of alternatives, Baelon is curious to see if those lords would dare to pursue independence, testing the limits of his monstrous legion. The experiments involving magic are exceedingly taxing, a fact Baelon has not disclosed to others. Viserys, having received information from Serra Lirio, has given the impression that he sleeps incessantly, perpetuating the illusion that he grows more slumberous with each passing day. Chapter 45. Wildfire. The Alchemist Guild of King's Landing is situated beneath the silent Sister Street at the foot of the Visenya Hills. The Guild Hall is a labyrinthine structure carved from black marble, its origins traceable to the Age of Heroes, and it has existed for a considerable duration in the annals of Westerosi history. The leader of the guild is referred to as the Archmaester, with members comprising established sages, apprentices, and acolytes. Baelon had previously harbored curiosity regarding Valyrian steel. During his soul's wanderings, he was able to make contact with this weapon. He borrowed the ancestral sword Blackfire and felt that it possessed something uniquely exceptional, yet he could not articulate what that was. He had amassed a considerable collection of Valyrian steel, adorned trinkets, and necklaces from the scholarly city, yet these items held no extraordinary significance. They were merely manifestations of a unique synthetic steel. Through this endeavor, he encountered a sage from the Alchemist Guild. The guild had historically harbored skepticism towards magic, as the scholars of the city gradually rose to prominence, placing greater emphasis on empirical knowledge. The existence of the fruit trees and the king's tree, clearly magical creations, compelled them to acknowledge the arcane. For years, Baelon had remained secluded within the Red Keep, and during a pivotal period, the Alchemist Guild sought opportunities to engage with him. They had conducted studies on Valyrian steel, exploring its crafting techniques, and their storeroom housed the largest collection of Valyrian steel in King's Landing, along with failed experiments. The sage seized the opportunity to advocate for the guild's philosophy, capturing Belron's keen interest. Their spirit of exploration into the unknown resonated deeply with the prince, leading to substantial sponsorship from him. With an influx of funding and the occasional recollection from his past life, the metallurgy of King's Landing advanced rapidly, and innovative mechanical designs, far surpassing the era's norms, began to appear on blueprints. Originally a modest organization of fewer than 100 members, the guild now boasted 300 formal members and over 1,000 apprentices and acolytes, eclipsing even the scale of the Seven's faith in King's Landing. Just yesterday, the guild's paper-making experiment achieved success. At this moment, the Red Keep felt somewhat desolate. In celebration of Aegon's second naming day, more than half of the servants and guards had been summoned to the royal forest. Belron received the sage in a small meeting hall, with Sir Illic stationed by the entrance. The room was dimly lit. It was merely an impromptu meeting, and he preferred to forego lighting to preserve his air of mystery. He had come to comprehend why deities left behind only legends and images in the mortal realm, even establishing religions. The name of a god serves as an anchor. Faith is the wellspring of power, and religion forms the cornerstone of stability. Over the past 3 years, the black mist in the mysterious realm had diminished significantly, causing him great concern that he might no longer sustain the existence of those magical creations, as most of them relied on the black mist for their vitality. The saplings had matured into towering trees, yet the powers governing the growth of trees were not of immediate use to him. Seated in the shadowy embrace of the main chair, Baelon was illuminated only by the light filtering through the window, casting a glow upon a stack of yellowed papers on the long table before him. A white raven perched quietly on his shoulder, while across from him sat the jovial sage, Kukshaw. Kukshaw, characterized by his black hair and black eyes, had won the prince's favor during his candidacy a year prior, undoubtedly securing his position as the leader of the Alchemist Guild. Although he was uncertain why he had been chosen, he was genuinely grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon him by the prince. Baelon picked up a piece of paper with his claw, crumpling it into a ball. It resembled toilet paper, yet lacked its softness. The nobility of the continent of Westeros typically used finely woven linen, cut to appropriate sizes, for personal hygiene, a material that was relatively refined and soft. Within the resplendent confines of the Red Keep, the noble Targaryens commonly adorned themselves with silk, a material of considerable expense. Upon its use, the aristocrats would summon servants to cleanse the fabric for subsequent wear. Baelon had resurrected a loquacious white, three-eyed raven, which, once linked through mental connection, served as his vocal conduit, conveying messages without delay. The parrot inquired about the costs involved. Virtually negligible, Kukshaw replied, merely some trifling straw and tree bark. Baelon suggested, if crafted with finesse, it could serve as soft toilet paper. Made sturdier, it could be employed for writing. The white raven spoke in a monotone, devoid of any inflection, rendering Baelon even more enigmatic in the eyes of others. Has there been any progress regarding the wildfire? He awaited a response. His concern for the wildfire's advancement was palpable. Paper was of little consequence to him, merely a tool for augmenting his influence. Presently, he required elements beyond mere magical creations. For one should never engage in battle within the realms familiar to their adversaries, as those deities had traversed far along the path of magic. To this day, Baelon had yet to conceive a war weapon surpassing the dragon in perfection, massive, long-lived, capable of gender transformation for reproduction, and endowed with a unique connection through blood. He racked his brain, unable to discern which materials were integral to such a creation. Thus, Baelon contemplated an alternative route, envisioning a concoction of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal to ignite a series of technological advancements. Black powder held considerable potential, yet it appeared that the laws of this world did not favor such an invention. Refusing to ignite, left with no choice, he resolved to pursue the development of wildfire, recalling vividly the episode when Cersei detonated the Great September of Baelor. Wildfire had emerged from the Alchemists' Guild, yet at this juncture, they possessed no inkling of its composition. When combined with a trebuchet, a jar of wildfire could serve as a terrifying incendiary device, a formidable asset in both siege and defense. Baelon recollected a crucial detail. Wildfire was characterized as a perilous, flammable volatile liquid, emitting green flames and burning with extraordinary ferocity, even atop water. My prince. The sages had spent a year poring over countless tomes to finally identify this substance, unearthed within a parchment chronicling the history of the forebears. In essence, it was derived from the marrow, infused with certain oily substances. Do you possess a sample? He inquired. This substance is exceedingly dangerous. None was brought, came the reply. Very well, what is its cost? The presence of this material was inconsequential to him. The key was its discovery. From every 10 pounds of marrow, one can extract but a single drop. A sheep yields 5 pounds of marrow, requiring 2 sheep's bones to filter just 1 drop. Kukshaw seemed well prepared with his figures. A warhorse commanded 750 silver stags, equivalent to 28 cattle or 240 sheep, roughly 3 silver stags per sheep. After a lengthy contemplation, Baelon requested simply the cost for a single jar. Between 1,502,000 golden dragons. Kukshaw responded without hesitation. Baelon was taken aback. Even he found the price exorbitant. He recalled that centuries later, the guild discovered 200 jars of wildfire beneath the Great September of Baelor and 300 jars in the dragon's lair. These were amassed over a decade by the mad King Ares, intended to incinerate King's Landing in the event of his defeat in war. After contemplating for a moment, he suggested preparing the necessary tools and training those who would craft the wildfire. I will handle the matter of the sheep bones, and there's one more thing. He rose, his voice taking on a somber tone. Remember, the method of production must remain a secret. Due to financial constraints, Baelon could only accumulate resources over time. The dragon lords in the lair, after consuming their meals, were commanded to leave the bones behind. Previously, they would not spare even the marrow. This was insufficient, as they could only gather half a jar in a day. The monsters in the caverns feasted on the corpses of failed experiments, and the ravenous creatures would leave no bones behind. The plan for the sewers beneath the Great September was to fill them with wildfire, replicating the actions taken by Cersei a century later in blowing up the church. Should Aegon dare to ascend there, he would not hesitate to unleash destruction. Baelon had never forgotten the assassination attempts by the Faith of the Seven, which had left him with enduring psychological scars. Old grudges and new grievances would soon be resolved. Chapter 46. The secrets of the gods. Alicent appeared to care deeply for Baelon, yet he perceived this as mere hypocrisy. Ever since Baelon had performed magic in the Flea Pit, Alicent had changed, and he keenly noticed that every gesture and concerned word from her felt like a carefully woven act. At times, she would seize opportunities to inquire about magic under the guise of small talk, attempting to extract secrets from Baelon, and occasionally she would subtly request some scales from him. Their relationship was not entirely hostile, but Baelon understood it to be a superficial harmony. Fortunately, whenever Rhaenyra encountered Alicent and Baelon together, her irritation would surface, prompting her to call Baelon away without hesitation. Over time, perhaps sensing this delicate tension or due to the inconveniences of her pregnancy, Alicent's visits to Baelon became increasingly infrequent. Baelon welcomed this change, maintaining their facade of cordiality. After arranging matters with Xiao, he lingered, pondering the future. If Aegon were truly to sit upon the Iron Throne, he would stand unwaveringly beside his sister. Would he indeed command the monsters to devour those familiar faces and ignite the destructive green flames? He wrestled with these thoughts, seeking solace in the notion that such decisions could wait. As the sun began to set, Baelon exited the small meeting room, with Sir Illic closing the door behind him. The candlelight in the red keep flickered, illuminating only half as brightly as before, yet he paid it no mind. A caw echoed, the sound of a crow. Instinctively, Baelon glanced at the white raven perched upon his shoulder. It was not the source. He looked up to find a black, three-eyed raven resting on the cedar tree beside the dining hall, its sharp senses alerting him to an unsettling presence. For within its third eye lay a terrifying knowledge. He cautiously observed the three-eyed crow, and Illic, sensing something amiss, swiftly drew his sword, remaining vigilant. A voice echoed from somewhere, delivering a singular message. Baelon watched as the creature flew towards the fruit tree, and the sacred wood forest enveloped in silence. With only 2 guards stationed upon the tower, a three-eyed crow? What message does the old god wish to convey to me? My lord, let us venture into the sacred wood, Illic suggested, sheathing his sword upon realizing there was no immediate threat. He sought a torch within the dining hall. As he walked ahead, illuminated by the flickering flame, he was astonished to discover an increase in the number of crows perched upon the trees. When had they arrived? Baelon, unperturbed by the absence of light, discerned the gnarled bark forming a colossal visage upon the tree, its previous incarnation as a fish-beam tree now rejuvenated. The old god, his white crow remarked. There was no reply. Perhaps this was how it was meant to be. He promptly set about taking action. Baelon placed his claws upon the fruit tree, and the world before him underwent a swift transformation. To his astonishment, he found himself restored to human form, no longer trapped in the grotesque body of a dragon. He felt a momentary joy before surveying his surroundings. This was a realm where twisted roots intertwined chaotically, with light filtering in, albeit dimly. An elderly man was ensconced within the fish-beam tree, resembling more a tree than a human, emaciated and clad in tattered rags. Baelon initially mistook him for a corpse. The roots of the fish-beam tree penetrated his right leg and emerged from his shoulder, dark red leaves sprouting upon his bones, while gray mushrooms claimed his forehead. A slender root slithered down from his other vacant eye socket, burrowing into his neck, a vision of a human perfectly fused with the heart tree, a plant-like entity. Suddenly realizing this was a realm of illusion, Baelon felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Old man, who are you? He queried bluntly, sensing that the man was no benign figure, likely heralding an impending confrontation. He braced himself internally. The elder spoke slowly, each word steeped in the weight of history. I have held many identities. Now I am but what you see before you. I have long observed the events occurring afar beneath the fish-beam tree, foreseeing the destinies of all of you. Baelon caressed the roots beside him, their texture feeling remarkably tangible, yet they seemed to defy the realm of illusion. Brynden Riverwind? He conjectured casually, the name merely a fleeting thought in his mind, uncertain of the identity it represented. Who is Brynden Riverwind? The elder responded, shedding the facade of profundity, his voice resembling that of an ordinary old man. Isn't. Baelon pondered, perhaps he had not yet been born. Brynden Riverwind was the illegitimate son of Ilristan Glorian II, having held significant positions such as the Hand of the King, later joining the Night's Watch for reasons unknown, ultimately becoming the Green Prophet. Most crucially, this was 50 years prior to his birth, in AC 170. And the Green Prophet could not foresee his own fate. In an attempt to project an air of mystery, the elder feigned solemnity. Perhaps this is a future identity of yours. The deity from another realm implored not to disrupt fate. The Green Prophet finally articulated his purpose. Once again, he recalled the moment of reincarnation when the 7 gods manifested as an old crone. What fate? He was acutely aware, yet his anger compelled him to inquire. A predetermined conclusion. What conclusion? You already know. Nonsense. Then what am I to do? He added, what about my sister? Such is fate. Speak plainly. Do you wish to be struck as well? Baelon strode menacingly towards the elder, clearing away the obstructing roots, yet he could not reach him. The Green Prophet could whimsically glimpse the past. I cannot perceive your past or future, for you do not belong here. Baelon continued his advance, feeling compelled to take action. You are called the Green Prophet? Can you return me home? He tentatively asked. Perhaps they possessed some extraordinary power, capable of transcending the boundaries of time and space, enabling him to escape this bewildering and unfamiliar world and return to his rightful place. This soul from another world felt no sense of belonging. This was not home. You may refer to it as such, but your requests are beyond the capability of the old gods. He added, even the formidable new gods are incapable. The Green Prophet had previously glimpsed Baelon's soul in the sacred forest, yet regardless of how many times he sought to trace back to the moment of his emergence, that point in time seemed sealed off from the world, impervious to scrutiny. If I must alter fate, what will you do? The old gods are indifferent. It is only the new gods who care, believing they perceive fate, yet it appears they envision a favorable outcome. Baelon began to understand that his adversaries were solely the new gods. Why reveal this to me? Baelon pondered for a moment. The old gods wish not to engage in your conflicts, only hoping that when you do battle, the North remains undisturbed. For I still have nearly 2 centuries of tranquility ahead. Baelon was somewhat taken aback. The old gods were aware of the White Walkers' impending march, and his understanding of the narrative seemed not to be a secret to them. He was plagued with questions, weighing his thoughts before finally articulating. I promise you. I vow that my power shall not encroach upon the North. In return, should you not disclose some secrets that a god ought to know? The concept of time among trees differs from that of humans. If the Yuliang tree remains undisturbed, it can endure for eternity, possessing knowledge of most worldly secrets. The old gods appreciate your benevolence. With the felling of the Yuliang tree and the barbaric expansion of the 7 gods, the power that once severed the arm of Dorne is waning, with some now unable to slay even a single individual. The Green Prophet commenced an enlightening discourse with Baelon regarding the nature of divinity. The strength of a deity is closely tied to the number of their faithful. When the majority of believers perceive that their god should wield a certain power, then the god acquires corresponding authority. Baelon nodded. This hypothesis was confirmed. The Green Prophet began recounting the principal history of the gods. During the Dawn Era, conflicts frequently erupted between the children of the forest and the giants. However, neither race sought to annihilate the other until a new race of humans, now known as the First Men, emerged in the southern realm of Dorne. Armed with bronze weapons and leather shields, the First Men triumphed over both the children of the forest and the giants. 100 green seers convened at the Tower of the Children of the Forest in the Bay of Carlin, where they sacrificed 1,000 human captives to summon an ancient deity known as the Hammer of Waters. The call was answered, resulting in the shattering of Dorne's arm. Although the neck region was not successfully fortified due to a lack of strength, it did instill fear in the First Men. The sages of both races reached a consensus, and the heroes and rulers from both sides signed a peace treaty on an island in the Lake of the Gods. After 4 millennia of peace, their beliefs began to intertwine. Meanwhile, the Valyrians rose on another continent. To escape enslavement, the Undul people, devoted to the 7 gods, fled to the continent of Westeros. Under the protection of the 7, they successfully occupied this land, with only the North managing to fend off the invasion due to the fortifications of the Bay of Carlin. In a bid for retaliation, the old gods created the White Walkers as adversaries, giving birth to beings like the Frost God. However, this power spiraled out of control. threatening to annihilate all life on the continent. The old gods and the seven joined forces to expel these entities from the north, establishing the wall together to defend against the White Walkers. Baelon, having perused these historical accounts, perceived them from a divine perspective, pondering the greatest enigma of history: what transpired on the Valyrian Peninsula. The Targaryen family's own records recount a cataclysmic event that struck suddenly. As the freehold crumbled into dust within mere hours, the land within a 500-mile radius, including the 14 flames, witnessed simultaneous volcanic eruptions, incinerating dragons, palaces, temples, and cities alike. The earth north of Valyria fractured, severing the peninsula from the mainland. How could a thriving empire, possessing thousands of dragons, vanish into nothingness? The Green Seer remained silent for a long while, appearing to ponder deeply before finally speaking. It involves the greatest secrets of the gods. The Green Seer had witnessed Baelon attacking the embodiment of the Seven with his very soul, an act that, within their understanding, should have resulted in his soul being scattered. Yet, strangely, Baelron's essence seemed to be solidified, impervious to harm. The soul is the crystallization of consciousness, signifying that the secrets of the gods could not affect him. Forget this ever happened once you leave here, and remember your promise. After Baelon agreed, the Green Seer gradually recounted that historical narrative. The Valyrians worshipped the deity known as the 14 Flames, who had been implored to create an abundance of mighty dragons to combat the Genghis Khan. However, the deity's existence was too brief, and it remained unaware of the consequences that would ensue if the power of faith fell short in sustaining such a vast horde of dragons. Thus, tragedy struck, the deity's power was depleted, and its consciousness fell into silence, resulting in the loss of control over the volcanic essence of the 14 Flames. In the midst of catastrophe, the Valyrians fervently prayed to their god, offering sacrifices in desperation. Their deity has succumbed to silence. The more fervently they pray, the more terrifying the calamities become. The untransformed power of faith envelopes the entire Valyrian peninsula like volcanic ash, transforming all living beings into grotesque monsters, leading them towards annihilation. Is this the case? Baelon felt a pang of fear, grateful that he had discerned the necessity of sustaining his magical creations. Otherwise, he too would have followed in their footsteps. Observing Baelron's expression of survival after disaster, the Green Prophet continued, "Your soul is exceptionally unique," he declared. "I believe that even if the sustaining power of your magical creations were insufficient, you would remain unharmed." The surroundings appeared as a canvas violently torn by a tempest, beginning to twist and contort, with ripples forming at the edges, as if it could shatter at any moment. Baelon clung tightly to the roots of the tree, striving to steady his swaying form with their support. He turned to the Green Prophet. "It is the new gods who are interfering," the Green Prophet elucidated. "What is this magical tide?" Baelon seized the moment to inquire. Though countless questions flooded his mind, he could only prioritize the most pressing ones. This is no secret. For the gods, faith is both a fine wine and a calamity, influencing those who worship them at every moment. Malicious curses can drive them to madness. When a god accumulates enough, they depart from the world. The so-called magical tide is the release of those malevolent beliefs, thus calamity befalls. Baelon departed from the scene. For Illic, only the blink of an eye had passed as he continued to investigate the surroundings with a torch. The crows in the tree dispersed from the fruit tree, and the area fell silent once more. "Prince, the crows have begun to fly away." Baelon stroked the tree a few more times, not returning to the illusion, implying that the Green Prophet had departed. Through this brief exchange, he glimpsed certain truths, yet they remained shrouded in ambiguity. Should he venture north to seek clarity? However, he had promised not to involve them. Would the seven gods then perceive the old gods as aligned with him? "Let us return," he murmured as he walked back, pondering the matters of the gods, unknowingly arriving at the Mead Tower and returning to his chamber. Chapter 47. A 3-year summary year 114 AC. After celebrating Aegon's second name day at the royal court, King Viserys accused Otto of disloyalty, leveraging the incident involving Princess Borys at the Sunstone Castle. The understanding prime minister had no retort, expressing his willingness to resign voluntarily, acknowledging that their family had indeed sworn fealty to Rhaenyra. However, considering that Alicent was still pregnant, Otto was not immediately dismissed. He was to wait until the birth of Aemon Targaryen's second son. Rhaenyra Velaryon succeeded Otto Hightower as Hand of the King. The voices supporting the replacement of the heir grew increasingly prevalent, confronting a myriad of complex political scenarios and power struggles. To maintain the stability of the realm, Viserys endeavored to seek equilibrium among the various interest groups. He made two decisive actions to express his stance. Firstly, The hand of the king has conveyed to the seven kingdoms a firm resolve not to change the heir, refraining from foolishly interfering in the internal matters of House Targaryen. Secondly, tariffs have been increased on all trade except for the north, the Vale, and Dorne. Specifically, the price of royal fruits and wine has been raised by 10%. The king's road and major river mouths will undergo sporadic inspections of tax documents. Smugglers will not only have their goods confiscated, but will also be apprehended to undertake free labor in road construction. The Chancellor of the Exchequer will utilize the confiscated goods from smugglers for profitable transactions, and the inspection teams can receive 1% of the seized materials as a reward, thus ensuring their diligent efforts. Some may inquire how one can ascertain where a captain is selling their goods, suggesting that shipping under the guise of the north to the west is feasible. In truth, the trade of bulk commodities is now entirely controlled by the lords of the guarding families. Each day, the king's fruit, acquired at no cost, is divided into 10 portions by Viserys. 7 portions are sold to the 7 kingdoms, while 3 remain with the royal family. Daily, there are 1.2 million royal fruits harvested, enough to sustain the daily rations for 3 million individuals. The guardians merely need to sell their allocated shares and reap the financial rewards. Even Dorne must begrudgingly acknowledge the Iron Throne's claim over this trade, formally integrating it into the 7 kingdoms. According to the Chancellor's estimations, the total population of Westeros is approximately 14 million. Due to the continuous plummet in grain prices, the population within the royal territories is surging at an alarming rate. In the year AC 112, King's Landing boasted a population of 500,000, while other royal territories accounted for 1.8 million. The fruit trees and royal fruits emerged in the latter half of that year. By AC 113, King's Landing and the royal territories had grown to 800,000 and 2.3 million, respectively, with the majority concentrated along the shores of Blackwater Bay and beside the King's Road. The royal family established the Blackwater Fleet, primarily composed of 20 warships and 66 smaller vessels, to maintain the stability of trade in Blackwater Bay and the Blackwater River. By AC 114, King's Landing's population reached 1.2 million, and the royal territories expanded to 5 million. The city's garrison was once again bolstered to 6,000 troops, and the King's Guard was augmented to 800 members, primarily assisting the Chancellor in tax collection. The Royal Guard's responsibilities were entrusted to the Princess Knights, who are colloquially referred to as the Knights of Atheism, reflecting their lack of faith. The Princess Knights originated from Flea Bottom, and their unique history dictates that their sole purpose is to uphold Rhaenyra's claim to the throne. Throughout the 7 kingdoms, it is common knowledge that the king has fathered a second son. Given the unspoken realities, it has become increasingly challenging to recruit members for the Knights. There are only 2 avenues for this: offering exceptionally high rewards and glory to attract the younger sons of nobles, or nurturing talent from within by expending substantial resources to acquire male infants or youths. The Knights maintain 2 headquarters, one on Dragonstone, serving as the naval base, and the other within the Red Keep, functioning as the Knights' headquarters. Due to Rhaenyra's prolonged residence in King's Landing, the leadership of these military forces typically resides outside the Dragon Pit, awaiting commands. In this year, the gates of the King's Gate, Lion's Gate, God's Gate, Old Town Gate, and Dragon Gate have all been expanded to twice their previous distance from the city walls in non-riverside areas, with the walls being reconstructed. For instance, the original King's Gate has been renamed the new King's Gate. The Chancellor and the Minister of Finance anticipate the completion of the AC 125 project in 15 years. With ample funds and a substantial population, Viserys is poised to usher in a grand era of infrastructure development. At sea, 5 warships escort a merchant vessel, the sails adorned with the crimson 3-headed dragon emblem of House Targaryen, fluttering majestically in the wind. They maintain an optimal distance from the merchant ship, allowing for swift support in times of peril without hindering its voyage. As the fleet advances steadily, the clouds grow increasingly ominous, and the waves rise tumultuously, heralding an impending storm. A servant, holding a bronze basin, approaches the king to present it, but Viserys gestures firmly that it is unnecessary, prompting the servant to retreat. Alas, Viserys can no longer contain his nausea. He rushes to the ship's railing and expels the contents of his stomach into the sea, subsequently accepting a handkerchief from Rhaenyra. Princess Rhaenyra and Ser Criston glance back at Viserys before proceeding to the bow of the ship. The island of Driftmark lies still some distance away. Along the fleet's designated route, a line of merchant vessels, proudly displaying the silver seahorse sigil, stands in formation, their masts towering and rigging intricately intertwined. The howling sea breeze elicits a deep, resonant hum, crafting a magnificent maritime passage. At the closer end of Driftmark, warships stand poised for action, stretching from the harbor of Driftmark to the last of the merchant vessels, forming a silent line atop the waves. While it may appear as a welcoming formation, Viserys understands it conveys dissatisfaction with his failure to wed Lena. Although he has successfully driven the sea snake away, thereby eliminating one challenger and threat, the Hightower family now presents a new menace. Otto Hightower and his brother Hobart covet the Iron Throne, aspiring for their grandson Aegon to ascend to power. A blatant ambition that cannot be overlooked. It is undeniable that Aegon poses a significant threat to Rhaenyra's claim to succession, and Viserys finds himself unable to confront the Hightowers, particularly his own son Aegon. While he managed to use Otto to oust the sea snake, he now grapples with the question of who might counterbalance Otto's influence. His thoughts turn to seeking a new ally to support his daughter Rhaenyra, with the first consideration being a suitable marriage. Viserys contemplates the Lannister family. However, he soon realizes that Duke Jason Lannister's arrogance rivals that of the sea snake. Furthermore, he claims that marrying Rhaenyra could rectify her loss of succession rights. Rhaenyra's impression of him is one of profound dissatisfaction, nearly leading her to publicly fracture the realm, but fortunately, the situation was resolved without further turmoil. This indicates that he has no genuine intention of helping Rhaenyra assert her claim to succession. Rather, he seeks to marry her and place her beside him in Casterly Rock, while Aegon takes the Iron Throne. Thus, Viserys found himself in a state of dismay, pondering the unchanging nature of the great nobility. Although he had managed to drive away the sea snake, he was left pondering who could now support Rhaenyra, particularly in the absence of the Lannister family. In Chapter 48, The Hall of Nine, Count Cregan Stark proposed an alliance through marriage between Rhaenyra and Rhaenyra, the son of the sea snake. Viserys felt that inviting the sea snake back after having pushed him away would reflect a fickleness that could undermine his authority. However, he recognized that this could indeed serve as the optimal solution for his daughter, unaware that House Velaryon had long since pledged its support to Rhaenyra, a matter that had never been publicly acknowledged. With a sense of urgency, Viserys, despite suffering from seasickness, personally visited the sea snake to extend an olive branch for his daughter, acknowledging his previous missteps. Should House Velaryon ally itself with the crown, Rhaenyra would secure the backing of the North, the Vale, and Driftmark, complemented by the formidable dragons of House Targaryen. This would establish a solid foundation, symbolizing her dominion over land, sea, and sky. Colloquially, Colloquy had likely witnessed the might of the Targaryens and would prefer an alliance over enmity, especially since the Stepstones were still under the control of the Dragon Lords and Daemon. Following her reconciliation with her father at Dragonstone, Rhaenyra, resigned to the necessity of marriage, began to earnestly contemplate her options among the nobility. After much deliberation, she realized that her choices were predominantly limited to the great houses, with few standing above House Hightower. Harrenhal presented itself as a commendable option, and Count Rhaenyra, being the hand of the king, was indeed a prospect, but alas, Harwin Strong had perished in an effort to protect himself, and she found his younger brother, Larys, unappealing due to his disability. Viserys suggested Rhaenyra as a fitting match. And while Rhaenyra had known her cousin since childhood and held no aversion to him, there was an indescribable sensation he evoked. Shelltown, having flourished from 3 inconspicuous fishing villages, experienced rapid growth post-9, ultimately coalescing into a substantial town. Viserys' fleet docked at Shelltown's deepwater harbor, where thousands of guards lined a lengthy, welcoming route stretching to Dragonstone. The sailors skillfully maneuvered the winches to extend a wooden bridge to the merchant vessel, a silent testament to their discontent. Seated in their designated carriage, Viserys and Rhaenyra made their way to the castle, where Viserys' seasickness began to subside. The coachman guided them towards Dragonstone, which was merely connected by a causeway to Driftmark. Upon their arrival at the castle gates, the sea snake and his family had been awaiting their arrival for some time. Although Viserys was displeased and had laid out a path of warships and soldiers to express his dissatisfaction, their presence to greet him indicated a willingness to maintain cordial relations. Rhaenys engaged Viserys in nostalgic conversation, as they were relatives, seeking to ease the tension. After a short while, Corlys took the initiative to usher the king into the Hall of Nine. Rhaenyra, having been briefed by his father beforehand, understood the purpose of the king and his daughter's visit and consequently led Rhaenyra to the seaside for a discussion. As Viserys ventured to this place for the first time, he was captivated by its layout. The sea snake gradually recounted the intricacies of the hall, a source of pride for him. Viserys paused to listen intently as the sea snake narrated his 9 grand voyages. Your Majesty, I was born on Driftmark in the year 53 of the conquest. Like the Targaryens, the Velaryons hail from Old Valyria. In fact, we arrived in Westeros even before the Targaryens, belonging to an ancient and proud lineage that also shares Valyrian blood. Just as the Targaryens conquered the skies with dragons, our Velaryon family has dominated the seas with our fleet, remaining steadfast allies of the Targaryens. The sea snake glanced at Viserys, who acknowledged this with a silent nod, granting him due respect. My first voyage led me through the Jade Sea to the lands of the Iron Islands, where my fortunes began. I have heard from translators that within the deep, mysterious ruins of that island reside the ancient old gods. And even the Queen of the Iron Islands often engages in unfathomable acts with them. The old gods? Viserys inquired. Outsiders are not permitted to delve deeply. Yet sailors who dared to explore returned with tales of a hellish abyss. The sea snake chuckled, and they both shared a laugh. That sailor was likely a follower of the Seven, associating the sounds he heard with something ominous. On my second voyage, I surpassed the Iron Islands and journeyed eastward to Ass High, a city steeped in magic, where I witnessed various horrifying sorceries and dark, malevolent magic at play. Does it possess magic akin to that of the weirwood? Viserys suddenly asked. Your Majesty, I comprehend your meaning, the sea snake replied, shaking his head. Even having encountered numerous wondrous beasts and magics, I remain awestruck by that fruit tree. I would rather call it a miracle, akin to the wall in the north. The magic of Ass High demands a toll, blood kin, sacrifices, and death, he added, but I see none of that in your son, nor have I heard of it. Viserys remained silent. The sea snake spoke the truth, yet he found it difficult to accept the notion of an aberrant dragon, particularly now that he had young Aegon, whose thoughts were increasingly lucid despite his childlike facade. Indeed, I saw the tattered sun chaser at the docks of Ass High, the very vessel that stole 3 dragon eggs. Aegon had once journeyed westward, he continued, growing somewhat animated. I speculate that this world is circular. As I traveled northward, I was obstructed by the frozen sea and colossal icebergs. My final voyage brought me once more to Qarth, where I purchased 20 ships laden with saffron, pepper, nutmeg, elephants, and fine silk. Alas, only 14 ships returned safely to Driftmark, and none of the elephants survived. Such a pity. If Prince Baelon had seen them, he would have been overjoyed. Baelon seeks to gather strange creatures from across the world to uncover the secrets of mutation. A daring expedition once ventured deep into the northern realms, beyond the protective embrace of the Great Wall. In the eternally snow-laden redwood forests, they captured a spider adorned with countless eyes. From an original cohort of 50, only 9 survived the perilous journey, yet they triumphantly returned to King's Landing, richly rewarded for their efforts. Rhaenyra, in place of her brother, bestowed upon them a bounty of 1,000 golden dragons, a fortune that ensured the survival of the 12 members' families for 3 generations, thereby injecting a modicum of amusement into the otherwise monotonous lives of the Night's Watch. Such lucrative ventures could elevate their families to the pinnacle of the 7 kingdoms, as articulated by Viserys. Indeed, the allure of magic far surpasses the meager returns of maritime endeavors. Ha ha, Viserys modestly remarked, attributing the success to the Chancellor of Finance, claiming he merely made a decision. Corlys sighed, Your Majesty, this encompasses all the known territories from my 9 grand voyages. Viserys led the applause, acknowledging Corlys as a great navigator, and expressed that had he not been king, he would gladly join him in further explorations. Your Majesty, I appreciate your audience. The sea snake bowed in gratitude. Subsequently, the two took their seats at a makeshift long table to discuss matters of state. The driftwood throne was situated in the Hall of 9 Voyages, rendering it impossible for the sea snake to occupy it while conversing with Viserys. Such an act would not be mere arrogance, but a blatant affront to the king. Chapter 49. Illuminating the path ahead, a light rain fell within the confines of King's Landing, where a servant of the Red Keep held a white horse at the entrance. Otto, clad in a thick black fur cloak, adjusted his leather gloves. The servant extended a large canopy to escort Alicent beneath the archway to bid farewell to her father, then wisely retreated into the rain to wait. As Alicent approached, Otto spoke first. This is the king's decision. I anticipated Aegon's naming day return. Why must father depart? Even if not the hand, you still hold influence in King's Landing, she inquired. Otto stepped closer to his daughter, admitting, I was too hasty, persistently urging the king to designate Aegon as heir, cornering him into a difficult position. By the way, what is the disposition of the ladies towards Aegon? Lady Lannister and Lady Redwine are quite fond of him, he replied, with a hint of pride regarding his son. As it should be, Otto nodded, as expected. He is the future of the realm. You have witnessed the grandeur of this celebration, uniting everyone as one. When you bore the king a son, 15 years of doubt dissipated. Aegon, true to his name, was destined to rule the Seven Kingdoms, and should Viserys declare him heir, the entire realm would rejoice. Observing her daughter's lack of joy, he queried, "Are you not pleased? The great houses have already sworn fealty to her, our family included." Alicent hung her head, lost in thought. That was before Aegon's birth, Otto promptly cautioned, seeking to correct his daughter's line of thinking. Rhaenyra would make a splendid queen. Even if she were a reincarnation of Jaehaerys, it would be of no consequence, Otto pointed out, for Rhaenyra is a woman. "Do you not wish for your son to be king?" Otto countered. "Which mother would not desire this?" Alicent replied. "Do you wish for me to instruct him to usurp his sister's divinely bestowed rights? Aegon is the one who has been deprived of power, as the king's eldest son. To deny his claim to the Iron Throne is to show contempt for the laws of the gods and of mankind. Though the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, the conclusion is already determined. Aegon shall ascend as king. Illuminating the future is the motto of House Hightower, and at this moment, the family requires Otto to ignite the signal flame upon the White Tower. This is his solemn duty. Should Rhaenyra declare herself queen against Aegon, the realm would surely fracture. He recounted events from 2 months prior. You witnessed the multitude of families outside Dragonstone, all eager to uphold the traditions of Westeros. This is not merely our family sentiment. Otto clasped his daughter's shoulders, his gaze icy, while Alicent pressed her lips tightly together, apprehensive of retreat. "Listen to me, my daughter. The king will inevitably pass. Cast aside your naive notions. It may be in a few months, or perhaps several years, but he will not live to an old age." Otto spoke a grim truth. As the rain outside diminished, the speaker's tone grew increasingly foreboding. "If Rhaenyra inherits the throne, war shall ensue. Do you comprehend? This kingdom will not accept her. To secure her position, she would eliminate your children. She would have no alternative." Alicent was stricken by her father's words and tone, her expression revealing her fear. She had dreaded this look from him throughout her life. "You are not foolish. You merely choose to look away." Otto laid out 2 paths for his daughter. Prepare for Aegon's ascension, or ingratiate herself with Rhaenyra, pleading for her mercy. Alicent recognized the lack of options, her mind lingering on one final question. "What about it?" she asked softly, aware it would not be ignored. The thought of the Dragon Lords sent chills through her. There existed 2,000 dragon eggs, and they wielded magic. Otto encouraged his daughter to frequently probe Baelon's sentiments. This monstrous prince remained steadfastly aligned with Rhaenyra, and Otto discerned from his words that he possessed a determination to defend his own heir that surpassed even Rhaenyra's. He could not fathom the profound bond between the siblings. No fissure could be created. Indeed, it is too intricate, the variables too vast. "I shall seek external strength for Aegon," Otto declared as he mounted his steed, refraining from detailing his plans. Otto was indifferent to the untrustworthy knights of the princess's knightly order. Rhaenyra's oppression of the faith of the Seven had incited discontent among the common knights, who had long been suppressed within the faith. Otto was confident he could ignite this unrest, while another armed fleet of princesses posed little threat. Although he could not sway the north, the news of Rhaenyra in the south would take considerable time to reach the north. Even if the northern forces responded to the call, years would pass before they could descend south. As for the Vale, he was scheming to maintain the neutrality of the vassals, though the results were not promising. The Westerlands and Riverlands would push them back. The king is currently seeking 300 warships from the Sea Snake for his daughter. This formidable force, combined with the fleets of House Hightower and House Velaryon, could stand against one another. The Iron Islands remain ambiguous, their stance unclear. Otto can only spend lavishly to prevent them from siding with Rhaenyra. As for the dragon Syrax, he holds a deep-seated apprehension. Perhaps Aegon and his brothers could command the great beast, and crossbows might pose a threat to dragons, yet it is best to avoid such a confrontation, should matters escalate. Otto has contingencies. The faceless men across the narrow sea possess capabilities that extend beyond mere assassination. Turning back, Otto notices his daughter in tears, and he feels a pang of sorrow. Dismounting, he embraces her for a final farewell, perhaps not to see her again for many years. "You must guide Viserys back to reason. He cannot fathom it on his own," Otto whispers gently in his daughter's ear, as they share a profound gaze in their last parting. With a swift crack of the reins, Otto mounts his horse and gallops out of the Red Keep, followed by 2 knights of House Hightower seeking shelter from the rain, leaving Alicent standing alone for a lengthy moment. At Dragonstone, Viserys and Corlys swiftly come to an agreement. The Sea Snake will ally with Rhaenyra, and the king will grant an additional share of the fruit trees to House Velaryon. Most crucially, regarding the issue of surnames, Viserys insists that Rhaenyra's firstborn, be it son or daughter, must inherit the Iron Throne under the maternal surname Targaryen, although for now, it may remain Velaryon. In Corlys's mind, this is an acceptable arrangement for the Sea Snake, as their bloodline has previously ascended the Iron Throne, most notably Aegon the Conqueror's mother and the mother of the benevolent King Viserys I, both of whom were Targaryens, albeit through paternal lineage. Thus, the presence of a Velaryon paternal bloodline on the Iron Throne would be unprecedented, making this proposal palatable to the Sea Snake. Such practices are not without precedent. Great noble houses like Stark and Lannister, with their millennia-long legacies, have experienced similar occurrences. Viserys, fatigued from seasickness, retires early to rest, not hurrying to return to King's Landing. Chapter 50. The aggravation of leprosy. Rhaenys descends the steps. My cousin has chosen to sail into the storm. My husband, she reflects on the essence of her son's betrothal, which has drawn us into this maelstrom. I understand that the king's personal request for an alliance with Lannister has diminished our dignity, leaving us no room for refusal. Previously, our pact with Rhaenyra supported her claim to the Iron Throne. Velaryon would assist her primarily in blockading Blackwater Bay. Should Rhaenyra fail, we would have options. As support does not equate to unwavering commitment, we could simply yield to the Iron Throne once more. The situation has changed. Failure now means the loss of all heirs, and the struggle for power will be ruthless. If the sea were not fraught with tempestuous waves, it would not give rise to remarkable navigators. Corlys has a penchant for using maritime metaphors. Where's Lannister? He and Rhaenyra are strolling along the beach. Excellent. Corlys was acutely aware of his son's unconventional inclinations and inquired, do they appear to be close? Having grown up together, their bond was indisputable. I am certain that Rhaenyra has been captivated by Rhaenyra, he remarked, though uncertainty gnawed at him. To bolster his confidence, he added, in recent years, she has become increasingly beautiful. You know his nature, his wife Rhaenys stated candidly. He is still young and will mature. Corlys embraced his wife from behind, lamenting, what joy in this world can compare to sharing a bed with a woman? This places our son in jeopardy. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms had knelt before Rhaenyra, pledging their fealty. Corlys harbored doubts. This was prior to the birth of the true prince, yet many had rallied behind Aegon, thus challenging Rhaenyra's claim. Rhaenys remained clear-headed, having once vied for the Iron Throne, fully aware of the great lord's ambitions. Following the Great Council of 101, her grandfather, Viserys I, had privately advised her to relinquish hope. Citing the 120 vote ratio, Corlys interjected, just as you did? Rhaenys did not respond directly, countering with, what is it that you truly desire, Corlys? Wealth, power, or self-esteem? The Velaryons, as ancient as the Targaryens, had legends of their own, rivaling Aegon's conquest of Westeros. We have been allies for generations. I seek fairness. The Velaryon bloodline had long been intertwined with the Iron Throne. What fairness do you seek? Regardless, you ought to be the queen of the Seven Kingdoms, Corlys professed earnestly. I have long since abandoned that desire. Corlys, Rhaenys replied, both touched and resigned. She gazed intently into Corlys' eyes. I have never worn a crown, for the Seven Kingdoms would not permit it. Rhaenys was reluctant to entangle herself once more in the internal strife of House Targaryen, having already suffered due to succession issues. I can rectify this narrow error, employing every necessary means, she asserted, placing a hand over her husband's mouth to silence him. She did not care. Yet Corlys remained resolute. Our family commands the navy of the realm and half the dragons. Any fool who dares challenge Rhaenyra's claim shall meet their end. His strength was formidable, with 300 warships empowering him to confront any challenge. The maintenance and crew sustenance for such a fleet demanded vast resources, and he was beginning to feel the strain. He intended to leverage the marriage to justly request a share of the royal fruit trees as compensation. The fleets of other lords in Westeros amounted to less than half that of House Velaryon. They had little with which to fight, unless the Sea Lords united with the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Otherwise, he possessed the audacity to obliterate any maritime threat. Currently, for dragons roamed the realm, Rhaenyra's Syrax, Daemon's Caraxes, Laena's Sea Smoke, and Rhaenys' Malaise, with 3 siding with Rhaenyra. Daemon and the Velaryon family maintained amicable relations, having lent him money and ships 3 years prior. This would place Rhaenyra and their children in peril, facing the threat of swords and daggers. Apologies, let this be my 10th voyage into the Tempest. For the sake of my family. Corlys held his wife closely, and an unspoken understanding enveloped them. In King's Landing, it has been a month since Rhaenyra's engagement to Rhaenyra, with their wedding promised to be completed before the end of summer. In the royal chamber, King Viserys reclined in a chair, enduring leech therapy. As his left arm began to rot, causing him immense suffering, beads of sweat dotting his brow. And the queen? To my knowledge, she is preoccupied with other matters. Your Majesty, He opened the poppy wine handed to him by the maester's assistant and offered it to Viserys. Hesitating, Viserys was aware of the addictive nature of such substances. Yet he ultimately succumbed to the need to alleviate his pain. Will I be remembered as a good king? You shall. How will history regard me? As a great king. I have neither fought nor conquered, nor have I endured any significant defeats. No, not only have you upheld the legacy of King Jaehaerys, but under your reign, the kingdom has flourished. Dorne has been integrated into the Iron Throne, a feat even Aegon the Conqueror did not achieve. King's Landing is also expanding. The people of the Crownlands no longer face famine, and Lord Beesbury predicts that this year the population of the Crownlands will reach 5 million, all due to your accomplishments. Rhaenyra enumerated the changes in the realm during Viserys' reign. Viserys managed a strained smile. Indeed, gold dragons are far more useful than mere dragons. A mixture of self-mockery and pride stirred within him. Aegon took 9 years to conquer Dorne, which resisted even 3 dragons, yet under Viserys, Dorne was peacefully annexed into the realm, with Prince Quentin Martell coming to King's Landing voluntarily to pledge fealty to the Iron Throne, leaving many bewildered. Was it truly that simple to join the Iron Throne? Initially, Viserys found it hard to believe, but Otto quickly discerned why they would so humbly acquiesce. The distribution of the king's fruit had rendered all noble houses in the 6 kingdoms prosperous, with the common folk living well enough to afford bread. Dorne experienced a significant population decline, never to return, and with its 3 sides bordered by the sea, it was impossible to blockade its exits. Prince Quentin understood that if he did not compromise, in a few years, Dorne would be left with nothing but desolate cities. A conundrum with no solution, unless Quentin could conjure a king's fruit tree himself. This was a dimensional strike from the magical realm, even before the blood dragons danced. Dorne was the first to surrender, expressing willingness to support Rhaenyra as heir, a tradition not surprising for them. Yet, I find myself yearning for trials and tribulations. My life has been too smooth. I often ponder that if I were to endure hardships, I might emerge as a vastly different person. At this moment, the effects of the poppy wine began to take hold, leaving him somewhat dazed. In the Hall of Nine, listening to the sea snake recount tales of the 9 great voyages, the spoils, the remains of pirates that would become legends in years to come, Viserys could not deny his longing for such experiences. Rhaenyra finally voiced a question he had held in his heart for a long time. Your Majesty, why do you not allow the prince to treat you? Perhaps you would not suffer so. On the night of the burning of the 7 gods, Viserys experienced a vivid dream. He beheld a humanoid silhouette standing before Aemma as she was about to give birth. He witnessed the decisions he had made at that moment. As the silhouette repeatedly attempted to breach Aemma's womb, only to be thwarted by one of the incarnations of the 7 gods, an old crone. Despite her efforts, the old woman ultimately succumbed, allowing the silhouette to invade Aemma, resulting in the birth of a stillborn child. Subsequently, the scene shifted to a seaside funeral, where the silhouette penetrated the lifeless body of Baelon, reviving him. To this day, Viserys remains perplexed by its intent. Was it to claim the Iron Throne? Perhaps, he mused. It was cursed to assume a grotesque form, and thus he found a modicum of solace. Viserys resolved to mend the strained relations with the faith of the 7 upon marrying Alicent, a decision intertwined with this haunting dream. However, he could only delicately caution Alicent against seeking Baelon during her pregnancy, for magic remained perilously unpredictable. Alicent, indeed, proved obedient in this regard, and their meetings began to dwindle. Viserys refrained from answering Rhaenyra's inquiry. Rhaenyra and the scholar had previously suggested he seek treatment, and Baelon had indicated he might be open to the idea. Ultimately, he declined this counsel, harboring doubts about Baelon's identity, which led him to consider the sorcerer of Asshai. According to Illyrio's confidential report, Baelon's magical creations held no secrets from him. He possessed omniscient knowledge of all that was conjured by magic and exhibited absolute obedience. This revelation filled him with trepidation. While he could reluctantly accept the knowledge of his past, he could not abide the notion of unwavering subservience. How would the annals of history, a century or 5 centuries hence, regard the life of Viserys, the puppet king? Such a judgment would entirely negate his existence. As Rhaenyra observed the king drift into slumber, he instructed a servant to tend to the braziers before discreetly departing. The entirety of the council had entrusted Rhaenyra, the hand of the king, to inquire on their behalf. Yet it appeared that even he had not attained an answer. Unbeknownst to him, the former hand, Otto, had also been tasked with posing questions to the king. Chapter 51. Rhaenyra's wedding. The shadows of 2 great dragons swept across the surface of the sea, stirring up splashes of water. It was Princess Rhaenys and her son, Rhaenyra, riding upon their colossal dragons, accompanied by a formidable fleet in the distance. On the warships, The silver-white seahorse banners fluttered in the wind. The fleet formed a long line as it approached the harbor of Blackwater River, the sound of horns resounding through the air, heralding the might of the Sea Snake fleet to all of King's Landing. A month prior, the port had received notice that no vessels were permitted to dock in the Blackwater River on this day. The Fisherman's Square had been closed for 7 days to dissipate the scent of fish, while the main thoroughfare of the city was refurbished with bricks of various colors, all in preparation for the arrival of House Velaryon. Upon the shore, Rhaenyra's knightly company stood in formation to welcome the guests. These knights of no faith grasping the black banner of the Targaryens emblazoned with the red dragon, extending from the mud gate all the way to the Red Keep. Their demeanor, even if tinged with revenge, was one of welcome. Today, they donned no armor. At this moment, 1/3 of the populace of King's Landing gathered behind these knights, erupting into enthusiastic applause. Lord Velaryon, congratulations. Harrison Storn stepped forward to greet Rhaenyra, with whom he had forged a bond during their collaboration in the Stepstones War, having met several times in the ensuing years. My lord, please hold for a moment, he urged, halting to gesture toward the sky. Corlys glanced upward, observing as Rhaenyra's Syrax took flight from the bough of a colossal fruit tree, adorned with 2 immense banners tied to its legs. The silver seahorse and the red, 3-headed dragon heralded the family motto, old, true, brave. Blood and fire, a shared lineage. As the dragon glided along the main thoroughfare, each character upon the banners was larger than a cart, drawing the gaze of nearly everyone present. This is the prince's blessing, Harrison remarked with a smile. I see that. Corlys replied. Is the princess aboard? No, there is no one up there, Harrison answered. Rhaenyra scrutinized the saddle on Syrax, noting the absence of a rider. How does Syrax endure without unleashing a single breath of dragon fire upon the blessing? Rhaenyra pondered, intrigued. His brother, Rhaenyra's hatchling, had taken considerable time to acclimate to the saddle. Yet the banners beneath Syrax's feet were evidently not the product of specialized training. This is a blessing from the prince. It is understandable that one might not comprehend it. It implies that Baelon is controlling Syrax. Will the prince attend the welcome feast? Corlys inquired. He probably will not, Harrison explained. The prince will remain in his chambers today. He detests crowded places. Harrison leaned in conspiratorially, whispering to Rhaenyra, soon, everyone shall witness a magnificent spectacle, a unique performance from the prince. Rhaenyra, brimming with excitement, pressed on. Captain, does it involve magic? That may not be the case, Harrison mused, but we shall see shortly. Corlys and Rhaenyra took their seats in the royal carriage, while Princess Rhaenys and Rhaenyra descended from the dragon pit. Meanwhile, a servant stationed at the rear of the carriage began to scatter a handful of copper coins into the throng. The servant raised a fistful of coins, bellowing, Today, the princess's wedding has yet to be fully announced. Blessings upon the royal nuptials. Quick-witted individuals responded by tossing copper stars in his direction. Others followed suit, and the servant rushed toward the loudest clamor, creating a cascade of blessings as the procession passed, the crowd blooming like a field of flowers. At that moment, Corlys finally grasped the purpose of the rear carriage. Is this also the prince's intention? He queried, rolling down the carriage window to address Harrison, who was mounted beside him. The prince always has his designs, came Harrison's reply. The 2 escorting parties, one from the dragon pit and the other from the port, converged upon meeting the muddy road and the Nun's Way, proceeding together through the gates of the Red Keep. The church bells did not toll, for the monk tasked with ringing them was closely monitored by 2 faithless knights. Whenever he attempted to act, the knights would place their hands upon their sword hilts. A clear threat. This vigilance extended beyond the church, as the 7 Gods Temple was also under strict surveillance. Baelon had specifically instructed Harrison to assign watchers, offering tenfold wages during this period. From the moment Rhaenyra was welcomed until the wedding ceremony commenced, the presence of the 7 was strictly forbidden. King Viserys had been waiting on his throne for quite some time. Your Majesty, it is the members of the princess's Kingsguard who are preventing the bells from tolling, reported the Lord Chancellor, Wilder. Viserys did not inquire why they were not dismissed. The Chancellor had likely already attempted that. It was of little consequence whose idea it was, whether the siblings or another. Viserys deemed it more fitting to feign ignorance, wishing to avoid any unpleasantness on this day. With immense joy, His Majesty King Viserys announced the official commencement of the royal wedding celebration. Commander Harold of the Kingsguard was responsible for announcing the arrival of the lords from the 7 kingdoms. Among them were Lord Jason Lannister of the Westerlands and the Lord of Casterly Rock, Lord Hobart Hightower of the Reach, the Guardian of Old Town, and representatives from Dorne. Rhaenyra's wedding gown was crafted from an abundance of dark red silk, exuding a soft, smooth texture with an exquisite sheen. Intricately embroidered dragon scales adorned the fabric, echoing the Targaryen dragon totem, symbolizing her noble lineage and unique status as a royal heir, embodying the power and strength she possessed. Before Rhaenyra, a long table was laden with a variety of sumptuous delicacies and fine wines. From succulent roasted meats, such as whole roasted beef and venison, to fresh fruits and exquisite pastries, the feast was a sight to behold. Rhaenyra sat beside her father at the long table, her demeanor somber as she observed the arriving nobles, viewing the marriage as merely a task to be fulfilled. "Congratulations, your majesty, for you have found a suitable match for the princess," declared Duke Jason, the first to offer his blessings, albeit with an air of dissatisfaction. Viserys maintained only a polite smile. "Thank you, Duke Jason," came her icy response, belittling him with her words, "I cannot imagine a better choice than Rhaenyra." Unfortunately, some lack the courage to express their true thoughts. Rhaenyra did not finish her sentence, yet Duke Jason understood, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her words. He could only offer a few compliments, stating that the Westerlands were indeed rich in gold, remarking that today he learned the Targaryens possessed not one, but two minds. A figure cloaked in black, resembling a hunchback, entered the hall, notably marked by the fiery dragon of Syrax, cradling a beautifully crafted box made of precious wood. Harold interrupted the proceedings to halt his entrance, uncertain of the individual's identity. "My lord, who are you?" Harold's voice drew the attention of all present. "I am the prince's envoy, come to convey blessings," came a voice, high-pitched and hoarse. As it approached Harold, a slight opening revealed a rat-like face. He was not intimidated. The secret of Prince Baelon's magical creature was well known in the Red Keep, though they typically resided in dragon lairs. "Allow me to report." At the entrance, 2 members of the King's Guard and 3 guards kept a vigilant watch, ready to act should the situation require it. Rhaenyra recognized the peculiar attire and knew who had arrived. "Sir, let him enter," she instructed, adding, "We are quite familiar. The administrator of the Monster Legion under the Princess Knight Order, Baelon, is the first magical creation known as the Rat Man." The hall was enveloped in silence as Daemon, who had just arrived, leaned against the door, perplexed by the unfolding events. A hooded figure descended the staircase, moving with a furtive gait, holding a box above his head, and suddenly knelt before Rhaenyra, bowing deeply. This unexpected display startled both the White Knight trailing behind and Harold in front, prompting them to draw their swords in caution. "Sir, do not be alarmed," Rhaenyra remarked, slightly embarrassed by the scene, which was merely the Ratman's custom. Chapter 52. The Green Party. The Ratman's consciousness was born. The first being it encountered was Rhaenyra, and its inaugural command was to kneel and bow before her. It appeared to harbor a unique sentiment towards Rhaenyra and possessed an unusual understanding of the act of prostration. "Do not bow. Rise quickly," she urged. The Ratman complied promptly, stating, "This is a gift for the queen from the boss. These are teachings from Baelon." He instructed it to speak little and leave after delivering the gift. "I understand. Kaelin, please arrange a discreet place for it to have some food." Kaelin, merely a 16-year-old maid, was unfazed by the Ratman. She recognized that this creature, though ugly, was intelligent and acted normally when not hungry. The Ratman intended to present the box to Rhaenyra, but Harold preemptively took it, as the princess showed no intention of opening it, merely placing it beneath the table. It seemed to have more to say, but was promptly pulled away by the maid. Following this interruption, Viserys finally noticed Daemon seated beside him. Having drawn a chair to sit at an angle, Viserys frequently received reports of Daemon's toll collection, and now he had returned to deal with the complications arising from the disappearance of the third daughter's merchant ship near the Stone Tier Islands. As Otto had commented, as Minister of Justice, he would create his own laws. As Minister of Finance, he would squander the treasury, and as Commander of the Capital Guard, he would incite bloodshed. Now, the Stone Tier Islands were also in turmoil. Their eyes met briefly, after which the king ceased to engage with him. His brother and niece had not informed him of their presence, and he had come on his own, without even a welcoming remark. Daemon felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, shifting uncomfortably. Outside the Red Fortress, Syrax performed a series of intricate aerial maneuvers at low altitude. Initially, he shot forth like an arrow, descending at an astonishing speed towards the ground. Just as he was about to touch down, he abruptly unfurled his immense and powerful wings, creating a tempest that shattered the earth beneath him. After a moment of stillness in the air, Syrax accelerated, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon flames from his mouth, enveloping himself in a fiery blaze as he soared into the distance like a burning comet. Linnell persistently inquired of her brother and mother if they could also achieve such feats. Lanino bluntly declared it was impossible, while their mother, Rhaenys, wore a serious expression, warning her son against attempting such things, advising him merely to observe. Intuition suggested that the formidable physique and strength of the Targaryen dragon, honed over decades, enabled it to soar through such extreme flights unscathed. Yet, the fragile human form, under such intense stimuli, could succumb to suffocation or terror. Corlys was acutely aware that Belryn's reckless indulgence of the dragon was a blatant breach of the royal family's dignity and decorum. Nevertheless, the family remained captivated by the spectacle before them, which ultimately delayed their arrival. Unbeknownst to them, their timing was serendipitously perfect upon entering the Queen Mother's ballroom. The esteemed Corlys Velaryon, Lord of the Tides and Master of Driftmark, along with his wife, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, and their son and heir, Ser Rhaenyra Velaryon, the future consort, made their grand entrance. The regal notes of herald song filled the air, exuding an air of authority and grandeur befitting Corlys' stature. The Velaryon family approached the head table, where the king and Rhaenyra rose to greet them. Rhaenyra, the day's centerpiece, bowed before the king, while Rhaenyra gracefully lifted the red wedding gown, adorned with gold threads of the Targaryen sigil, to welcome her husband. The couple showcased their affection before the assembly of nobles, receiving a resounding applause of blessings. Ser Joffrey Lonmos, Rhaenyra's close companion and paramour, cast a tender glance in his direction, loyal to the Velaryon lineage. A knight of the Stormlands from House Lonmos, he bore the title of knight and was of noble birth. As all took their seats, silence enveloped the head table, save for the hushed exchange between Rhaenyra and his uncle, Vaemond, discussing the recent dragon performance to alleviate the awkwardness. To break the tension, Viserys commenced his address, welcoming all to the celebration, proclaiming that the night was merely the beginning, and inviting the assembly to pay homage to the Velaryon family, the oldest and most powerful allies of the crown. Yet, before the king could utter more than a few words, the entrance of the queen interrupted the proceedings. It was astonishing that Alicent had arrived late to such a significant occasion, clad in a striking green gown, emblematic of House Hightower. Her attire seemed glaringly inappropriate for the event, as the green war banners of House Hightower were only raised in times of conflict. Alicent's actions clearly indicated her perception of the once-beloved Rhaenyra as an adversary. Her tardiness was deliberate. She sauntered toward her designated seat, prompting Hobart Hightower at the guest table to rise first, followed by all others, save for a corner where a rat-like figure indulged in a roast pig, oblivious to the proceedings. Within the crowd, Larry Strong contemplated whether it would be prudent to extract himself from the gathering. As the sole heir of Harrenhal, he regarded this status merely as an embellishment, a means to garner respect and gain entry into the corridors of power, rather than an ultimate aspiration. He held little interest in the superficial trappings of martial prowess, opulence, or the legacy of bloodlines. He delights in bringing down the lofty figures from their pedestals, orchestrating their mutual destruction under his manipulation. Thus, Larys navigates among the various factions, employing any means necessary to achieve his goals. Presently, he finds himself in a state of confusion, plagued by suspicions that the rats within the Red Keep are surveilling everyone. His thoughts are further disrupted upon actually spotting a large rat in the corner of the banquet. The king, with a darkened countenance, suppresses his displeasure. "Congratulations, my stepdaughter. Your brother certainly knows how to entertain." He then kisses Viserys, stifling his own discontent. "With whom do you wish to converse, Rhaenyra?" he interjects, interrupting the impending conflict. Rhaenyra, accustomed to pouting when angered, realizes that any quarrel at her wedding would ultimately be to her detriment, and refrains from pursuing her inquiries further. The king regains his composure, gently guiding his daughter to calm her. Seeking to divert her attention, Rhaenyra recalls the gift from her brother, retrieving a box from the corner. To her left, Rhaenyra watches with keen interest. Inside are two identical pendants, each adorned with different gemstones. One sparkles with silver flecks, while the other glimmers with red. Understanding her brother's intent, she gifts the white pendant to Rhaenyra. "This is a magical item, a blessing from my brother for his marriage," she explains, allowing Rhaenyra to accept it with ease. Viserys first proclaims the dawn of a new era, one that promises abundance and peace in the second age of dragons. He announces that following this night, a 7-day tournament will commence, a declaration met with resounding applause from the assembled nobles. Ultimately, the royal wedding unfolds. The king takes a moment to catch his breath as the drums resound, signaling the transition to the dance segment of the feast. Chapter 53, a decade later. The wedding of Princess Rhaenyra and Ser Rhaenyra has become a memory. A decade has passed, and it is now the year AC 124. Within the Red Keep, the atmosphere in Rhaenyra's birthing chamber is charged with tension and joy. The maidservants carefully tie off the newborn's umbilical cord, awaiting its natural detachment. With a creak, the door opens, and Ser Rhaenyra steps inside, followed closely by Baelor, who, contrary to his usual eagerness, refrains from rushing to see the child. The moral values instilled in him over 2 decades create a tumult within his heart. After 10 years of magical transformation, his body is now akin to that of an ordinary man. His wounds heal rapidly, and his strength is formidable enough to pierce through 2 layers of knightly armor with a single blow. The remnants of dragon scales on his face serve as his sole imperfection. His amber eyes flicker with an unusual light, and his finely pointed teeth evoke a sense of dread. Nevertheless, Baelor finds these latter traits quite practical and has chosen to retain them. "I have heard it is a girl," he states. "Indeed," Rhaenyra replies, ignoring him as she strides towards the king's chambers, displaying no signs of weakness following her recent childbirth. A decade ago, at the wedding, Baelon gifted a pendant that still adorns Rhaenyra's neck. The gemstones within the necklace continue to pulsate with a crimson glow, replenished regularly by Baelon. When the red glimmers coalesce, they can manifest as blood, possessing the ability to resurrect the deceased. The quantity of red points within the gem allows a dying person to return to a state of half-life, slowly mending the injuries sustained during childbirth over an extended period. In the last 10 years, Rhaenyra has borne 5 children. In the 2nd year of marriage, the firstborn, Jacaerys Velaryon, with black hair. In the 4th year of marriage, the 2nd son, Lucerys Velaryon, with black hair. In the 5th year of marriage, the 3rd son, Joffrey Velaryon, with silver hair and purple eyes, his skin somewhat dusky. In the 8th year of marriage, the 4th son, Joffrey Velaryon, with silver hair and purple eyes, his skin somewhat dusky. In the 11th year of marriage, the first daughter, Alyssa Velaryon, with silver hair and purple eyes. Wherever she goes, she must tend to the children. Rhaenyra supports his wife's arm, but she brushes him off, her health robust. Baelon, following behind, dares not speak. The situation is truly explosive. For Rhaenyra's recently born child is his blood. He had known early on that she was expecting a girl. Had it been a boy, Baelon would have had to take his sister to Dragonstone for her delivery, her ancestral home, after which he could easily find a girl of his own lineage to substitute. As he has many children, the male offspring would inherit his traits: yellow eyes, sharp teeth, dragon scale patterns, obvious markers of incest, politically detrimental. Conversely, a girl would embody the normal Valyrian bloodline, indistinguishable from the rest. In 115 AC, rumors began to circulate from the Red Keep suggesting that the princess's first child was not of the Velaryon bloodline. Baelon swiftly dispatched his spies to investigate, ultimately suspecting Larys, whom he believed was acting on Alicent's orders, though no evidence could be found. Consequently, Baelon sent his rats nightly to torment Larys, demanding he reveal the source of the rumors. To date, they have severed his tongue and devoured one of his ears. Regardless of how well Larys concealed himself, the underground rats always find him, forcing him to seek refuge from his father, the Hand of the King, Rhaenyra, in a bid to prevent the bloodline from being severed. Rhaenyra reached an agreement with Rhaenyra. Ultimately, Rhaenyra maintained neutrality regarding the heirs. Out of respect for his deceased brother, Gaemon, and his status as Hand, Rhaenyra chose not to hold it against him. The lords of Harrenhal, both great and small, supported the traditional succession of Aegon. Rhaenyra's ability to keep his vassals neutral was commendable, and Rhaenyra could not demand more. Although the rumors were quelled, the unfortunate reality was that 2 years later, another son was born, still exhibiting the black-haired Dornish traits. Even he could perceive whose child this was. At this juncture, he sought out the king's consort, only to discover Rhaenyra and Joffrey entangled in a liaison. Under Belron's pressing inquiry, Rhaenyra revealed their arrangement of playing separately with Rhaenyra, admitting a lack of interest in women. This predicament was delicate, as he could not include Joffrey in this repugnant affair. Yet, if another black-haired child were to arrive, it would surely infuriate Corlys, as his brother. Vaemond firmly believed in the rumors. In devotion to his sister, the king frequently employed subterfuge to secure the birth of 2 sons, ultimately resulting in the arrival of 3 children, notably named by the king himself: the 3rd son, Aegon, and the 4th, Joffrey, the only child named by Lannister. Subsequently, they united to capture the elusive mastermind, Baelon, whom they had long suspected to be acting under the king's orders, yet they had remained silent until now. "Where are you going?" she inquired, wishing to see the children. Again, Lannister found this behavior perplexing. Since the birth of their 3rd child, each had been presented to the queen first. His confusion lingered. Shouldn't the king be the one to see the child first? "I will accompany you," he declared, despite his bewilderment. Remaining by his wife's side, Baelon trailed behind them, his relationship with the king now strained. The king, fully aware of Baelon's unwavering loyalty to Rhaenyra, still requested Baelon procure a ruby for Alicent. As a compromise, the king permitted Baelon to bring his illegitimate daughter from Dragonstone to the Red Keep, but absolutely forbade the entrance of any boys, as they bore a resemblance to Baelon's monstrous appearance. Observing the king's deteriorating health, he contemplated the restorative magic contained within the ruby, believing it might benefit the king, and thus agreed. Meanwhile, the noble ladies gathered in the hall, summoned by Alicent to celebrate the princess, while Baelon remained aloof at the back, towering over the assembly, casting a cold gaze upon the noble women. These ladies lacked the courage to meet the eyes of the once feared prince, hastily distancing themselves in silence, for it was rumored he could command the rats, knowing all of King's Landing's secrets. In truth, he possessed control only over the Rat King, who served as his intelligence chief, primarily surveilling and eavesdropping on Alicent and the council, leaving him little time to focus on the multitude of nobles in King's Landing. Rhaenyra understood that they were merely spectators, reveling in the spectacle. Clutching her child, she ascended the stairs without pause or greeting, as the noble women of King's Landing revolved around Alicent. What was her true intention? I believe this matter had been resolved, Lannister lamented. Sir Caswell and his lady were the first to extend their congratulations to Rhaenyra, as he was the Lord of Bitterbridge, a vital transportation hub in town, and one of the few lords still loyal to her. Throughout her journey, Rhaenyra expressed her gratitude solely to those nobles who remained steadfastly loyal to her. Baelon did not ascend the stairs. Rhaenyra was engaging in casual conversation with Sir Caswell, who conducted all his business in Bitterbridge. Alicent, upon seeing Rhaenyra approach with palpable anger and resentment while holding her child, wore a look of shock and helplessness. This had become Rhaenyra's routine post-childbirth. Please, sit down. You have just given birth, Alicent urged, hastily summoning a cushion for her. We need not go to such lengths. I have one, Rhaenyra declared. Yes, you have one, Alicent conceded, disinclined to argue with her former confidant, especially over childbirth. As Rhaenyra now boasted 5 children, while Alicent had 4, just one more than her. Aegon was born 3 years after Alicent's marriage, in the year AC 116, and is now 8 years old. In AC 118, Helena was born, making her 6. In AC 119, Aemond arrived at the age of 5, and in AC 123, Daeron was born just last year. Viserys entered the room and immediately went to embrace the child. He gazed at the little one, noting the silver hair and violet eyes, and let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the child did not inherit black hair. The king's health was deteriorating. His complexion was ashen, his gait unsteady, and his hair was thinning. Yet, he managed to cradle the child securely in his left hand, despite having lost his palm. Laughter filled the air, and Alicent seemed to join in. Perhaps it was yet another performance. Have you named the child? Alicent inquired. Alyssa, Lanino replied without hesitation, and Rhaenyra made no objection. A rather traditional name, Alicent praised. I believe she resembles her father, does she not? Lanino could only smile in response to the king's compliment, striving to ease the tension of the moment. If I may be so bold, your majesty, your daughter has just fought valiantly and deserves to rest now. He yearned to conclude this gathering and return to his Joffrey. He felt quite uncomfortable here. Everyone was performing, with the first 2 children demonstrating the correct Valyrian lineage. And it was evident that Viserys recognized this was not Lanino's child, for he was the most skilled actor among them. Indeed, Alicent now scrutinized Alyssa closely in her husband's embrace. Rhaenyra approached with a fierce demeanor, knowing she could not truly inspect the child without provoking a quarrel. With her weakened state, she would undoubtedly receive favor from Viserys, and any reprimands would fall upon her. Alicent took the child from her husband and moved away, with Lanino following closely, concerned. In a corner, Alicent returned the child to Lanino, noting that the child bore a striking resemblance to the Targaryens. She then turned and returned to the king, performing her affections. Such tactics of sowing discord held little power over Lanino. He cared not whose child it was. As they made their way back, Rhaenyra crossed her arms, somewhat vexed, while Lanino walked slowly, cradling the child. Do you not think it prudent to consult me before naming our child? He is our child, is he not? Lanino spoke gently, unconcerned. I asked your brother. He said as long as I am happy, it is well. Could he possibly oppose that? Rhaenyra shot him a glare and walked away. Lanino remained vigilant regarding the water or wine presented in the palace, wary of the unseen dangers. A single sip could leave him incapacitated for at least half a month. With Rhaenyra having just given birth, he felt a sense of safety, yet he preferred to avoid the Red Keep whenever possible. His beloved Joffrey had strong opinions on the matter. With 2 children already, he felt he had fulfilled his responsibilities. As for the continuation of the bloodline, Lanino yearned only for a life shared with his beloved. Chapter 54. Soaring free, Rhaenyra pushed open the door, and a wave of laughter and joy enveloped her. Inside the room, 17 young girls were frolicking, and Helena was among them. Although Baelon harbored a disdain for Alicent's duplicity, he nonetheless held a certain fondness for her children. "What of your brother?" Rhaenyra's gaze swept across the room, searching for Baelon's presence. Helena lowered her head, casting a glance at the pocket watch around her neck. "Sister, it is in the sky." Her voice carried an ethereal quality, as if it were wafting from another realm. Helena seemed a touch mad, perpetually ensnared in the future. Her perception of reality diverged from that of others, and Baelon had yet to delve into the complexities of time, leaving him somewhat powerless. In an attempt to bridge this gap, Baelon devised a peculiar pocket watch fashioned from fungi. This timepiece operated on a unique temporal logic, measuring hours and minutes. The world was home to enchanting creatures that emitted a glow at specific intervals, rendering them fascinating. The only drawback was the necessity of manually pressing a button each day to instill the concept of a day into the watch. With precise timekeeping, Helena could ascertain her temporal position. Just as Baelon completed the watch, eager to present it as a surprise, Helena began to manipulate it, sending a chill down Baelon's spine. 10, 9, 8, 7. Helena commenced her countdown, her voice crisp yet uncanny. Suddenly, a deafening commotion erupted from the heavens. A massive shadow swept past the Maegor's hold, accompanied by a cacophony of terrified cries. "Sister, open the window," Helena urged. Without needing to be told, Rhaenyra swiftly unlatched the grand window of the chamber. Whoa. A torrent of panicked shouts and peculiar whimpers cascaded from above. The golden sirocco's circled in the sky, but most alarming were the 4 entities bound to its legs. Rhaenyra's expression shifted dramatically. Atop the creature were Joffrey, Jaehaerys, Lucerys, one with silver hair and 2 with ebony locks, and a pink pig. Rhaenyra seethed with rage, certain that Baelon was behind this audacious act, and hastily summoned her dragon, Siroccos, which descended slowly onto the grounds of Maegor's hold. Meanwhile, the king sat imposingly upon the iron throne, regal and composed. To his left, Queen Alicent cradled a sobbing Aemon and beamed at an exhilarated Aemon, who soared above, riding the world's largest dragon. To the right of the throne, Princess Rhaenyra tended to the 2 who had succumbed to nausea, Jaehaerys and Lucerys, while Joffrey lingered nearby, curiously observing the unfolding chaos. The great doors were firmly shut, signifying that this meeting belonged solely to the royal family. "Can anyone enlighten me on what transpired?" Baelon stood at the center, meeting the gaze of all present. "Well," he began, his voice imbued with confidence, "I merely intended to impart a small lesson to the 3 of them." "Prince, is your so-called lesson merely to tether their lives to the legs of a beast?" Queen Alicent interrogated furiously, her tone as piercing as a drawn sword. Princess Rhaenyra remained silent at the side, her countenance dark and foreboding. "I am confident in ensuring their safety," Baron retorted, a hint of pride in his tone. "Enough, Aemond, step forward and explain what transpired," King Viserys I interjected, his voice deep and commanding. Queen Alicent gently nudged her son, encouraging him to speak. "Go ahead, recount the events to his majesty." "They humiliated me, made me ride a pig, and my brother sought revenge," Aemond murmured, his voice tinged with indignation and resentment. "Clarify, how did they humiliate you? Why were you made to ride a pig?" The king's tone softened, his previously stern expression easing, as his greatest concern lay in the possibility of Rhaenyra's sons bullying Aemond alone. "Because I lack a dragon. They deceived me into believing that riding a pig could grant me the same power," Aemond replied earnestly. The king appeared bewildered. "Is that all? What does that even signify?" Yet, he sensed that the matter was far more substantial than it seemed. "Aegon, cease your tears and disclose your grievances." The king turned his gaze to his other son. Aegon stood aside, weeping uncontrollably, which irritated Viserys, particularly as the notion of riding a pig likely originated from him, yet he remained silent. "Baron, you speak." The king directed his attention back to Baron. "I know not. I merely witnessed them bullying Aemond," Baron replied, his tone somewhat exasperated. Rhaenyra, quietly probing her sons, found them both at a loss for words. She recognized that her sons were complicit in the incident and likely bore some culpability, thus she maintained her silence. "Aegon." Queen Alicent again pushed her son forward, but Aegon retreated 2 steps, hiding behind his mother. "I am not aggrieved," he murmured, looking up at her. "And you too?" the king inquired of Rhaenyra's sons. "We are not either," Lucerys and Joffrey answered in unison. The hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed upon the king, awaiting his judgment. Scanning the room and noting the pervasive quiet, the king understood that uncovering the truth would prove challenging. Since those involved are willing to let the matter rest, There is no need for further inquiry. Thus, we shall adjourn. The king's voice resonated in the hall, shattering the silence. The crowd began to disperse gradually, leaving the throne room in a steady stream. Ultimately, only Commander Harold and King Viserys remained with Baron in the hall. Child, what truly occurred in the dragon's lair? The king approached Baron, his tone becoming gentler. I know you would not punish them without cause. Please, tell me what happened. 3 children mocked another for lacking a dragon, prompting the older child to instruct the others to bring a pig. The child without a dragon, feeling wronged, rushed into the dragon's lair, where, unattended, a dragon breathed fire. After a moment of contemplation, Baelon conveyed his thoughts to the king, acknowledging that both parties bore responsibility. What followed? Viserys, deep in thought, was immediately reminded of the ill-fitting garments adorning Aemma. Who else could possibly know? Subsequently, he insisted on a reward, claiming he had averted a tragedy. Baelon was unyielding in his demand for the legitimization of his daughter. My daughter's affairs? He extended his hand, seeking a commitment. A guarantee for the future. I shall consider it further. Viserys' expression grew solemn. He did not respond immediately, opting instead to evade the matter. He strode away, his pace quickening as though something pursued him from behind. Baelon had numerous illegitimate daughters, with 17 known by name, not to mention those concealed from the public eye. Once the floodgates opened, the consequences would be dire. Rhaenyra had made history by ascending the Iron Throne as a woman, and now legitimizing so many illegitimate daughters was not merely a matter of family honor, but a question of the kingdom's stability. 5 years prior, after Baelon had regained the use of his lower body, Daemon had discreetly begun introducing him to women. As Daemon's lover, Mysaria keenly sensed the monster's peculiar taste for courtesans. He seemed to harbor an unusual affection for her exotic appearance. Mysaria speculated that she hailed from the lands beyond, having been sold to Lys later on, showing little interest in uncovering her origins, which felt too distant. Thus, Mysaria invested heavily to procure 3 slave women from the distant lands, as a gesture of gratitude for a small gem that restored her body, ensuring her youthful beauty would endure until death. Meanwhile, Daemon demanded 100 peculiar dragon soldiers crafted by the Cohoric artisans. In Chapter 55, Helena's room was adorned with papers chronicling the passage of time, predominantly alchemical guild calendars. Once she could grasp a pencil, she instinctively learned language and script. In this era, paper had become commonplace, with the absence of patent protection. The Alchemists Guild monopolized the production of high-quality paper. The methods for producing cheap, coarse paper had spread widely. As the guild did not keep this technology secret, any sufficiently large workshop could produce it. Rumor had it that the Dothraki had also begun using it for hygiene purposes. As he continuously altered this time, the tangible objects within the mysterious realm reached a count of 160. Sister, do you have anything more to share with me? Baelon offered a blue gemstone to Helena, within which flowed shimmering azure lights, a token of reward. Helena declined, suddenly lifting her gaze. I fear mice. Helena was a reticent woman, yet when she spoke, her words carried immense weight. Very well, there shall be no mice in your chamber, Baelon assured her. Having meticulously monitored everything within the Red Keep for a decade, mice served as his eyes and ears. Thus far, she had prophesied several events. But due to the lack of attention afforded to her and her words, it was only when Baelon was in the process of creating 3 golden dragons that he recalled where he had seen her before. Helena possesses a dream of dragons. She is a dragon dreamer. From a tender age, she has already demonstrated her remarkable predictive abilities before Baelon. She once sketched the visage of a 3-headed golden dragon on paper, yet this creature would not come into existence for another 3 years. Will I prevail? Baelon pondered, his gaze lingering on her with a hint of uncertainty. This girl, capable of glimpsing fate, had, in Baelon's eyes, averted a tragic demise. His adversary is a deity, and despite his meticulous preparations, a sense of trepidation lingers in his heart. Naturally, he strives to prevent the outbreak of war. My book is far more captivating than these tedious notes. Helena began to delve into the ethereal realm once more, able to read the conclusion of the Age of Magic. Sir, have you ever encountered the tree in the sacred grove that bears fruits from across the world? What book? Baelon scratched his head in frustration, uncertain whether he had won or lost. The implications seemed to suggest defeat. That shouldn't be the case. How could I possibly lose? The 3-headed golden dragon, birthed from the dragon's lair, remained secured behind a formidable iron door. Unknown to him, Aemma had evaded all guards and the dragon lair's administrator to intrude. While Baelon was absent from the lair at that time, on the day Rhaenyra gave birth, Baelon's sister awaited downstairs, while Helena found herself alone. Aemma is on the brink of death. Gazing into Helena's eyes, It seemed she was not merely speaking of future fragments. Where? The dragon lair. Now. Helena glanced at the pocket watch around her neck and answered affirmatively, now. A sudden jolt coursed through Baelon's heart. Without hesitation, he summoned Syrax to soar towards the dragon lair. He leapt from the highest point of Meg's tower, grasping the dragon's talon, propelling himself with utmost speed. He leapt from the lair, hundreds of meters above ground. Upon his arrival, the three-headed golden dragon had already unleashed its fiery breath, leaving Aemma charred, yet still clinging to life. Time was of the essence. Disregarding the secrecy of the heart's manifestation within the lair, he invoked the power to restore Aemma's body from bones to flesh. Upon awakening, Aemma could only recall the humiliation that drove him into a frenzy. With no memory of the subsequent events, Baelon surmised that immense pain had obscured this memory, which might be for the best. All involved were dismissed, and that very day, the administrator of the three-headed golden dragon was forcibly cloaked in black and sent to the north. Baelon rarely punished his subordinates, but today, his vigilance grew particularly lax. He was genuinely enraged by the occurrence and felt compelled to make an example of them. The three-headed golden dragon represented the pinnacle of Baelon's magical creations, an amalgamation of the characteristics of Caraxio, Melius, and the Sunflower. This dragon was birthed from an egg in the year AC 121 of Syrax, and its most pressing challenge lay in sustaining its existence, consuming mist at 3 times the rate of Syrax. In an effort to reduce mist consumption, the three-headed golden dragon severed its ties with the mysterious realm. It existed in its own right, as only resurrected magical beings faced dissolution. Its growth rate had merely slowed. The three heads descended into madness, their vitality surging as they incessantly tore at one another. Baelon had no choice but to confine himself in the deepest cavern, maintaining the barest signs of life, while he regularly extracted their blood for experimental purposes. He suspected that the deities had begun to stir. By day, Baelon typically resided in the dragon's lair, returning to his chamber in Magelu only on rare occasions. During those days, he was compelled to accompany his sister, who was in labor, knowing full well that she bore his child. He possessed a unique sensitivity towards his own bloodline, and fortunately, it was a girl. Otherwise, a child marked with dragon spots would have been a source of embarrassment for all, given the conspicuous nature of such features. In a moment of weakness, Baelon had allowed Rhaenyra to take advantage of him, blaming Daemon for leading him astray. While he acknowledged his own culpability in the matter, what of Daemon's responsibility? Regrettably, Daemon had disappeared 2 years prior while seeking territory in the disputed lands. When Baelon was lured to a brothel by Daemon, he had exercised extreme caution. Yet for reasons unknown, he ended up fathering 3 children with those women. The glaring genetic traits of the boy left him deeply unsettled, forcing him to arrange for their care in the Castle of Daylight. Naturally, Viserys was aware of this, leading him to cancel the annual royal banquet, a decision influenced by his declining health. Owing a significant debt of gratitude to Viserys, when the king requested a ruby capable of restoring his health for Queen Alicent, Baelon found it difficult to refuse. As time passed, the mothers of his children began to come forward. Baelon devised a solution, a monthly stipend from the Alchemists Guild, to be collected from the wise cook Shah, with the option for those who wished to forego their children to pay a substantial sum for their release. The women were understandably dissatisfied. Some sought to legitimize their offspring. At the time, he did not comprehend the implications of legitimization and, in a moment of carelessness, acquiesced. From that point onward, he only accepted 3 women sent by Miseria, all of whom conformed to his aesthetic preferences. However, that year he had been excessively indulgent, sensing that there were 23 children in King's Landing, 17 of whom sought him out directly. The remaining women, their intentions unclear, were informed by Baelon, who, despite his limited conscience from a past life, advised them that they could collect their share of gold dragons from the Alchemists Guild each month. Should they choose not to keep their children, the guild would retain the funds. In this era, transactions were merely transactions. It was commonplace for nobles to pay handsomely and then feign ignorance. Chapter 56. The advantage is mine. In her conversation, Helena pointedly indicated a pivotal moment in the year 129. As he pressed further, Baelon could distinctly sense her feigned immersion in the future, prompting him to relent. What would transpire on that day? He was prepared for any eventuality. In King's Landing, Belron's control was paramount. Over the past decade, the depths of the dragon's lair had been continuously excavated. Based on their size, he classified the dragons into stages: infant, juvenile, adolescent, young adult, adult, and mature. Within the dragon's lair reside 10 fully grown dragons: Aemma, lightning, purple sun, stars, white spirit, twin tails, seven eyes, and mountain. all of which were birthed from eggs transformed by Syrax. Among them, 4 are bonded with riders. 3 are controlled by the illegitimate sons of Baelon, with a male exhibiting Baelon's traits successfully commanding one of the mutated dragons. The illegitimate daughter, the 4-year-old Ariana, has successfully bonded with White Spirit. Alicent's offspring only manages to control one dragon, Dreamfire, known as Helena, though she seldom visits the lair. Sunflower, hatched from an egg in Dragon Mountain, was tamed by Aegon and remains merely a juvenile dragon within the lair. Jaehaerys' Vormax is of the same age as him, classified as an infant dragon. Likewise, Lucerys Alex is in its infancy, akin to his brother's dragon. The 3-headed golden dragon represents a youthful stage, with each head harboring its own thoughts. Baelon fears that one day it may fly off and meet its demise, so keeping it locked underground for resource provision seems prudent. 5 years ago, the transcendent dragon Syrax surpassed the black death god Vhagar to become the largest dragon, yet due to its immense size, it has no prey to hunt and generally resides near the lair for sustenance, as it cannot be accommodated within. The dragons of Dragonstone are not a consideration, as it serves as the naval headquarters of Rhaenyra. No one dares to cross the Sea Serpent fleet and Princess's fleet to assault a war fortress, as Dragonstone is the farthest outpost of the Valyrian Empire. With the growing population, Princess Rhaenyra's knightly order is continually expanding with Baelon's support. The Sea Serpent boasts a fleet of 300 warships, firmly aligned with Rhaenyra. Due to lineage concerns, Baelon privately promised Jaehaerys, the eldest son, that should he have children, regardless of gender, he would seek another alliance with House Velaryon, thereby ensuring the Valyrian bloodline ascends the Iron Throne. Given Rhaenyra's lifespan, it is certain she will outlive several of her sons, potentially securing the throne through her grandchildren, much like Aegon I. To compensate, Baelon has doubled the share of premium paper sales overseas by Corlys, and under the assurance of this magical prince, the Sea Serpent reluctantly acquiesced. 2,000 dragon lords have formed an independent legion, commanded by the bloodline of House Targaryen. Due to their dragon-like genetics, any individual possessing Targaryen blood can control their own dragon lords. However, as these are not true dragons, there exists no limitation of only commanding a single dragon. A commoner named Beckon can simultaneously command 12 dragon lords, making him the most powerful and currently the captain of a fighting force of 50 dragon lords, a strength sufficient to decimate a 1,000-man knightly order. Consequently, he is not particularly concerned about the scale of the unfaithful knights. Thus, common women strive desperately to conceive a Targaryen heir. Today, as illegitimate children are not mere bastards, but rather half-nobles. In the subterranean world of the Maggot's tunnels, the self-replicating monsters have proliferated beyond his knowledge. Wildfire has already been buried beneath the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing. Regardless of the circumstances, the faith of the Seven must ascend. His infiltrations into the Starry September have repeatedly met with failure. The monstrous legion occupied the Ming mountain range for 2 years, purging all tribes and wildlings, thereby facilitating the rapid assembly of cavalry by Duchess Janie Lynn in the valley. Under the favor of Rhaenyra, the valley's population surged exponentially over the course of a decade, boasting 120,000 regular cavalry in Eagle's Nest. This figure only accounts for the regular troops. In times of dire need, they could muster up to 500,000 infantry for battle. The North, bound by an agreement with the old gods, allowed them the latest arrival at the battlefield, as the conflict did not concern them. The number of troops dispatched was inconsequential. Harrenhal pledged neutrality, while Belron's adversaries primarily resided south of King's Landing. However, these lords, apart from the steadfast Old Town and Hightower, refrained from overtly aligning themselves, no longer daring to challenge Rhaenyra's authority as they had 10 years prior outside the Sunstone Castle. Everyone was acutely aware of Belron's stance, which Viserys did not oppose, tacitly allowing it, thus alleviating many of his concerns regarding succession over the years. The advantage lay with him. Upon hearing the prophecy, he found it astonishing. He could not discern a reason for his impending defeat. Did the Seven wish to orchestrate a spectacle reminiscent of the shattering of Dorne's arm? In the storeroom of Maegor's Holdfast, Helena reclined on a chair once belonging to Belron, basking in the warm sunlight that enveloped her. Since Belron ceased his frequent visits to the Red Keep, this sunlit sanctuary had become her haven of solitude. She often found herself alone, quietly residing in this space. The storeroom was meticulously kept, containing only a wooden table and a single chair, rendering it quite desolate. Sunlight streamed through the narrow window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Helena cherished her moments here, reveling in the tranquil atmosphere as she pondered events yet to unfold. Memories entwined with reality and illusion played like dreams in her mind. The past, present, and future coexisted within her thoughts. She could vividly recall the historical moments termed the Dance of the Dragons, but felt powerless to alter their course. Jaehaerys, Gehenna, and the young Mailer, though yet unborn, they perpetually accompanied her in spirit. The wheels of fate had begun to turn, heralding a tremendous storm that quietly approached. Seated here, Helena felt the warmth of the sun. Upon closing her eyes, the graphic, brutal, and heart-wrenching images surged forth like a tide. She could not halt them. She could only endure, believing it to be the best outcome for all. It was her destiny to witness this internal familial strife. This were known as the Dance of the Dragons. The scale of this conflict was unprecedentedly brutal and sanguinary, engulfing all from Westeros to Essos, dragging hundreds of nations into the calamity of war, resulting in the downfall of over a dozen deities. She remained in this place, awaiting the conclusion of the Dance of the Dragons, anticipating the judgment of fate, as she embraced a new mission within the Song of Ice and Fire. There were 334 red scales and 22 pink scales. This serpent bore a total of 356 scales. Alicent quietly approached, joining her soliloquy, affirming, indeed, in the future, it may grow to 670 garlands, 17 meters. Alicent conversed with Helena, who possessed many beautiful creatures. Belren would deliver it on Helena's birthday. But how do you know it will grow that long? I have seen it since, and it transcends our understanding. There are even more wonders beyond our comprehension within the dragon's lair, and those beings cannot wait. For a moment, Alicent was uncertain whether she was responding to herself or merely engaging in soliloquy. Helena had once mentioned that the bloodline of the Hightower family would merge into the next Iron Throne, a statement that even she, as a mother, struggled to comprehend. However, when it reached her father Otto's ears, he was exceedingly pleased. Chapter 57. Trivialities. A knight clad in white rushed in, tightly grasping the prince's arm, who appeared unwilling and struggled to break free from the restraint. Your Majesty, the white-cloaked guard bowed to the queen. Aemond, what have you done now? Alicent immediately surmised the situation. He had attempted to tame the three-headed golden dragon again. Her voice rose slightly, tinged with anger. Do I need to confine you to your chamber? I was close to succeeding. It has allowed me to touch it, Aemond proudly boasted to his mother, his eyes sparkling with the vision of himself riding a dragon. In truth, since the last incident when he was scorched by the three-headed golden dragon, its guardianship had become increasingly stringent. The overseers often rendered it powerless, yet this inadvertently provided Aemond with opportunities to pester it daily. The dragon had grown too lethargic to breathe fire at him, as it was too hungry to move. All three heads lay still. Your obsession with those beasts is truly unbelievable. Your brother can only save you once. Alicent recalled Belren, a complex emotion swelling within her, regardless of the reasons. She was sincerely grateful for his act of saving her son. She had later inquired with Aegon to discern what had transpired, though Aegon did not admit it was his idea. What do you mean save me once? Aemond suddenly shouted, his emotions flaring. They gave me a pig. He seemed to have forgotten the fact that he had nearly been burned alive, fixating instead on the humiliation brought about by the small pink pig. Do you wish to die? Alicent could no longer contain her fury, her voice rising sharply. A fierce argument erupted between Aemond and his mother, their voices echoing in the spacious chamber. Alicent gazed at her son's stubborn visage, a pang of guilt striking her heart for having scolded him too harshly. She softened her tone, attempting to console him. You will surely have your own dragon in the future. I am confident. The three-headed golden dragon is virtually untamable. Belren has ridden it, which is akin to managing 3 dragons simultaneously, an arduous task. However, it is indeed formidable in a one-on-one confrontation, provided all 3 heads can act in unison. My brother has already consented to let me attempt to tame the three-headed dragon, Aemond quietly explained, justifying his actions. Belren was indifferent to his attempt to tame the three-headed golden dragon. It was merely a young dragon, and even if he succeeded, he would never set it free. Aemond could indulge in his whims. He needed to wait for the divine war. Helena, standing nearby, suddenly murmured softly, her words unheard. Aemond's voice was laden with grievance. They all mock me. I shall surely tame this dragon, more splendid than the sun itself. Alicent looked on with a twinge of sympathy. She stepped forward and gently embraced Aemond, offering him solace. She understood that what Aemond sought was not merely a dragon, but a sense of acknowledgement and respect. Alicent sought out her husband, who was engrossed in crafting wooden sculptures, to express her concerns about Aemond's distress. Evidently, they had adorned a pig with wings and a tail. The little fellow should not be so gullible. After all, he was still a child. He believed they had fortuitously encountered a wild dragon and even lured it to the dragon's lair. Yet, what dragon would dare venture into King's Landing? The gluttons had been banished to wander in Essos. Viserys did not look up, contemplating the placement of his carving tools. It was your grandsons who caused this. Alicent attempted to steer the conversation towards her genuine concerns. They are younger than Aemma. I am quite aware of that, Viserys replied coolly. They are wild children. It is nothing unusual, Alicent remarked with implication. It was indeed your grandson's doing, she reiterated with emphasis. As Viserys continued to carve the latest model of King's Landing's walls, he nonchalantly retorted, Aegon is no wild child. Under Viserys' urging, the finance minister, Count Bisbury, increased the budget allocations. The original plan to complete the expansion of King's Landing in 15 years was now reduced to 10, with an expected completion in 2 months. I have decided to rename the new King's Gate to Aegon Gate. It has been on my mind for quite some time. The new God's Gate will become the Magic Gate. The Lion's Gate shall be renamed the White Tower Gate. And as for the renovated River Gate, it will be changed to the Princess Gate according to the people's wishes. Viserys diverted the topic. It is nothing short of a miracle that their dragon eggs can hatch. Alicent pressed the matter with her husband, her tone edged with sharpness. The atmosphere grew tense, and Ed, the carpenter accompanying the king, discreetly slipped out of the room. His footsteps nearly inaudible. The king's guard at the door gently closed it. Such scenarios occurred every few days, and they had grown accustomed to it. What do you wish to say? What wild children? Viserys finally raised his head, his gaze stern. You know what I mean. Do not feign ignorance, Alicent retorted fearlessly. I do not understand, he replied. I brought this matter to your attention before. Alicent approached Viserys, her voice laced with reproach. But you forbade me from speaking. So I remained silent. To have one such child is a mistake. To have 3 is an affront to the realm, to you, and to the Valerian family, as well as to the husband you painstakingly secured for her, not to mention the dignity of being human. Her voice was laced with disdain. Viserys remained silent for a considerable time, then set down the carving tool, gazing earnestly at Alicent as he began to recount a tale. I once owned a mare as black as a raven. One day, she escaped from the pasture and was covered by a nearby stallion, which was silver-white, akin to the moonlight of a winter's night. Viserys' voice was deep and languid. Alicent listened intently, growing increasingly perplexed, unsure of what Viserys aimed to convey. However, the foal that later emerged was chestnut, that unremarkable shade of brown. At this point, Alicent, having listened to the tale, could only think it was nonsense. She utterly disbelieved the story. You must consider the weight of your accusations. Viserys' tone shifted to one of gravity. They could lead to exceedingly dire consequences. Viserys was acutely aware of the stakes, yet felt powerless. This matter could not be exposed, so he continued to feign ignorance. Rising to his feet, he asserted, if you bring down Rhaenyra, Aegon cannot ascend either. Baelon was once the most legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. His quietude was the greatest fortune for the 7 kingdoms. You know he has children. A note of warning threaded through Viserys' voice. Baelon serves as the finest shield. No matter how Alicent wishes to uphold the legitimacy of the kingdom's succession, Aegon's claim will always remain subordinate to Baelon's, an undeniable truth. He kissed Alicent gently in a gesture of solace. After more than a decade of companionship and raising children together, he held genuine feelings for her. Let us speak of this no more. Alicent hastily departed from the king's workshop, her mood as heavy and oppressive as the overcast sky. Ser Harwin followed her in silence. Sensing the tempest within the queen, she found herself without anyone to confide in. Here, she was isolated and vulnerable. The king was correct. Baelon's claim indeed took precedence over Aegon's. Yet, was that resurrected Baelon truly the same child as before? She regretted having reminded her father that Baelon still lived. If he had been incinerated by Syrax that day, would Aegon's right of succession have been so contentious? Had I lost my senses? Ser Harwin remained, while all others slumbered, ensnared in the same muddled dream. She shamelessly flaunted the privileges of an heir, with the truth laid bare. It was evident within the Red Keep. Everyone was complicit in helping her deny reality, and as for the king, her father, he knew, or at least had known. Yet he had convinced himself, by the 7. He even concocted a black horse. The thought of the black horse ignited her fury further. This wretched woman, spoiled by her father and brother. Alicent erupted in anger. Cough. Cough. Your Majesty, I heard nothing. Ser Harwin replied softly, his duty being to protect the queen rather than engage in royal disputes. I apologize. Alicent came to her senses. She should not have confided in him. The supporters of the Green Party are found solely in the south, in the Old Town, whereas here, in the Red Keep, it is the domain of the Black Party, leaving her feeling isolated and helpless. She recalls Aegon, her eldest son, the boy destined to inherit the throne. As she pushes open the door to Aegon's chamber, intending to persuade her son, she is dismayed to find him bare, one foot perched on the window, preparing to climb out. "Do you wish to fall to your death?" Alicent exclaims, fully aware of Aegon's intended performance. Upon seeing his mother suddenly appear behind him, Aegon hastily wraps himself in the covers to shield his modesty. "You are nearing adulthood. Why do you still engage in such absurd antics?" Alicent chastises. Perplexed by her son's apparent lack of ambition, she gazes at Aegon, the boy who once filled her with pride, now reduced to a frivolous wastrel. Belron has never taken him under his wing. This little scoundrel surpasses him in audacity. Once Rhaenyra seizes power, your life will be forfeit. Alicent attempts to rouse Aegon's fighting spirit through threats. "And what of Aemond? I will eliminate all who pose a threat to my claim to the throne," she continues, coaxing him, "including your elder brother?" Aegon retorts, still unconvinced that Belron would harm them. Once again, it is Belron. Why can she not move past this hurdle? Both her husband and son use him as a shield, further igniting her ire. "Yes, including your elder brother. You are next." "That is impossible. My brother will intervene." Aegon clearly doubts her, reasoning that if they intended to kill him, there would be no need to save Aemond to absolve them. He is not without intellect. When they heard Aemond's desperate wails in the dragon pit, they rushed in, their minds blank with shock. Although later suspended in the dragon's grip for a time, Aegon is acutely aware of the grave sin of causing his brother's demise. It was his elder brother who first punished them to garner sympathy and escape unscathed. He is the Prince of Magic. He could fall from the sky and not perish. Aegon completely disbelieves his mother's words. "Listen, one day you shall become our king. Your grandfather is already prepared." Aegon freezes, caught in a daze, incredulity etched upon his face. What preparation could possibly vanquish 8 adult dragons and over 40 young ones? It is known that Syrax lays eggs faster than Belron can father bastards. Are we to rely on my sister's dream fire or my own meager sunfire? Has the Black Death been resurrected? Chapter 58. King of the Narrow Sea in the latter half of the year 124. The bustling city of King's Landing is alive with activity, as the decade-long expansion project finally reaches completion. The walls once belonging to the Royal Gate and the Dragon Gate now serve as inner fortifications, bearing witness to the evolution of the city. In such a moment of historical significance, any king would host a grand tournament to celebrate. This time, the champion, Viserys, generously bestows a reward of 2 million gold dragons. Belron shall personally preside over this grand event, establishing 4 distinct competitions: mounted combat, swordsmanship, archery, and team contests. The champions of each discipline shall be rewarded with a precious magical artifact. The tournament grounds, once situated along the banks of the Blackwater River, have been meticulously redesigned by Belron, emerging anew as the Dragon's Judgment, a magnificent venue echoing the grandeur of the ancient Roman Colosseum. To alleviate the grievance felt by Rhaenyra due to her forced participation in Aegon II's name day celebration, Belron took the liberty of highlighting her in the invitation, enumerating the 3 grand themes of the occasion. Firstly, to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Viserys' reign over the Iron Throne. Secondly, to honor the birth of Princess Alyssa. And thirdly, to commemorate the completion of the new King's Landing. From the ascension of her grandfather, Jaehaerys I, in 103 AC to the year 124 AC. Viserys' rule has indeed reached a full 20 years. The number of participants for this tournament is unprecedented, exceeding 20,000. To mitigate the brutality of the contests, the tournament stipulates a rigorous selection process, from 10,000 to 5,000, 5,000 to 1,000, and finally, 1,000 to 100. Prior to entering the top 100, all combatants are prohibited from using iron weapons, with the exception of arrowheads. Once within the top 100, the competitors may negotiate the use of iron weaponry, and the option to surrender on-site is permitted. The tournament rules set forth by Belron have garnered the strong support of Viserys, striving to minimize casualties while allowing for unexpected turns of events. Within the council chamber, a royal meeting is underway. Lord Blythewood claims that the Bracken family has surreptitiously relocated the boundary stones under the cover of night and allowed their horses to graze on Blythewood territory. Prime Minister Leonor begins to address the agenda. Why not seek out Lord Glaffer to resolve such matters? Has he become so feeble that he cannot even manage a mere stone? Queen Alicent holds significant influence in the royal meetings. I have heard that the Riverlands are effectively under the control of Lord Glaffer's son. Minister of Justice Jasper Wilde remarks that he is a typical man from the Stormlands, with black hair and dark eyes. Then he is also a member of House Tully and should manage their affairs, counters Queen Alicent. Rhaenyra clutches her chest with one hand. often feeling the discomfort of engorgement since the birth of her daughter Alyssa. She gently taps her wine glass against the table, signaling Baelon to pour her a drink. Currently, Baelon serves as the cupbearer. For years ago, Rhaenyra discovered that her brother had fathered an increasing number of bastards and sought to assign him some responsibilities. Consequently, the royal council granted him the title of Master of Dragons. Baelon feels that, aside from acquiring an additional chair, his duties as cupbearer remain unchanged, primarily for the sake of supporting Rhaenyra. In this capacity, apart from the king and Rhaenyra, few dare to summon him. He first fills his sister's glass with juice, then proceeds to pour wine for the king, followed by Minister of Justice Jasper, one by one. Those of insufficient stature must still express gratitude, as it affords them the opportunity to cultivate relationships with others. I concur. The king signified his agreement, pleased to cast this thorny issue back to the flowing city. For it is the Velaryon family that holds their fealty. My lords, may we proceed to the next topic? However, Rhaenyra interrupted him. Brecken and Blackwood could argue to the death over any trivial excuse. She toyed with the black council ball upon the table. Master of Dragons, what is your perspective? All eyes turned towards Baelon, who was idly fiddling by the wine jug. Baelon was merely present to fill a seat. Upon hearing that his sister Rhaenyra would not attend the council, he would turn and leave, treating it as a mere clock-in for work. Rhaenyra sought to groom him as a future hand of the king, yet he proved to be quite unyielding, the type who requires a whip to take a step forward. Nevertheless, he often proposed insightful suggestions. Their discussions were an annual affair. If that is the case, let us resolve this matter once and for all. How do we accomplish that? Baelon pondered for a moment and offered his insight. There was once a trial of 7, which I find quite fitting. Why not transform it into a trial of dragons? The 7 gods may not concern themselves with such mundane matters, so let us take the reins. It is a perfect opportunity to address all contentious issues during the upcoming grand tournament. Your Highness, are you suggesting that the lords in dispute each send 7 knights to engage in combat? If such a precedent is set, future councils may find themselves resolving unclear matters through direct conflict. The losing side will undoubtedly seek to reclaim victory in the next encounter. This is but a difference in scale from 2 lords waging war directly, expressed Prime Minister Rhaenyra with concern. Baelon considered his words, realizing he had simplified the matter. Then let us impose a restriction. The trial of dragons shall only be conducted during the grand tournament, held once every decade. At the very least, the Iron Throne will enjoy a decade of stability, and the matter can be deemed resolved. I find that agreeable. Let it be so. The king decreed. Moving on to the next agenda item. Master of Dragons, do not depart just yet. This matter pertains to you, spoke Minister of Maritime Affairs, Thailand. Baelon had no choice but to return to his seat. According to the latest intelligence, it concerns the disputed territories. Prince Daemon has already captured Lys and established his dominion there. Tyros and Myr are inquiring whether the Iron Throne intends to invade Essos. When will the troubles of that place cease? The king, coming to a realization, speculated, are these brigands unable to contend with Daemon and thus seek our aid? Since the stepstones were seized by Daemon and he began levying tolls, conflict has been unceasing. Yet, as Daemon has maintained the upper hand, Viserys has refrained from intervening. Indeed, Your Majesty, with merely a dozen warships and a dragon at his disposal, rumors have circulated that Daemon once unleashed monstrous beings upon their ship, leading to the demise of the entire naval crew aboard. Once again, all eyes turned to Baelon, who spread his hands in a gesture of ignorance. I do not know. I am unaware. I am unclear. Both Viserys and Rhaenyra had repeatedly commanded him to prevent any information regarding the monsters from leaking. Speak, what else is there? Surely, this is not the only matter at hand. Daemon had resided on the Stepstones for nearly a decade, and throughout these years, the small council had not broached this topic. Daemon, having declared himself king of the Stepstones, reforged an iron throne from the captured swords. What? He has crowned himself king? While Viserys may have been indifferent to Daemon's war with the Triarchy, the act of declaring himself king and forging an iron throne constituted an entirely different matter. A month prior, he had conquered the Stepstones, gaining complete control over the passage from the Narrow Sea to the Summer Sea. Now, he was referred to as the King of the Narrow Sea, remarked Lord Tylan, the Master of Ships. The Targaryen family rules the continent of Westeros, and the Iron Throne symbolizes their power. Daemon's self-proclamation as king was perceived as an overt challenge to the authority of the Iron Throne. This also posed a direct challenge to Viserys' legitimacy as the sole rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms, undermining his dominion and influence throughout the realm. Daemon's claim to kingship revealed his intense desire for power and ambition. Should he further expand his influence, he might even initiate a more direct contention for the Iron Throne, potentially shaking the reverence that other nobles and subjects held for it. The atmosphere in the council grew tense. Baelon finally comprehended why Lord Tyland deemed this matter relevant to him. Daemon's kingship was not merely a challenge to Viserys, but also to Rhaenyra's claim to succession. It was, after all, his gift of 100 dragon lords from Corlys that had empowered Daemon to seize the Stepstones. Daemon had married Lena, and Corlys would undoubtedly remain indifferent to this affair, despite their elopement. Why was this not mentioned sooner? What else do I not know? Speak freely. Viserys directed towards his hand of the king, astonished by the sudden news of Daemon's kingship over the Stepstones, which he had previously overlooked. Intelligence indicated that although Daemon occupied the Stepstones, he had also managed to stymie the plundering by the Triarchy. Furthermore, he had been residing in Pentos with Lena, raising 2 daughters, making the situation all the more unexpected. Hand of the king, Lionel, added, according to intelligence, Prince Regio of Pentos has proposed to provide Daemon with a permanent residence, including a farm, land, vineyards, and woodlands, with tenants who would pay taxes to their new Targaryen lord annually, while granting him free access to the cities and ports, thereby protecting Pentos from incursions by the Triarchy. I am aware of this, but why has conflict arisen? Leonor continued, stating that 6 months prior, the Tri-City Alliance had finalized an agreement concerning disputed territories. 2 months ago, the alliance commenced its aggression, and within a month, an army of 70,000 was utterly vanquished on land, with over 60 warships consumed by flames. Tyros and Meereen promptly dispatched envoys to pay war reparations, while Larys, the mastermind behind this invasion, remained unforgiven, ultimately falling to 3,000 unsullied during Daemon's last offensive on the island. It is well known that, according to the peace treaty with the Braavosi, the people of Pentos are prohibited from possessing more than 20 warships, hiring mercenaries, entering contracts with free companies, or maintaining any military forces beyond that of the city guard. Pentos is a city-state lacking substantial military might. Did my uncle amass such wealth from the Stepstones? Rhaenyra inquired with astonishment. Indeed, your highness. Every vessel passing through the Stepstones is subject to exorbitant taxes, replied the Minister of Maritime Affairs, Tyland, who possessed great insight into Daemon's naval prowess. He added, moreover, he commands 4 dragons, with the greatest credit for the destruction of the Tri-City fleet going to Vhagar, who was tamed by Lady Lena. Vhagar, second only in size to Syrax, is an ancient dragon with considerable combat experience, having participated in the conquest wars. 4. From where did he acquire 2 more? The focus of the meeting shifted back to Baelon. The dragon minister, Baelon, was compelled to elucidate. It is well known that Vhagar is a female dragon. Is it possible she has laid eggs? Rhaenyra nearly choked on her juice at this revelation. Dear son, dragon eggs are indeed a generous gift, the king remarked, his expression inscrutable. Since 50 AC, Vhagar has not laid eggs. Only the Targaryen family is privy to this information. In truth, those 2 were sent as a covert strategic alliance between Daemon and Baelon, who deemed the realm of Westeros relatively stable, yet remained apprehensive about the narrow sea opposite. Fearing Otto might summon mercenaries and a slave army from across the waters. As for Daemon's claim to kingship, he was unaware, but as a clandestine ally, he felt compelled to speak. Observing her husband's indecision, Alicent interjected, throughout history, provoking the Iron Throne has only led to war. Our nation currently lacks no funds. Engaging in conflict with Daemon would be exceedingly advantageous for the Greens. The primary force in war would undoubtedly be dragons, with Baelon at the forefront. Regardless of the outcome, Alicent stood to gain. Rhaenyra expressed, I believe it more prudent to send someone to inquire. Perhaps this matter can be resolved amicably. The Minister of Finance, Beesbury, chimed in. I wholeheartedly agree that war entails a far greater cost. I support the Queen's suggestion. Failing to respond in kind would imply the King's weakness. Tyland attempted to stir Viserys' ambition, asserting that the primary military force could not possibly be from the Westerlands. Viserys, however, was unimpressed, believing it a futile endeavor, as the losses incurred would diminish the Targaryen power. The Minister of Maritime Affairs had just referred to him as the King of the Narrow Sea, which may merely be a flattering title. As for the reforging of the Iron Throne, has anyone truly witnessed it? The King's gaze turned toward Tyland. The Minister of Maritime Affairs. Apologies, Your Majesty. I merely heard the sailors speak of it. Perhaps it is merely a fabrication, Viserys nodded. Since the matter has not been thoroughly investigated, let us entrust it to Baelon for further inquiry. Viserys believed in his brother's ability to handle the situation. If he could provide himself with an opportunity to retreat, perhaps war could be averted. If not, they would see how events unfolded. The next topic of discussion would inevitably turn to the grand tournament. Indeed, Rhaenyra affirmed, the tournament is scheduled according to the timeline and arrangements. The new King's Landing is nearing completion, and it would be most suitable to hold the tournament during the transition from summer to autumn, lasting a month. The city guard will be responsible for maintaining order, with total prizes amounting to 2 million golden dragons. An additional 1 million golden dragons will be required for weapons, armor, food, and other expenses. That sounds splendid, Viserys praised, noticing Rhaenyra seemed to have more to say. He jested, is there an issue? Surely my Chancellor of Finance isn't reluctant to allocate funds? The assembled ministers chuckled in agreement. For the new King's Landing had already consumed 30 million golden dragons over the past decade. Surely they could afford the tournament. Your Majesty, the Master of Whisperers proposes that the princes personally inform each lord, came the suggestion. The king was puzzled. What do you mean? Father, for such a grand tournament, wouldn't it be too trivial to send messages via Raven? It would be far more fitting for the princes to fly across the 7 kingdoms to deliver the news themselves. As for the locations, they can decide for themselves, Baelon explained. The intention was to gauge the wavering lords. After the princes had flown, the ravens would follow with another round of messages, both arriving simultaneously. The only distinction would be that the raven's message would state the tournament date a month earlier. The farthest north and Dorne were not to be considered. One remained loyal to their oaths and the old gods, while the other was too weak. If Dorne dared to engage in guerrilla warfare, let those monsters contend with them. In his view, neutrality was non-existent. To be neutral implied an inclination toward Alicent, which equated to betrayal of their oaths. The lords of the 7 kingdoms had once sworn to protect Rhaenyra. His brother had to be wary. Their dragons were not yet fit to carry riders. Alicent countered this plan, asserting that Aegon's dragon was too small. Your Grace, I will manage it. My sister could ride Syrax at the age of 7. I believe it is in the Targaryen blood, and Aegon is already 8, Baelon insisted. This implied that if one sought to claim that position, they could not appear inadequate by comparison. I do not agree. The king, Alicent, and Rhaenyra all voiced their dissent. Baelon frequently entertained fanciful notions, such as the royal fleet embarking on grand maritime explorations to conquer the continent of Essos and establish an empire spanning 2 lands, or instituting a healthcare and eldercare system, all of which were met with Viserys' stern rejection. Seeing this, Baelon conceded, very well, let it be ravens then. Then, we shall conclude today's meeting, Alicent declared, intending to end the session. The king, feeling somewhat fatigued, acquiesced. Baelon's unusual speed had him already at the door, poised to exit. Come back, Rhaenyra called, her tone indicating she had been contemplating certain matters. He had no choice but to return and sit properly once more. Chapter 60. The Royal Council too, I have something to say. Rhaenyra's tone bore a hint of compromise. Everyone, please take your seats. Viserys, weary, rubbed his temples, signaling for the meeting to proceed. His health was deteriorating, and his vitality waned. I have noticed some recent discord between our 2 houses, Your Majesty, the Queen. Rhaenyra began cautiously. If we have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize. She lowered her head, adopting a humble demeanor, yet for the sake of the nation's stability. We are, after all, one family. In our youth, we were once close friends. Alicent gazed at Rhaenyra quietly, her eyes filled with confusion and inquiry. She could not fathom Rhaenyra's true intentions. My son Jacaerys will inherit the Iron Throne from me. Therefore, I propose a betrothal between him and your daughter, Helena, to forge a lasting alliance. Rhaenyra revealed her purpose. Viserys appeared pleased, a fatherly smile gracing his face. His daughter was not always obstinate and had learned the arts of political compromise and alliance, which was commendable. Let them rule together, she added. For the queen is also a ruler, just as Alicent is now. A most astute proposal, the king wholeheartedly agreed, even striking the table in affirmation. Alicent merely shook her head gently, her refusal unmistakable. Should they wed, your son Aemond could choose a dragon for himself. Rhaenyra cast a glance at Baelon, her eyes suggesting. It could be an adult dragon, Baelon added, fully supportive of eliminating the threat posed by House Hightower. If the marriage were to take place, the blood of House Hightower would also be in line for the Iron Throne, thus alleviating the need to quell the Southern Lords. Under Baelon's economic oversight, Southern Westeros could not possibly keep pace with the North's development. They could only blame Old Town and the Starry September for their shortcomings. The advancement of academia was woefully lagging behind the Alchemist Guild. Falling behind would lead to being crushed, and they had yet to discover how to produce low-cost, pure white parchment. The king and I appreciate your proposal. We shall give it due consideration. Alicent, however, did not concur, insisting that he should rest. She assisted Viserys in his departure. You mean to say you disagree? Baelon, lacking his sister's patience, raised his voice, laced with menace. Is it the support from those in Old Town that gives you such confidence? He stood, questioning Alicent's retreating figure, yet she offered no reply and walked away. On the steps, the royal couple began to converse. She is sincere. She believes the circumstances favor her. Now she expects us to forget her past transgressions and to wed my only daughter to her rather plain-looking son. Alicent caught herself just in time, tempering her words. This proposal is quite favorable. We are family, and we should not engage in childish disputes. Unity will only strengthen us, my queen. Viserys' voice carried a tone of pleading and compromise. As you wish, my lord. Wait for me in the grave until I have grown cold. You may then arrange matters as you see fit. Alicent strode purposefully, leaving Viserys behind as she entered the sitting room, which he had transformed into a workshop filled with wooden carvings. With the assistance of the Kingsguard, Viserys returned to the workshop and settled into his chair. Alicent, there is no need to cover me with a blanket, he stated, though it was evident that his words held no sway. Alicent, resolute in her demeanor, reflected the stark contrast in their personalities. Outside, a voice of the guard announced, "The Prime Minister requests an audience, Your Majesty. The King requires rest." Viserys declined his wife's suggestion, adding, "I can meet him." Troubles seemed to come one after another, Rhaenyra. Thankfully, no one has come to bother me in the restroom. Viserys jested. "What brings you here, Lord Rhaenyra?" Alicent inquired on behalf of her husband, aware that excessive conversation was taxing for him. "Your Majesty, I believe the princess's proposal is quite prudent. At the very least, it would prevent swords from being drawn in the future," Rhaenyra said cautiously. "If you have come for this matter, I suggest you return." Alicent's voice brimmed with impatience. "If you truly hold a reverence for death, then you ought not to dismiss this proposal. He is indeed the Prince of Magic." The royal couple struggled to comprehend his meaning. "What do you imply? Are you suggesting he would kill me?" "Rest assured, according to the character of the Dragon Minister, he would not slay kin," Rhaenyra reassured. "Rhaenyra, what exactly are you saying?" Viserys asked, troubled by dark suspicions. "Your Majesty," after the council concluded, "the Dragon Minister instructed me to inform the Queen that Helena's betrothal ceremony is to take place during the tournament. Otherwise, he did not elaborate." "What else?" Viserys pressed, an intense unease swelling within him. He rose abruptly, calling out, "Sir Harold, summon Baelon." Harold entered the workshop. "Your Majesty, he has left with Aemma." "Where has he gone? And why did you not stop him?" Alicent asked anxiously. Sir Harold, feeling awkward, noted the disturbance and attempted to intervene, but Aemma willingly followed Baelon, who had promised to take him dragon riding. Before departing, Prince Baelon mentioned he was going to handle matters concerning Daemon, Rhaenyra revealed. His words plunged Alicent's heart into despair. A piercing dragon's roar shattered the tranquility above the Red Keep. Alicent abruptly flung open the window. Her complexion drained of color. Her lips trembled, and her gaze became vacant, as if her very soul had been siphoned away. Outside, the immense form of Syrax flickered in the sky. It circled above the Red Keep, casting a vast shadow over the ancient castle, then soared low around Maegor's holdfast, as if announcing something to the fortress. Subsequently, it ascended high, flying towards the horizon. Everyone could hear Aemma's almost frenzied, joyous cries from atop the dragon. After a lengthy silence, Syrax flew towards the east and vanished into the sky. It is truly amusing that, a century hence, the children of House Arryn would exact their revenge upon the Targaryens using the same stratagem. For the sake of her son, Alicent sought to negotiate a betrothal with Rhaenyra that very night. However, her daughter would never wed Jacaerys. Instead, she altered the betrothal to Aegon, a scion of the Velaryon lineage, distinguished by his silver hair, violet eyes, and dark complexion. As a descendant of House Lannister, one of two fates awaited him. Either the Velaryons would clarify their lineage and reclaim the Iron Throne, or he would inherit Driftmark, thereby curbing the reckless ambitions of Baelon. Rhaenyra acquiesced, fully aware of the traps that lay ahead, yet compelled to leap into the fray. Baelon, silent as the grave, whisked away Aemma, plunging their relationship into frigid depths, while Alicent maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the engagement. Under the watchful gaze of the king, the wedding was set to occur in the year AC 130, with both parties having been born in AC 118, making them merely 6 years of age this year. Baelon could not genuinely take Aemma to Lys. It was merely a threat. He circumnavigated the seas and delivered Aemma to the Sunshield Castle, only to have him escorted back to the Red Keep by knights the following day. That night, Alicent lay awake, tears in her eyes as she embraced Aemma in the early hours. The young boy, oblivious to the turmoil, shared with his mother tales of the many girls who could ride dragons, shyly mentioning a lovely girl named Caitlin and their pact to marry one another. In truth, Aemma was enamored with a young dragon named Bloodwing, tamed by Catelyn, a formidable creature known for its prowess in close combat. Chapter 61. The actions of the seven gods in the year 114 AC. Rhaenyra wed, and Otto voluntarily resigned from his position as Hand of the King. After departing from King's Landing, he returned to Old Town, frequently seeking the counsel of the Seven in the starry September, yet received no response. The following year, Jacaerys Targaryen was born, Rhaenyra's firstborn son, a child with raven hair and dark eyes. Clad in resplendent robes, Otto walked solemnly into the starry September. His steps measured and dignified. The interior was tranquil and solemn. The black marble walls glimmered mysteriously under the faint candlelight, while the starlight streaming through the arched windows seemed to pave a path to the sacred realm. Approaching the statue representing the Crone, Otto ignited 49 candles, then knelt, hands clasped before his heart, his eyes reflecting deep devotion. Bowing his head, he began to pray softly. "Oh, great Seven, you are the embodiment of wisdom, the beacon guiding the lost. The path I pursue is fraught with difficulty, and my own strength is woefully insufficient. Here, I humbly beseech your assistance." The history of House Hightower in Old Town can be traced back to the time of the first men. During the Dawn Age, they were the sovereigns of King's Landing, Old Town, and its territories. Otto firmly believed in the existence of the seven gods. The ancestral records recount the miraculous events during the Undul invasion, after which the Hightower family ceased their resistance and chose to assist from the sidelines, ultimately submitting to the successive kings of the Reach. In relinquishing the crown, they preserved their ancient privileges and gradually became one of the most entrenched families in the Reach. They invested in the establishment of the Citadel and have since safeguarded it, serving as the foremost patrons of scholars and the church. Some members of the family even delved into alchemy, necromancy, and other arcane arts. Yet, when compared to the magical creations of Baelor, such as the fruit trees and the king's tree, their endeavors pale in significance. It was even speculated that the Seven aided the Undul invasion. Perhaps such otherworldly forces compelled the Hightowers to kneel before the Unduls. An aged devotee entered, his hair gray, seemingly having anticipated Otto's arrival that night, bearing a tray laden with numerous items. Currently, the former High Septon, Aemma, bears an undeniable responsibility for the assassination of the prince, leading to the humiliation of the faith in King's Landing. Now, he serves the Seven earnestly in the starry September, his prayers unwavering. After Aemma, Galvin succeeded him, hastily chosen by the faith for the wedding of Viserys. However, he passed away suddenly 2 months post-appointment. For a decade, Aemma managed the daily affairs of the faith until the election of High Septon Harvolus in the year 122. Recognizing the existence of the divine is simple. Most can achieve it, yet grasping the wisdom of the gods is a far more arduous task, one that eludes most. Aemma stood behind Otto, uttering words laden with significance. He continued, "When you align your will with that of the divine, the gods will reciprocate, treating your desires as their own. Harmonize your wishes with theirs, and they shall likewise align the desires of others with yours." Otto struggled to comprehend fully and directly inquired, "What must I do? When it comes to matters of the divine, it is best to ask directly rather than speculate. Are you resolute in your determination to stake everything for Aegon's claim to the Iron Throne, even the destruction of your family?" Aemma countered, "I posed this question to you last year. Now, reveal your answer." Otto had long since resolved, "I cannot allow Aegon's birthright to be usurped by a bastard." At this juncture, Aegon indeed commanded the people's favor, while Baelor was still exploring the means to restore the adult form, making no headway. Aemma unveiled the colorful cloth atop the tray, revealing a 7-pointed star crystal crown beneath, which lay a nautical map. This magnificent crown, crafted from gold leaf and crystal, refracted a spectrum of colors with the wearer's movements, symbolizing the will of the Seven. Even during grand ecclesiastical festivals, it was not to be worn casually, not even by High Septon Aemma himself. The 7-pointed star crystal crown was originally housed in the basement of the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing. However, following the devastating events of the dragon burning of the Seven Gods, the furious Viserys expressed his ire towards the resurgent militarization of the church. Rhaenyra Velaryon, the Princess of Dragonstone, was widely recognized for her oppression of the church, leading Aemma to conclude that the sacred relic was no longer safe in King's Landing. Prompting him to return it to the starry September, Otto rose to his feet and unfurled the map concealed beneath the crystal crown. The starlight filtered through the stained glass windows of the church, illuminating the text and lines on the map with remarkable clarity. This was a route plan traversing the principal city-states of Essos, marked with the symbols of various religions. The most significant landmark along the journey was the Mother of Rivers, the Bravos, culminating at the distant shores of Ashai. Was this divine guidance? Had my devotion moved the gods? Yemen offered no response. Only by proceeding would the truth be revealed. The seven had already orchestrated everything. Otto yearned to inquire further. Was the drowned god, the closest deity to Old Town, truly non-existent? The map bore a cross over Storm's End and the Iron Islands. The drowned god, akin to the Ironborn in his severity and cruelty, demanded strict adherence to the ancient ways. Legend has it that he created the Ironborn to pillage and plunder, forging a new heaven and earth from blood, flame, and song, inscribing their names upon it. The assistance the seven could offer was confined to the map. Yemen, the most devout of believers, speculated that the storm god had battled the drowned god for millennia. His power significantly waned, perhaps now in slumber. Do I have enough time? The locations on the map were densely scattered across the continent of Essos. It was unnecessary to visit them all. The most crucial were Bravos and Ashai. Yemen added, "My friend, should you be compelled to drink from the black water in the temple of the faceless god, you are within your rights to refuse. Would I perish immediately?" The faith of the faceless god posits that death is a divine gift, the cessation of suffering. Upon receiving offerings, the god bestows his grace upon every soul in the realm. In the temple of the faceless god, those seeking liberation would drink from the obsidian waters, dying painlessly. A life exchanged for another. The cost for a faceless man to slay an ordinary merchant could fund half a mercenary band. Thus, the assassination of a magic-wielding Targaryen royal seemed a bargain. Before the divine, there are no accidents. All is the will of the gods. Yemen's implication was clear. As a messenger of the seven, he would not meet an untimely end before fulfilling his mission. I understand. He recalled the family motto that illuminated his path. When he returned to the church to seek the old Crone's counsel, he was mentally prepared. And now he felt a sense of relief. Remember to return before the new king's landing is completed. Ah, yes, it is to be finished in 124 AC, Yemen reminded. According to the fiscal projections of the Iron Bank, the new king's landing would be completed by 130 AC, a fact Otto was already aware of. Yemen's assertion of an earlier timeline, was this a prophecy from the gods? After conveying the will of the seven, the loyal devotee turned and left, leaving Otto deep in contemplation. Oh, divine being, have you orchestrated all that transpires? As Otto stood before the statue of the old woman, his gaze fixated, yet his thoughts had already soared toward the future. Distant echoes of Yemen resonated from beyond the church. It mattered not that he could not return. 5 years lay ahead. Chapter 62. Seeking the divine in the year 115, Otto departed from the old town, making his initial stop at Dorne, where he could not locate the temple dedicated to the goddess of the Mother River, Lorne. After extensive inquiries, he finally found her devotees at the Greenblood River, who referred to themselves as the Orphans of Greenblood, eking out a living upon small boats. Upon learning of his intentions, these devotees rebuffed him, and thus Otto comprehended that the seven gods merely provided a passport. Whether he could succeed depended on his own efforts. In truth, this deity was not prominent in Westeros. With only a few followers within the Fry family of the Trident, Otto's second destination was the Isle of Steps, where he first sought out the cat goddess. Beneath the statue of the six-breasted feline deity, Otto conversed with her followers regarding the manner of praying to this goddess when an uninvited noblewoman approached him, demanding one of the jewels from the Star of Seven's crystal crown he had brought. "The cats of Westeros will aid you in capturing those pesky mice," she proclaimed, urging him to continue with his mission. With lingering uncertainty, Otto visited another deity in Rose, the Weeping Lady. The statue outside her shrine appeared to weep genuine tears, which flowed into the bowl she cradled. The priest informed him that the lady was aware of his purpose and offered him to drink from the silver tears presented in the bowl, claiming it was the essence of Rose's tears. Although Otto considered offering a gem from the Star of Seven's crown in exchange, the Weeping Lady's priest declined his offering. After much internal conflict, he ultimately consumed the bowl's contents, regarding it as poison. The priest then informed Otto that his mission here was complete and directed him to proceed to the next location. At his third stop, Otto, accompanied by a family knight, arrived at the Mermaid Reef in King's Landing, situated by the Blackwater Bay. There were two places known as the Spear of the Mermaid King, where someone recognized the former chancellor and expressed gratitude for his earlier proposal to open the Red Keep, which had afforded him the most substantial reward in his lifetime. Consequently, Otto easily gleaned information about the Mermaid King. On a moonlit night, during the witching hour, a group of beautiful women with the upper bodies of enchantresses sang melodious songs from beneath the water, beckoning Otto to disembark. However, The 10 knights accompanying him succumbed to their allure, plunging into the depths, where they were tragically drowned and dragged by the mermaids to the reef for consumption. Fortunately, Otto regained his senses in time and discerned that these women possessed stunning fish tails adorned with scales. For his own safety, Otto brandished the Star of Seven's crystal crown to communicate with them. After briefly explaining his purpose, a male mermaid surfaced to confer with the females. Ultimately, the male mermaid extracted a small gem from the Star of Seven's crown, assuring Otto that they would honor their agreement. He requested the bodies of the 10 knights in return, promising sevenfold compensation on the next full moon. In deference to the 7 gods, the mermaids agreed to seek food elsewhere. Before departing from Blackwater Bay, Otto seized the opportunity to visit the Red Keep to instruct Alicent on how to persuade the king to appoint a new heir. Alicent sensed her father's rapid decline, and Otto, unable to disclose his plans until they bore fruit, subtly informed his daughter that he had sought new power and awaited promising news. Upon reaching the Stone Steps archipelago, Otto was recognized by Daemon's subordinates, who maliciously ordered their men to strip him of all his possessions. As for the starry crystal crown, he refrained from touching it, fully aware of the complications it could bring. Otto merely borrowed a sum from a sailor acquainted with the Hightower family before arriving in Tyrosh, where Daemon's actions caused him no significant trouble. When he arrived at the Triune Goddess Temple, he discovered a colossal statue of the Triune God nearby. Just as he intended to approach it, robbers within the temple recognized him, severing 3 of his fingers and stuffing them into the statue's 3 heads before dismissing him. In the year AC 119, Otto had been at sea, having departed from the old town for 5 years. His arduous journey spanned 4 years, culminating in his arrival at the House of Black and White in Bravos, which lay across the narrow sea from King's Landing. Though it was the penultimate stop according to his itinerary, by this time, he had traversed nearly all the free cities of Essos, each gemstone from the starry crystal crown being relinquished one by one. Otto finally grasped certain truths about the deities. Extracting gems from the crown signified an acceptance of the Seven's invitation. The larger the gem taken, the greater the sacrifice required. Those of lesser strength dared only to claim the smallest gems, and they were explicit in their commitments. The gods, according to their doctrines, received varied offerings from Otto, and those deities involved exhibited considerable enthusiasm. To date, Otto had lost his entire right hand, his manhood reduced to ashes upon the altar, and had endured attempts by priests to slit his throat while submerged in milk, as well as a living heart extraction by the Dothraki. Otto sensed that his mission was nearing its conclusion. The House of Black and White in Bravos serves as a temple dedicated to the many-faced god. Constructed from gray stone atop a small rocky hill, devoid of windows, with a pointed roof covered in black tiles. He painstakingly ascended the rocky steps from the riverfront dock to the temple entrance, where he confronted a pair of intricately carved wooden doors, each 12 feet tall. The left door, crafted from fishbone wood, gleamed white as bone, while the right door was made of subtly glowing ebony. Between the 2 doors, a moon was carved, with ebony inlaid into the fishbone wood and vice versa. A hooded figure emerged from the fishbone door, and Otto felt a surge of anxiety as he fixated on the staff in her hand. Along the path to the House of Black and White, he had been ambushed several times, and although his body was devoid of a heartbeat and blood, he still felt the sting of pain. "My lord, please enter," came a woman's voice. The hooded figure introduced herself as a servant of the Seven, instructing him to call her Mara. She slowed her pace, leading the way as Otto followed her into the House of Black and White. Within the small hill housing the temple, countless tunnels have been hewn. Otto immediately discerned a 10-foot diameter pool in the main chamber, where several worshippers were gathered, praying at its edge or beseeching blessings from the deities. Along the walls stood 30 distinct statues, their bases flickering with red candles. The temple was devoid of rituals and hymns, enveloped instead in a solemn silence and an eerie stillness. Numerous empty niches lined the walls, each cradling the remains of the deceased. This was indeed the temple of the faceless god, a fitting representation of death as perceived by the outside world. Most of these deities Otto had encountered during his quest for divine favor. There were the Weeping Woman, the Night Lion, the Hooded Wanderer, Bacalon, the Pale Maiden, the Stranger, and the Mare King, all of which I believe you are familiar with. "Yes, the impressions are indelible," Otto replied, acknowledging that his current state was intertwined with these gods. Some deities had succumbed to madness from the weight of worship, an inevitable fate. Martha consoled Otto. "Is it the water from those pools?" Otto observed an elderly man scooping dark water from the pool before reclining in one of the alcoves along the wall. "You are a guest. There is no need for such actions," Martha said, her tone lacking refusal. Otto approached the pool directly. scooping up a mouthful with one hand. I have received a gift from the faceless god. The taste was somewhat sweet. Otto's network of information had been operating effectively. He was already aware that the most eligible prince had regained the use of his lower body and could now command dragons at will, making him a greater threat than Rhaenyra at that moment. He then produced the seven-pointed star crystal crown, upon which only the largest gem remained, and submerged it in the dark water. This is a gift from the seven gods. He made his request. I wish to slay that monster. A life for a life. This was the price Otto believed he must pay for the assistance of the faceless god. Chapter 63. The court of Black and White. Martha did not respond to whether she would go forth to assassinate Baelon, but instead recounted the origins of the faceless god. Every deity possesses its own instruments, with faithful followers executing their will upon the earthly realm. Superficially, the slaves are merely the same entity crying out to a multitude of gods, bearing 100 different visages. The faceless ones are simply the tools of this god. I too am a tool, Otto realized, seeing his own position within this narrative. Martha nodded, seemingly aware that he had grasped this truth. She continued, until one fateful night. Amidst the reddened darkness, it chose the most wretched of circumstances, liberating a slave who fervently sought release from his torment. This marked the inception of the first bestowal. And then, he killed the slave, he questioned, unperturbed. Otto felt no fear. He speculated that he had perished at the first stop in Rhaes, and that his survival to this point was merely a sign that the gods required him to fulfill a mission. Should he not have slain the slave master? That act birthed the first faceless one, who, in the years that followed, bestowed gifts upon the despairing slaves on behalf of his god, and eventually extended those gifts to the slave masters, culminating in the cataclysmic downfall of Valyria 400 years ago. Why should I concern myself with these matters? Otto merely wishes to delegate tasks to the faceless ones, fulfilling the will of the seven gods, believing that his actions are solely driven by divine necessity, nothing more. The desires of mortals, at most, do not involve the divine. Martha elucidates to Otto, implying that this task is beyond their capability. You have acted before, Otto asserts, recalling how in 112 AC you disguised yourselves as servants to infiltrate the Red Keep and attempted an assassination. Martha, reluctant to discuss this, reflects on a bygone era when an identity-less individual, armed with a vast sum of gold, commissioned her to eliminate Baelor. After failing, she spent the ensuing years polishing the statues in the House of Black and White, never to venture outside. Throughout her decade of service, she has listened to the will of the many-faced god in place of the previous divine emissary. That was a misguided commission. Martha calmly defends her actions, stating that it was a trial imposed by the seven gods through other forces upon Baelor. All deities are attentive to the shifting tides in Westeros. The prophecy of ice and fire, in truth, signifies a reallocation of religious power. Yet, why did your mission fail? Martha's gaze remains fixed ahead. The priest discovers 7 new corpses in the wall's recess, each bearing a blood-red 7-pointed star, a pattern crafted from their wounds. She meticulously verifies their lifelessness and quietly reports to Martha, "My lady, there are 7 sons of warriors. I understand. There is no need to take them to the sepulchre. Burn them outside the courtyard," Martha commands, ordering a nearby servant to remove the bodies. This act is retaliation against the designs of the 7 gods. Zealots are a rare resource for the divine, and the loss of 7 at once would surely grieve the 7. You have not come here seeking liberation, but rather ambition. Martha articulates this observation with grace. Yet another offering proves too precious, already accepted by the divine. She produces 7 coins, placing them in Otto's hands. All mortals must eventually die. You possess 7 opportunities, 7 lives. Hold them and utter the names of the deceased. This is the method of utilizing the coins. Following this, the mission of the esteemed one here has concluded. It is time to proceed to the end. This is an expulsion of Otto, a mortal vessel of the 7S, while arriving in Braavos, as the many-faced god wishes to remain uninvolved in this war. In Westeros, he finds no faith. Regardless of victory or defeat, he gains naught. Were Otto to arrive first in Braavos seeking assistance, even if he left behind all the jewels of the 6-pointed crystal crown, Martha would unhesitatingly cast him out. Now, with the will of the gods upon him, he is brazenly demanding allegiance. The intent of the many-faced god begins to shift, as the 7 send 7 followers to partake of the black water. May I pose a few inquiries? Otto does not depart. The followers or priests he previously encountered, conveying divine intent, were often cryptic and aggressive. There are matters he needs to clarify, sensing that this may be his final opportunity. What else can you offer? Martha shakes her head. My family is affluent. I can provide golden dragons. He has already sacrificed too much. Risking his wealth seems inconsequential now. If you traverse every location on the map before returning to the House of Black and White, even death becomes a luxury. Martha guided him out of the House of Black and White. Otto renounced many peculiar deities, such as the weaver of the Labyrinth of Lorith. And although Braavos possessed a replica of this labyrinth, it was but a mere imitation. Otto felt that this deity would ensnare him within the maze, from which he would never escape, and thus he relinquished the pursuit. The two ascended the stone steps toward the riverside dock, where Martha had arranged a vessel to transport him to Ass High. The seven-pointed crystal crown, which had ensured Otto's safety, had already sunk into the black waters, leaving the responsibility for his safety in the hands of the House of Black and White until he reached Ass High. Should Otto perish on the journey before reaching his destination, the grand scheme of the gods would suffer a significant blow in Braavos, rendering the many-faced god unable to account for such an outcome. Can Aegon ascend the Iron Throne? Otto inquired, voicing his most pressing curiosity. In the midst of his gradual decline, he had become somewhat disoriented. Yet the sacrifices he had made rendered it exceedingly difficult for him to abandon hope. Choose another. This price is beyond your means. Then when shall I meet my end? Though his body bore no signs of life, he somehow managed to live as any ordinary person would. The seven-pointed crystal crown had been delivered, yet his body began to feel the weight of suffering. What manner of creature is that? He asked. An entity akin to your faith, Martha replied candidly, revealing that this was merely her conjecture, derived from years of analysis. Otto was taken aback. He had speculated about many things, yet he never perceived Baelon as a deity. Should such beings not be ethereal or merely spoken of in faith? Would that creature not covet the Iron Throne? He questioned. Why would you assume it harbors any interest in that position? Martha retorted dismissively. Otto suddenly reflected on how fortunate Rhaenyra was to have a god safeguarding her throne. Despite her debauchery, her bearing two bastards, and her unpopularity among most lords. Militarily, she harnessed Belren's infernal power to nurture dragons, while politically, Viserys had never contemplated altering the line of succession. This is profoundly unfair to Aegon, Otto lamented. If Belren did not exist, Aegon would be the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Indeed, Martha replied noncommittally, that princess has the aid of Belren, and Prince Aegon is not without his own advantages. Is not Aegon's grandfather also seeking divine assistance? For your family's affairs, the gods of Essos may well intervene. After all, the favor of the Seven holds considerable weight. As a priestess, Martha possessed extensive knowledge of history and various matters, such as the invasion of Westeros by the Rhaenyra, which was instigated by the Seven relinquishing their intricate influence over Essos to re-establish a stronghold of faith in Westeros. This left the deities here, to varying degrees, indebted to the Seven. Naturally, such secrets had been passed down to Martha from her predecessor, who shortly thereafter followed the many-faced god to their fate. Chapter 64. Ass High. After departing from the House of Black and White, Otto boarded a merchant ship bound for Ass High. As he distanced himself from the seven-star crystal crown, his physical condition deteriorated precipitously. His legs gradually lost sensation, rendering him unable to walk. He was compelled to remain for extended periods in the frigid depths of the ship's hold, succumbing to a deep slumber to mitigate his bodily decline. The cabin was suffused with the briny scent of seawater and the musty odor of decaying wood, enveloping him in a cold and dark cocoon. Yet, amidst the boundless darkness, his consciousness remained remarkably lucid, with memories of his daughter and elder brother surging forth like a relentless tide, inflicting profound anguish upon him. At the end of 119 AC, the merchant vessel arrived at Pantos. Otto's body had begun to decay significantly, yet his awareness remained intact. An envoy dispatched by the House of Black and White arrived to administer urgent care to his remains. The envoys procured a considerable quantity of resin, pitch, beeswax, and other preservative substances, meticulously extracting Otto's internal organs and brain for preservation. Once dried, artisans gently coated the exterior and interior of his body with resin, ointments, and oils, each step imbued with solemnity and reverence. Otto lay there in tranquil submission, his gaze hollow and profound, as if he had transcended the boundaries of life and death. During the subsequent voyage, each time the merchant ship reached a resupply point, Otto would briefly awaken. Beneath the dim light, he would tremblingly pen letters to his daughter and brother. Allison, my daughter, how I long for you. I hope this message finds you well. Brother, I know not how much longer I can endure, yet I shall strive to fulfill my mission. His handwriting was erratic, every stroke laden with deep yearning and unending sorrow. After completing his letters, he would again fall into slumber, awaiting the next awakening. In 120 AC, The merchant vessel made a brief stop at Tylos for resupply. Following this, they passed the Stone Steps archipelago, where Otto was no longer recognized. The locals regarded him merely as a pitiable soul afflicted by a grave illness, urging the merchant ship to depart swiftly. During the voyage, Otto gleaned from the sailors' idle chatter that Daemon's fleet was of a size comparable to that of the Hightar family, filling him with trepidation. Daemon's ambition, it seemed, would not cease here. By 123 AC, the merchant ship journeyed from Tylos to Volantis, and subsequently from Volantis to Astapor at Slave Bay, along the coastline to Quails. Over the span of 3 years, Otto did not awaken again. He remained ensconced in the icy hold, seemingly cut off from the world. The crew regarded him with a mixture of awe and dread, hesitant to approach his quarters, instead praying silently from afar. In 124 AC, Otto finally reached his destination, Ashar. The latter half of the Path of the Gods took him 5 years, yet these 5 years were the most effortless for him. For the majority of the journey, he remained in the hold, enveloped in sleep, devoid of pain or longing, only an infinite expanse of darkness and tranquility. As the merchant vessel gradually entered the port of Ashar, Otto's odyssey was nearing its conclusion. Whether he can fulfill his mission remains an enigma. Ayasha, a mysterious city nestled on the southeastern coast of the Jade Sea in the continent of Essos, quietly embraces the shoreline. Surrounding it is an expansive region known as the Shadowlands, which has led to Ayasha being referred to as Ayasha of the Shadows. Today, the city is unusually vibrant. Immersed in a collective jubilation, people of diverse faiths have distinctly received the divine messages from their revered deities to assist the visitors arriving today from Westeros. The rewards for such assistance vary according to the gods' individual desires. Some seek immortality, others yearn for potent magic, while yet others crave knowledge of the long-hidden secrets of the past. Otto, supported by his attendants, slowly approaches the bow of the ship. The unique coastline of Ayasha unfolds before him, with black reefs jutting out of the sea like jagged fangs. These rocks, shaped and twisted by millennia of oceanic erosion, resemble the formidable teeth of ancient beasts, glistening with a cold sheen under the dim light. Between the crevices of the reefs, puffs of white vapor occasionally escape, a product of geothermal heat mingling with seawater, akin to the Earth's gentle sigh. On the shore, the undulating mountains exhibit an unusual deep red hue, their contours reminiscent of ancient incantations. Perhaps these mountains are remnants of a supernatural catastrophe from a bygone era, invoking a sense of reverence. Towering walls, higher than the tallest spires, encircle Ayasha, warding off the creatures that occasionally emerge from the Shadowlands. These fortifications are constructed from slick black stones. A river, shimmering with a dark luminescence under the midday sun, meanders through Ayasha, flowing into the Jade Sea. Otto is informed by his attendant that this is the River of Ashes. As the ship draws nearer, the bustling port of Ayasha comes into clearer view, teeming with activity. Vessels from distant lands are laden with provisions and fresh water. This is essential, as the land surrounding Ayasha yields little besides the inedible ghost grass, which towers above a mounted rider, its stalks as white as alabaster. This aggressively invasive plant suffocates and overgrows all other vegetation, and the slave's primary task is to clear the encroaching ghost grass from the city walls. Despite the scarcity of food beyond the city, the Shadowlands are abundant in gold and precious gems. Slaves bustle about the port, transporting spices and unloading crates of gemstones, which are birthed from the scorching veins beneath Ayasha, a unique treasure of the Shadowlands. Their skin tones vary, adorned in vibrant yet peculiar garments. The fabrics interweave with threads of gold and silver alongside the fur of unknown beasts, with accessories clashing to create a crisp sound, resonating with exotic melodies rich in foreign allure. Otto, assisted by his companions, finally steps onto the port, entering the heart of the city. From an elevated perspective, the inner walls of Ayasha are capable of accommodating Volantis, Karth, King's Landing, and Old Town. Even at noon, the atmosphere remains dim, as the black stone used in its construction seems to absorb the very light. The local population of Ashar is merely that of a small town, and even at noon, the streets are devoid of crowds. However, today is an exception. A figure, blessed by numerous deities, has arrived to convey the will of their revered god. A male witch, sorcerers, alchemists, moon singers, red-robed monks, dark sorcerers, necromancers, fire mages, blood witches, inquisitors, judgment knights, poisoners, shamans, cloud mages, nightwalkers, shapeshifters, and followers of the Black Goat line the streets, their gaze fixed upon the procession. Countless mysterious figures lurk in the shadows, silently observing. The tide of magic is gradually receding, and without aid from their divine patrons, Ashar risks reverting to an ordinary city, waiting quietly for the return of magic. Otto, supported by companions, traverses the main thoroughfare, his body wrapped in burlap, appearing even more peculiar than the residents of Ashar. "My lord, have you come from the continent of Westeros?" inquired a tall, lean man in a flowing black robe. "Indeed, the political powers there have been corrupted by foreign deities, and I seek Ashar's assistance," Otto replied, astonished to find himself capable of vocal communication with the Asharites. In an instant, the enigmatic figures erupted into a chorus of eerie laughter before dispersing in haste, preparing to board vessels for their return to Westeros, as explained by the envoy. "Is this a decree from the seven gods?" Otto questioned. "No, it is the will of the gods, including the seven," the envoy responded, visibly relieved. "After years of effort to reach this place, is it merely to inform them?" Otto had initially believed he would need to persuade each practitioner of magic individually. Yet it appeared that his arrival was merely a signal. The envoy spoke softly. "When you enact the will of the gods as if it were your own, the gods will fulfill your will as their own." This phrase, spoken by Yemen in the Hall of Stars, sent a chill down Otto's spine. This envoy had been sent by the maesters of the House of Black and White to assist him in reaching Ashar. "My lord, do you worship the seven?" Otto tentatively inquired, having referred to himself as nameless in Bravos, implying his devotion to the many-faced god. "My lord, why do you ask?" The envoy revealed the six-pointed star insignia on his chest. "I am the most sincere follower of the seven." Otto trembled as he asked the envoy, "Does that mean my mission has concluded?" The envoy nodded affirmatively, assuring him, "When you arrived in Ashar, your 10-year mission had already ended." No sooner had he spoken than Otto's bandaged form began to disintegrate. He watched helplessly as his body reduced to mere bones, which then crumbled to dust, scattering upon the ground. The envoy had anticipated this, carefully collecting the dust in a bag before returning to the ship. 12 naked slaves emerged from the hold, carrying a large vat of water, drawn from the sacred pool of the House of Black and White, imbued with the magic that grants a painless death. The messenger poured the pulverized remains of Otto into a vat, stirring the mixture. Instantly, the dark liquid transformed into a vibrant green, bubbling as it did so. Subsequently, the slaves scooped the emerald liquid into pre-prepared jade vials. The enigmatic figures from Asia began to board the ships in an orderly fashion. The foremost shadow warrior approached the messenger and stated, "With my prowess, I require 20 vials of the magical elixir. Too many, 10 vials will suffice." The messenger replied without lifting his gaze, affording no room for negotiation. Next, the shadow warrior hesitated momentarily before retrieving 10 vials of the potion from the slaves, then, following the previously distributed tickets, proceeded to his assigned quarters. Chapter 65. The Wooden Throne Lys, one of the 9 free trade city-states, affectionately referred to as Lovely Lys, is a small city perched upon rocks on an island in the southwestern region of the Essos continent. On the 13th of June in the year 124 AC, a colossal dragon, adorned with golden scales, soared through the sky, its wings spanning wider than even the largest warships. It circled above Lys, casting a vast shadow below. 2 months prior, Lys had endured a cataclysm. The governor, naval commander, and the majority of the council members perished beneath the fiery breath of the dragons, Karakshu and Vagor. A raging inferno consumed the city for 3 days and nights, reducing the opulent mansions and estates of the elite to ashes. Only the slaves purchased by Daemon remained, tirelessly clearing the ruins in preparation for the construction of a palace even grander than the Red Keep. Within the Bloodstone Arena, the roars of the crowd reverberated. As the largest gladiatorial arena in Lys, it could accommodate nearly 10,000 spectators. At this moment, the audience's fervor was ignited by the fierce combat unfolding at the center of the arena. Blood splattered, staining their faces and inciting the wild enthusiasm that lay dormant within them. In the arena's midst, a man and a woman engaged in a deadly struggle. The woman seized her moment, delivering a powerful punch that struck the man's jaw. He crumpled to the ground, lifeless in an instant. A cacophony of boos and curses erupted from the crowd, as many had placed significant bets on the man. Daemon sat in the central judgment seat, observing the woman with keen interest. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Rhaenyra Rose," she replied, her tone calm, yet her eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. "Are you in need of money?" Daemon continued, an amused tone lacing his words. Rhaenyra remained silent, tacitly affirming his assumption. "You hail from the Summer Isles?" Those from the Summer Isles who enter the arena of life and death must indeed be in dire financial straits. "How about this? If you defeat me, the reward will multiply tenfold," 50,000 golden dragons. What say you? Daemon's lips curled into a sly smile. Rhaenyra unhesitatingly rejected the offer. To face Daemon was to engage in a battle to the death. 5,000 golden dragons would suffice for her to purchase a medium-sized merchant ship. Losing meant death, and winning would invite severe repercussions, embroiling her in significant trouble. The contest was organized by the merchants of Lys to celebrate Daemon's proclamation as the king of the Narrow Sea, yet he found it rather dull. Lena and his 2 children still resided in Pentos. Many in Lys were discontent with Daemon's presence, often plotting assassination attempts against him. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shattered the clamor of the arena. Baelon descended from the heavens, landing squarely in the center of the Colosseum. The impact created a significant crater in the stone floor, sending dust swirling into the air. The Unsullied surrounding Daemon immediately formed ranks, warily observing the newcomer. Baelon, who relished flying atop his dragon among the clouds, executed a rapid dive, leaping from the dragon's back 300 meters above ground. This display instilled psychological pressure on his adversaries, his body having been magically enhanced to an extraordinary degree. Clad in black dragon-riding attire, Baelon emerged from the swirling dust. "Uncle, what is the point of fighting a woman? Shall I take over?" Baelon spoke with a provocative tone, eager to teach his uncle a lesson. He held no grudge against Daemon's claim to kingship, merely found it somewhat presumptuous. However, the thought of forging another Iron Throne was intolerable to him. Cheers erupted from the crowd, fists raised in fervor, as they chanted Daemon's name, seemingly anticipating a momentous clash. The spectators fervently shouted, "Daemon! Daemon! Daemon!" Daemon waved his hand, signaling the Unsullied to cease their combat, the surrounding noise growing increasingly irksome. He addressed the Unsullied commander beside him. "Let us call it a day. Stow your damn weapons." The Unsullied began to move, expressionless as they herded the crowd, their spears glinting in the sunlight. With a hint of exasperation, Daemon remarked, "Fighting someone nearly impossible to kill who wields magic makes me doubt whether my dark sister can even pierce your flesh. It's not about wielding a sword or being a knight, and besides, you're not even armed, so I won't fight you." Daemon jested, dismissing the proposal. "I am a knight without faith. I need not adhere to such norms. I am also a knight without faith." Daemon shrugged, using humor to diffuse the tension. He did not wish to confront Baelon, yet could not appear weak. Baelon chuckled at his jest. "When did you become a knight without faith? The order of my princess knights hasn't ever compensated you." Daemon spread his hands. "Isn't it true that one can abandon faith to become such?" "Very well." Baelon ceased his pursuit of the topic, his smile fading. A knight without faith must not only renounce belief, but, more importantly, uphold the rightful heir appointed by the king. This was the very reason why Viserys repeatedly consented to the expansion of the Princess Knights. Alongside the emergence of the newly established orders of the Holy Sword Knights and the Star Warriors, both ecclesiastical armed groups, Aemma could not provide a reasonable explanation. Thus Viserys had to implement balancing measures. The Princess Knight Order is a private militia belonging to the heir, and Viserys acknowledges its legitimacy. Should Rhaenyra ascend to the Iron Throne, the Pledge of Allegiance would shift to Jacaerys, although the funding must be sourced by Jacaerys himself, and the scale would not be as vast as it is now. This indicates that alliances remain valid. Daemon will uphold Rhaenyra's rightful position as heir. Daemon calmly stated, "I know why you are here today. I am merely learning from my brother's methods, just as he did for his heir." Belron took a moment to comprehend Daemon's words. "Are you jesting? My father bestowed a throne upon his daughter. So must you do the same for yours? Have you truly resolved to forge your own kingdom here?" Daemon retorted, his expression impassive, as if he had long anticipated this line of questioning. "The distinction lies in the fact that my brother's throne resides in Westeros, while mine will be in Essos." Belron paused, observing that Daemon's demeanor did not appear deceitful, and nodded. "That makes sense. Should I refer to you as Conqueror Daemon?" "I permit you to do so," Daemon replied, acknowledging his jest. "I fail to comprehend where your confidence stems from." He continued to press. "The city-states of Essos will not allow you to conquer this land unchallenged. The territories of the Triad will ultimately be torn asunder." Belron challenged him further. "Even if you were to establish a new nation, according to Westerosi inheritance laws, whom would that benefit? Is your lawful wife, Lady Rhea, with child? If not, are you aware of how many bastards you have in King's Landing? Merely because they possess silver hair and violet eyes, do you presume to demand tribute? And have you granted it?" He suddenly realized that Daemon was speaking nonsense and insisted, "Do not evade the matter. This concerns me. According to Westerosi inheritance laws, Rhaenyra Velaryon and his offspring would be deemed mere lovers and illegitimate children. If Daemon were to bypass Lady Rhea, It would set a terrifying precedent for the inheritance of Targaryen bastards. Baelon was indifferent to whether Daemon's newly founded nation would crumble. He was more concerned with how his own illegitimate daughters would perceive the situation. Chapter 66. The Iron Throne 2. I shall return to my brother to dissolve the marriage in the Vale after this grand tournament, Daemon declared resolutely. What gives you the audacity to believe that after years of seeking this, you would be granted such a favor upon becoming king? This referred to Daemon's legitimate marriage to Lady Rhea, arranged by Queen Alicent when he was 16. Baelon found himself in a difficult position. House Royce was the principal vassal of House Arryn in the Vale, with their lands located in Runestone. Such a maneuver could jeopardize the relationship between the Vale and King's Landing. Daemon turned and ascended the steps to take his place in judgment. Baelon followed, intrigued by the chair adorned with 3 swords. The craftsmanship was commendable, bearing the sigils of Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr. Baelon drew one, its blade glinting coldly. This one from Lys is the most aesthetically pleasing, he remarked, subsequently fastening it to his waist. This is the Iron Throne you wish to see. It resides here, Daemon said, patting the armrest. Would you care to take a seat? Baelon was visibly taken aback as he scrutinized the chair before him. Are you jesting? After a day's journey from King's Landing, you present this as the Iron Throne? Who would believe such a thing? The simplicity of a wooden chair adorned with 3 swords behind it struck him as farcical. He suspected Daemon was mocking him. With arms crossed, Baelon awaited Daemon's response. His ire palpable. Why would I deceive you? I have never forged the Iron Throne. I merely thought it aesthetically pleasing to place the 3 swords, gifted by the Alliance of the 3 Cities, behind this chair. He added, by the way, your creations are remarkably effective. Tossing 50 of them into the Coalition's formation caused utter chaos. Baelon pondered the information he had just received. Let me think. Are you implying that the sailors' claims of you crafting another Iron Throne are merely rumors? No, this is my wooden throne. The council will only suspect that I conspired with you to conceal the true Iron Throne. Belron's concerns, he felt, would not be taken seriously. I will return with this chair to admit my error. This matter is of no concern to you, Daemon assured him. Very well. Baelon believed that the official business regarding the Iron Throne was settled, and now he needed to address Rhaenyra's personal affairs. A smile crept across his face as he began to persuade Daemon. You see, your grandmother invested considerable effort into this alliance. Lady Rhea is quite a suitable match for you. The Royce family has long been one of the most powerful vassals under House Arryn, with numerous families and castles in the Vale connected to them. Lady Rhea Royce's father, Jobert Royce, was the Lord of Runestone and the protector of the Vale during the twilight of Aegon I's reign. When Daemon and Rhea were betrothed, the Vale's ruler, Lady Jenny Arryn, was still quite young, and Jobert Royce served as the regent. The Vale is not far from King's Landing, allowing Daemon to frequently visit both the capital and Dragonstone. Runestone is regarded as a second-tier castle in the Vale, with decent revenues. The sole heir of Runestone is Rhea, possessing independent and exclusive rights to inheritance. Should Daemon and Rhea bear a son or daughter, he, as a second son, would acquire a domain. It is essential to understand that the reason second sons in Westeros hold little status is their lack of inheritance rights and territories. Queen Alicent has thus secured Daemon a piece of land, one that is rather commendable. What are you implying? I will never return to that Bronze Witch. Daemon contemplated the matter further. Let me be direct. I command 12,000 knights in the Vale, 6,000 of whom are indirectly connected to the Royce family. Do you comprehend the predicament you have placed me in? It will not be an issue, Daemon proposed. Allow me to resolve this concern for you. What can you offer in return? When Lady Jenny was still young and Jobert Royce managed the Vale as regent, she had fallen in love with the Count's daughter, Rhea. After Daemon married, he discovered their bond was more than it seemed. Upon catching them in the act, he began referring to his legitimate wife as the Bronze Witch, which had its reasons. What do you want? 10 dragon eggs. Then let us pretend this conversation never occurred. Baelon's gift of 2 dragon eggs to Daemon's daughters had already caused considerable trouble. Rhaenyra had scolded him, and Viserys had berated him for his excessive generosity. 5 eggs. Daemon was bargaining. Not a single one. You truly wish to sneak into Dragonstone and negotiate new terms. Daemon finally revealed his true intentions. Rhaenyra's dragon eggs had remained unhatched for 4 long years, leaving her heartbroken and despondent. Do you suspect that the eggs I provide are defective? Baelon then grasped Daemon's purpose. I know this doesn't concern you. It is quite normal for half of the dragon eggs not to hatch. According to tradition, Rhaenyra should also possess a dragon, should she not? Daemon emphasized. She too bears the Targaryen name. Baelon gazed at Daemon, his eyes brimming with skepticism. I say, you wouldn't be spreading rumors about this matter yourself, would you? Waiting here for me. Demon stifled a laugh. He replied earnestly, "Worry not about the Royce family, nor about Lady Jenny. My affairs will not implicate their stance." "Why? Do you guarantee it?" "I assure you." Demon would not divulge the specifics to Baelon, as it would compromise noble decorum. Given Demon's assurance, Baelon ceased to inquire further, only suddenly recalling the matter. Lady Rhaenyra and Lady Jenny had not consulted with Viserys or Rhaenyra regarding this issue. He merely mentioned in passing that since the parties involved were indifferent, he too would not fret. He remembered to bring his family to the tournament in 2 months. His implication was that Rhaenyra could come and collect one then. Baelon would regard it as a supplementary gift for the alliance between the two. Dragon eggs were not a scarcity for Baelon. Ever since Syrax's revival, those unfamiliar with dragon behavior believed that if he could command such a colossal beast, surely he could manage others as well. As rumors spread, a tangible manifestation of Syrax appeared in the mysterious realm. Following experimentation, Baelon labeled Syrax, the dragon's master. As the name suggested, he could actualize any rumor pertaining to dragons. Within this context, he found a rumor that such a grand dragon as Syrax would undoubtedly lay many eggs. Thus, he fulfilled this rumor, channeling the essence of this great dragon into Syrax, resulting in a clutch of 200 dragon eggs, after which Syrax lay weak and motionless for several days. With the verification of this rumor, it spread even further, and the manifestation of the great dragon in the mysterious realm grew more palpable. Each time an egg was requisitioned, it compelled Syrax or Dreamfire to produce more. To him, dragon eggs became mere resources. How long can you endure for that position? Is it worth it? Demon seemingly asked in passing. But Baelon had never expressed a desire to ascend the Iron Throne, having devoted himself entirely to supporting Rhaenyra, which perplexed him greatly. I could ignite the flames of war across the known world. Baelon had been keeping a watchful eye on Otto. However, there had been no news after he arrived at the Hall of White and Black. Roar. His dragon hovered low in the sky. The immense dragon found it quite challenging to take off again after landing, requiring a high vantage point. Baelon leapt with all his might from above, landing on Syrax's back. Will there be no banquet left? Daemon shouted loudly at Baelon, shielding himself from the sandstorm brought by Syrax. Uncle, you truly do not know how to host guests. There isn't even a cup of wine to be had here, and besides, you've ruined all the good places. I might as well head home early, until we meet again in 2 months. Chapter 67. A conversation between siblings upon returning from Lys. Baelon was eager to assess his achievements, having taken Aemond away just to return him. He was certain that Alicent had realized that some matters could not simply be dismissed through the king's abduction. His father was quite adept at self-deception, though Viserys understood everything. He always acted with hesitation. The palace was thoroughly infiltrated and swayed, with the Kingsguard leaning towards Rhaenyra's side. As the king's firstborn, Baelon had no reason to believe that the 2 preceding heirs would support Aegon. Captain Harold, due to his position, remained staunchly neutral. Alicent always had a knack for grasping her husband's temperament, making decisions on his behalf, and since Viserys rarely opposed her, this led to a curious equilibrium during the court meetings. Baelon could only lament that his oblivious father seemed incapable of discerning reality, having already named a crown prince. He should refrain from engaging in political balancing acts. After swiftly depositing Baelon at the top of Maegor's holdfast, Syrax hurried back to the dragon's lair. This 2-day flight had left him famished, devouring an astonishing 4,000 sheep in one go. Were it not for the importance of the task at hand, Baelon would have preferred to ride the young dragon himself. Syrax, being a colossal dragon, consumed an enormous amount of food, approximately 500 sheep every 3 days. The dragon's lair was hardly a sight to behold. Daily activities revolved around feeding the dragons. The profits from the crownlands were monopolized by the royal family, Rhaenyra, and Baelon. With an initial distribution of 6-2, Baelon discovered the king's attempts at falsifying accounts, but chose not to intervene, reasoning that Syrax's considerable appetite was a justifiable expense. However, it wasn't long before the Chancellor of the Exchequer informed the king that the costs of maintaining the dragon lair were escalating. Consequently, Baelon was compelled to become the master of dragons, with the royal treasury allocating an annual budget for only 3 adult dragons, leaving Baelon to manage the rest. Initially, Baelon was indifferent to this arrangement, but as the number of dragons he nurtured grew, so did the expenditures associated with their upkeep. The freehold of Valyria had once been a minor civilization primarily inhabited by shepherds, a narrative Baelon found credible. They had waged war against the Giscari Empire to procure slaves, resurrecting the deceased miners in the 14 Flames and subsequently amassing vast wealth through relentless toil. It was likely that much of this wealth was allocated to sustain no fewer than 300 adult dragons and countless younglings. Now, Baelon not only had to feed Syrax, but the lair also housed 8 adult dragons and 40 young ones, requiring an immense quantity of meat every 3 days. At this juncture, only Baelon could support the growth of these dragons through the revenues acquired from the royal tree and the alchemists' guild. The dragon eggs within the lair were no longer hatching in abundance. Currently, the number of dragons was sufficient to lay waste to Westeros. The dragon's lair has significantly depleted the sheep population, causing their prices to rise annually, with the value of a single sheep escalating from over 2 silver deer to more than 7, coupled with the various expenses incurred by the lair's administrator, which amount to 30,000 golden dragons every 3 days. This sum is substantial. In the year of Baelorion's birth, the royal treasury held merely 300,000 golden dragons. Given the current expenditures of the dragon's lair, this amount could be exhausted within a month, representing a considerable financial burden. Most of the construction in King's Landing has been financed through the King's Fruit, which is exchanged for wages by merchants awaiting the royal guard. This arrangement effectively circumvents the royal treasury's inability to disburse 30 million golden dragons, as payments are made at 10% below market value. The use of dragon scales in the King's Wood is tantamount to the royal family availing themselves of free labor. Every available resource is utilized through this method, resulting in the accumulation of wealth amounting to 16 million golden dragons over the years. Approximately 2/3 of this wealth has transformed into debts spread across the 7 kingdoms. In the Riverlands, the surge in grain prices has compelled traditional farming to yield to sheep herding, thereby generating substantial wealth. The position of the minor nobles there remains precarious, as the great lords stockpile grain in preparation for potential disruptions while simultaneously engaging in trade with King's Landing. The North has always been a stronghold of sheep herding. Since establishing direct trade channels with Rhaenyra, many northern lords have sent their children to King's Landing for education, effectively serving as hostages while joining the princess's knightly order as junior officers. The northern economy primarily revolves around agriculture, fishing, and livestock, with commerce and handicrafts being relatively underdeveloped, resulting in a lower level of economic advancement compared to the southern regions. However, the dragon's lair provides a vital market for the North's abundant meat supply, leading to a population surge to 4 million over the past decade, quadrupling in size. In the north, a bustling trade route has emerged connecting King's Landing, the Eyrie, White Harbor, and Winterfell, with ships navigating ceaselessly, ensuring profitability for any vessel that ventures forth. On the King's Road, Baelon has proactively financed the widening of the road from King's Landing to Harrenhal to facilitate the valley's military movement southward. Most of Rhaenyra's allies reside in the north, and should circumstances shift, the Riverlands will become a contested stronghold. Presently, the obstructive Velaryon family stands guard over the Trident, demanding a royal marriage in exchange for their consent to expand the bridges. In the south, the Riverlands leverage the advantages of the Mander River and its tributaries to procure inexpensive grain for King's Landing. The carriages on Rose Road tirelessly transport their handcrafted goods into the capital, flourishing within this industrial chain. What troubles Baelon the most is the overwhelming influence of the faith of the Seven and the surplus of knights in Old Town, leading him to sever ties with Alicent in order to create discord between Old Town and the Riverlands lords. As Baelon descends the stairs, Rhaenyra's maid calls out to him, "Prince, the princess requests your immediate presence. Let us go." Baelon intends to inquire about the marriage of Jacaerys and Helena. He pushes open the door. "Sister, is everything proceeding smoothly?" Rhaenyra glances at her brother, momentarily ignoring him, as a maid stuffs something into Rhaenyra's bosom. "Thank you. It will be much better in a couple of days." Once the milk was fully expressed, Baelon sat on the stool opposite Rhaenyra, waiting for her to fasten her clothing. On the table lay a cup of white liquid, which he picked up to examine. Its slightly fishy aroma led him to deduce that it was breast milk, prompting him to set it down again. "I need to speak with my brother privately." After a while, the maidservant closed the door. "Would you like a drink?" Alicent couldn't finish hers. Her breasts are quite full. Rhaenyra pressed her hand against her chest to alleviate her discomfort. "I merely wished to see what it was," Baelon clarified. "On to serious matters. Demon will return in 2 months to handle things. What about your end? What else can be done? Did you consult me before making your decisions?" Rhaenyra replied with a grave expression. "Then it seems it was a success." Baelon sighed with relief. That evening, Rhaenyra informed him of her engagement to Aegon. "Who? Aegon?" Baelon exclaimed, rising in astonishment. "Is the betrothal truly to Aegon? What difference does it make with whom he marries?" Rhaenyra explained calmly, adding that the two were of suitable age. "My sister, why not Lucerys then? Have you considered that?" For Baelon, this was indeed disheartening news. Do you intend to forfeit those 300 ships? Could you not think things through before making decisions? He was genuinely upset, believing his sister could manage the situation. He had instructed her before leaving that a firm approach would suffice, especially now that Otto was absent. And Alicent would eventually yield as a woman could only withstand so much. Had I known, I would have handled the negotiations myself. I thought discussions between women would be more amicable, but now it's all gone awry, Baelon silently mused. What are you contemplating? Are you questioning Joffrey's lineage? Rhaenyra sighed. Those are despicable insinuations. Is that so? Baelon felt a headache approaching. While it was permissible to speak such things under the protection of the Princess of Dragonstone and the King, when it came to matters of interest, it was another story altogether. Illegitimacy would rear its head, with a child of his own among them. They would use this incident to cast doubt on Joffrey and Lucerys' identities, ultimately questioning your claim to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra's tone grew fierce. They are all your nephews. Seeing his sister's anger, Baelon had to compose himself. Pursuing blame would yield no purpose. Who else is aware of this? Baelon pondered whether he could nullify the agreement. The matter had been announced at the council meeting today in the king's presence. What swiftness, Baelon thought grimly. So I have thoroughly offended Alicent, lost 300 ships, and most importantly, you have confirmed those rumors. Driftmark will continue to support me without question. Rhaenyra asserted with unwavering confidence. Baelon felt bewildered. From where did this assurance stem? Even his own husband, Rhaenyra, lacked affection for him. And now he was to pledge a Valyrian bloodline. What if Corlys dies? Baelon added, surely you cannot rely on Aunt Rhaenys. She rode over on Melia's, with the Lord of Tideshead Island being Corlys. In his absence, she could temporarily wield the power of the Driftwood throne, but not until death. We do not lack for this dragon. Ultimately, if we tread the path of war, I cannot guarantee your safety. Where are you headed? Rhaenyra suddenly perceived the gravity of the question. Sister, for the past decade, it has not only been I who have been rallying forces. Baelon expressed his frustration, asking if she knew what Otto was up to. Rhaenyra surmised that Otto might be heavily investing in military strength, as per the laws of succession. It would naturally favor Baelon. The heir would not be Aegon. The Lords of the Reach had no reason to support him. Rhaenyra furrowed her brows and countered. Baelon could only helplessly inform her. I have tracked him for 4 years. His presence spans Essos. In the future, I may not have the time to assist you with matters in Westeros. We cannot wait for war to come knocking. He desires it to commence sooner rather than later. Time is still on his side. The realm has enjoyed peace for 70 years. No one wishes for war to arise. The situation is not that dire. I watched the tournament held in your honor alongside Alicent, on the very day you were born. Rhaenyra still harbored no thoughts of war. I know, Baelon fell silent. Whenever he contemplated retreat, he would recall how Rhaenyra once shielded him beneath a dragon's wing. She could have easily abandoned that monstrous form and fled upon Syrax. The arm of Dorne has already severed. Should they come, it would be an invasion. The kingdom's ships would sink them in the sea, and their armies would not cross. Baelon refrained from elaborating that it might not be an army. In truth, he was uncertain of what it might be, merely speculating that the only entities capable of opposing him were those residing in the lands of Ashai. He had previously tested Alicent, but she had shown no reaction in the council. Did she truly not know? Baelon finally spoke earnestly to his sister. Listen to me, sister. If it comes to a point where we cannot prevail, flee to the north. There, you should be safe. At this moment, the White Walkers of the north remain in slumber. War will not reach the north. This was his final refuge offered to her, where he had stockpiled vast amounts of gold dragons and provisions, hoping they would never be needed. I understand, though it feels like a farewell speech. Baelon, wise beyond his years, once shared magic with her in their youth, but now withheld many matters from her. His eyes glimmered as he smiled. How could this possibly be a farewell? We shall live on well. I am still waiting for you to ascend as queen, so I can serve as your great lord. Are you cursing our father to die early? Rhaenyra playfully smacked him, signaling him to refrain from such talk. That was not my intent. However, truthfully, my dragon lord must govern the realm wisely in my stead. Very well, we shall see if I have the time. I am quite busy. I plan to assemble a fleet for grand voyages. I wish to see what Essos truly is like. Outside, a resounding song echoed. This bear, bear, bear. Clad in a coat of dark brown fur, he hears the whispers of the crowd. Come, behold the beauty, they exclaim. Yet he is merely a bear. And though the allure of conversation beckons, he finds himself famished after 2 days without sustenance. Belren's body has transcended the need for food. Any nourishment consumed is swiftly digested, and dining has become a mere indulgence of taste. His reluctance to meet his brother-in-law is palpable, invoking a sense of guilt akin to that of an illicit affair. With a sigh, he effortlessly descends from the window, an easy feat for Baelon. Exiting the Red Keep, he no longer requires the protection of the Kingsguard. Who could rival his prowess? He yearns to inspect the progress of the grand arena for the Dragon's Judgment, where the final brick of the new King's Landing wall awaits the King's final blow to be set in place. Once completed, the arena will accommodate a staggering 100,000 spectators and host 50 simultaneous jousting contests. The design permits versatility. Barriers can be removed for sword duels, and targets can be added for archery competitions. Navigating the familiar streets, he turns into Hook Street, where the once lowly houses now rise tall, partitioned with wooden boards for rental purposes. A bed for a week costs merely a copper coin, a tenth of a sailor's daily wage, affordably priced. At least enough to stave off the chill of night. Proximity to the river gate makes this area bustling with opportunities, second only to the Kingsguard in terms of employment. The port nearby is thriving, and although the Mud Gate has been renovated for Rhaenyra's wedding, locals still refer to it as Mud Gate. Most port work involves loading the king's fruits onto ships and importing silks, lace, perfumes, and mirrors from Lys. As the affluent citizens of King's Landing ensure a healthy market for such goods. As he walks, some recognize him and bow in greeting. He nods in acknowledgement, indifferent to the number of shadows that linger. The creatures he has sent forth have made their impact felt across the world, sufficient to sustain him for centuries. Approaching the River Road, the decade-long construction of the new King's Landing has birthed a plethora of opportunities for laborers traversing Hook Street. Heavy trucks laden with hops, corn, or barrels of honey line the sides, while vendors sell flatbreads and noodles at remarkably low prices, often served in the shells of the king's fruits. These shells are ubiquitous among the Kingsguard. With a little coin, children in Hook Street can procure dozens of them, and for a small fee, they will even clean them. However, the remuneration for such labor is meager, causing most boys to prefer collecting fertilizer door to door, while only the little girls diligently wash the shells for paltry pocket change. Each time a girl expresses heartfelt gratitude, the shells in Belron's mysterious space solidify a fraction more. The power of these shells lies in their ability to yield a copper coin for each meticulously cleaned one, though seemingly trivial. The tangible forces within this enigmatic realm are not always utilitarian. Chapter 69. The tournament grounds in this era. The lives of the majority of ordinary knights are far from satisfactory, even if they do not perish on the battlefield or sustain grievous injuries. Diseases and the harsh conditions of war pose constant threats to their existence. Thus, most knights harbor an aversion to warfare. Meanwhile, the lords, unwilling to remain idle during peacetime, seek to engage their vassals in pursuits that also yield personal benefits. Consequently, an opportunity emerged for knights to acquire both honor and wealth, the tournament. The exact nature of the earliest tournaments in Westeros is challenging to ascertain, yet it is certain that the spectacles were exceedingly brutal. Knights, accustomed to the chaos of battle, found it difficult to perform choreographed combat, and accidents resulting in death, whether intentional or accidental, were frequent, despite the establishment of rules to mitigate such occurrences. As the faith in the Seven grew among the people, records of these tournaments proliferated, leading to an increase in their frequency. Concurrently, a more grandiose and fervent form of combat, known as melee fighting, emerged. Knights from opposing sides wielded a variety of weapons, including maces, broadswords, and battle axes, charging into the fray at the sound of a trumpet, engaging in combat in a formation typical of the battlefield, creating a truly spectacular scene. During the lengthy reign of King Viserys I, tournaments were held multiple times. In the latter part of his rule, tournaments were organized to celebrate significant events or festivals, showcasing the prosperity of the realm and the valor of its knights. These events also served as vital occasions for nobles to interact and demonstrate their prowess. It was during this period that the formal one-on-one joust, featuring lances on horseback, began to emerge, gradually supplanting the chaotic brawls of earlier times. Faith and monarchy stand as the twin pillars supporting the continent of Westeros. Under Viserys I's efforts, the armed church was peacefully disbanded. Yet the belief in the Seven only deepened among the populace. The tournament 2 months hence promises to be unprecedented in scale. To diminish the influence of the Seven over the knights, Lord Baelor has decreed that participants need not be knights, as long as they possess a horse, armor, and pay a copper star. They may enter the jousting competition, a game for the nobility. Those lacking armor and steeds may still compete in a swordsmanship contest, categorized by the presence or absence of armor, to ensure the event is not excessively bloody. All participants are provided with lightweight helmets and chainmail to protect their heads and hearts. Before the top 100 competitors, standard wooden swords and lances are provided for combat. with distinctions made between one-handed and two-handed swords. The wooden weapons, crafted from durable teak suitable for shipbuilding, approximate the weight of actual iron-forged armaments. And participants are allowed to pause the contest to replace broken weapons, although such occurrences are rare. For those averse to combat, an archery competition is also open to all. Lord Baelor has revised the rules, allowing participants to double their entry fee as a reward for each opponent they defeat, and permitting the use of personal bows, crossbows excluded. The Chancellor of Finance anticipates that participation could reach an astonishing 400,000, even though a civilian's initial cost is merely 1 copper coin. Limited to a maximum of 8 copper stars, consecutive victories over 16 opponents will double the rewards to 160 gold coins. Upon entering the top 100, contestants will engage in true one-on-one combat with actual arrows, and reaching the top 10 will amplify the stakes 100-fold. Should one possess the tenacity to continue competing for the first place, they shall be rewarded with magical artifacts, and countless lords will tempt them, paving the way to nobility. The team tournament is a chaotic melee set in an expansive arena where participants fight independently, devoid of fixed allies or adversaries. The victor is either the last person standing or the one deemed most exceptional among the remaining contestants when time expires. The myriad of uncontrollable factors is overwhelming. Yet Baelon permits participants to don armor. To prevent anyone from conserving their strength until the end, Baelon has instituted a time limit for each contestant. Each time a participant defeats an opponent, they may claim the sand remaining in the defeated's hourglass. Once the hourglass is empty, that contestant is automatically eliminated. Baelon arrived at the construction site of the tournament arena by the Blackwater River, which commenced a month ago. The excavation of deep pits has now been completed, a feat personally overseen by Baelon, drawing inspiration from the ancient Roman Colosseum, albeit on a grander scale. To accomplish this unprecedented architectural endeavor within 2 months, an additional 200,000 laborers have been enlisted, bringing the total workforce to 1 million, tirelessly working day and night. The construction site is a flurry of activity, with dust swirling and people bustling about. Massive stones are transported from distant vessels on the Blackwater River, some weighing several tons, requiring the concerted effort of dozens to maneuver them atop logs. With keen eyes, someone spotted Baelon and promptly reported his presence to the master craftsman, Elio, who commands over 2,000 stonemasons, carpenters, and bricklayers. Your Highness, Elio approached, embodying the typical appearance of a Lysian. With cascading platinum curls resembling a waterfall and deep purple eyes. I have come to see if we can meet the deadline in 2 months, Baelon inquired directly. With only 2 months left and a mere pit excavated in 1 month, time feels perilously short. Your Highness, I fear it may be challenging to complete on schedule. Elio replied candidly. What seems to be the problem? Baelon pressed. If manpower is insufficient, I can allocate more. Elio furrowed his brow. We require a doubling of manpower, primarily due to the shortage of stone supply. The construction of New King's Landing has depleted nearby quarries, and we now rely solely on shipping, which is far too inefficient. Do not worry about the manpower. I will continue to recruit. But why has excavation ceased in the underground sections? The depth I designed has only been half excavated. Severe water seepage has hindered further digging downwards, Elio explained. This is indeed troublesome. If we cannot go deeper, we must ascend, Baelon mused, feeling the weight of the predicament, momentarily at a loss for a viable solution. In this era, there exists no pump. Relying on manual labor for drainage would mean completion could only be anticipated in the distant future. The original arena accommodated merely 3 tiers and a maximum of 2,000 spectators, while the new venue must host a staggering 100,000, an increase of 50-fold, all under an exceedingly pressing timeline. What counsel do you offer? Prince, given the current circumstances, the only recourse is to postpone the tournament. Postponement is unfeasible. The Ravens have already been dispatched. Baelon resolutely declined. The conception of this arena had been a spontaneous whim, a fleeting idea that had taken root in his mind. The king found it admirable, and the prime minister, Duke Targaryen, had thrust this burning hot potato into his hands. At the time, Baelon had deemed the expansion of the existing arena far too modest, unworthy of the Targaryen family's illustrious legacy. He believed it must be grand and imposing. Yet, in his eagerness to calculate expenses, he had overlooked the formidable challenges of construction. Moreover, since this was his own proposal, to retract now would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Thus, he resolved to ponder further solutions. Having spoken, Baelon turned away from the cacophony of the construction site. A sense of vexation clouded his thoughts. Indeed, recent events had been fraught with misfortune, and even the arena remained beyond his grasp. If the old gods could sever the arm of Dorne, what formidable forces lurked beyond them? Did he truly possess the capability to conquer such adversaries? Thus far, his encounters with the divine had merely involved grappling with an incarnation of an ancient crone, hardly a true contest of might. For the first time, Baelon felt adrift, his confidence wavering. He could not fathom why. Even if one questioned Rhaenyra's legitimacy, he would not be deemed the most suitable heir himself. What were the southern lords truly contemplating, aside from Old Town? Had the Seven bestowed upon them a sense of assurance? What machinations had Otto engaged in? As if the heir to the Iron Throne could bypass Baelon altogether? Would the year 129 AC, as Helena had spoken, herald the onset of war? The weight of Helena's prophecy pressed heavily upon him. He gazed into the distance, where the Blackwater River flowed serenely, as if narrating the fate that lay ahead. Chapter 70. The Dragon Caves. Returning to the dragon lair, burdened by heavy thoughts, Baelon noted that each day thousands of sheep were ushered into the subterranean dragon caves, the lair merely serving as the entrance atop these caverns. The dragon caves constituted a vast underground realm, still being excavated by rats. The larger the dragon, the deeper its dwelling. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur and sheep. Prince, the lair's overseer, approached. At the core of the lair lay an opening, from which stone steps had been hewn. Through this passage, Baelon beheld countless dragon eggs preserved over low-temperature coals, the heat insufficient to initiate hatching. Presently, he did not require such a multitude of dragons. Has anyone recently tamed one? Baelon inquired, aware that the Targaryen offspring were evidently insufficient. Miss Dila visited 2 days prior. A green-hued hatchling acknowledged her, the overseer reported. Dila was the second daughter of his beloved Melora, her lineage undeniably potent, with striking silver hair and violet eyes. To have gained the recognition of a dragon on her first visit, was her mother present? Indeed, only Miss Dila ventured into the dragon caves. Entry is strictly prohibited for those lacking Valyrian blood, unless personally escorted by Baelon. Otherwise, they may find themselves regarded as prey by the dragons. Born in 129 AC. The child is precisely 5 years old. Baelon's daughters each inherit his striking resemblance, mirroring his features. Every child reaching the age of 5 is permitted to attempt the taming of a young dragon, a cherished tradition of House Targaryen. Dragon eggs cannot rest in their cradles. Rather, this method is employed to bestow them. His methods are equitable. Any child proven to be a legitimate Targaryen is granted access to this dragon-taming rite. Aegon was conceived through a loophole, arriving 3 years after the marriage of Viserys and Alicent, at a time when he had yet to embark on the study of dragons. Still gathering the enigmatic black mists of the mysterious realm, Aemond, on the other hand, was born later, coinciding with a fortuitous moment, the second year of Baelon's dragon research. At this juncture, Syrax had yet to produce eggs in abundance. Although his understanding of dragons was still nascent, selecting a defective egg was relatively straightforward. Helena, a figure of prophetic insight, directly encountered Dreamfire in her youth, which confounded her entirely. Daeron, now merely 2 years old, has reportedly been suggested by Alicent for an early appointment as a squire to Hobart Hightower in Old Town. The dragon eggs have yet to hatch, leaving Alicent and Viserys to make their own selections, with Baelon considering it a defeat if a dragon should emerge from their choices. Daemon ventured to Pentos, engaging in trade to procure dragon eggs, a decision that caused dragons to dwindle abroad. Should he elope with Lena to Dragonstone? Securing a dragon for their daughter would pose little challenge. They could simply request a young dragon, of which there is an abundance. Baelon has already chosen the dragon Whitewing for Alicia, one of the 8 adult dragons residing in the Dragon Pit, born in 121 AC. Known for its agile form and stunningly beautiful pure white scales, he reclined against the railing, observing the flat expanse at the bottom of the Dragon Pit. The caretaker fed the adult dragons by pushing sheep directly from the entrance of the pit, allowing them to fall to their demise. The adult dragons would roast and consume the carcasses located at the mouth of their rest caves, with the famished beasts igniting flames even while the sheep were still airborne, indulging in their self-service feast. The training of the dragon's obedience and ferocity resumed below. 2 young dragons began to grapple, both inconspicuous yellow-scaled creatures, under the weight of tethered chains. They unleashed slender streams of dragon fire upon each other, one lowering its head to target its opponent's abdomen, while the other folded its wings and dove like an arrow. In an instant, the 2 young dragons were entwined in a fierce struggle. They bit and clawed at each other, one gripping its rival's neck while the other raked its claws across its back, scales flying in a dazzling display akin to a rain of precious jewels. Their anguished roars and furious shrieks intertwined, echoing until both were battered and exhausted, collapsing beside one another, yet still glaring defiantly. Once the battle concluded, some caretakers tossed sheep meat from a distance. The young dragons breathed fire to cook the offering before swallowing it whole. As the contest ended in a draw, neither reward nor punishment was dispensed. In the dragon's lair, a dragon that suffers defeat finds itself without sustenance. However, battles are not fought daily. They occur approximately once a month, with the exception of adult and juvenile dragons. The young ones accumulate experience early in life, while the overseers struggle to manage the intensity of the conflicts. Baelon descended slowly along the hewn stone walls. The mid-level housed the juvenile dragons, and as one ventured deeper, the size of the dragons increased. Typically, juvenile dragons cohabitate with adults at the very bottom, where no chains restrain them, nor are there means to tether them. Feeding occurs at a designated time. If the feeding schedule is disrupted, adult dragons may seize food meant for juvenile dragons, leading to conflicts. The cavern's expanse allows for their unrestrained flight, and openings in the Rhaenyra's hills grant access to the dragon's domain. Occasionally, a dragon may venture out, only to return 3 days later, famished, for freedom pales in comparison to a full meal. Dragons, accustomed to the delicacies falling from the sky, are fiercely loyal to their homes, returning promptly at mealtime. This is because an adult dragon, regardless of how tirelessly it hunts, cannot sustain itself due to its enormous appetite. Concerned about the safety of keeping a glutton in Dragonstone, Baelon endeavored to tame it. After numerous attempts, the glutton feigned submission, only to turn on Baelon in a burst of flame. Enraged, Baelon mounted Syrax in pursuit, but the glutton fled swiftly, darting to Essos, undeterred by Baelron's fiery determination. Later, it was rumored to reside in Dorne, preying on the sheep of nomadic tribes. Essos is home to many descendants of the Valyrian Empire, some of whom attempted to tame the glutton with food, only to meet their demise in Dragonfire. "Father," a small girl's voice called. Baelon looked up to see his daughter, Dila, who, having recently gained recognition, eagerly sought out her friends each day. The dragons merely acknowledge a certain essence within the Targaryen bloodline, not the individual themselves. Lacking human emotions, they do not develop a sense of attachment through prolonged companionship. Humans are responsible for providing food to the dragons, while dragons ensure the safety of their riders. Yet, dragons remain enigmatic to mankind, and the deeds of the Targaryens have only served to elevate their mystique. Belron's perspective on dragons is that of a formidable vehicle and a war machine, created solely for the purpose of warfare. Dila, with her short legs, dashed excitedly. Yet it took her quite a while to reach Baelon. He scooped her up in his arms. "Where is your mother?" he inquired. "She's up top," Dila replied, clinging tightly to Baelron's neck, her little head resting on his shoulder, her voice muffled. I miss you, father." He planted a kiss on her chubby cheek. "My daughter, I am here every day. You are welcome to come whenever you wish. Mother says you are very busy and not to disturb you often. Home is far from here," Dila mentioned, referring to the son's retreat castle, which indeed lies at a considerable distance from King's Landing. Usually, she resides there with her 16 sisters, while his 3 lovers, Meryl, Melora, and Yana, also dwell in that castle. These 3 women, having risen from the status of dancing slaves to the lovers of one of the most powerful men in Westeros, surely have no cause for dissatisfaction. Baelon reminisced about his 3 sons. One, a 3-year-old, was raised in the valley to serve Lady Janie. Another, aged 5, was mastering the art of commanding a monstrous legion in the moonlit mountains, and the youngest, merely an infant, still swaddled in his cradle. His mother had secured a parcel of land for him within the royal forest, which she managed in the interim. The royal forest belonged to the crown. "Haha, you can ride a dragon now. You can fly here by yourself," he teased his daughter, yet he feared she might take him seriously. "But we must wait until your dragon grows a bit more. It is still too small to carry you aloft." Delilah's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true? Then I must make sure Lightning grows quickly, so I can visit father every day." The creature she referred to as Lightning was a petite dragon, entirely blue, its scales shimmering under the sunlight. Baelon laughed heartily. "Well then, I shall eagerly await your arrival riding Lightning." He embraced Delilah, his heart swelling with joy. "Father, when will Lightning be as large as Syrax?" Delilah asked, gazing up with hopeful anticipation. "Lightning is still quite small. It must consume more meat to grow as large as Syrax," Baelon patiently explained. "Have you been feeding it well?" "Indeed. I feed it plenty of meat every day," Delilah assured him, thumping her small chest. "I even tell it stories. Lightning loves my tales." Baelon couldn't help but chuckle. "And what stories does Lightning enjoy the most?" "It says it loves hearing about Father's battles," Delilah declared proudly. "It claims Father is the mightiest hero in the world, and it wishes to be brave like you." Baelon felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had neither participated in tournaments nor commanded armies. He had experienced a few assassination attempts, but surely, his mother, Elanis, had not conflated the tales of the flea-bite dragon with his own. Although it was indeed Syrax who had acted, Baelon had merely been a trembling child hiding behind his sister. Haha, then do tell lightning more stories about its father, so it too may become a courageous dragon. Chapter 71. Belren's Women in the evening. Within the sunshade castle of the royal forest, the hall was illuminated by clusters of hanging candles, their warm glow caressing the intricately carved stone walls. At the long table, Belren's family commenced their dinner in serene silence. His 3 lovers sat on either side, each exhibiting distinctive postures, while a noblewoman from Tully occupied a seat directly across. Meryl sat to the left, her raven tresses cascading like a waterfall, accentuating her snow-white complexion, while her emerald eyes concealed a burning flame. Her fingers delicately traced the rim of her wine glass, casting furtive glances at the prince, her gaze imbued with both reproach and affection. The fitted lace gown she wore accentuated her alluring curves, leaving Belron somewhat entranced. Next to her was the gentle Yana, her dark braids elegantly swept atop her head, with a few stray strands softening her dignified features. The pearl-embellished gown, though modest in hue, could not conceal her delicate form. With downcast eyes and a gentle smile, she radiated grace, yet occasionally, when her gaze flickered towards Selena of Tully, a barely perceptible glimmer of jealousy would flash in her eyes. On the right side, Melora, the sister of Meryl, bears a striking resemblance to her elder sibling, her dark eyes resembling profound abysses. To distinguish herself from her sister, she often dons black attire, adorned with silver embroidery. She is taciturn, gracefully lifting her wrist to sip the wine, her actions exuding elegance, while her gaze often reveals an inscrutable depth. All 3 women hail from a background of servitude, eternally grateful to Miseria for purchasing them from Lys and presenting them to this prince 5 years prior. Their temperaments lean towards obedience, however, due to their status. They are unable to manage affairs, and Baelon refrains from taking them out in formal gatherings. Opposite Baelon sits Selena, hailing from the Tully family, her figure tall and graceful, embodying femininity. She strives to secure a domain for her son within the Kingsguard. Originally, Selena intended to name her child Aegon, but Baelon rejected the name, opting instead for Magon, a name that bears historical significance, as it was used by the grandson of Dreamwalker Daenerys prior to the conquest. Aegon carries a weighty political connotation within the Targaryen lineage. Magon has a 7-year-old sister who has inherited her mother's delicate cheekbones, clear blue eyes, and thick auburn hair. She is not Baelon's child, as she was already 2 years old when Baelon met Selena. Selena has consistently assisted in managing Baelon's transactions, overseeing expenditures related to the Dragon's Lair and accounts from the Alchemists Guild. 17 children are present, the youngest cradled by a maid, eagerly attempting to bite through a wooden spoon while being fed meat broth. From their first words to the cusp of adolescence, they scatter about the gathering. The older children diligently mimic adult manners, chewing on bread, while the younger ones are fed bite by the maids, a testament to Selena's nurturing. Some of the children have reached school age, prompting Baelon to invite scholars to provide them with royal education. Baelon has no intention of cultivating them into ladies. His children are destined to ride dragons. In the future, when Rhaenyra ascends the Iron Throne, these children will represent the Targaryen bloodline among all lords. In this world, his anchor will endure. As for the potential dilution of bloodlines leading to a loss of control over dragons, he believes that as long as he remains, the dragons will be under his dominion, and he trusts in the wisdom of future generations. Take Magon down, Selena instructed the maid, knowing that this was typically when Baelon would report certain matters to her. Having journeyed from Riverrun to King's Landing, she is acutely aware of her role as an asset for her family. Baelon understands this as well. Riverrun, situated at the confluence of the Red Fork and the swift-flowing Tumblestone River, is a vital transportation artery and strategic hub for the Riverlands. By controlling Riverrun, one can govern the lifeline of transportation in the region, thereby influencing military movements and the logistics of supplies. Baelon's most formidable military force and stronghold lie in the Vale, with 120,000 fully armed cavalry poised to sweep through the south. Though the lord of Benlu City, Glaffer Tully, lies bedridden in his old age, he remains a traditional noble of the Riverlands. 5 years ago, he aligned himself with 2 factions, and as the military strength of the Vale grew ever more formidable, he sent his pregnant granddaughter to gauge Belron's intentions regarding an alliance with Rhaenyra, assuring Belron that they would not use this matter as leverage for a marriage proposal. "Father, we are leaving now," said the 7-year-old Catherine, bestowing a kiss upon Baelon along with her sisters. The children lined up to offer their affections, and one could only commend the Tully women for their skill in nurturing. "Be safe," Baelon replied. "The vicinity around Sunshade Castle is quite secure. With a third of the princess's knights stationed there, and 5 large markets encircling the kings would come alive with performances at night." The children, with modest appetites, often finished their meals and ventured out for strolls under the watchful eyes of the guards, while the younger ones were carried upstairs to play. Typically, this time was reserved for family meetings, which primarily revolved around financial reports, often leading to discussions unsuitable for young ears. "My steward, what troubles have arisen now?" Aside from informing him of her pregnancy, Selena had delivered nothing but disheartening news. Meryl sat in Belron's lap, subtly guiding his gaze to her alluring figure. Even as a mother of 3, her form remained enticing. "According to the latest financial expenditures, if this continues, your dragons will have no sheep to feast upon in a year's time." Selena succinctly summarized the recent financial situation. "Wasn't it supposed to be 3 years? Why has that changed?" Belron's smile faded. The dragon hatchery had already postponed the hatching of the eggs, a decision made long ago. "The expenses for your new tournament grounds have been taken over by us." "What? Whose idea was this? Why was I not informed?" "The Queen sent word yesterday, stating that since the tournament is primarily to celebrate Princess Alicia, it was reasonable for us to take charge. I am unaware of the reasoning behind it." "Is this a reprisal from Alicent?" "Never mind, I suppose I am at fault." "Very well, let us cover the expenses for now. I will manage the financial matters." Belron pondered briefly before providing a clear response. "What a predicament. If we were discussing the betrothal of Jacaerys and Helena, the financial implications would be justifiable. But this feels like a deliberate affront, ultimately harming my own interests. Alicia is my own." Belron's avenues for acquiring funds were limited to 3, raising the price of the king's fruits, which had already been increased repeatedly and was unsuitable for immediate revenue. The second option being the production of paper and books by the Alchemist Guild, a steady source of income, though Belron had exhausted all technological advancements he could conceive. Many goods were readily available in lists, and the yield of fruit trees had significantly reduced the market for fertilizers. At present, the only viable option was the sale of rubies, gems known to maintain health for a decade. For these years, Selena had managed their external sales to sustain the insatiable appetite of the dragon hatchery and prevent bankruptcy. However, there had been no reports of rubies being sold anywhere lately. It seemed Glaffer Tully might be able to walk again, as Selena had not mentioned her grandfather in many years. Given the circumstances, there is nothing more to discuss. You may continue your revelry. Selena, a woman steeped in traditional aristocratic education, found herself unable to embrace the unconventional ways of Belron. With a graceful turn, she departed from the Sunshade Castle, retreating to her own small domain in a carriage. Witnessing Selena's departure, Belron shook his head, feeling a pang of regret. She had already borne a son and would no longer exhibit the same eagerness as before. At this juncture, Belron turned his gaze upon Melior, akin to a beast, tenderly licking her face and neck, inhaling the natural fragrance of her hair. "Have you bathed?" he inquired. Yes, I have already done so," she replied with a playful chuckle. Belron then lifted Melior, ascending to the 3rd floor, where all the children were being attended to by the maids, confined to their chambers. Melora, adorned in a flowing black gown and elegantly holding a wine glass, glanced at Yana, who remained seated, as if she could see through her. She then rose and slowly followed the pair. The youngest, Yana, took her time redoing her braids, having waited a considerable while before making her way upstairs. With Belron's vigor, he could indulge in play all day long. Meanwhile, Yana had already given birth to 2 children and yearned for a son to secure a parcel of land, transcending her social standing. Even the smallest title would elevate her to nobility. Chapter 72. The first coin in the year 119 AC. Queen Alicent received a message from her father's trusted envoy along with 2 coins. One side of the coin bore a hooded figure, while the other displayed the phrases Vala Morgulis and Vala Dohiris. It was said that by grasping the coin and uttering a name, assistance would be rendered. The envoy was unclear about the precise significance relayed by Otto. Perhaps it was a form of prayer. When questioned by Alicent, he only knew that the 2 phrases were connected to the faceless men of Bravos. Alicent was aware of the rumors surrounding the faceless men, employing one to carry out a murder guaranteed that the target would perish within 3 days. Yet, could the faceless men succeed in assassinating Belron, a sorcerer who had transformed from monster back to man? After all, she had experienced an assassination attempt in her youth, on the day when Aemma was taken by Belron. In a fit of despair, she had used one of the coins, but Aemma returned safely the following day. Alicent felt a twinge of regret. only to discover that one of the mysterious coins had vanished. Within Sunshade Castle, after the passionate rendezvous between Baelon and Rhaenyra, she lay bare upon the soft silk sheets, panting heavily as she regained her strength. Rhaenyra gently pushed open the door, seated herself beside them with her wine glass in hand. "Your sister has succumbed so swiftly. It seems the sister must assist," she remarked. Baelon, unclad, descended from the bed and embraced her head, caressing her long hair. "What troubles you? Why the silence?" Baelon mused, aware of Rhaenyra's reticence but undeterred, teasing her while planting kisses and loosening her belt. Observing a half-full goblet of wine upon the table, he took a hearty sip, contemplating a change of pace. "This flavor seems off," Baelon remarked, smacking his lips. Suddenly, he coughed, expelling a faint mist. "What is this?" he wondered aloud. "All mortals must meet their end," Rhaenyra interjected. Baelon raised his head, only to see a sharp dagger slicing toward his throat. It dawned on him that an assassination was afoot. Moments ago, he had been poisoned. In a flash, Baelon reacted with terrifying speed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Melilo flying against the wall, her body a gruesome mess, blood spilling from her lips, clearly indicating that her broken ribs had pierced her heart. A faceless one. He picked up the dagger from the ground, sensing an inexplicable aura upon its blade. The very essence of death. Baelon was indifferent to toxins. His body had been transformed from a monster to a human by the mysterious black mist of an otherworldly realm. The faith of humanity in his monstrous form sustained him, ensuring that any poison would swiftly be digested. And the aura of death merely consumed a fraction of his black mist energy. In a state of confusion, Rhaenyra cried out in anguish, rushing to her sister's side to assess her injuries. Though she could not fathom why her sister had attempted to kill Baelon, their bond, forged from childhood, was profoundly deep. Baelon seized her arm, and Rhaenyra, filled with dread towards the man who had just shown her tenderness, was taken aback by the brutality he now displayed. "Look closely. This is not your sister," Baelon shouted to bring her back to reality. Amidst Rhaenyra's bewilderment, he advanced to unveil her sister's face, revealing a grotesque second visage beneath. The result of his clumsy handiwork, two faces grotesquely melded together, flesh and blood torn apart. "What have you done to my sister?" Rhaenyra cried out in agony, shaking the unfamiliar woman. Baelon recognized that the faceless one had breathed her last and refrained from intervening, allowing her to vent her emotions. He understood that Melilo was dead. This was merely the beginning. He was unafraid of direct confrontation, yet the thought of his loved ones perishing before his eyes filled him with dread. "I'm sorry." He could only apologize silently to her. Outside the castle of avoidance, the guard stood puzzled as Aemma attempted to enter, but was stopped by the sentinels. "Prince, are you all right?" The captain of the guard knocked on the door, inquiring about Baelon, who had only heard a loud crash followed by Rhaenyra's piercing scream. Inside, Rhaenyra continued to weep, clearly coming to terms with the fact that her sister had succumbed. Baelon draped his own black cloak over Rhaenyra and donned his attire before opening the door, yet he did not permit them to enter. "Increase patrols nearby. An assassin has infiltrated." Baelon understood that the faceless ones typically operated alone and would likely not have accomplices, so he instructed the guards to keep busy with the many sentinels blocking the path. He motioned for the captain to come closer and whispered, "Search nearby for Melilo's body. It should be in the vicinity. If found, do not make it public." The captain and several guards quickly grasped the situation. Someone had impersonated Melilo to commit murder. "Understood," they replied, following their leader as they departed, leaving behind a significant number of guards. Two older children lingered at the door, peering in from a distance. The maid, ever perceptive, ushered the children back inside. "Aemma, come in," Baelon urged, not wishing for his young children to be burdened with the psychological shadows of mortality at such a tender age. After Aemma entered, Baelon closed the door. She was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, only sensing that something monumental had occurred. As she surveyed the surroundings, she noticed Meryl sobbing on the ground, a pool of blood staining the wall, and a lifeless body lying nearby. Approaching for a closer examination, she recognized the attire resembling Melilo's, though the face had been gruesomely mangled, vaguely resembling Melilo. Unlike the two sisters, Aemma had witnessed the brutality of slave masters setting rules for their captives during their escape from Rhys, where leaders among the slaves were mercilessly executed. Thus, she was not particularly fearful of such violence. Her gaze fell vacantly upon her man. "Master?" The faceless one had slain Melilo, using her visage to infiltrate the castle. Baelon attempted to explain, observing the lack of profound sorrow etched on her face, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. "Do not divulge this to Della," he cautioned. That afternoon, It was Melilo who had brought Della to the dragon's lair to find him. Perhaps she had already been replaced by the faceless one before that encounter. Yana was at a loss on how to confront the young girl, who had just been tamed and was still brimming with excitement. On their return journey, she had boasted to the impostor masquerading as her mother, a moment when she should have sensed something amiss. Yana nodded, summoning Meryl's maid to escort her from the room. Shortly thereafter, guards entered carrying a sack, preparing to transport the faceless one to King Lin to be used as fertilizer. Wait, Baelon said, removing the bone ring from her hand. This was the first trophy Alik had claimed after slaying an enemy. Unable to find any spoils, he fashioned a ring from the bones of his foe, entrusting a merchant caravan heading to King's Landing to deliver it to his mother, Melilo. If the children inquired, they were to say that their mother missed Alik. He handed the bone ring to Yana, suggesting she find an opportune moment to present it to Della. Alik was Baelon's eldest son, a half-dragon whose upper body had mutated, rendering him ill-suited to coexist among humans. 2 years prior, Baelon had sent him along with Meryl's 3-year-old son to the valley, one to serve as a page beside Lady Janey, the other to train in combat with the monstrous legion. At 5, Alik had grown rapidly, his physique reaching that of an adult, though his intellect still required nurturing, prompting Baelon to adopt different approaches in raising the two. All right, child, I shall go offer comfort. Please take extra care these next few days. This implied that Yana was to oversee the castle's daily affairs in his absence. Selena Tully would bring Catherine during the day to listen to the scholar's teachings and would also assist with routine matters. Yana discerned the sorrow in her man's eyes, realizing that he held some affection for those who accompanied him. The three had witnessed Baelon's transformation from a half-orc to a man, and he would inevitably feel grief from loss. Melilo's body was discovered in the early hours of the morning, and a private cremation was conducted the following day, attended only by a select few from the castle. The children were not informed of the identity of the deceased. Under Della's command, her lightning ignited the first flame. When Della inquired, Meryl tearfully informed her that it was someone of great significance. Chapter 73 Baelon, after witnessing the cremation, found himself plagued by indecision. This matter was inextricably linked to Alicent. Was vengeance the answer? The simplest way to resolve the calamity would be to eliminate Alicent and her 4 children. Yet the stigma of fratricide lingered uncomfortably in his mind. He had long adhered to the belief that winning the hearts of the people was tantamount to seizing the realm. However, upon deeper reflection, the perspectives of the common folk seemed less significant. How many lives of ordinary citizens could equate to the slaying of a dragon soaring freely in the sky? No one could escape the consequences of their misdeeds, and the manipulation of the council had reached its limits. Now, only a faceless one had emerged. What would come next? A sorceress? Baelon controlled the majority of Westeros's food production. Those who defied him would face hunger. He held this trump card without triggering its explosion. And today he finally resolved to engage in a game of mutual destruction. The people's sentiments were the source of Baelon's power, and they might begin to suspect that he had lost his magical prowess, thereby affecting the manifestations of the mystical realm. A significant event transpired in the Kingswood today. The stance of King's Landing regarding the trees shifted dramatically. Aside from those wielding dragon scales, all others were no longer welcomed. However, the quantity of dragon scales was limited, with production having plummeted by approximately 90%. The populace remained uncertain whether this was a temporary or permanent situation. Had it not been for the fact that King's Landing still had some output, panic buying of provisions would have already ensued. All of Westeros was aware that the most suitable lands for grain cultivation were predominantly occupied by sheep herding. Astute merchants began hoarding King's fruit, while the price of flour surged dramatically. In truth, the supply from the crown's reserves was sufficient to sustain everyone for a year. By afternoon, word of the situation had reached King's Landing, and in the evening, Prime Minister Rhaenyra convened an emergency meeting, emphasizing Baelon's attendance. The nature of this matter was alarming. Within just one day, the price of King's fruit had doubled and continued to rise. At the Red Keep, in the council chamber, the guards swung open the door as Sir Harold assisted Viserys into the room, where the hand of the king, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Minister of Justice, the Admiral, and the Maester awaited. Viserys cast a glance at the central table, where the tokens representing Alicent, Rhaenyra, and Baelon still lay. He suspected that they were somehow involved. Harold placed the yellow token belonging to the king, signaling the commencement of the meeting. My Prime Minister, what issue necessitates an evening gathering? Viserys inquired, his frail body unable to endure prolonged exertion, yet he could attend court sessions without issue. Let us be forthright. I regret to inform you, Your Majesty, that this matter pertains to the safety of 30 million souls across the continent of Westeros and may incite turmoil within the realm. Rhaenyra began, articulating the gravity of the situation. The sudden reduction in production from the Kingswood meant that those lacking dragon scales would face attacks. To date, 200 lives had been lost, and 3,000 were injured. No one dared approach the periphery. 90% of Westeros's grain was produced in the Kingswood, and if intervention did not occur, the people of the Seven Kingdoms would descend into chaos. The trees of the kings would possess the remarkable ability to self-propagate. Over the course of several decades, their expanse has come to occupy 1/10 of the royal forest, with estimates suggesting there are no fewer than 10 million trees. The royal fruits, never having been harvested, have fostered a community of individuals who rely on them for their livelihood, thereby ensuring a conscious maintenance of Targaryen rule. Even amidst the repeated price surges by Baelon, the cost of flour has only reached 1/3 of what it originally was when wheat was cultivated. This is a cornerstone of royal authority. Why not call Baelon? Viserys pondered, perplexed. His beloved, Melora, had met a tragic end through assassination. After her cremation, witnesses reported seeing him riding away on a two-tailed dragon heading north, the destination unknown. The two-tailed, a yellow adult dragon equipped with 4 wings and 2 tails, is better suited for prolonged gliding at high altitudes than for combat. Baelon typically employs it for long-distance flights. Assassination? What could this entail? Baelon had endured 2 attempts on his life in his youth, one by the faceless men and another by the followers of the Seven. Had those zealots resumed their sinister activities? According to intelligence, a faceless man had disguised himself as Melora within his chamber, but fortunately, the assailant was slain on the spot, leaving the prince unscathed. Baelon merely instructed the guards to keep the children in the dark, deliberately allowing the truth to surface through casual inquiries. Do you think it involves Alicent? Viserys expressed his ire, realizing the absence of Alicent from the council meeting was telling. For heaven's sake, Alicent wishes for Aegon to be the heir. Yet she would not resort to such cruelty. Helena has already been betrothed to Aegon, and they have reconciled. The assembly fell silent, casting their gazes towards Viserys. Baelon threatening to secure a marriage pact with Alicent's son, only to turn around and assassinate Baelon, seemed all too plausible. Moreover, with Baelon's demise, it would be entirely natural for those lords who favored tradition to align themselves with Aegon. The Hightower family would emerge as the principal beneficiary. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Viserys continued, "It appears he will not return anytime soon. What does he intend to accomplish?" Viserys discerned that this crisis concerning the royal fruits was merely a counterstrike from Baelon. The hand of the king had left a letter behind. Rhaenyra handed the king a sheet of paper, its script unmistakably Baelon's, characterized by an odd precision in its strokes. The document outlined 3 demands. 1. Jaehaerys must marry Helena, and, during the tournament, all lords must reaffirm their fealty to Rhaenyra and safeguard her claim to the throne. 2. Aegon, Aemma, and Daeron must renounce their claims to succession. 3. A declaration of war against Braavos. Following the Great Council of 101, it had become tacitly accepted that the order of birth was no longer paramount. Women and their offspring could not inherit. In the eyes of many, the events of that council had established an unassailable precedent regarding succession. Regardless of birth order, the Iron Throne would pass only to male heirs, and never to the offspring of a female. However, the council had amounted to little more than a vote, lacking any binding legal text, and offered no solutions for scenarios such as the legitimization of a female heir followed by subsequent marriages and progeny. The most logical course would indeed be to annul Rhaenyra's claim in favor of Baelon, yet everyone was acutely aware of Baelon's past. Even if the nobles were amenable, Viserys would not entertain the notion. He had never harbored the desire to name him as his successor. Viserys suppressed a simmering anger within, faced with a seemingly trifling choice, yet in reality compelled to permit Jaehaerys to wed Helena. Most crucially, he could not retreat into the shadows to evade the dilemma. Firstly, there has never been a precedent for a king to revoke his son's claim to the throne. The rules of succession are regarded as the cornerstone of familial stability. Should a king arbitrarily annul his son's rights, it would be perceived as a profound disruption to the entire succession system, inciting fears among other families of potential chaos regarding their own inheritance, ultimately threatening their interests and status. Viserys deemed the repercussions too dire to favor the kingdom's stability, and besides, he found himself unable to take such drastic measures. Secondly, any indecision could spark a war between the 2 continents. Deep down, he understood everything. However, he lacked the resolve and conviction to alter the reality. Years of whispers in Alicent's ear had left him wavering at times. "Have you all seen it?" Viserys inquired. "Your Majesty, only 3 individuals are privy to this information," came the response. Viserys nodded. Rhaenyra was indeed cautious in his dealings. What can we do now? He pondered, recalling that the food stored was sufficient to sustain King's Landing for 2 years. Yet, he was still reluctant to confront the issue directly. Your Majesty, it is futile. Merchants possess a better understanding of the treasury's reserves than I, the master of coin. This afternoon, 200,000 fruits were released, all snatched up by those opportunistic traders at a premium price. We cannot dispatch armies to suppress them. Viserys' attempt to quell the rising grain prices was merely a hasty beginning that ended abruptly. What will happen if we do nothing? Rhaenyra replied helplessly. In truth, a rise in food prices will not lead to calamity. Most men are engaged in constructing the tournament grounds, their provisions supplied by the Master of Dragons. And prior to the commencement of the tournament, it will not incite chaos in King's Landing. Although there may be some grievances in the short term, we can maintain order in the Crownlands. Over time, however, refugees from the south will flood into the Crownlands, and the Reach can be replanted with crops. He still hesitated to be compelled to make a decision. Viserys spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, even if the entirety of the Reach were sown with wheat, it would not sustain the population beyond King's Landing, particularly with the majority being children. He was unaware of the contents of Baelor's writings, which merely continued to uphold Rhaenyra's claim. Westeros could only support around 10 million, primarily reliant on the Reach's harvests. Even if production were restored to its previous levels, there would still be a significant shortfall. Can we not purchase grain from across the narrow sea? Viserys questioned, recalling that Essos was also a vital source of sustenance for Westeros. Your Majesty, you may not yet know, but the lands across the narrow sea have been devastated by a decade of royal mismanagement, with half of the land now converted to pastoral farming. How have these shrewd individuals suddenly become fools? Viserys lamented. Unbeknownst to him, his influence had reached such depths that neglecting the situation could indeed lead to grave consequences. Baelor held the lives of millions in his grasp, manipulating Viserys, even if he was unlikely to truly follow through on such threats. He left Sarasis with a clear implication, urging Rhaenyra to retrieve him. This matter must be resolved before the lords arrive for the tournament. Otherwise, it may lead to accountability rather than celebration. Leonor, what is your perspective? According to tradition and law, the heir has long been determined, and there should be no further doubts. Well, let us ponder this further and discuss later. Chapter 74. The Legion of Monsters. Viserys possesses a relatively feeble and indecisive character, attempting to seek balance among the various factions within his family, striving to avoid favoritism and maintain the facade of unity. However, this approach ultimately exacerbates the accumulating tensions. When faced with the numerous disputes between Rhaenyra and Alicent, he often finds himself in a state of hesitation, unable to firmly support either side, complicating matters further. Regarding the betrothal of Helena and Jacaerys, he recognizes it as the most effective means to bridge the gaps of blood, yet fears that a forced arrangement might intensify the family schism, inciting greater conflict and undermining the very foundation of House Targaryen's rule. Hence his reluctance to make a decisive choice. Baelon cornered him, compelling him to make a decision. The conditions of this letter, deliberately disseminated by Baelon, prompted Viserys to deliberate for 7 days before ultimately conceding to the first condition. Alicent found herself powerless against this development, and Helena's betrothal once again took flight on the wings of ravens to distant corners of the realm. Within the dimly lit tavern, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as patrons gathered around rough-hewn wooden tables, the din of voices rising and falling amidst the clinking of cups. After taking a sip, many spat it out. A burly man with a thick beard grumbled, "By the 7 hells, it has been a decade since I tasted such a familiar flavor." The liquor's quality was evidently diluted. Some are fortunate to have any drink at all. Do you still believe in the 7? Someone remarked. Hey, it's a habit. Do you wish to know why the Kingsguard doesn't allow common folk in? The burly man, his eyes glinting with intrigue, suddenly lowered his voice. Our magical prince has long been dissatisfied with his sister's claim to the throne. If you ask me, the surrounding patrons were instantaneously captivated, leaning in closer. A young lad, wide-eyed with disbelief, exclaimed, "The prince wishes to claim the Iron Throne?" The man took a proud swig of ale and wiped his lips. By tradition, do you not think he is the most deserving of the Iron Throne? Consider this. Could it be the prince's discontent with the succession that led him to depart? Could this be mere fabrication? Questioned a newly armored mercenary. I have always heard the prince express support for his sister. Fabrication? Huh. The man raised his voice. Now even the ale is watered down, and the prices of food in King's Landing rise daily. If the prince does not return, you will need to contemplate the matter of filling your bellies. At that moment, an elder slowly interjected, "That is not correct. I have heard that the prince was assassinated." The elder's words piqued the crowd's interest, and he scanned their expressions. To discuss such matters openly here, The taste of this ale is indeed dreadful. Bah, old man, come to our table for fine wine. A voice pierced through the chatter of the crowd, prompting someone to rise and make space for him. Could it be that the prince's words, overheard by a young sailor, echoed back to him, causing him to hastily cover his mouth? Who can say? The elder shrugged and made his way to the table laden with exquisite wine. After all, no one could truly appreciate such jest, for the prince still lived. I witnessed him soar away on a dragon with 4 wings. This was indeed a relief. All the patrons seemed to exhale in unison. The realm could not afford to lose the king's tree, nor could it afford to lose this magical prince. The potential consequences were unfathomable. As the discussions among the drinkers intensified, various speculations and rumors spread like the fragrant aroma of wine wafting through the tavern, quickly permeating the air. Each individual embellished their tales, recounting the stories they had heard, while the truth had long been cast aside amidst the clamor. In the valley, beneath the bright moonlit peaks of the mountains, the forest was awash with a riot of colors. Towering, straight trees obscured the sunlight, rendering the surroundings rather somber. In the low-lying areas, streams mingled with rainwater, forming small ponds. Baelon descended from above on his twin-tailed steed, and after a dull thud, he stealthily approached the position of his son, who was training under the watchful eye of his elder brother, Illic. The name was derived from the royal guards Illic and Eric, the brothers who had accompanied him the longest. A black arrow materialized before Baelon's eyes. Its tip keen and sharp. He swiftly grasped the shaft and vacated the spot. He was aware that his presence had already been detected by the beasts, yet they remained oblivious to his identity. A sudden urge to test the strength of the monstrous legion overtook him. Baelon began to run, pursued by 2 creatures. Their keen senses guided them as they bore weapons upon their backs, swiftly closing the distance. They were werewolves, modified by Baelon himself. Their upper bodies were human, muscular and strong, while their lower halves were robust wolf forms, their dense, coarse fur bristling. Their powerful legs propelled them forward like the wind, and with sharp claws and fangs, they excelled in close combat, capable of tearing apart foes with ferocity. Strange, they run so fast. Are you sure it's a human? Jack, the swiftest of the werewolves, chuckled. Call for backup, we might be outmatched. The lead wolf eventually matched Jack's pace, feeling an unfamiliar sense of danger as it was the first time encountering someone it could not catch. Oh whoa! Jack's call echoed through the woods, signaling a gathering. Instantly, a chorus of deep growls and eerie howls resonated through the forest as the monsters responded to his summons, numerous figures darting through the underbrush towards their location. At that moment, Baelon stood behind the 2 werewolves and kicked them into the lake, abandoning any notion of testing his creations. In such a situation, a stealthy attack held little significance, and he pondered whether they might dare to capture him, only to find they had already begun to call for reinforcements. Haha, boss. It's the prince. Jack laughed as he pulled the lead wolf, which had been kicked the farthest, back onto the shore. Its lighter weight allowing it to soar through the air. The alpha wolf, known as Brandon, hails from a modest family in the north. He displayed remarkable valor in combat against the Iron Islands pirates, enduring the loss of both arms. Upon hearing of the dragon's lair recruiting disabled warriors in White Harbor, he willingly enlisted. At that time, the north was beset by hardship, unlike the present with its 4 million inhabitants and granaries brimming with provisions. After undergoing transformation, he was permitted to return home to recruit fellow villagers who had faced similar fates. The people of the north unanimously chose to undergo the transformation into ice wolves. Initially, only 7 individuals participated in the experiment, which was dubbed the 7 Wolves by Baelon. The group has since grown to encompass 200 companions. Brandon planted his iron axe upright beside him and knelt on one knee, a posture signifying respect for his lord's status, while also allowing for swift action when necessary, a practical stance in a land perpetually threatened by war. I have met the prince. Rise, he was told. I have previously expressed that I do not require such elaborate formalities. The prince may not need them, but I do, Brandon replied, seeking a sense of ritual to affirm his identity as a Northman, rather than merely a werewolf with a human head and a single right hand. As you wish. Baelon thought him somewhat stubborn, noting that other transformed individuals merely bowed in acknowledgement. After a while, a hawkman appeared in the sky. He observed as Baelon bowed in midair before returning to the camp to deliver news. The hawkman transformation involved children sprouting wings and possessing keen eyesight, facilitated by the Valley family. Due to the adult weight rendering wings too large, Baelon resorted to utilizing children, who generally do not participate in combat, but serve for battlefield communication and reconnaissance. For over a decade, they have retained the appearance of dwarves. Soon, an increasing number of creatures gathered by the lake, forming an orderly line for inspection. 16 majestic hawkmen soared in a disciplined formation beneath the sky, their human-like upper bodies exuding vigor and sharp gazes, while their expansive wings powerfully beat against the air currents. 276 werewolves, their white pelts merging into a shimmering silver blanket, stood tall and robust, their forms undulating with each breath, icy blue eyes glinting with steely resolve. Their combat prowess primarily stemmed from domesticated gray wolves, with an overall count reaching 160,000, serving as commanders within their respective packs. 600 muscular warriors flaunted their exaggerated physiques, their muscles bulging like those of the strongest bulls, veins prominent beneath their bronzed skin, exuding a palpable sense of strength. These physiques were unattainable by ordinary humans, the result of specialized enhancement. Standing 2 men tall, clad in armor and wielding massive shields, they resembled terrifying humanoid behemoths, attracting many who yearned for power to willingly undergo such transformations. Additionally, there existed a peculiar assortment of mutated creatures, capable of secreting toxins, possessing night vision, and exhibiting chameleon-like camouflage, most merely displaying certain animalistic traits. Illic bore the likeness of Baelon's childhood self, making him particularly suited for this environment. Baelon had offered to revert Illic back to human form, yet Illic had grown accustomed to his present body. These creatures emerged in the 2 years preceding the birth of the king, and thereafter, the number of the monstrous legion has remained relatively unchanged.